Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1383 to Chapter 1458. Li Zhongjiu was sucked into the world of the Book of the Fallen. Li Zhongjiu quickly condensed his own will. A huge hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Even in the darkness, the hammer seemed to carry a thunderous light that could split open the heavens. It suddenly swept down. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's hammer directly smashed into the void. Suddenly, the world formed by the Book of the Fallen trembled on the spot. The termite demon queen felt as though Li Zhongjiu's strike, which was filled with power, was a hammer blow to her heart. Immediately, the termite demon queen felt like she was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. After a long while, the termite demon queen finally stabilized her body. At the same time, in the darkness, she suddenly slapped the Book of the Fallen in her hand. Suddenly, several auras rose from the Book of the Fallen. Following the appearance of these auras, Li Zhongjiu was also directly surrounded by the fallen beasts summoned by his opponent. Not only that, but there was also an unknown number of black light spots in the surroundings. These black things were flying in groups, and they looked as if they could devour the radiance of tens of thousands of feet. Flying ants, these black figures were all flying ants. The hammer that Li Zhongjiu had transformed into unleashed a terrifying lightning force. Immediately, the lightning light that surged out directly devoured the ferocious flying ants in an instant. Boom! It was like a fierce burning light. Immediately, these flying ants were burned to ashes. The four fallen beasts surrounding Li Zhongjiu also attacked at the same time. Four streams of fallen qi fell toward Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu's own will separated. The hammer of will flew forward and collided with the opponent's fallen power, shattering the opponent's fallen power into pieces. Li Zhongjiu himself was holding the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword was burning with raging flames. He abruptly slashed forward in the direction where the termite demon queen was hiding. Boom! Termite continued to use the Book of the Fallen in his hand to summon all of its power. The power of depravity kept pouring out of the book. Is that all you've got? Li Zhongjiu slashed down with his sword. The lingering flame aura also appeared extremely terrifying. The fallen power of the other party was split into two halves. Li Zhongjiu suddenly loosened his grip on Matchless Sword. Immediately, the Matchless Sword automatically spun around Li Zhongjiu to kill the enemy. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu made a set of hand seals. Pagoda Sword Qi. A surge of energy entered the unparalleled sword in front of him. Immediately, the unparalleled sword spun and burst out. Sword Qi ferociously scattered in all directions, immediately releasing an extremely terrifying aura. It shattered the power of the depraved aura in front of him. It had the power to destroy all things. Under this sword, the termite demon queen also seemed to be falling apart, unable to maintain the integrity of her power. Book of the Fallen, heed my call, black ants to the sky. Immediately, countless black flying ants were summoned from the Book of the Fallen. It seemed that the termite demon queen relied on these flying ants to establish her position. If an ordinary person with no means encountered these flying ants that could devour everything, it was indeed quite terrifying and helpless. Even if they could resist a little at the beginning, they would only end up in a sorry state in the end. When the unparalleled sword was withdrawn, it immediately released a ring of fire to protect Li Zhongjiu. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, Qi Yanran, who was still in the outside world, must have known that Li Zhongjiu was fighting with the other party. Of course, she couldn't stay idle. What do you want to do? When Black Demon Dragon returned and saw that Qi Yanran seemed to be preparing to attack the Beast God Temple, he was shocked and shouted loudly. However, Qi Yanran didn't pay attention to his words. She directly blasted a five-colored divine light towards the Beast God Temple. Since the will in the Book of the Fallen came from the Beast God Temple in front of her, then destroying the Beast God Temple would certainly weaken the power of the Book of the Fallen. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Beast God Temple itself also roared. Obviously, Qi Yanran's attack was not to be underestimated. Stop! Although Black Demon Dragon knew that he was no match for Qi Yanran, the Beast God Temple was the existence that the Fallen clan believed in. How could he allow the other party to act so wantonly and arrogantly? Immediately, Black Demon Dragon transformed into his true form and angrily bit at Qi Yanran. However, the desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand also whizzed out. As it spun, it directly blasted out the five-colored divine light hidden in the desolate heaven essence. Boom! Black Demon Dragon's body was immediately penetrated by the five-colored divine light. Immediately, the black demonic dragon fell from the sky. Bam! Black Demon Dragon crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the desolate heaven essence transformed into a sharp blade and easily cut Black Demon Dragon's body into pieces. Qi Yanran was not a kind and naive person. Since the two sides were in a hostile relationship, there was nothing to say. It's either you die or I live. Qi Yanran had never been merciful to her enemy. Puff! Black Demon Dragon looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Yanran glanced at Black Demon Dragon's corpse indifferently. Black Demon Dragon's strength was indeed not weak. But if there was anything to blame, it was Qi Yanran's own strength that was too strong. Therefore, Black Demon Dragon did not have the slightest ability to fight back. If there was a hierarchy, Black Demon Dragon's strength should be at the same level as Heavenly Saint Kunpeng at his peak. Before Qi Yanran entered the sacred mountain, her strength was already above Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's. Now, after coming from the sacred mountain, Qi Yanran's strength had reached a new level. Therefore, killing Black Demon Dragon was just a matter of raising her hand. Although Heavenly Demon Tribe's Tiani had comprehended the will passed down from her ancestors. But her use and understanding of the power of will was not deep enough. Therefore, her strength was at most at the same level as Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. In front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, it was obviously not enough. But this time, with a more condensed will and the Blade of Destiny, there might be some surprises. As for the Termite Demon Queen, even the current Li Zongjiu needed to use some methods to defeat her. However, with Qi Yanran assisting from the outside, it was obviously a great help to Li Zongjiu. After Qi Yanran finished off Black Demon Dragon, she directly released the Blue Bird Dao platform. Then, the aura on the Blue Bird Dao platform instantly condensed. Boom! The Blue Bird Dao platform directly transformed into a blue bird sword. The azure bird sword circled in his hand. Then, like a spiritual bird with green wings, it flapped its wings and flew out. When the latter circled around the Beast God Temple a few times, the temple itself seemed to have suffered heavy damage. From the endless windows of the Beast God Temple, countless figures were rapidly rushing out. They were all the incarnations of the fallen energy. And they madly rushed towards Qi Yanran. Immediately, the desolate heaven essence appeared again, shattering the fallen energy in front of him. The power that the desolate heaven essence could unleash was something that could only be unleashed as the user's abilities increased. The power of the Beast God Hall had been completely pinned down by Li Zongjiu, so it was extremely difficult for them to free up their hands. Li Zongjiu also clearly felt that the opponent's power was restrained. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Yanran did a good job. At this time, she restrained the enemy and greatly reduced the pressure on Li Zongjiu. TSK, it seems that your Beast God Temple can't be protected. Li Zongjiu was in the middle of the ring of flames, and the opponent's flying ants were endless. Li Zongjiu also took the opportunity to counterattack. But because of Qi Yanran's attack, the attacks piled up on the Termite Demon Queen were clearly weaker. Reverse fire. Unparalleled sword. At this moment, it seemed that Li Zongjiu and Hua Wushuang were holding the unparalleled sword in their hands. At the same time, they swung the sword out. Immediately, the burning flames covered the sky and earth. Boom! The flames were like tens of millions of galloping horses. At this moment, a terrifying movement erupted, shattering the flying ant array in front of them. The sword energy was immediately reversed. The latter was also sent flying. The Termite Demon Queen's body was immediately wrapped in flames. Then, Li Zongjiu's attack came from the darkness. The unparalleled sword displayed great power. Boom! A sword energy instantly swept over. The Termite Demon Queen also released her own energy. Although she successfully blocked the attack in front of her, she was also sent flying. His figure instantly shot out dozens of feet. The hammer formed by Li Zongjiu's will easily annihilated the four giant beasts. Damn it! Obviously, the Termite Demon Queen in front of them did not have many effective means to deal with Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Suddenly, a wave of devouring power surged out of the fallen divine book. The Termite Demon Queen's expression changed to one of shock. Eh? Li Zongjiu also noticed that something was wrong. The other party's power was fading too quickly, and it seemed to be delayed by something. The world formed by the surrounding depraved power also retreated at this moment. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran met. In fact, Li Zongjiu had never left his position. At this moment, Qi Yanran also withdrew her cyan bird sword and stayed with Li Zongjiu. Moreover, they were also very surprised to see the situation in the Beast God Temple. What's going on? Qi Yanran's heart was also shocked. In their eyes, the Beast God Temple in front of them was being dragged back from the transmission array little by little. Seeing such a situation, obviously, Qi Yanran also looked at Li Zongjiu in astonishment. The termite demon queen seemed to have no time to care about Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Her figure quickly merged with the Beast God Temple and became one with it. In such a stalemate, the termite demon queen was also rapidly gathering power. She wanted to lift the Beast God Temple directly. A white light wrapped around the Beast God Temple. They desperately tried to lift the Beast God Temple into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. The remaining part of the Beast God Temple in front of them was also quickly swept into the sky as the latter lifted it. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't stop it. The other party's panicked movements were obviously fleeing for her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have damaged her vital essence at this time. After such a struggle, the termite demon queen's vital essence would definitely be greatly damaged. But now, the termite demon queen had no time to think. She could only speed up. Boom! At this moment, the base of the Beast God Temple also appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Just the horizontal length of the base was easily more than 1,000 feet in length. Even Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had to retreat a little to make way for the Beast God Temple. Now, the 108,000th floor of the Beast God Temple was completely transported. It was directly transported into the sacred martial realm in the hands of the latter. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Even the termite demon queen didn't have time to feel happy. There's something else. Li Zongjiu's eyes were locked on the teleportation array. Although he didn't know how far away it was, at least he could clearly feel the other party's power, and it was quickly chasing after them. Suddenly, the space around Li Zongjiu immediately trembled violently. There seemed to be a terrifying power in the entire 100,000 mountains that was shaking violently. It was earth-shattering. It was as if the surrounding air had completely turned into boiling water. The extent of the trembling was enough to easily shatter anything. Boom! From the teleportation array, an incomparably huge black shadow suddenly emerged. As the black shadow appeared in front of him, some mountains had already begun to collapse. Just the aura it carried was already extremely terrifying. It's an arm. When Qi Yanran saw the black shadow clearly, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. It was indeed an arm. A handful of black hair that looked like steel needles. The structure of the arm and palm was very similar to that of a human's, but it was definitely not a human's arm. The Beast God Temple seemed to have sensed the pursuer sweeping over from behind and immediately wanted to rush up into the sky. But this hand was even faster. It suddenly reached up and easily grabbed the base of the Beast God Temple that was hundreds of feet wide, and then pulled it back into the depths of the teleportation array. Boom! The Beast God Temple fell so fast that it directly caused friction with the surrounding air, and during this friction, it burned with a raging fire. The fire kept burning. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran both watched as this incomparably huge black arm forcibly pulled the Beast God Temple back. It was simply not on the same level. No wonder the fallen clan ran away when they encountered such an existence. Even though he had already run into the sacred martial realm, he was still discovered by others. Boom! In the end, the Beast God Temple was directly pulled back by this force. After the teleportation array lost its power, it automatically closed. Finally, the light disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Even Li Zongjiu secretly clenched his fists. The reason for that was because the power that had erupted earlier was truly too terrifying. Even if Li Zongjiu fought it head-on, he would only be slapped to death. That is, Qi Yanran was a little shocked and speechless. Now, she could be said to be the top existence in the sacred martial realm, and there were not many people who could be compared to her. But just now, there was an incomparably mysterious hand that directly reached out and pulled the beast god temple back. Even the white ant demon queen had no way to stop all of this from happening. It's one of the 9 clans, the ape clan. Li Zongjiu took a deep breath. It was an extremely terrifying clan. The reason why the fallen clan was so anxious to invade the sacred martial realm was that they were attacked by the ape clan. It was precisely because they could not resist that they were so anxious to find a new place. Originally, they wanted to take down the sacred martial realm. But they just happened to run into Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. He came directly from the holy martial continent and reached the peak in an extremely short period of time. Fortunately, the teleportation array was now closed. Otherwise, the appearance of the ape clan just now was enough to destroy the entire sacred martial realm. Even if Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran worked together, they would not be able to do anything. They would be easily destroyed by the other party. Ape clan, naturally, Qi Yanran was unfamiliar with this name. She had never heard of it and did not dare to believe it. After all, although Qi Yanran had also obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain, the human heavenly book that she could comprehend was limited. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, could be said to have read the entire contents of the human relations heavenly book from beginning to end. Therefore, he had some understanding of the ape clan in front of him. Among the 9 clans, the ape clan was undoubtedly the strongest. Once, there was an expert from the ape clan who came to the sacred martial realm by accident and easily earned the title of Stone Monkey Great Sage. Then, he broke through the sky and left. It was said that he seemed to have returned to the place where his clan was. There was no way to know what happened after that. However, the name of the great sage had been well known in the sacred martial realm for a long time. Although a long time had passed, the story of the great sage was still recorded by later people. The relationship between the ancestors had long been unclear. Today, they witnessed the terrifying strength of the ape clan that easily captured the beast god temple. It should be the people of the fallen clan of the beast god temple. Why were they in such a hurry to take down the sacred martial realm? A few days ago, they suddenly sped up, resulting in such a situation. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The strength of the human clan, coupled with the attack of the ape clan, forced the beast god temple to take action. There's actually such a strong clan? Are they also thinking of invading the sacred martial realm? Qi Yanran asked worriedly. If these people also wanted to attack the sacred martial realm, it would obviously be a disaster for the sacred martial realm. They probably could not withstand 2 slaps from the other party. I don't know. Li Zongjiu also shook his head. This kind of thing was difficult to know. However, if a connection could be established between them, there would definitely be a situation of mutual conquest. How could a strong clan live together with a weak clan? It would definitely be one side enslaving the other. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before this day came. The teleportation array was naturally shut down, and the surrounding array foundations had also lost their effect. However, Li Zongjiu did not intend to use the teleportation array here. Instead, he planned to create a teleportation array himself. After checking the surroundings, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran disappeared hand in hand. On the Tianwu ship, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were also strolling leisurely. It seemed that there were still some fallen race warriors left in the 100,000 mountains. However, it was already good enough that these people could survive. They could not pose much of a threat to the human race. A certain amount of danger was still necessary. Life is born of worry and calamity, and death comes from ease and happiness. The 2 of them played in the sky above the sacred martial realm for half a month. During this half a month, Li Zongjiu had also been gradually writing down the records of the teleportation array in the human encyclopedia. He also summoned Wu Wushuang to study it together. The result of 2 top-notch array masters working together to deduce was naturally marvelous. Half a month ago, when the beast god temple was taken away, Heavenly Saint Kuanping had already sensed it. Even the few absolute saint experts in the sacred martial realm had sensed it. The haze of war that had shrouded the world for so many years had finally been completely taken away today. Naturally, everyone felt very happy in their hearts. The sacred martial realm had finally regained its former peace. Although the start of the final war was a little hasty, it was fortunate that there were not many losses. If there was one thing that was most tragic in this disaster, it would belong to the Great Yan dynasty. So many experts had fallen like raindrops. Now, under the support of evil Lord Li Zongjiu, Chu Yanguan had grown up. Whether he could lead the new Great Yan dynasty to the peak again depended on Chu Yanguan's strength. Even if Li Zongjiu wanted to protect Chu Yanguan, if his own strength was not enough, there would always be unexpected situations. Even Li Zongjiu could not protect Chu Yanguan for too long. There would always be times when Chu Yanguan was not around. If he really wanted to develop, he still had to rely on his own strength. Fortunately, although the former Great Yan dynasty had been destroyed, there were still a large number of people who had returned to the new Great Yan dynasty founded by Chu Yanguan. They belonged to the new Great Yan dynasty and invested in the construction. Chu Yanguan was born in the orthodox way. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with becoming the new monarch of the Great Yan dynasty. Even for the people of the Great Yan dynasty, they felt a sense of belonging. Naturally, they were willing to invest in the construction of the new Great Yan dynasty. Although the structure of the world had shrunk a little, the general structure still existed. The other monarchs of the big countries were still enjoying their power and status. But now, they had to think carefully. Whether they knew Li Zongjiu or not, they had to pay a visit to him. Otherwise, who knew when this terrifying existence called Evil Lord would descend on their palace and crush them easily? They would not even know what had happened. Therefore, it was necessary to greet Chu Yanguan. However, these people waited bitterly for half a month and did not see Li Zongjiu. It was as if the two had disappeared. After another half a month, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran returned to the Great Yan dynasty again. They learned that the monarchs of the four great kingdoms were waiting to see them. And they had waited bitterly for a month. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and asked them to leave after delivering the gifts. He was not in the mood to meet these people. Just studying the teleportation formation was enough to give him a headache. After the torment of the teleportation formation, Li Zongjiu was almost becoming a real level 10 array master. Li Zongjiu was still in the courtyard of the imperial palace, tinkering with the teleportation formation. During this period, he only met Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng once. After all, he had to make some confirmation. After getting confirmation from Li Zongjiu, Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng was completely relieved and left with satisfaction. 100,000 mountains. The former teleportation formation address. About 7 to 8 miles away from the teleportation formation site. A few strands of black hair hanging on a tree, after absorbing the sunlight and dew. Gradually, changes began to take place. There were hundreds of similar hairs, but in the end, only about 5 of them changed. GG. One of the hairs was in a particularly good position, so it was the first to change. It turned into a monkey the size of a human thumb. A few thumb-sized monkeys that were just born. After cleaning their fur, a fox that was climbing a tree suddenly appeared. When the fox approached the monkeys, it immediately bared its fangs and bit at the little monkeys. Obviously, in the fox's eyes, although the monkeys were small, they were still meat and should be quite delicious. It had been a long time since it had eaten such a novel thing. However, when the fox pounced on the first thumb-sized monkey, it found that the tiny thumb-sized monkey had infinite strength. It directly smashed the fox's chin with a punch. It grabbed the monkey's skull and swung it around on the ground. It directly smashed the ferocious fox to death. Then, the monkeys quickly divided up the fox and ate it. After eating the fox, the size of the thumb-sized monkeys was rapidly growing. Now, they had grown to the size of a palm. The leading monkey was covered in pitch-black hair, but there was a trace of white hair on the top of its head. He also had a natural sense of power. Just now, when he was facing this fox, he was also the first to make the first move. It pulled out the fox's teeth. It could not be digested, so it was directly used as a weapon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey made a series of sounds to the 4 monkeys behind it. Immediately, the monkeys nodded. Subsequently, the 5 figures also collected some of the unhatched black hairs. After which, they quickly rushed into the depths of the forest with these black hairs. Swoosh swoosh. Immediately, the figures of the ape tribe rapidly disappeared. It was obviously not easy to find the apes in the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and the others who were still in the Great Yan dynasty were also trying their best to deduce the teleportation array. Now, they were waiting for the opportunity to appear. Most of the foundations of the teleportation array had been laid. Now, they just needed time to perfect the teleportation array. Li Zongjiu was not clear about what happened in the 100,000 mountains. Li Zongjiu was not a god, so it was naturally impossible for him to know everything in the sacred martial realm. 8 dragon-patterned stone pillars were erected out of thin air in an empty space. Qi Yanran held the ladder on the ground. Li Zongjiu was holding a small carving knife and carefully carving on the dragon-patterned stone pillar. Li Zongjiu could easily do it with his mental strength, but he wanted to show off his superb knife skills in front of Qi Yanran. By now, Hu Wushuang had already finished carving the other 7 pillars, and only Li Zongjiu's pillar remained unfinished. Of course, Li Zongjiu's speed was not slow either. Moreover, if it was carved by hand, it would appear more stable. Success! When Li Zongjiu's last saber strike fell, the dragon-patterned stone pillar was finally completed. The ground was covered with top-grade primordial stones. With Chu Yanguan's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to obtain these top-grade primeval stones. The sacred martial realm was rich in resources, and the geographical differentiation was quite reasonable. Now, the various countries were constantly restoring the once glorious cities. Obviously, it would be easier to build on the original foundation. Moreover, as long as a city was built, there would be enough resources around the city to establish a hub. Whether it was to develop some resource areas or to develop the population, it would be very easy. There was an inseparable connection. Chu and Yanguan had also expanded the territory of Great Yan once again. The territory had become even wider, and the resources they had obtained had also become even richer. Is it done? Qi Yanran's eyes were full of expectation. She had not gone back for a long time, so naturally, she was very homesick. If it was successful, it would be a good thing. Let's try it and then we'll know. Li Zongjiu stood in the teleportation formation. It could be said that the teleportation formation had been prepared for almost half a year. Furthermore, such a top-notch expert had prepared for half a year before it was completed. If there was no formation master Hu Wushuang, it was inevitable that it would take 10 times longer to reach this level. It would be difficult for Li Zongjiu alone to solve the complicated program in the teleportation formation. Qi Yanran also came to Li Zongjiu's side. She held Li Zongjiu's hand tightly. Clearly, he wanted to test the effects of the teleportation array with Li Zongjiu. I don't know if this teleportation formation will work. Just come up directly. If it is teleported to a deserted island, you will be in trouble. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. However, Qi Yanran did not care. What are you afraid of? What haven't you been to? Qi Yanran did not care at all. Following Li Zongjiu, she had seen all kinds of dangers. There was really nothing to be afraid of. Li Zongjiu could only shrug helplessly. Then, he hugged Qi Yanran in his arms. Then, he hit a stream of yuanli on the stone pillar. Yuanli poured into the stone pillar. Immediately, a surge of energy connected the 8 stone pillars together. In this way, the power was rapidly condensed and concentrated on the formation. At this moment, the formation under their feet lit up. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran could clearly feel the drastic changes in the surrounding space. Whoosh, the 2 figures suddenly disappeared from where they stood. The sky in the sacred martial realm also disappeared with a terrifying will. Whoosh, in the direction of the sacred mountain, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng also looked up at the sky. Eh? Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng was surprised and did not make any more guesses. After all, the people in this direction were Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. If the 2 of them wanted to cause trouble, even Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng could not do anything about it. However, he had been baptized by the sacred mountain. Naturally, he believed in the latter's character. It was natural for him to do something a little overboard. However, it was impossible for him to do something that could overturn the continent. He was quite confident about this. Therefore, no matter what kind of trouble the 2 of them caused, he did not care. Even if the dynasties were to fight each other. For Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng, it did not matter as long as the human race was not destroyed. The sacred mountain did not participate in these worldly battles. Instead, they completely stayed out of it. When something big happened in the sacred martial realm, they would take action immediately to ensure the integrity of the sacred martial realm. Other than that, there was basically nothing that required the sacred mountain to take action. Therefore, if it was in some peaceful times, the days in the sacred mountain were actually quite comfortable. They would occasionally recruit some disciples. Then, they would collect the tributes easily. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran once again carried out an extremely magical spatial transmission. Puff, the two of them seemed to have passed through a layer of thin film. They fell directly from the sky. The two of them adjusted their bodies in time and landed steadily on the ground. Boom! After the two of them landed, a wave of air immediately spread out in all directions. At the same time, they also took a breath of the surrounding air and their eyes suddenly emitted light. This was the Xinggu continent's sky suspension mountain. After leaving for almost 2 years, they were finally back. For the two of them, this was simply a dreamlike journey. After being away for 2 full years, he had finally returned to this place. As they breathed in the fresh air around them, the two of them felt a sense of relief. I didn't expect to be back. Now that the two of them had returned to the Xinggu continent, they were really excited. 2 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. However, compared to the Xinggu continent, there were not many changes in these 2 years. Relatively speaking, the changes could be said to be negligible. However, the great battle in the Sky Suspension Mountain made the people and meta beasts in the Eldritch Land thoroughly feel the terror of the Sky Suspension Mountain. It was simply earth-shattering, truly earth-shattering. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran's strength had long surpassed the entire Xinggu continent. However, in order to keep a low profile as much as possible, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran's strength had long surpassed the entire Xinggu continent. The two of them also retracted their auras appropriately. Otherwise, just releasing their auras alone would be enough to intimidate all the meta beasts in the Eldritch Land. We are finally back. How are we going to go through this teleportation array? A new problem arose. If they wanted to go over, would they have to build a new teleportation array? There is already an array base here, so I only need to record some information about the sacred martial realm here, and it can be used for two-way teleportation at any time and anywhere. Li Zhongjiu said. Spatial teleportation was already a common thing for them. However, Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry to build a teleportation array. He would wait until the time came. After all, there was nothing in the sacred martial realm that he was reluctant to leave. Although there were more and more people in the 5 great empires who directly believed in the evil lord, Yi Lingchen did not care. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't care if these people had faith in him or not. They couldn't just bow to the sky and look at Li Zhongjiu's name and ask Li Zhongjiu to fulfill their wishes. It would be good enough if he did not send them flying with a kick. Primordius Bell. Li Zhongjiu beckoned with his hand. Immediately, the primordial bell flipped over and flew towards Li Zhongjiu from afar. As the sky-suspending mountain was a forbidden ground, there weren't any meta beasts or desolate beasts that dared to approach it. The primordius bell had been waiting here for 2 years. Dust and the like naturally didn't dare to come close, so this primordial bell was still incomparably new. Li Zhongjiu controlled the primordial bell. A palm strike landed on the primordial bell. Immediately, 3 figures flew out from the primordial bell. He landed steadily on the ground. Even the 3 of them were immersed in an incomparably shocked expression. How could this be? The 3 elders of Vermilion Bird Divine Palace clearly hadn't expected that they would be able to escape from the primordial chaos bell so quickly. Could it be that they had gained a deeper understanding and control of the primordial chaos bell after studying it over the past few days? That was why he was able to escape from the primordial bell. Soon, the 3 of them saw 2 figures standing not far away. Moreover, the primordial bell was also put away by one of them. It was incomparably easy, as if it originally belonged to him. Li Zhongjiu? The 3 elders of Vermilion Bird Divine Palace were clearly shocked beyond words. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had appeared in front of them once again. It's you. Are you all right? Where's the heavenly demon tribe? The 3 elders were clearly still traumatized from the previous battle. If Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran hadn't saved their lives with the primordial bell, they might have been killed by the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow back then. After all, there was still a huge gap in strength between them. You don't have to worry. The heavenly demon dragon Sparrow won't have any designs on Vermilion Bird Divine Palace, Li Zongjiu said. After all, Qi Yanran was also indebted to Vermilion Bird Divine Palace. However, it didn't mean that Qi Yanran had to be loyal to Vermilion Bird Divine Palace for the rest of her life just because she had benefited from Vermilion Bird Divine Palace. Such a thing naturally wouldn't happen to Li Zongjiu, and he wouldn't let Qi Yanran do it either. In Li Zongjiu's opinion, it was normal for such a thing to happen. Moreover, it was Qi Yanran's capability. Both sides were just taking what they needed. It was hard to say who would owe who in the future. The three elders of Vermilion Bird Divine Palace had a strange feeling when they looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. In front of the two of them, the three of them were like tiny ants looking up at a towering mountain. As an ant among them, he had no idea how tall and terrifying the towering mountain in front of him was. They actually had such a feeling. The three of them didn't know what had happened at that time. This was because they had been locked in the chaotic Yuan Bell at the beginning. They didn't know that the two of them had been in the sacred martial realm for 2 years. In fact, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had transmigrated. Other than Tianyi, no one else knew about it. After all, the battle that had taken place at that time was earth-shattering. Moreover, it had taken place in the sky-suspending mountain, where there was no one. As the top of the 10 forbidden lands of untainted land, no one dared to intrude. The terrifying wild beasts at the edge of the sky-suspending mountain were enough to deter anyone who wanted to spy on it. Therefore, the temporary disappearance of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't cause much of a stir in the outside world. After all, 2 years was too short for the Holy Martial Continent. There's nothing else. You can go and do your own things now, Li Zongjiu said. Although the two of them had experienced many things, it didn't mean that they needed to be told everything. Li Zongjiu didn't have a good relationship with the Sparrow Divine Palace. Li Zongjiu didn't even look for the Sparrow Divine Palace to settle the score by imprisoning Qi Yanran for a period of time. He had already given the Sparrow Divine Palace enough face and opportunity. If they still didn't know what was good for them, then there was no need for them to exist. The two of them disappeared immediately. The three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace looked at each other. They had been locked up for 2 years and didn't know what had happened. However, for them, being able to come out alive was already a very fortunate thing. Why do I feel like I'm looking up at a tall mountain when I look at Li Zongjiu? Although I don't know what happened, I reckon that Qi Yanran has completely inherited the Green Bird Dao platform. She has cultivated the orthodox divine technique of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Let's go and catch up with them, the Great Elder said excitedly. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't speed up. They just swayed slowly. They even summoned the Sky Marshal boat. The 3 elders immediately landed on the deck of the Sky Marshal boat. The elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace greet the Palace Master. Palace Master, Li Zongjiu wanted to drive these people away, but they were very straightforward and directly knelt down in front of Qi Yanran. They directly called her Palace Master. Was this forcing a duck to a perch, since the other party directly knelt down? Li Zongjiu didn't need to go too far. Moreover, these people were also here to call Qi Yanran, so they had to listen to Qi Yanran's opinion. Qi Yanran also looked at Li Zongjiu with an inquiring look. However, Li Zongjiu also said that this kind of thing should be decided by himself. Palace Master, the Heavenly Sparrow clan has not had a new clan master for nearly 1,000 years. Please accept our request. The 3 elders appeared to be very sincere. Qi Yanran finally said, "Get up first. I am not suitable for the position of Palace Master. If you can find a more suitable candidate, you can leave at any time." Qi Yanran decided to accept these 3 elders. Otherwise, these 3 elders had guarded this inheritance for 1,000 years. Now that the inheritance was taken away by Qi Yanran, of course, they would be at a loss. If she didn't allow these 3 to follow her, it would seem a little too cruel. Therefore, Qi Yanran also wanted to appease the 3 elders for the time being. Moreover, Qi Yanran's current strength was enough to control these 3 elders. So if they followed her, they would naturally be of great use if they were obedient. Qi Yanran naturally also needed to plan for the future of the Qi clan. Now, Qi Yanran also had enough strength to help the Qi family become an eternal family. However, Li Zongjiu had already said that the clan would not be destroyed. There was no clan that could be truly indestructible. There would always be a generation that would start and then gradually weaken. They only needed to ensure that the present was enough. Qi Yanran thought about this for a while and figured it out. The three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace directly became Qi Yanran's subordinates. When they heard that Qi Yanran was willing to take them in, they were immediately surprised. The previous location has been destroyed. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to find a new place and establish a sect, right? Qi Yanran said. Of course, there's no problem. As long as it's outside the 10 forbidden lands of untainted land, the three of us are confident that we can take down any sect. The second elder's eyes were blazing. He could already see the glorious days of Sparrow God Palace in the future. His heart was naturally filled with excitement and ambition. They were waiting for Qi Yanran to give the order at any time. Then, they would charge at these people and display the strength of Sparrow Divine Palace. There's no need to attack other sections. I think the original Buluo mountain range is not bad. How about we rebuild there? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. Why are you looking at me? Of course, I don't have any objections. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran's eyes. This is your sect. You can do whatever you want. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll destroy them. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran laughed. The tacit understanding between the two was self-evident. In Buluo Mountain? There are many ferocious meta beasts near Buluo Mountain. Some of them have reached the honorable realm. After the three elders heard this, they waved their hands and looked surprised. At this moment, the Tianwu ship seemed to have accidentally entered the territory of a meta beast. There was a sudden burst of terrifying vibrations below. Boom! The surrounding mountain suddenly shook and thunder clouds rolled in the sky. Before the other party's figure appeared, it had already brewed the power of wind and thunder. Oh no, we've entered the Thunder Pool Mountain. This is the territory of the Wind Thunder Condor. The faces of the three elders immediately revealed a look of horror. The Wind Thunder Condor's strength in untainted land was second only to Sparrow Divine Palace. However, the Thunder Pool Mountain had the advantage of time and place. The three elders had not recovered to their peak state. Now that they were in someone else's territory and the other party had a large number of people, they had the advantage of time and place. Soon, 5 enormous figures emerged from the thunderclouds and rushed towards the Sky Marshal ship. The Tianwu ship was not small. Now, it was even more arrogant and despotic. By barging in directly, it was clear that he did not put these Wind Thunder Divine Eagles in his eyes. Of course, the Wind Thunder Condors wanted to teach these people who did not know etiquette a lesson. As for the way to teach them a lesson, it was to kill them directly. Escort the palace master to retreat. The white bird scepter in the great elder's hand shook slightly. Now that they had rashly barged in and encountered these terrifying Wind Thunder Condors, there was naturally nothing to talk about. A fierce battle was inevitable. Similarly, if the other party rashly barged into the territory of Sparrow Divine Palace, the three elders would definitely not be polite. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? Come down. Qi Yanran was not nervous at all. If it was in the past, these 5 Wind Thunder Condors, who were close to the honorable realm, would make her nervous. But now, these Wind Thunder Condors in front of her were not worth the latter's worry. Li Zongjiu also roared at the top of his voice. Immediately, the thunder clouds in the sky dispersed. Boom! The 5 Wind Thunder Divine Eagles had originally wanted to charge down and unleash their unstoppable thunderbolts to destroy the Sky Marshal Ark beneath them and kill everyone on the Sky Marshal Arkansas. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu's roar was like 5 steel spears that directly pierced the hearts of the 5 Wind Thunder Condors. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Wind Thunder Condors' diving momentum had disappeared. Their bodies suddenly stiffened and they could no longer move. Subsequently, the 5 figures also gradually shrank in size as they fell. Bang! 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 They fell heavily on the deck of the Sky Marshal ship and were seriously injured. The Thunder Pool Mountain itself was one of the 10 great forbidden lands. It was because of the existence of these ferocious Wind Thunder Condors. However, these powerful wind thunder condors were directly destroyed by Li Zongjiu's roar. The 5 wind thunder condors fell on the deck as if they were completely crippled. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace did not even understand what had happened. Everything happened too fast, like a tornado. There was no time to react at all. Originally, they wanted to have a big battle. But who would have thought that it would be so easy to deal with them? Could it be that these wind thunder condors' wings accidentally slipped when they fell? The 3 of them looked at each other. This kind of thinking was obviously very stupid, and it was nonsense to comfort themselves. The real reason was that Li Zongjiu's strength was so strong that he only needed to roar to cripple them. The 5 wind thunder condors flapped on the deck, trying to get up. Submit to the Sparrow Divine Palace or die. Qi Yanran took a step forward. It was not a bad idea to establish a sect. At least this sect had ready-made powerful strength and would become an important force to protect the Qi family in the future. The 5 wind thunder divine eagles were not stupid. The other party had merely snorted. He had defeated the 5 of them directly. At that moment, it was as though a god had snapped his fingers beside their ears. Therefore, the 5 wind thunder godly eagles did not have any suspense. They immediately surrendered and chose to submit. The 3 of you can choose any 3 to form a contract with and become your mounts. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace stopped. Their eyes widened with ecstasy. These were wind thunder divine eagles. In ancient times, it was only because there were no top-notch experts in the clan that they did not become one of the 3 major demon clans. However, as birds, they knew how difficult it was to deal with the wind thunder divine eagles. Could it be that it was so easy to subdue a race that had been a formidable enemy for thousands of years? He simply couldn't believe his eyes. However, since the wind thunder divine eagles had chosen to submit, they had no other choice but to become the mounts of the people in front of them. Then, the 3 elders chose a wind thunder divine eagle and formed a contract with it. As such, the future of the wind thunder divine eagles would depend on their performance. If they did not perform well, there would be a lot of suffering waiting for them. The remaining 2 should belong to Qi Yanran. However, Qi Yanran did not bother to form a contract with them. Such birds were not qualified to be Qi Yanran's mounts. Hence, they were in charge of clearing the way in front to prevent some ignorant meta beasts from rushing out to seek death. If that happened along the way, Li Zongjiu's Tianwu boat might not be able to accommodate them. Let's make a trip to the Du family and Sky Suspension Mountain first. If it was not for the Du family's help, things might not have progressed so smoothly. Li Zongjiu said. Now that Evil Lord had come to the mainland again, he naturally wanted to settle all the unsettled matters. When he left previously, the Du family seemed to be in an argument with another clan. However, they did not seem to have the time to take action. Li Zongjiu did not have the time to help them as he was in a hurry to find Qi Yanran. However, at the Du family in Sky Suspension Mountain, they were suffering the greatest calamity since their birth. Among the upper echelons of the Du clan, only Du Tianhe was unharmed. The rest of the people were also injured by a mysterious expert hired by the Tan family. Even the patriarch's injuries were extremely serious and his life was in danger. Right now, the Du clan had already shrunk their territory and returned to the sky-suspending mountain. He even activated the Great Mountain Protection Array. Clearly, he was frightened by the other party's strength. About half a year ago, the Du clan's clan head gave the order to start a war with the Tan clan. That was because the Tan clan had openly snatched the Du clan's resources time and time again. They had even injured or seriously injured the Du clan's people. How could the people of the Du clan tolerate such provocative behavior? Therefore, it didn't take long for the 2 sides to declare war on each other. However, the situation of the battle was extremely tragic. At the very beginning, the Du clan was filled with experts. There were even a total of 6 supremes. For someone like him, this level of strength was already extremely terrifying. There were more than 20 peak origin emperor's experts. However, this powerful lineup had been severely injured by a mysterious expert from the Tan family during a concentrated battle. At that time, Du Su knew that he had been tricked. No one knew the origin of this mysterious expert. Therefore, they called him the green-cloaked visitor. The green-cloaked visitor's body was like black iron. He was impenetrable and could even ignore all attacks. He was extremely good at close combat and had endless strength. His punch could destroy the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Right now, in front of the great mountain protection array of the Du clan, the green-clothed visitor stood among the crowd, looking extremely dazzling. Behind Du Tianhe was a group of young disciples of the Du clan. There weren't many experts left. Du Ling'er was also beside Du Tianhe. She was gritting her teeth at the person outside the array. Her small fists were also clenched tightly. She couldn't wait to rush out and beat the person to death. That damn green-clothed visitor. If I have the chance, I will skin him alive. Du Ling'er said fiercely. Everyone in the Du clan had the same thought. It was because of this person's participation that the Du clan ended up in this situation. This time, we have implicated Miss Ice Sparrow. Ice Sparrow shook her head. Ever since Li Zongjiu, the third elder, the first elder, and the second elder went missing, Ice Sparrow had been trying her best to find them in the Eldritch Wasteland. However, she didn't have the strength to do so. However, in the past 2 years, Ice Sparrow was lucky enough to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that the Du clan was in trouble, Ice Sparrow naturally had to lend a helping hand at this time because the Du clan had helped the Sparrow Divine Palace a lot. It's only right for friends to help each other. Ice Sparrow shook her head. At this very moment, as she looked at the battle that was almost certain to end in death, a figure appeared in her mind. In front of that person, it seemed that there was no fear at all. All enemies could be killed. No one could stop him. Li Zongjiu. Are you all still alive? Ice Sparrow didn't know why she was worried about Li Zongjiu and not the elders. Perhaps it was because of Li Zongjiu's appearance that Ice Sparrow's life had changed a lot. Only then did Ice Sparrow feel that she was truly alive. Of course, if she thought of it this way, it was indeed a little disgraceful. People of the Du clan, you are all good. If you join the Tan clan now, I can guarantee that I won't kill you. In the Tan clan, one of them had dyed red hair, and his hair was very long. When it swayed in the wind, he looked like a lion. The Tan clan head. Tanjiu Yuan. Beside Tanjiu Yuan, the green-cloaked visitor had a trace of mockery in his eyes. Brother Tan, how can they listen to you? Wait until I break the array. They will naturally listen to me obediently. After the green-cloaked visitor finished speaking, he rushed to the Du clan's mountain protecting array before Tanjiu Yuan could say anything. Du Tianhe and the others immediately became nervous. They could only rely on the array now. If the array was broken, they would be dead. Everything would be over. They didn't expect that the Du clan's 10,000 years of family business would be destroyed today. Everyone in the Du clan stared at the green-clothed visitor's actions. The green-clothed visitor also raised his hand. He smiled coldly. A punch was thrown, boom. This punch was only 30% of his strength. However, it was enough to make the mountain protecting array tremble violently. The second punch. 50% of his strength. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the protective mountain array as if it was made of glass. When these cracks appeared, for Du Tianhe, the real battle had begun. This was going to be an extremely tragic battle. My Du family disciples, listen up. Swear to protect the dignity of the Du family. Du Tianhe shouted. Du Ling'er and all the other Du clan disciples roared as well. Although Bing Ke was not a member of the Du family, she was ready to fight to the death. At this moment, the sword in Bing Ke's hand was extremely shiny. The Du family disciples would rather die than surrender. They would not do something that would humiliate the dignity of the family. Although the Du family might not be able to survive today, the Du family's integrity must be preserved. This was the most important thing for a family, and they must not lose it. The visitor in green looked at the struggling and desperate expressions of the people below. Immediately, he sneered and smashed his last punch down with all his might. He did not need to use 50% of his strength. He only needed 20% of his strength to eliminate it easily. Boom! Before the punch landed, the sky was the first to be filled with the aura of thunder and wind. It was rolling in from afar. The violent movement attracted the attention of the visitor in green. Even Tanjiu Yuan and the others behind him raised their heads and looked at the sky. 2 gigantic thunderbirds were flying towards this place at high speed. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, they could clearly feel the terrifying power. What's that? Tanju Yuan and the rest were also puzzled. Looking at the existence that was flying over, their hearts were filled with shock. The two creatures flying towards them had powerful auras. Wind Thunder Divine Hawk. A trace of shock also appeared in the eyes of the green-cloaked visitor. At this moment, he had already sensed the aura of these Wind Lightning Divine Eagles. Hence, he was extremely clear about it. After all, he was the strongest amongst the many people present. There were two of them. Fortunately, there were only two of them. If there were more of them, he would not be able to deal with them. Fortunately, there were only two of them. Even the Wind Thunder Divine Hawk had to give way to the visitor in green. Just two Wind Thunder Divine Hawks. Get out of my way. I won't bicker with you today. The green-cloaked visitor unleashed his might towards the two Wind Lightning Divine Eagles. Under normal circumstances, the two Wind Lightning Divine Eagles would definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. But today's situation was different. Now, it was not up to them to leave whenever they wanted. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Right now, they were only scouting ahead. Godly Wind Thunder Hawk. The Godly Wind Thunder Hawk should be near the Thunder Pool Mountain. Why would it appear here? Immediately, the people from the Duke clan below also saw the Wind Thunder Godly Eagles. The first person to sense the Wind Thunder Godly Eagles was the Ice Sparrow. Both of them had cultivated the cultivation method of the Demon clan. Hence, they were able to sense each other as they were of the same kind. Naturally, they were quite sharp. There was still a certain distance between the Thunder Pool Mountain and the Sky Suspension Mountain. Furthermore, these Wind Thunder Godly Eagles had their own territories. They seemed to be in a hurry to come here after traveling such a long distance. However, it was clear that the two Wind Thunder Godly Eagles had no intention of listening to the green-cloaked visitor's threat and order to leave. It hovered above the Du family's residence. They were hesitating. What do you mean? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Immediately, the green-cloaked visitor was furious. Now was the time for him to be in high spirits, so the green-cloaked visitor was also quite angry. He dared to beat anyone now. If these two Wind Thunder Godly Eagles were disobedient and dared to deliberately provoke His Majesty in such a situation, then he would beat them up together. What could they do? However, the Wind Thunder Godly Eagles ignored the latter and continued to hover. Below, Du Ling'er frowned. She seemed to have a premonition that something was about to happen. At this moment, from the thick clouds, a flying boat was also directly penetrating out. Boom! The flying boat broke through. It seemed to be riding on the waves. Then, this huge body gradually descended. Just the aura that descended had already reached a level that could intimidate the heavens. That's a flying boat? Someone can actually drive a flying boat in the untainted land. The material of this flying boat seems to be extremely special. What a strong sense of oppression. Look at the appearance and aura. It's definitely not something that an ordinary person can design. Even the people from the Tan family were shocked by the oppressive aura of the Sky Marshal boat. At the same time, they were full of admiration for the design of this Sky Marshal boat. The Tan family also had a flying boat, but it was far from the level of these people in front of them. Boom! The people from the Tan family had yet to calm down. Another 3 Wind Thunder Godly Eagles jumped down from the flying boat. Immediately, the aura of the 5 Wind Thunder Godly Eagles directly suppressed the green-cloaked visitor and the people from the Tan family, making them breathless. They were really too strong. It was as if 5 mountains had descended from the sky and pressed down on their heads. What's going on? Do you want to die? Do you know the consequences of offending me? The green-cloaked visitor looked at the 5 Wind Thunder Godly Eagles and frowned. His tone was slightly restrained, not daring to provoke these people too much. However, he was still very tough. He would never allow these Wind Thunder Godly Eagles to be presumptuous in front of him. Bit by bit, his aura emerged. However, the Tianwu ship continued to descend. At this moment, 5 figures finally descended from the Tianwu ship. Ling'er, what's going on? Li Zhongzhou's voice came from above. When Do Ling'er heard Li Zhongzhou's voice, her eyes lit up. She couldn't even believe her ears. Did I hear wrongly? Dou Ling'er shuddered. However, Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran, and the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace had all appeared. Dou Ling'er saw them clearly. When Bing Ke saw the three elders and Li Zongjiu, she started to cry. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Master! Elders! Bing Ke immediately shouted to the three elders. Dou Ling'er was also very excited. She immediately rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Dou Tianhe, who was behind her, didn't know what was going on. Dou Ling'er had already rushed out. If this was a trap, he would have fallen into it. However, Dou Ling'er was too fast, so Dou Tianhe instantly caught up with her. All of you, stay here. Dou Tianhe and the other experts of the Dou family rushed out. The other disciples didn't know what was going on, but they had to obey Dou Tianhe's order. Dou Ling'er flew up to Li Zongjiu and hugged Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran's face froze when she saw this. However, Dou Ling'er was surprised when she saw Qi Yanran. Sister Yanran. Dou Ling'er was stunned when she saw Qi Yanran. They knew each other when they were in Li Zongjiu's mansion. She heard that they were together, but they didn't have the chance to meet again. After leaving Li Zongjiu's mansion, Dou Ling'er returned to the primitive clan and never returned. Dou Ling'er was the top disciple of Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Qi Yanran was the genius of 4C's Medicine Matter. Back then, Dou Ling'er was very mysterious. The two weren't very familiar with each other, but when they met today, Qi Yanran felt an innocent and pure feeling coming from Dou Ling'er. She was just like a little girl next door. But during this period of time, however, because of the Dou clan, Dou Ling'er had to use her blood to refine mad blood pills. Therefore, her body was very weak. Your body is very weak. Qi Yanran tapped on Dou Ling'er's arm. Suddenly, a pure energy rushed into Dou Ling'er's body and quickly healed her injuries, sweeping away all the exhaustion from before. Li Zongjiu, these people want to destroy my family. Dou Ling'er pointed at the Tan clan, especially the man in green. She had finally found a backer. Of course, these people had to pay the price. Dou Ling'er didn't care what would happen to them. She only cared about her family. Senior. Evil Lord? Dou Tianhe came to Li Zongjiu's side. At the same time, he saw the elders of Sparrow Divine Palace. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. No matter what, he was extremely excited. He's my father. Turan explained. Li Zongjiu also greeted Dou Tianhe. The Ice Sparrow was also quite excited to meet the elders again. She thought that she would never see them again, but when she saw that the three elders were all safe and sound, she was very surprised. But for Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yanran was by his side, so Bing Ke naturally didn't dare to act rashly. However, she also quietly glanced at Li Zongjiu. Ice Sparrow, come and greet the palace master of Sparrow God Palace. The great elder hurriedly said. Ice Sparrow was also a disciple of Sparrow God Palace. Now that the palace lord had been born, she naturally had to pay her respects. He wasn't surprised that Qi Yanran had become the palace master of Sparrow Divine Palace. He hurriedly kowtowed to Qi Yanran. Ice Sparrow greets the palace master. Rise, there's no need to be so courteous. Qi Yanran said. The group of people chatted for a long time, ignoring the green-clothed visitor and the others. This made Tan Zhouyuan, the green-clothed visitor, and the others angry. Haha, is your family reunion over? If it's over, then prepare to die. The green-clothed visitor suddenly sneered. Li Zongjiu and the others looked over and motioned the people around to stand behind them. In fact, with the power of the Tianwu ship, it could easily kill him. The other party's strength seemed to be powerful, but it was probably still not enough to withstand the Tianwu ship. You're just a 6th grade sovereign. Who gave you the courage to come here and cause trouble? Li Zongjiu glanced at the green-clothed visitor in front of him and directly exposed his cultivation. When the green-clothed visitor heard Li Zongjiu's words, he couldn't help but sneer. He thought that Li Zongjiu had great strength, but it turned out that it was only on the surface. Dou Tianhe also wanted to say something. After all, the green-clothed visitor's strength seemed to be only at the 6th grade sovereign realm, but his strength had already surpassed the 6th grade sovereign realm. At this moment, Li Zongjiu added another sentence. Oh, so you're a little bug from Dragon Island. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The green-clothed visitor was immediately shocked by Li Zong's words. How did he know? How did Li Zongjiu know? He was actually able to see through it. The green-clothed visitor's eyes were filled with a trace of disbelief. Not only that, but the rest of the people were also surprised. Did they hear it wrongly? Dragon Island? Dragon Tribe. Dou Tianhe finally understood why the green-clothed visitor, who looked like a 6th-grade sovereign, could easily defeat a 7th-grade sovereign. Moreover, he only needed the strength of 3 punches to easily break the Dou family's protective clan array. It turned out that this person's identity was not ordinary. The Dragon Tribe's talent was extremely strong. Perhaps the green-clothed visitor's cultivation was indeed at the 6th-grade sovereign realm, but the talent of his tribe gave him an extremely strong physique. Even the existence of this power system was far beyond imagination. Therefore, the green-clothed visitor could exert such a strong effect in the battle. It turned out that they had been fighting with a Dragon Tribe expert all along. The green-clothed visitor really didn't expect this. This kid in front of him could actually see through his identity. Yes, the green-clothed visitor was indeed from Dragon Island. Now that Dragon Island's strength had increased greatly, they were no longer satisfied with just Dragon Island. They even hoped to rule the entire continent. They wanted to completely change the name of Xingwu Continent to Dragon Continent. In order to achieve this, they had to show their strength. The Tan family was one of the families chosen by the Dragon Island. Therefore, the Dragon Island decided to nurture the Tan family first. When the Tan family's strength increased and became one of the top families in the continent, the Dragon Island would be able to use them. There was no need for them to do everything personally. Who knew that they would encounter so many problems when dealing with the Dou family? Although the process was smooth, the green-clothed visitor was very unhappy with the appearance of the person in front of him. I was wondering. So it's the Heavenly Sparrow clan. Kid, are you relying on the support of the Heavenly Sparrow clan? Do you have the guts to fight one-on-one with me? The green-clothed visitor sneered. Now that his identity had been revealed, it was time for a one-on-one battle. There were so many people looking at Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu admitted defeat at this time, he would never be able to raise his head again. Originally, they wanted to force Li Zongjiu to fight. However, when they heard that the green-clothed visitor in front of them wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu, they immediately felt embarrassed. Qi Yanran's face suddenly became strange. Cough, cough. Let's move aside and give them some space. Qi Yanran and her people retreated one after another. She really couldn't believe that there were still people who wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu one-on-one in this era. Was life not good enough, or was the air not fresh enough? How long has it been? Finally, someone mustered up the courage to fight with him. Li Zongjiu also looked at the green-clothed visitor with a smirk on his face. Why don't you quickly summon all the elders of Dragon Island? I'm afraid that it will be too late. If I wait too long, I won't be able to experience it. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the green-clothed visitor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, you overestimate yourself. Today, I will show you the strength of my dragon clan. Previously, he had concealed his identity. This was because the green-clothed guest did not wish to reveal his noble identity in such a simple situation. Otherwise, it would appear that he was not of a high status. Therefore, he needed to reveal his identity at a critical moment or on a noble occasion. Only then would he be worthy of his identity as the little prince of the dragon tribe. But now, he was provoked by Li Zongjiu and the others. The green-clothed visitor did not hide his identity anymore. The other party might have some skills, but regardless, the visitor was prepared to kill Li Zongjiu in an instant. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate the Heavenly Sparrow tribe in front of him. A tribe that was struggling at death's door actually dared to appear in front of the dragon tribe. Previously, the 3 great demon clans could be said to be heaven-defying clans. They themselves possessed great power. Moreover, the 3 clans were not afraid of each other. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Their strength was equally terrifying. But now, with the passage of time, the other 2 tribes had also declined. Now, they finally saw the traces of the Heavenly Sparrow tribe. As for the Heavenly Demon tribe, not even a shadow of them could be seen. They might have been extinct. However, the most powerful tribe was the current heavenly dragon tribe. Back then, the dragon tribe occupied the dragon island and began to reproduce. Now, the dragon island was floating in the sea and no one was below its position. Now, the strength of the dragon tribe had gradually continued to reach its peak. The elders of the dragon tribe believed that the current dragon island had enough strength to take over the mainland. What 3 dynasties? It would be a piece of cake for them. They could easily take them down. What they really needed to care about was the power in the untainted land. The green-clothed visitor slapped himself with his palm. Then, he easily tore his clothes into pieces. Under his clothes, there were golden dragon scales on his body. Every piece of dragon scale seemed to contain a natural power. Even if it was just a single piece, it would still be an unparalleled piece of art. At this moment, the green-clothed visitor displayed his powerful dragon tribe body. Almost every inch of his power was exquisite and unparalleled. Are you done showing off? Li Zhongjiu looked at the green-clothed visitor who wanted to shatter his clothes before he could fight. Then, he would show off his powerful strength. He kept clenching his fists and roaring. Those who didn't know would think that it was a hereditary disease. Let me show you the power of the dragon race. The green-clothed visitor roared angrily. Then, a terrifying force blasted toward Li Zhongjiu's head. Under the fist, ripples appeared in the space. It was as if it was about to be unable to withstand the power of the other party. Li Zhongjiu, be careful. Dou Ling couldn't help but ask. He was worried that Li Zhongjiu would be killed by a single punch because he underestimated his opponent. If that happened, it would be too much of a loss. He was clearly able to defeat his opponent. Facing the opponent's fist that was charging towards him, Li Zhongjiu simply extended a finger. He managed to block the opponent's fist that was filled with power. It was extremely easy. The other party's fist seemed to be powerful, but in front of Li Zhongjiu, it was completely like a decoration. It had no effect at all. Even the green-clothed visitor himself couldn't figure out what was going on. Where did all his strength go? Li Zhongjiu should have died under his fist. Is that all you've got? Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but frown. It had been a long time since he fought with the dragon race. The last time he fought with the dragon race was when he killed the 4 supreme beings of the dragon race. In the blink of an eye, he didn't know how much time had passed. He thought that his opponent would be very strong. He didn't expect that his opponent would be much weaker than he imagined. Why don't you try it again? Li Zhongjiu took a step back and signaled his opponent to continue attacking so that he could feel his strength. Ever since the green-clothed visitor left Dragon Island, this was the first time he felt that his strength was ignored by someone. At the same time, he was directly provoked to continue attacking. You're courting death. At this moment, the green-clothed visitor didn't care whether Li Zhongjiu was using evil techniques or if he was just bluffing. In fact, he couldn't take it anymore and had reached his limit. Immediately, the skin on the green-clothed visitor's head was directly torn apart. Rip. Then, the green-clothed visitor's head turned from a middle-aged man to a dragon's head. However, it was obvious that the evolution wasn't complete. The body didn't display its full power, so it looked more like a giant lizard's head. Even the dual-headed black demonic dragon of the fallen clan couldn't be compared to this. Looking at the weak guy in front of him who was like a bug. Before the opponent could make his move, Li Zhongjiu directly smashed the green-clothed visitor's head with a punch. Bang! The green-clothed visitor's head that had just turned into a dragon's head exploded under Li Zhongjiu's iron fist. Blood splattered everywhere. The people of the Tan family were still waiting for the green-clothed visitor to show his strength. After all, he was a dragon from Dragon Island. His strength must be incomparably strong. However, he was easily defeated at this moment. He was killed in an instant. At the same time, looking at Li Zhongjiu's appearance, it seemed like he hadn't even started to get serious before he killed the green-clothed visitor in an instant. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Your appearance is really too ugly. Li Zhongjiu shook the blood off his hands. Initially, he wanted to have some fun with the green-clothed visitor. However, the latter's ugly appearance had indeed frightened Li Zhongjiu. Hence, he directly smashed the green-clothed visitor's head. He didn't even have the chance to let the latter send out a signal. If he didn't send out a signal, how would the people of Dragon Island know that he had died here and come to avenge him? Hence, he would have to wait for a long time. Li Zongjiu's gaze turned towards Tan Zhuoyuan and the others. Tan Zhuoyuan and the others immediately froze. It was as if they could foresee what was going to happen next. Initially, Tan Zhuoyuan and the others relied on their cooperation with the dragon tribe. Initially, the green-clothed visitor was sent by the dragon tribe to help them. However, someone had appeared and smashed the head of the foreign aide with a single punch. Moreover, by the looks of it, he seemed to be a friend of the Du family. This time, they were done for. Hey, friend, let's talk things over. How much money did the Du family give you? My Tan family is willing to give you 3 times, no, 5 times. Tan Zhuoyuan wanted to struggle in the final moment. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of dealing with Tan Zhuoyuan. Don't be nervous. I will give you a chance. Bring the body of this kid back and send a message to Dragon Island. Within 3 days, come to the Du family of Sky Suspension Mountain and apologize. Kowtow and kneel down. Otherwise, I, evil Lord Li Zongjiu, will annihilate Dragon Island. Li Zongjiu said. These words always had a mysterious feeling when he heard them. To make the dragon tribe kneel down? Wasn't that a little too difficult? However, Tan Zhuoyuan knew that he would at least be able to return alive today. After he returned alive, he would definitely inform the dragon tribe of Dragon Island. No matter how powerful this Li Zongjiu was, there would be someone to deal with him. Li Zongjiu's words also made Tan Zhuoyuan feel a little confused. Even when he was leaving, he was still in a daze. He was still worried that Li Zongjiu would appear at the last moment and kill them. He purposely asked them to leave to lower their vigilance. However, Tan Zhuoyuan and the rest left successfully. It was so smooth that Tan Zhuoyuan could not believe that they had left so easily. Could it be that Li Zongjiu did not intend to kill them after the Tan family left? Dou Tianhe heaved a sigh of relief. He was already thankful that they could resolve the crisis today. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had already killed the most powerful guest in green. Dou Tianhe was already very grateful. He could not possibly ask Li Zongjiu to wipe out the Tan family. Of course, it would be better for him to do it himself. As long as they could survive today, there would definitely be a chance for revenge in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dou Tianhe quickly thanked Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Dou Tianhe had already recognized the other party's lineup. The legendary evil dominator actually had such a great background. He had a total of 5 Wind Thunder Divine Eagles under his command. Even his wife was the palace master of the Sparrow God Palace. Who do you think would be able to take such a huge gamble? He was too strong. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it would be easy for him to wipe out the Tan family. Similarly, it would be even easier for him to wipe out the Dou family. You're welcome. Ling and I are friends. When the time is right, we'll kill these ignorant fools. We'll stay here first. When the people from Dragon Island arrive, we'll get rid of them. Li Zongjiu said. Get rid of Dragon Island, that would mean facing the entire dragon tribe. The Du clan was a clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years in the untainted land. Naturally, they knew about the existence of the dragon tribe and how powerful they were. Although Li Zongjiu had gathered a lot of forces around him, it was almost impossible to deal with the entire dragon clan. However, Dou Tianhe couldn't say that he was overestimating himself. After all, he had just saved the lives of his entire clan. Of course, you're most welcome. Please. Dou Tianhe said gratefully. If Li Zongjiu and the others stayed here, it would be much safer. After all, with so many experts here, even if the people of the dragon clan came, they would have to think twice. Li Zongjiu, my grandfather is injured. I can't treat him with my ability. Can you help me save my grandfather? Dou Linger looked at Li Zongjiu and said pitifully. Why are you acting pitiful? Let's go. Li Zongjiu patted Dou Linger's head. Don't underestimate this delicate and pitiful girl. Back in the Heavenly Dawn medicine matter, this girl looked soft and weak, but when she fought, she was quite fierce and violent. No one dared to believe that this little girl was actually so ferocious. Qi Yanran and the others were resting under the arrangement of the Du clan. Bing Ke and the three elders went to catch up with each other. The 5 Wind Thunder Divine Eagles were sent to patrol the surroundings. At least, flying like this would let the surrounding meta beasts know that there were top meta beasts in the Du clan. Even though they were hovering in the air, they were still quite impressive. As for the corpse of the green-robed visitor, it fell to the ground and rotted. No one cared about it at all. Who would have thought that the dignified dragon clan would end up with their corpses exposed in the wilderness? Anyone who heard this would be heartbroken and shed tears. For the noble dragon clan, such a way of dying was simply the greatest insult. If the experts of the dragon clan came and saw this scene, they would definitely fly into a rage. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't care about the origin of the dispute between the two clans. These things weren't important to Li Zongjiu. There were thousands of reasons. However, after Li Zongjiu's arrival, there was only one outcome to everything. Dou Linger and Dou Tianhe brought Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu to the secret chamber of the Du clan. Inside this secret chamber were all the experts of the Du clan who had been seriously injured and were recuperating quickly. Dou Su was sitting in the main seat. He was the head of the Du clan. Dou Su's cultivation was naturally the highest. However, he was also the one who had been beaten up the most by the green-robed visitor. After all, Dou Su's strength wasn't as good as the latter's. Now that he was able to keep his life, it was already very good. Tianhe, what's the situation outside? Dou Su opened his eyes and saw Dou Tianhe. At the same time, he also saw Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. At first, Dou Su couldn't believe his eyes. Was that Li Zongjiu? If Li Zongjiu was here, didn't that mean that the elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were here as well? But is that Senior Evil Lord? Dou Su wanted to get up immediately, but he was stopped by the elders of the Du clan beside him. How did this happen? Li Zongjiu glanced around. Almost all the top experts of the Du clan were recuperating here. Furthermore, these people's recuperation methods were very strange. They used everyone's strength to concentrate on one person. If the first person could be cured, they would be able to transfer their strength back to the others. This strange method was very similar to a kind of meta beast. When a meta beast was injured, it would hug each other for warmth and recuperation. This way, he would be able to recover very quickly. If he was alone, he would die very quickly. You do it. Your strength is more suitable. Qi Yanran nodded. Then, she flicked her finger. A ray of 5-colored divine light shot into Dou Su's body. It happened so fast that no one could react in time. Soon, Dou Su's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was because the irreversible injuries in his body were rapidly recovering at this moment. Moreover, the speed of recovery was simply inconceivable to him. How is this possible? My injuries. Dou Su was shocked, but he didn't just stand there stupidly. Moreover, the power that Qi Yanran injected was very strong. It was more than enough to heal him. Therefore, Dou Su quickly transferred the power back. The rest of the experts of the Du clan were also healed by this power. Their injuries were recovering rapidly. This, Dou Tianhe, who was standing at the side, saw this happen with his own eyes. How did Qi Yanran do it? This was simply too terrifying. With just one move, she healed everyone. Amazing. Dou Su and the others could clearly feel that their injuries were healing. They were full of admiration for Qi Yanran's powerful means. Wow, thank you, Sister Yanran. Du Linger immediately expressed her gratitude to Qi Yanran. Because her grandfather and the others were seriously injured, they had to use this ancient method to heal their injuries. Moreover, it would take a very long time for him to recover from his injuries. If they couldn't get through it, they would die directly. Now that Qi Yanran had appeared and saved dozens of lives, she was also the most powerful person in the Du family. Although Li Zongjiu and the others were here now. It didn't matter how powerful they were, but Li Zongjiu and the others couldn't always protect the Du family here. Therefore, it was a good thing for the Du family to be able to recover their fighting strength. Alright, you have just recovered. You should rest more. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say when he saw these people crying bitterly, as if there was a happy ending after suffering. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, it was just a small matter. This sort of treatment wasn't much of a problem. As long as this person was still breathing, it wasn't much of a problem for the evil lord. That's right. Father, you should rest more. I'll entertain the evil lord. By the way, the arrogant green-clothed visitor was killed by the evil lord just now, Du Tianhe said to Du Su. After dropping such a heavy piece of news, they directly left the secret room. This allowed Du Su and the others to properly digest this piece of shocking news. Because of Li Zongjiu's arrival, the Du family's situation had changed dramatically. He had really turned the situation around. Originally, Du Tianhe wanted to hold a banquet to thank Li Zongjiu. For an expert like Li Zongjiu, even the whole Du family might not be able to take out anything to thank him. Li Zongjiu refused. Li Zongjiu wasn't very familiar with the Du clan, he was only familiar with Dou Ling. He didn't like having such a large group of people eating together. Eating was more interesting when it was with his own people. However, the food was still prepared by the Du family. That night, Du Su and the others had already walked out of the secret chamber. They also gathered together to discuss the situation that the Du family was about to face. I didn't expect the Dragon clan to be behind this. Du Su was clearly a little angry. No wonder he felt strange when he fought with the green-cloaked visitor. However, the Dragon clan was very powerful. If they wanted to cause trouble, they could cause trouble. The Dou clan didn't have the ability to stop them. But family head, we have truly offended the Dragon tribe. According to Tianhe, the Dragon tribe will not let us off now that the Dragon tribe members have died in our Du family's territory. An elder said worriedly. After all, this wasn't a small matter. You idiot. If it wasn't for Senior Evil Lord, you wouldn't have the right to speak. So what if it's the Dragon tribe? Do you think our Du family is afraid of them? Since he wants to destroy my Dou clan, then my Dou clan will definitely drag one of his Dragon clan to death even if we have to use our last breath. Another elder directly retorted. What kind of time and era was this? There were still people who wanted to put their own safety first. Save their own skin? How could they save their own skin? The Dragon tribe could throw you to your death with a swing of its tail. The elder who was reprimanded didn't feel unbearable. The existence of the Council of Elders was to put forward different opinions. If everyone's opinion was the same, it wouldn't necessarily mean that their opinion was correct. Moreover, there had to be different opinions to maintain the diversity of the meeting. In the end, Du Su still needed to make the final decision. He stood firmly on Evil Lord's side. Before this, he had already sent many people from the Du family to the mainland. This kind of precautionary measure was necessary and had been prepared for a long time. Those who could stay in the Sky Suspension Mountain of the Du family. They were all able to fight their enemies at any time. These people were fighting to protect the Du family's reputation and dignity. Another group of people had already been arranged to continue the bloodline of the Du family. If a powerful existence appeared in the future, they would be able to avenge the Du family. An existence like the Du clan was like a big tree with deep roots. After many years of planning, it was unknown how many people were scattered in every corner of the continent. There was no end to killing. At the Sky Suspension Mountain, the people of the Du family were quietly waiting for the Dragon tribe to come. They also wanted to see if evil Lord Li Zongjiu really had the strength to stop the Dragon tribe's attack. The Tan family. Previously, when the green-robed guest came, he gave the Tan family a piece of dragon scale in case they needed it. When they needed the Dragon tribe, they would polish a piece of dragon scale. At least as a vassal family, the Tan family was considered wise. After unifying the mainland, there would be many things for the Tan family to do. When Tan Zhuoyuan polished the piece of dragon scale, a shadow was also projected from the dragon scale. It looked like the green-robed guest. It was a man in a long green robe. However, he looked a little old. People of the Tan family, why have you called for me? The green shadow lifted his head slowly and looked at the people of the Tan family. Immediately, Tan Zhuoyuan led the upper echelons of the Tan family behind him and knelt down to the green shadow. The Tan family greets the elder of the Dragon tribe. Elder, something bad has happened. Qingyi was killed by someone called Evil Lord. After Tan Zhuoyuan finished his sentence, he immediately felt an immense pressure descending on him. At this moment, the real body of the green shadow was tens of thousands of miles away from the Tan family. However, he was able to transmit his aura through the projection. This showed how strong the other party was. What did you say? The other party said coldly. Tanzhou Yuan also hurriedly reported the situation where Li Zongjiu and the others had appeared that day. At the same time, he also repeated Li Zongjiu's vicious words to the elder of the dragon tribe without missing a single word. Great! Very well, a mere ant dares to challenge a god. The other party laughed coldly. I will move out immediately. Tell the people of the Tan family to get ready. After 10 hours, I will twist that kid's head off. 10 hours, the Dragon Island was tens of thousands of miles away from the Chaos Land. However, the other party could reach within 10 hours. The shadow disappeared. Tanzhou Yuan and the others stood up one after another. The elder of the dragon tribe is furious. None of these people can run away. This time, let's see how long the Du family can laugh. This was because Li Zongjiu and the others would be waiting for the dragon tribe to arrive. However, since these humans and dragons had shamelessly returned to the continent, it was hard to say what they had done in the 3 dynasties of the continent. Therefore, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were sent. They were sent to Luoxia City and Monarch City respectively. Although Li Zongjiu had left some powerful ones behind, they were still insignificant compared to the strength of the dragon tribe. The strongest one in the entire Luoxia City was the first-grade sovereign Sky Blaze Lion. Why don't I return to the dynasty first to check on this situation so that you won't be worried? Qi Yanran said. Qi Yanran's strength was comparable to Li Zongjiu's. Even in the face of the powerful dragon tribe, she could fight head-on. Qi Yanran knew that Li Zongjiu was worried. Even if the elders went, they wouldn't be at ease. Therefore, she took the initiative to say it. Then I'll have to trouble you to make this trip. Take the Sky Marshal boat with you. Since Qi Yanran was willing to go, Li Zongjiu was naturally more relieved. No need. I'll use the platform. Qi Yanran didn't say anything else. She summoned the green bird platform and it turned into a pair of wings behind her back. Qi Yanran's figure soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Boom! Qi Yanran's figure disappeared. You guys go with her. It's okay to be late. It's boring to stay here. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but ask as he looked at the elders of Sparrow God Palace. At this moment, the elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were immersed in the powerful strength that their palace master had displayed. She was able to use the power of the green bird platform. She was so powerful. She was like a sharp sword that could pierce the heavens. She's worthy of being the palace master of the Sparrow Divine Palace. She has the prestige of our ancestors. The 3 elders were extremely touched. Finally, this day had come. Even if they were to face the dragon clan of the Dragon Island, they would no longer be afraid. Although the Divine Phoenix Palace had been destroyed, it had been exchanged for a clan leader with a bright future who could bring eternal glory to the Sky Sparrow race. Wouldn't that be great? The 3 elders and Ice Sparrow rode the Wind Thunder Godly Eagle and flew out of the Untainted Land. They had not left the Untainted Land for many years because they had yet to complete their mission. Now, they finally had the chance to make a trip to the Untainted Land. In addition, there was also a Wind Thunder Condor. He left it for Li Zongjiu as a means of transportation. Normally, it was fine to send them out to patrol. Evidently, this Wind Thunder deity hawk was also the strongest existence among the 5. It was also the one that was able to clearly sense the threat and oppression coming from Li Zongjiu. In front of Li Zongjiu, his life was like a 1,000-pound boulder hanging on a thin rope. His life was hanging by a thread. If Li Zongjiu was unhappy, he could kill him with a sneeze. He would definitely end up in a miserable state. This Wind Thunder deity hawk was obviously suffering from paranoia. It was always thinking that Li Zongjiu might find some excuse to kill it. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not care about what this bird was thinking. Dou Ling also went back to recuperate. The previous battle could be said to have overdrawn Dou Ling-er's strength. This made Dou Tian's heart ache. Now that the elders of the Dou family had recovered their strength, they were also repairing the Dou family's defensive array. Although this thing was not worth mentioning in front of the dragon race, it was still better than nothing. If it weren't for the Great Mountain Protection Formation that lasted for 2 seconds, by the time Li Zongjiu and the others arrived, they would have been dead already. Perhaps the Dou family would have already been reduced to ruins. Therefore, this was something that could not be determined. Li Zhongzhou heard that there was a wintry lake in the mountains behind the Dou family. The wintry lake was cold all year round, but it was only in this small area. The strange thing was that the water did not freeze. Therefore, he suspected that there might be some meta beasts causing trouble under the wintry lake. However, entering the wintry lake was a very dangerous thing. Moreover, even if they discovered some secrets, there might not be any benefits. The wintry lake itself was here, and there were no strange occurrences. Therefore, as time passed, no one paid attention to it. Li Zhongzhou used his mental power to investigate and discovered that there was a school of 1,000 cold ruler fish under the lake. This kind of fish should only be found in the deep sea. Why would they appear in the wintry lake? Of course, this kind of fish did not have any offensive abilities. It was just that their attributes were filled with coldness. Li Zhongzhou was instantly interested. To be able to encounter this kind of deep-sea fish in such a place. Li Zhongzhou had a very precious fishing rod in his hands. It was given to him by Chu Yanguan when he was in the sacred martial realm. In order to curry favor with this evil lord, Chu Yanguan had put in a lot of effort. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was quite satisfied with Chu Yanguan's actions. That day, Li Zhongzhou started fishing in the wintry lake. Fishing? When Dusu heard this news, he was also stunned. How can a person stay in the wintry lake at such a temperature? Furthermore, there are fish in the wintry lake? The people of the Dou family could not understand Li Zhongzhou's actions. An expert was an expert, and the things he did were unpredictable. In the wilderness, wind and clouds gathered. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Tan family's residence, causing a huge black cloud vortex to appear in the sky above the Tan family's residence. Within the vortex, there were lightning bolts shooting out continuously. It was earth-shattering. It was as if the heavens and the earth were splitting apart. The people of the Tan family trembled under the might of the lightning bolts. All the meta beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles were prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to move. What king? What overlord? At this moment, all of them had become grandsons. Although the other party's aura was 10,000 miles away, just a trace of power released was enough to make the meta beasts feel fear and submission from the depths of their souls. Where is my son's corpse? The skin of the people who came was green, and there were 2 dragon horns on their foreheads. The one who spoke was a burly man with a green face. Including the green-clothed visitor, the 5 people in front of them were also present. In fact, they only belonged to a small lineage on the Dragon Island. The lineage of the Greenstone Dragon. They were not on the same level as the Greenstone Dragon, one of the 4 legendary divine beasts. The Greenstone Dragon was a true divine dragon. The Greenstone Dragon in front of them only possessed a powerful bloodline, but it still belonged to the category of meta beasts. The 5 people who came were all the relatives of the green-clothed visitor. 2 parents, 2 brothers, and an uncle. These 5 Greenstone Dragon experts from Dragon Island had already formed an absolute dominating aura within 10,000 miles of the Tan family's territory with their aura alone. All of the meta beasts knew clearly that the dragon race was here. As one of the top races among the meta beasts, the king's aura that it carried was enough to intimidate everyone within its vicinity once it appeared. Where is my son now? Seeing that the people in front of him were scared out of their wits, he roared again, waking Tan Zhouyuan and the others up. Elder. The body of the green-clothed guest is still being controlled by the Dou family. They don't allow us to get close to it. They said that they want to punish him. Tan Zhouyuan naturally had a flash of inspiration. He directly blamed this matter on the Dou family. At first, the Dou family did not notice the green-clothed guest's body. However, they realized that the green-clothed guest's body had gradually turned into a dragon's body after an hour of his death. Moreover, the corpse aura in the surroundings seemed to be highly toxic, killing all the plants around it. At the same time, none of the meta beasts dared to get close to the corpse to eat it. From this point alone, it could be seen. The corpse of the dragon clan in front of them was quite terrifying. Even though it was dead, its aura still lingered. Since Li Zhongzhou did not order them to touch the green-clothed guest's body, the Dou family did not do anything about it. The people of the Dou clan didn't go forward to deal with the corpse. Instead, they surrounded the corpse with wooden stakes. From time to time, the Du clan's disciples would go forward to observe. After all, it was the legendary dragon clan. The existence of the dragon race had always been just a legend. But today, they saw it for real. Although it was already dead, it was still quite shocking. There were even some busybodies from the Du family who brought a drawing board over. One of the Du family's disciples had the talent to be a painter since young. Now that he finally saw the real dragon's body, he naturally wanted to use the brush in his hand to copy the dragon's body. Tisk, tsk. Everything is good except for the head. If only I could see the dragon head with my own eyes. At that moment, the painter had already completed most of the dragon corpse works. Now, with the ink brush in his mouth, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. At the same time, he was thinking about when he would be able to see the real dragon head with his own eyes. While thinking about it, suddenly, the sky darkened. Ah, is it going to rain? She had just finished drawing, and the ink had not even dried yet. If it rained at this time, wouldn't it be ruined? However, just as he was about to get up and put away his scroll, he suddenly saw a faintly discernible terrifying head in the sky. It was currently breathing out clouds and mist. It looked like an enlarged version of a lizard head. So ugly. When the painter disciple of the Du clan saw this scene, he was really shocked by the huge lizard head in front of him. Its two nostrils seemed to be pointing towards the sky. Originally, he thought that he was dreaming, but now, he was hallucinating. But all of a sudden, the disciple was sent flying by a terrifying aura. Boom! The terrifying aura instantly landed around the green-clothed visitor's corpse, isolating the surrounding. Aura! How dare you disregard the corpse of our dragon clan's disciple? Leaving his corpse in the wilderness. The green-clothed visitor's uncle immediately roared towards the sky. The other party's actions were an unbridled provocation to their noble dragon clan, they were simply courting death. Such actions were a provocation to the entire dragon clan. Immediately, the terrifying aura immediately filled the sky above the Du clan. Oh no, the dragon clan is coming. The painter hurriedly picked up his painting. It wasn't easy for him to fulfill his wish of seeing the dragon's head. However, it seemed that the dragon's head was different from what he had expected. Therefore, the painter was very disappointed. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about disappointment. He hurriedly informed the clan about the dragon clan's arrival. In fact, there was no need for this guy to inform the clan. When the dragon clan came, they also came with great fanfare. They didn't hold back in the slightest. When they released their aura, it immediately crushed the sky above the Du clan like a mountain. The moment Du Su and the others sensed the arrival of the powerful beings from the dragon race, their faces changed immediately. Even though they had already recovered their strength, compared to these formidable beings from the dragon race, even if they were to raise their strength by another level, they might not be a match for these powerful beings of the Hui dragon race before them, let alone those who had just recovered. Since the green-clothed visitor had died, it was obvious that the other party's powerhouses were even stronger than the green-clothed visitor. Immediately, thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Everyone, don't act rashly. Ignore them. Where is Senior Evil Lord now? In the face of such a powerful enemy, Du Su had no other choice. He could only ask everyone to remain calm and then send someone to look for Evil Lord. Li Xianxia waited bitterly for an entire afternoon. These 1,000 fish were more cautious than he had imagined. After all, it had been so many years and they had never seen any food fall by itself. Therefore, they kept probing back and forth in front of this lump of food for a long time. It's coming, it's coming. Li Xianxia could feel that his hook was constantly being probed by the 1,000 fish. This meant that the other party was already impatient. Patience was the key to fishing. If one's patience could not outlast the fish, then one would never be able to catch anything. Furthermore, it was important to grasp the final moment. If one stopped too early or too late, it would leave a great regret. Suddenly, the buoy on the surface of the pool gently sank. Li Xianxia knew that his chance had come. It's finally taken the bait. Just as Li Xianxia was about to raise his rod to reap the harvest, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Evil Lord Li Xianxia, get out here. The pole in Li Zongjiu's hand did not move, but the water in the heavenly chill lake was like a rattle drum at this moment as it violently swayed. After that, the thousand chill fish, which was about to take the bait, immediately turned around and left without any mercy. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Zongjiu had been sitting bitterly for an entire afternoon. Finally, at the last moment, his painstakingly accumulated results were destroyed by the other party. "Damn it, I think you have a death wish." Li Zongjiu angrily threw the fishing rod in his hand to the ground. His body instantly shot up into the sky. The one who roared in the sky was none other than the uncle of the green-cloaked visitor. Soon after, the other members of the Green Stone Dragon clan also arrived. 5 gigantic figures were intertwined in the sky. As they intertwined and swayed, they constantly released a terrifying aura. The sky was almost in a mess because of these 5 figures. Any force that fell down was enough to crush the entire Sky Suspension mountain range. Just when Du Su and the others were at their wits' end, they heard the dragons roaming in the sky provoking Li Zongjiu on the ground. Therefore, they all became alert. Great, this group of blind fools actually dared to provoke Senior Evil Lord. Now there's a good show to watch. Du Su himself also liked to fish and such. He also knew how unpleasant it was to be interrupted while fishing. Soon, the people of the Du family saw a figure rushing into the sky. The bodies of the 5 berserk dragons shuttled back and forth in the clouds. They could only see the beginning but not the end. At the same time, they spread their wings. Gusts of wind whistled, almost trapping Li Zongjiu. "You are Li Zongjiu." The uncle of the Greenstone Dragon, who was the leader, stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. In the face of their dragon's might, Li Zongjiu was not moved at all. Just this strength alone was enough to shock them. Then, the parents of the green-clothed visitor couldn't bear it anymore. "No need to talk nonsense. Just burn him to death. Taste my green dragon's breath." The couple opened their bloody mouths at Li Zongjiu at the same time and breathed out extremely strong flames. Immediately, Li Zongjiu was engulfed by the flames. They believed that no one in the world could withstand the power of the dragon's breath. Even the most terrifying magma in the volcano was less than 1/10 of the dragon's breath. It was as if a new sun was hanging in the sky. However, Li Zongjiu was wrapped in the dragon's breath and didn't have any reaction. Now, Li Zongjiu had already cultivated the body of the evil god. A mere dragon's breath would not be able to do anything to Li Zongjiu. At least in this world, there were very few things that could destroy Li Zongjiu's body. Even if Li Zongjiu wanted to be injured, it would be very difficult. "A bunch of worms like you have the nerve to call yourselves azure dragons? Even the color is wrong." Li Zongjiu had never seen the azure dragon, one of the 4 mythological beasts in the legends. However, these azure stone dragons only looked like large green lizards with wings. They didn't seem to have the majesty of the dragon race. Were the dragons so casual these days? With a gentle lift of his hand, he sent the frightening power back to Lin Fan. Boom, Li Zongjiu bounced back all the dragon breaths that were approaching him. Pung, the 2 azure stone dragons couldn't see Li Zongjiu's movements because their mouths were wide open. In the next second, they were sent flying by the power that Li Zongjiu threw back. Pung, the 2 figures were covered by their own dragon's breath flames. Then, the rest of the azure stone dragons attacked Li Zongjiu directly. Li Zongjiu summoned the unparalleled sword. He launched an overwhelming massacre. At first, the green stone dragon wanted to take advantage of its size and use its physical strength to attack Li Zongjiu. Its claws, its tail, and its bite. All sorts of close combat techniques that belonged to meta beasts were also displayed. However, the opponent didn't expect this at all. Li Zongjiu's sword was extremely sharp. At the same time, its body was as strong as iron. Its tail directly whipped Li Zongjiu's body. Not only did it not injure Li Zongjiu, but it also whipped its own tail. Li Zongjiu took the opportunity to grab the tail and slash it down. Whoosh, the sharp sword energy easily cut off the bluestone dragon's tail. The fierce battle in front of them made Du Su and the others shudder with fear. After all, if Li Zongjiu couldn't stop the opponent, the entire Du family might be buried with him. Moreover, there were 5 experts from the other side. Each of them was stronger than the previous blue-clothed visitor. Any one of them would be able to defeat Du Su and the others without the slightest suspense. Now that there were 5 of them, they didn't know if Li Zongjiu could stop them. This battle scene is a little strange. Why does it look like they're cutting fruits? Du Tianhe looked at the sky. On the surface, it looked like Li Zongjiu was being attacked by the opponents. However, he soon saw some broken limbs falling from the sky. Bang, 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 one moment, it was the tail. The next moment, it was the claws. The front claws and the back claws couldn't be distinguished. After a while, there were dragon horns and dragon meat falling from the sky. Fresh blood kept falling from the sky as if it didn't cost money. When it was poured onto the ground, it would initially be contaminated by the boiling hot energy contained within the dragon blood, resulting in a situation where not even a blade of grass would grow. However, as time passed, the scars on the surface of the ground would heal, and powerful plants would be born. After all, this was the land that was irrigated with dragon blood. Some of the parts that originally belonged to the Azure Stone Dragon were easily chopped off by Li Zongjiu. As the battle continued, the Azure Stone Dragons were shocked to find that the parts on their bodies were getting fewer and fewer. They were shocked. 2 dragon heads also fell from the sky. Boom, when they fell to the ground, the dragon head itself couldn't believe it. In its final struggle, it blinked a few times. In the end, it widened its eyes and lost its vitality. Is this a real dragon head? The Du family's disciple, who was painting, happened to be not far from the dragon head. Now, he could see it more clearly. He didn't expect that after waiting for half a day, such a thing would appear in the end. Suddenly, the Du family's disciple was quite disappointed. 2 more headless corpses fell from the sky. They were the 2 brothers of the green-clothed visitor. Because they dared to fight, they died the fastest. However, the remaining 3 figures were not so optimistic. They were basically missing an arm or a leg. Use the Dragon Ball to kill him. His weapon is too strong. We can't stop it. The Azure Stone Dragon, who had always been successful, unexpectedly encountered a terrifying opponent like Li Zongjiu. Moreover, they relied on their strong physical strength the most. However, in front of the sword in Li Zongjiu's hand, it was as weak as tofu. Li Zongjiu's sword easily penetrated their bodies. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Now that they had no choice, they had to use the power of the Dragon Ball. The so-called Dragon Ball was, in fact, the internal elixir that they cultivated. However, after using the internal elixir, it was a very dangerous action. Although the power was very strong, once the internal elixir was destroyed, it would take hundreds or thousands of years to repair it. Now that they were at the end of the road, if they didn't use their ultimate move, they would be killed by Li Zongjiu. Immediately, the green-clothed visitor's uncle exerted all his strength and opened his mouth. A ray of light bloomed from his mouth. When a dragon used the Dragon Ball, the others also needed to protect it from the side. When the Dragon Ball was spat out, its blazing power attracted Li Zongjiu. You actually cultivated an internal elixir. You are quite talented. Li Zongjiu's figure swayed. He actually rushed to the front of the Dragon Ball. Then, he stretched out his hand, trying to grab the Dragon Ball in his hand. Idiot, the Dragon Ball contains thousands of years of my cultivation. You want to grab it with one hand. He actually grabbed it. The latter's eyes widened. This was because Li Zongjiu directly grabbed the Dragon Ball in his hand. It was as easy as picking up a pebble from a stream. My Dragon Ball contains thousands of years of cultivation. Just the power that it emits is like a fire in the hand. How could he grab the Dragon Ball without any damage? Although it was more dangerous to damage the Dragon Ball, it wasn't necessarily an easy thing to do. As for whether it was easy or not, it wasn't a problem for Li Zongjiu. Your Dragon Ball is very bad. It can't even cultivate innate chi? Li Zongjiu took the Dragon Ball and looked at it, then said with disdain. When Li Zongjiu killed the 4 supremes of the Dragon Clan, he saw the power of the Dragon Ball. The innate chi in it was also very powerful. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu's strength, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. However, Li Zongjiu didn't use the Dragon Ball in his previous life. After all, Li Zongjiu only took the opponent's soul power. Innate chi? Innate your sister. Hearing Li Zongjiu's ridicule, the blue-clothed visitor's uncle almost vomited blood. Did you hear what this guy said? Was he speaking human language? He worked hard for thousands of years to condense a Dragon Ball. Not only was he ridiculed by Li Zongjiu for not having attributes, but he also ridiculed for not having innate qi. This damn innate qi could only be possessed by the four supremes of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, every breath of innate qi was passed down from top to bottom. It wasn't cultivated by oneself. It was impossible for him to cultivate it. The four supremes of the Dragon Clan could become true supremes because of this innate qi. The supremes of the Dragon Clan. The Green Stone Dragon was just a very small branch of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island. Naturally, there was no innate qi. Only the supreme of the Dragon Clan could possess the innate qi. But how did this guy know about it? It didn't matter what Li Zongjiu knew. Now that the Dragon Ball was in Li Zongjiu's hands, it meant that his life was in Li Zongjiu's hands. Stop. Let's talk things out. We are not irreconcilable enemies. Let's talk things out. The uncle of the blue-clothed visitor hurriedly said to Li Zongjiu. The remaining two couples looked at the three corpses on the ground. Wasn't this irreconcilable enemies? 3 of them were already dead. However, the most important thing right now was obviously to get the Dragon Ball back. Otherwise, his 1,000 years of cultivation would really be ruined. Oh? You are so easy to talk to. It seems that this thing is related to your life. Li Zongjiu seemed to be tossing marbles. The other party's eyes were also fixed on the Dragon Ball in Li Zongjiu's hands. My Sky Marshal boat still needs a few people to pull the carriage. You will do. Li Zongjiu said. Pull the carriage? He was an elder of the Greenstone Dragon bloodline. How could it be to pull a carriage for an insignificant human like you, although this was a high-class flying boat? It didn't mean that he, a member of the Dragon Clan, could do something that only an inferior race would do. It was an insult to him. You don't want to. I don't know if my sword can break this Dragon Ball. Do you want to try? Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he waved the unparalleled sword in his hand. He seemed to be ready to cut the Dragon Ball down to see if his sword was faster or the Dragon Ball was harder. Don't, the uncle hurriedly said. His eyes were fixed on the Dragon Ball. They had all experienced the power of Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword. If the other party's unparalleled sword slashed at the Dragon Pearl, even if it couldn't cut the Dragon Pearl in half, at least it wouldn't be a problem to crack it. Even if there was a small crack, it would be enough to make him lose vitality. Big brother, you are too spineless. The 2 of us will kill him for you and snatch the Dragon Ball back for you. The first uncle had completely lost his will to fight and became a puppet in Li Zongjiu's hands. Because of the Dragon Balls, the couple looked at each other and exchanged glances. It wagged its tail and quickly fled towards the horizon. Boom, when the 2 of them escaped, they appeared to be very carefree. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely find someone to save you and destroy this guy. Clearly, even the Dragon Clan knew to run away when they couldn't win. After all, everyone's life was precious. Even the dragon race wanted to survive. They didn't want to be killed so easily. Compared to having his cultivation crippled, it was better to preserve his life. Although he looked a little pathetic, at least he was able to keep his life. Go. Li Zongjiu never said that. He wanted them to leave. The unparalleled sword flew out of his hand and his figure rushed out quickly. It instantly pierced through the bodies of the 2 bluestone dragons. It cut the bluestone dragon cleanly in half. Even the remaining part of his body flew forward for quite a distance before falling from the sky. He killed 2 people in one strike. The unparalleled sword circled in the sky a few times and finally flew back to Li Zongjiu's side. Why are you running? You are going to die anyway. What's the point of running? Since they had disturbed Li Zongjiu's fishing, there was no way to keep them alive. Even if Li Zongjiu agreed, the fishing rod in his hand wouldn't. The first uncle of the bluestone dragon immediately looked at Li Zongjiu and the unparalleled sword that was circling around Li Zongjiu. He widened his eyes. Killed in one strike? Was he playing around just now? Could it be that the bitter battle that Li Zongjiu had shown just now was just to tease them? This was really too much. He actually did such a thing. I will do whatever you want me to do. Evil Lord. The bluestone dragon directly lowered his noble head. Li Zongjiu nodded. At least you know what's good for you. Lend me this Dragon Ball for a few days. Here. Li Zongjiu directly took the Dragon Ball. He didn't intend to return the Dragon Ball. Moreover, the Dragon Ball in his hand might have a very magical effect if it was used to refine pills. The Bluestone Dragon's face suddenly became bitter. He didn't have the Dragon Ball in his body. His cultivation wasn't even half of his usual. Now, not only did he lose the Dragon Ball, but he also had to pull the flying boat for Li Zongjiu. However, to be able to keep his life, this loss of dignity was worth it. Of course, the Bluestone Dragon also had a little thought in his heart. As long as he had the chance, he would immediately turn over and bite Li Zongjiu to death. At the same time, he would take back his Dragon Ball. Anyway, his lifespan was so long. Sooner or later, he would have the chance to take back his Dragon Ball. Li Zongjiu didn't know what the Bluestone Dragon in front of him was planning. However, even if it was the Bluestone Dragon, it wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Why didn't he see any trace of the Bluestone Dragon when he killed his way to Dragon Island? In fact, Dragon Island itself was very big. At that time, the Dragon Clan's experts could be said to have painstakingly sent Dragon Island to the sky. Therefore, the size of Dragon Island itself was also very big. Li Zongjiu had been there once. At least, it was similar to the wilderness. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the Dragon Island itself was in the sky. If one wanted to find the island, they couldn't just fly to the sky. They had to use an extremely powerful secret formation to completely conceal the Dragon Island. At that time, Li Zongjiu had spent a lot of effort to find Dragon Island. But now, these guys on Dragon Island actually took the initiative to set foot in the mainland. This made Li Zongjiu somewhat surprised. It seemed that the trajectory of the previous life was indeed very different from the current one. Is there any expert in your Dragon Clan? Otherwise, just relying on the 4 great supremes, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. When Li Zongjiu landed, he also asked Bluestone Dragon at the side. Bluestone Dragon was stunned when he heard this. How did this guy know the secret of Dragon Clan? Who was this Li Zongjiu? Who was he? How did he know so much about Dragon Clan's secret? Obviously, he wasn't simple. However, in fact, Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in the secret of Dragon Clan. If these people wanted to stir up trouble, they could do it, but they shouldn't have brought trouble to Li Zongjiu. Now, they had to bring trouble to Li Zongjiu. According to Li Zongjiu's temper, how could he spare them? Bluestone Dragon stammered, unwilling to reveal this secret. However, Li Zongjiu wasn't interested at all. He just casually asked. After landing, Li Zongjiu directly waved his hand at Dosu and said, Patriarch Do, please help me make a rope trap. After saying that, he casually waved his hand and summoned the Sky Marshal boat. It just so happens that this Bluestone Dragon can pull my Sky Marshal boat. Now that he was powerful, some of the things that he had thought of before could be realized. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't mind showing off some of his tricks. After all, he had nothing to do. Dosu and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Later, when they heard Li Zongjiu's words, they couldn't believe their ears even more. What did he mean? He wanted to use this Bluestone Dragon as a tool to pull the carriage? After Li Zongjiu gave his instructions, he continued fishing. Qi Yanran had gone to the Sunset City, so it was basically safe. Moreover, there were so many elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace. As long as the 4 supremes of the Dragon Clan didn't make a move, the 3 elders of Sparrow God Palace and the Wind Thunder Condor would be able to take care of all their enemies. The Dragon Clan might be powerful, but that was only relative. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the Dragon Clan was just SOSO. Li Zongjiu was able to do it in his previous life. In this life, it was as easy as catching a chicken. It was hard to believe that the legendary dragon race was so easy in Li Zongjiu's hands. It was even easier than catching a caterpillar. Although the Du family was surprised, they had many good craftsmen. Therefore, they immediately set out to make a suitable rope and observe Li Zongjiu's Sky Marshal boat. The Great Wu Empire had spent a great deal of effort to add many new functions to the Sky Marshal boat. Even the interior decorations of the Sky Marshal boat had been meticulously selected. It was a top-notch existence in all aspects. Therefore, when the Du family fumbled around and saw such a luxurious Sky Marshal boat, they felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. However, no matter how flashy the Sky Marshal boat was, it was not as flashy as the green stone dragon that was pulling the Sky Marshal boat. Because Li Zhongjiu had taken away the green stone dragon's dragon pearl, the green stone dragon could only endure Li Zhongjiu's manipulation. Even Qing Shilong couldn't leave his dragon pearl too far away during this period of time. Otherwise, his strength would gradually disappear. Therefore, it could only obey Li Zhongjiu's orders. Originally, there were only a few of them in the Greenstone Dragon bloodline. It was already good enough that they could continue to exist. The rest might exist on the Dragon Island, but they were not under his control. Qian Hanyu was also quite alert. After the previous commotion, they immediately became vigilant. Li Zhongjiu waited bitterly for a long time, but there was no response. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu had a flash of inspiration. He used a rope to tie up the green stone dragon's dragon pearl. Then, he threw it into the heavenly cold lake. If the green stone dragon knew that Li Zhongjiu was using its dragon pearl to fish, it would probably have the heart to kill itself. It would be willing to die in front of Li Zhongjiu without a second thought. It was too insulting to his dignity. That was a dragon pearl, not fish feed. However, it also proved that Li Zhongjiu's dragon pearl's dragon's dragon pearl. The 1,000 chill fish in the heavenly chill lake could resist the temptation of the fish feed, but they could not resist the temptation of the dragon pearl. They immediately wagged their tails crazily and rushed toward the dragon pearl in Li Zhongjiu's hand. The dragon's pearl dragons a fish dragon sa fish dragon to fish. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Li Zhongjiu had already caught 20 fish. Although these 1,000 cold fish were a little smart, they could not hold their bottom line in front of such a temptation. They immediately threw themselves at dragon, cutting off their own escape route. These 1,000 cold fish were sparkling and translucent, as if they were ice cubes. They were displayed in front of dragon's eyes. Li Zhongjiu only observed them for a while to satisfy the pleasure of fishing. Then, he threw the 1,000 cold fish back into the lake. It seems that fishing will be much easier in the future. Li Zhongjiu held the dragon pearl in his hand. This was the biggest use of the dragon pearl that Li Zhongjiu had discovered so far. Li Zhongjiu also tried fishing like this. He was in a good mood. With such a powerful tool, he could be said to be successful in his future endeavors. After finishing his work, he realized that Du Su had been waiting outside the heavenly cold lake for a long time. What's the matter? Is the rope trap ready? Seeing Du Su waiting here, Li Zhongjiu asked curiously. Did this guy have nothing to do? Why was he so free every day? It's like this. Previously, the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace sent someone to send an invitation. Ling'er said that the name sounded familiar, so I thought to ask Lord Evil Lord if you're interested in participating. As he spoke, Du Su handed over a red invitation card with gold embossed on it. Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace? Li Zhongjiu heard that the name sounded familiar. If that was the case, if Kuan Erishur was not dead, he should be in the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. What happy occasion! The Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace's sect master gave birth to a second child? As Li Zhongjiu spoke, he flipped open the invitation card in his hand and read the content written on it. Immediately, his face darkened. Interesting. The invitation in his hand was for the wedding of the young palace master of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace and the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace, Shuiyu. It was very interesting. Shuiyu was Kuan Erishur's woman. Back then, in order to allow Kuan Erishur to grow quickly, Li Zhongjiu gave him the idea to take the initiative to pursue Shuiyu. If he entered the Eldritch world, it would be difficult for him to make a name for himself. Only in the Eldritch world would he have more opportunities. If the invitation said that it was for the wedding of Kuan Erishur and Shuiyu, it would be normal. But now, it seemed that his good brother was not welcome. As for Shuiyu's words, Li Zhongjiu naturally did not believe that she would abandon Kuan Erishur. Li Zhongjiu certainly wanted to find out the reason. If Shuiyu was really arrogant and did not take Kuan Erishur seriously, then Li Zhongjiu would not be polite to her. Let's go. Let's go. This Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace is really daring. Li Zhongzhou's eyes released a trace of murderous intent. If he wanted to destroy the cloud-top heavenly palace, Li Zhongzhou could destroy it with a slap. Ask Ling if she wants to go. If she met Lan Kuan, they were all former friends after all, so Do Ling should also be interested. The wedding was tomorrow. As the top sect in the Eldritch world, the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace's young palace master's wedding could be said to be a big event in the Eldritch world. The Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace had invited all the famous sects in the Eldritch world. As one of the few families that had been passed down from generation to generation, it was very normal for the Du family to receive an invitation. The invitation was even sent over early in the morning. But at that time, the Du family was fighting with the Tan family. If Du Ling had not seen Shui Yu's name on the invitation, she probably would not have kept the invitation. The Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace was powerful. But the Du family might not give them face. Whether they went or not depended on their mood. Now that Li Zhongzhou had made the decision, they had to go. Okay, I'll send someone to prepare. Now that the Du family was able to survive the attack of the Dragon Clan and Li Zhongzhou was here to take care of the Dragon Clan's helpers, they naturally did not care about the Tan family. Now, the Tan family was also panicking because the Dou family had directly invited an expert like Li Zhongzhou. It would be very easy for them to destroy the Tan family. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he did so. Therefore, the Tan family could be said to be in a precarious situation. It was said that the Du family had directly subdued a greenstone dragon. Was there a mistake? Could the Dragon Clan be subdued, in the sky above the Sky Suspension Mountain? The greenstone dragon's body was covered with a tiger skin cover. The cover was connected with 2 long chains. At the same time, a few bayonets were installed on the Sky Marshal ship. The greenstone dragon had officially become the divine beast that pulled the carriage. It was just that using a dragon to do such a thing was indeed a little shocking. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was quite impressive. When the Du family's craftsmen finished assembling all of this, they could not believe their eyes. This thing should be called a dragon boat. A flying boat pulled by a dragon. They had never seen such a big thing in their lives. Just thinking about it was something that they did not dare to imagine. The Du family's Du Su, Du Tianhe, Du Ling and some other young disciples were brought out to see the world. The rest were left to take care of the family. Li Zhongzhou also left the Wind Thunder Condor behind. It kept circling in the sky as a guard in the air. Let's go and see how capable this cloud-top palace is. Li Zhongzhou immediately landed on the Sky Marshal ship. The other members of the Du clan also boarded the airship one after another. Looking at the Cyan Stone Dragon clan that almost exterminated their Du clan, but now, they were reduced to pulling airships. This kind of shock made them feel indescribable, as if they were dreaming. The things in their dreams had all come true at this time. Should I prepare a small leather whip? Li Zhongzhou looked at his empty hand. Of course, it was just a joke. With a command, the Greenstone Dragon, who had never pulled a flying boat in his life, pulled the Sky Marshal ship behind him and rushed into the sky. At first, it was a little shaky, but later, it became more and more stable. Sure enough, the Greenstone Dragon was very talented. Pulling a Sky Marshal ship was nothing to the Greenstone Dragon's strength. It could be done easily. Therefore, it was the first time the Du family members sat on a dragon boat and traveled in the sky. Boom! Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. In the central region of the Eldritch Land, there was a tall mountain that pierced through the sea of clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace. Every day, when a golden sun rose, it would shine on the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. To be able to build a sect in such a place, it was enough to show the strength of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. At such a high altitude, it was very strenuous just to climb up. Some ferocious birds would often fly across the sky. However, these ferocious meta beasts could only fly around the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. They did not dare to come close. Today, the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace was filled with purple chi from the east. There were countless rays of light that illuminated the world. Today, the palace was full of guests. Countless guests came by riding on auspicious clouds. They also prepared a lot of gifts. At the gate of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, the fifth elder, Yun Zhonghe, was welcoming the guests. Everyone who came was a guest. Some of them were very honorable guests. If he did not treat them well, it would be troublesome. However, this was also a troublesome matter. Therefore, as the fifth elder, Yun Zhonghe personally received the guests. Firstly, it showed the importance of the guests. Secondly, it showed the strength of the cloud-top heavenly palace. The one riding on the flying divine tiger is the divine tiger sect. The overall strength of the sect is just below us. It should not be ignored. You must remember. Yun Zhonghe softly preached to the disciples behind him. This time, Yun Zhonghe had brought a few of his most valued disciples with him. The most talented one was the blue-clothed woman in front of him, Sumei. In such a gathering of important people, it was a kind of experience. When it came to guiding the newcomers, whether or not they could be on the stage depended on whether or not their master would guide them. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying divine tiger sect's flying divine tiger landed on the ground. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. 3 people also jumped down from the flying divine tiger. It was the divine tiger sect's master, Yuan Tianhu. The other 2 young men were his disciples. They were brought along to see the world. The divine tiger sect did not have many members. After all, their sect's martial arts were not suitable for everyone. Hence, they had high requirements for the selection of disciples. I didn't expect sect master Yuan to come personally. Your presence brings light to my humble cloud-top heavenly palace. Yun Zhonghe stepped forward and said. He led the disciples to greet them. The other party's strength was not weak. Of course, they had to welcome them properly. Yun Zhonghe, don't be so humble. Your cloud-top heavenly palace is probably going to produce a venerable soon, right? It's not that easy to reach the realm of supremacy. There are less than 10 of them in the entire wilderness. Yun Zhonghe also sighed. On the other hand, sect leader Yuan's sky-dominating divine tiger fist has already reached the peak of perfection. Even if it's the might of an honorable, you should be able to take it head-on, right? You're still the best at bootlicking. You 2 idiots. Hurry up and greet Elder Yun Zhonghe. Yuan Tianhu immediately slapped the heads of the 2 disciples and reprimanded them. The cloud-top heavenly palace is filled with beauties. If you don't let Elder Yun introduce the 2 of you, you 2 will be single for 10,000 years. Yuan Tianhu scolded. These 2 idiots only knew how to cultivate. Their strength had indeed increased, but if they couldn't solve the other half of the problem, how could they continue the divine tiger sect's lineage? They were simply disappointing. Junior greets Elder Yun. The 2 idiots hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him. Sumei, who was at the side, also smiled slightly and stepped forward. Senior brothers, you must be tired from the journey. Please come in and rest. Look at his disciples. They're so well-mannered. Look at you 2 bastards. Yuan Tianhu seemed to be the type who had a bad temper. He scolded the 2 disciples harshly. Even in such an occasion, he did not hold back at all. On the other hand, Sumei, who was polite, generous, and dignified, attracted a lot of attention. Then we'll go in first. Yuan Tianhu gestured to the flying divine tiger behind him. The flying divine tiger was a top-notch soul beast. Its strength was at the realm of a 5th-grade sovereign. But after the flying divine tiger got up and walked 2 steps, it actually fell to the ground with a plop. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. Its expression seemed to be extremely unwilling, but it couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. Roar! What's going on? Even for Yuan Tianhu, it was his first time seeing the flying divine tiger in such a state. He hurriedly squatted in front of the flying divine tiger and asked about the situation. However, the flying divine tiger was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yuan Tianhu had a feeling of extreme shock. Because of the flying divine tiger's current performance, it had met a soul beast of a higher level, so it was intimidated by the other party. What kind of soul beast could be so arrogant? Even the flying divine tiger, a 5th-grade sovereign, was suppressed to the point that it couldn't breathe. Master. At this moment, Sumei raised her head and looked at the horizon. There was a figure that was gradually enlarging. The other party was shuttling through the clouds. His movements were filled with dominance. It wasn't just a simple dominance. Under this aura, Everyone also felt an indescribable deterrence. At first, this figure was still quite far away. However, as it got closer, Yun Zhonghe's eyes suddenly widened. As if he had seen something incredible, his eyes were filled with shock. Yuan Tianhu and the others also saw this figure. As it got closer, Yuan Tianhu also burst into an inconceivable shock. How is this possible? The origin energy in Yun Zhonghe's body couldn't help but tremble. Under this situation, this meant that the person who came had an unparalleled aura. It's a dragon. Dragon clan. Their eyes didn't see wrong, and judging from the aura, they were absolutely right. However, it was such a dragon clan. Moreover, the dragon clan in front of them seemed to be used as a coolie to pull a carriage. What exactly was the situation? Could it be that some legendary almighty ran to Dragon Island and enslaved a dragon clan when this dragon boat appeared in the sky? Yun Zhonghe and the others were not the only ones who felt this. Even some of the guests who were already in the sect could feel this overbearing aura. Even the palace master of Yunding Heavenly Palace, Yun Qian. He also showed up in person. Yun Qian was still in the sect, chatting with the big shots in the Untainted Land. Today, there were no less than 29th grade supreme beings. This also showed the powerful strength in the Untainted Land. However, there wasn't a single honorable. This dragon boat? Yun Qian couldn't help but ask. It was really too shocking. Beside Yun Qian, there was a young man who looked very similar to Yun Qian. This person was the main character today, the young palace master, Yun Qi. I'm not sure. Yun Zhonghe didn't remember that there was such an almighty in the Untainted Land. Even if there was, their Yunding Heavenly Palace might not be able to invite him. Boom! The dragon boat landed with a loud crash. An ancient and majestic aura suddenly filled the air. The greenstone dragon was full of resentment, so during this process, it didn't restrain its aura at all and directly released its aura. Therefore, the origin beasts that came along the way were basically in a state of trembling. Yun Qian and the others stood together, watching the huge dragon boat descend. Sume and the others stared intently at the flying boat. Just what kind of divine being could actually make a dragon do such manual labor? Du Su and the others jumped off the flying boat. Li Zongjiu followed behind them and did not stand out. This was what Li Zongjiu had told him. This time, Li Zongjiu wanted to keep a low profile and see how Kuan Erishur was treated in the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. When Li Zongjiu arrived at the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace, he used his mental strength to search. At least, he was sure that Kuan Erishur was still alive. Since Li Zongjiu's life was not in danger, anything could be solved. It was normal for young people to suffer setbacks and hardships. Only by going through trials and tribulations could one truly become a powerhouse. Wasn't Li Zongjiu the same? Way back then? The only difference was that he didn't have to endure irreversible pain, such as the loss of a blood relative. As for the rest, whether it was physical torture or mental pain, he had to try it. Tempering into steel, otherwise, with Li Zongjiu's ability, he could easily make Kuan Erishur an expert. However, if one wanted to become an existence at the peak, a true transcendent existence, he had to endure the pain. When Yin Qian saw Du Su, his eyes lit up. Wasn't that his old acquaintance, Du Su, the head of the Du family? His cultivation was not weak, and the Du family was a true aristocratic family with an inheritance. It was rare in the world. But now, the Du family could enslave the dragon tribe. This was a little unbelievable. It was even deeply inconceivable. There must be a mistake. However, no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter the Du family had, the greenstone dragon pulling the flying boat had displayed absolutely terrifying power. No one dared to ignore it. It was said that the Du family and the Tan family were fighting recently. Therefore, Yun Qian didn't expect the Du clan to come and participate. But now, looking at the terrifying lineup in front of them, it was likely that the Tan family wouldn't have a good ending either. They didn't know what they ate to have the guts to actually dare to make such a stupid challenge and become enemies with the Du family. Don't end up in such a miserable state. I was wondering who was so high-spirited. So it's the Du family head. My cloud-top heavenly palace is filled with the heavenly dragon energy of Clan Master Du. Yun Qian hurriedly went up to him. Originally, Yun Qian didn't need to personally receive the Du family head. After all, his strength was there for all to see. But they all came riding on dragons. How could he not go up? After a while, this dragon would casually spit out 2 mouthfuls of flames and casually swing its tail, and it would directly tear down your Cloud-top Heavenly Palace. Cloud-top Heavenly Palace's joyous occasion, how can we be absent? Dusu also laughed heartily. Seeing that even Yun Qian had come to welcome him personally, he was naturally elated. After all, Yun Qian himself was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist and was only 1 step away from entering the honorable realm. It was precisely because of the 3 honorables that the Sparrow God Palace was able to stand tall in the untainted land for tens of thousands of years. This showed how terrifying the strength of the honorables was. Even in his previous life, Li Zongjiu, who had already reached the honorable realm, didn't become enemies with the Sparrow God Palace back then. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in these guys back then. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Or maybe the Sparrow God Palace had already been destroyed by Tianyi of the Heavenly Demon tribe back then. No matter what the situation was, it was hard to say. But at least that kind of situation wouldn't happen now. It was naturally a very honorable thing to have a prospective honorable come to welcome him. So it's the Du family head. This dragon. Where did you get it? Yuan Tianhu said with an aggrieved face. Big brother Du Su, look at how scared my tiger is. Look, Flying Tiger naturally couldn't raise his head in front of the greenstone dragon. He even crouched down even lower. His whole body was trembling as if his sturdy body was about to crack. Du Su glanced at the flying divine tiger. This tiger of yours is the one from a few hundred years ago, right? It's already so old, but you still bring it out every day to show off. Du Su said without holding back. He didn't give Yuan Tianhu any face. After all, the 2 of them were more straightforward. But now, Du Su possessed great strength and had such mysterious means. Therefore, when he reprimanded Yuan Tianhu didn't dare to say a word. Obviously, he was very low-key and aggrieved. Where can I get it? They all pretended to inadvertently turn their heads and look at Li Zongjiu's face. In fact, this bluestone dragon belonged to Li Zongjiu. They were just a fox exploiting the tiger's might, nothing more. Now that they had a taste of their mouths, everything was fine. If they continued, the evil dominator might get angry. It's getting late. We're all waiting to attend the wedding. Du Su saw that Li Zongjiu's expression didn't change, so he knew what to do. Yes, yes, yes. Please come in. Sorry for the inhospitality. Yun Qian hurriedly said. After chatting for a long time, they didn't get anything out of Du Su. Of course, it was a little rude to let the distinguished guests wait outside for so long. Welcome to my wedding. Yun Qi stepped forward at this moment. He was dressed neatly and had a big red flower pinned on his chest. At a glance, one could tell that he was today's main character. So this is what he looks like. I thought he would be handsome. Du Ling'er whispered beside Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Du Ling'er was holding a snow-white fox in her arms. Li Zongjiu helped her catch it on the way. This fox was very rare. Du Ling'er liked it very much at first sight. Although Du Ling'er was whispering, the experts present could hear her clearly. Now that Du Ling'er had Li Zongjiu as her backer, even Du Tianhe didn't dare to scold her too much. Instead, Li Zongjiu spoke. Girl, don't talk nonsense. You can't humiliate others just because they are dressed like a rooster. Li Zongjiu's words were righteous, and his expression was quite decent. His voice wasn't soft either. At least, it was quite harsh to Yun Qi's ears. And it was quite heart-wrenching. Yun Qi immediately looked over with a ferocious gaze. However, he saw Li Zongjiu's provocative gaze. It was obvious that he was here to provoke them. However, Yun Qi frowned because he didn't know the person in front of him. Where did the hostility come from? Yun Qian took a glance and memorized Li Zongjiu's appearance in his heart. However, he came with the Du family after all. Therefore, Yun Qian temporarily gave the Du family face and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Haha, please come in, please come in. He still welcomed them with a smile. Du Su couldn't say that he heard Li Zongjiu's mockery. Adults were like this. They pretended to be deaf and mute and walked into the sect together. Sumei carefully looked at Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a junior brought by the Du family, in fact, Li Zongjiu seemed to be the backbone of these people. Moreover, the Du family's head had to look at Li Zongjiu's expression before making a decision. If she wasn't wrong, this was indeed the case. Moreover, Li Zongjiu didn't have the restraint of a junior. In addition, her woman's intuition told her that Li Zongjiu wasn't a simple person. Everyone entered the sect together. The flying divine tiger couldn't move at all. In the end, Yuan Tianhu asked 2 disciples to carry the flying divine tiger in. After all, the flying divine tiger was lying on the ground and couldn't move at all. The Qing Shilong was also left outside by Li Zongjiu. Originally, Du Linger wanted to find some pork bones for the Qing Shilong to eat. After all, the Qing Shilong was just a pitiful little thing now. However, the Qing Shilong bared his teeth. "I'm from the dragon clan. You're actually treating me like a dog, that's too much." Therefore, Du Linger gave up on this idea. The wedding was held in the joyous palace square. At the very front was the guest stand. Below and to the left and right were lower tables. The tables were filled with fine wine and delicacies. Originally, the seats reserved for the Du family were in the middle. Now that he had brought a dragon with him, he hurriedly arranged for a table at the front. Although the rest of the elders were unhappy, they didn't dare to act up. They didn't know what was going on, so it was better for them to sit down obediently. Li Zongjiu didn't sit at the very front with the Du family. Instead, he casually chose an empty table and sat down with Du Linger. Yanding Heavenly Palace Disciple Pavilion. Kuan Erishur polished his thousand slaughter sword until it was incomparably bright. Back then, Li Zongjiu gave this thousand slaughter sword to Kuan Erishur. But in fact, Kuan Erishur rarely used this thousand slaughter sword in his hand. In fact, Kuan Erishur rarely used the elixirs that Li Zongjiu gave him. Everything depended on his own cultivation. After breaking through all kinds of thorns and difficulties in the untainted land, he finally came to Yanding Heavenly Palace. But in fact, Kuan Erishur had only joined Yanding Heavenly Palace for half a year. But in this half a year, Kuan Erishur did not see Shuiyu even once. A month ago, there was a martial arts competition in the sect. In the arena, Kuan Erishur finally met Shuiyu. But he found that Shuiyu did not seem to recognize Kuan Erishur at all. In order to be able to talk to Shuiyu, he was forced to endure and was continuously injured by Shuiyu. Originally, he thought that he still had time. Something must have happened to Shuiyu, and he had enough time to investigate it. But in just a short month, the wedding of Shuiyu and Yunqi was announced. If Shuiyu really had a change of heart, then Kuan Erishur had nothing to say. After all, there was no way to force things like feelings. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing he could do. But Kuan Erishur could vaguely see it. Shuiyu seemed to be in a state of absent-mindedness. Therefore, the things she said before were not valid. Kuan Erishur did not believe that Shuiyu would have a change of heart. The relationship of this young couple could be considered very bumpy. Kuan Erishur became more and more frustrated. Kuan Erishur, are you really going to do it at the wedding? In the world, he had never heard of such a crazy thing. This matter was not so simple. Once it blew up, it could be said that it would be quite crazy and dangerous. At the door, a young man wearing a white hat with a straw in his mouth leaned against the door with his hands in front of him. He lazily looked at Kuan Erishur in front of him. When he saw the thousand slaughter sword in Kuan Arashi's hand, his eyes suddenly flashed. He was obviously flashed by the sword. My big brother taught me not to be afraid of the consequences. Kuan Erishur carried the thousand slaughter sword on his back. Xianxia, you'd better not go to the square. I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. You're also my friend. Lan Kuan came to Xianxia's side and patted him on the shoulder. Huh. Actually, I didn't like Yunqi's a Yunqi. How can you not have a helper when you're making such a big fuss? Besides, you saved my life. Xianxia said. If it wasn't for Kuan Arashi's help in the chaotic forest, Xianxia would have been a dead man. Therefore, Xianxia had already made up his mind. Since Kuan Erishur was ready to die, Xianxia was not a coward. Although this was disobeying his sect, Xianxia always felt that the higher-ups of Yunding Heavenly Palace were not clean. I have a boundary bead here. I'll draw everyone's attention. You go to your woman and crush it. It can buy you at least 30 seconds. You can see each other one last time. Xianxia personally handed a treasure of his to Kuan Erishur. It was indeed a life-saving treasure. No matter what, if he went through this today, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. Kuan Erishur glanced at Xianxia. Why do you want to die? I alone am enough. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Go. Even if you fail, you must let the world remember you. Xianxia said. He turned around and took the lead to walk to the square. Li Zongjiu and Tournaire were sitting in front of a table. The people around them were also discussing with each other. Yun Qi, the son of Regal Cloud Palace Master, is really doing well recently. He won the first place in the 6-sect martial competition held a while ago. I heard that this woman called Shui Yu is even more powerful. She was the undisputed first place in Yunding Heavenly Palace's martial competition. Moreover, she has a Yin elemental body. She's a perfect match for dual cultivation. No wonder she's in such a hurry to get married. Isn't that so? If that's the case, the next palace master will definitely be Yun Qi. What a perfect match, a perfect match. That's right. I think Yunding Heavenly Palace's purple qi is coming from the east. It's going to lead the trend. Everyone started to flatter him as well. Is that so? How come I don't see a perfect match? In my opinion, that young palace master is just a stupid C***, and Li Zongjiu poured a cup of wine, took a sip, and said slowly. Ling who was next to him, also imitated him and poured a cup, but she choked on it. Li Zongjiu took the cup from Tournaire's hand. Drink juice. The people who were still discussing turned to look at Li Zongjiu, who was sitting at the back. Brother, your words are a little too much. How can you say that on someone's wedding day? Several people saw that Li Zongjiu and Tournaire were sitting in a very low-key corner. Most importantly, from the way they dressed, they couldn't tell which sect Li Zongjiu was from. Therefore, they didn't dare to speak too harshly. If they accidentally offended Li Zongjiu, they wouldn't have a good ending even if they got on the good side of Yunding Heavenly Palace. Therefore, he appeared to be even more low-key and only said one sentence very pertinently. I said it. Come and hit me. Li Zongjiu said bluntly. The other party saw that Li Zongjiu was young and fierce. If they really fought, there wouldn't be any benefits. Entangling with such a crazy guy would be asking for trouble. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile and not argue with Li Zongjiu. That's okay? Tournaire was surprised to see that the other party was so cowardly. She was looking forward to a fight. There was a lot of violence hidden in Tournaire's body. She couldn't wait to fight with people every 2 or 3 days. It was just that she looked more obedient and quiet on the outside. Li Zongjiu was not only good at fighting, but also good at talking. The sound of gongs and drums rang in the square. Then, hundreds of firecrackers were fired. Even the top cultivation sects in the untainted land used this kind of etiquette inherited from the secular world. Then, the matchmaker led a woman in a phoenix coronet and robe over. She was wearing a red veil. Everyone immediately applauded. Although she was wearing a red veil, Li Zongjiu could sense that it was Shui Yue in front of him. However, Shui Yue's condition was very strange. Her aura was very strong, but at the same time, it was extremely restrained. There's a problem. Li Zongjiu frowned and said. What's the problem? Tournaire asked. We'll know after we check. Just as the two were talking, a figure suddenly squeezed into Li Zongjiu's table. Brother, let's share a seat. As he said that, he poured himself a glass of wine. He clinked his glass with Li Zongjiu's and drank directly. Of course, Li Zongjiu could kill him with one palm. However, Li Zongjiu saw that this guy came with Kuan Erishur. At this moment, Kuan Erishur was hiding not far away and staring at this place. Therefore, Li Zongjiu simply wanted to see what these two young people were going to do. We don't know you. It's fine if you sit with us, but how dare you drink our wine? Seeing Xianfei's actions, Tournaire said angrily. Wasn't he here to cheat them? My name is Xianfei. You're a fairy. Now we know each other. At this moment, the wedding ceremony was already underway on the stage. The officiator read a long speech to prove that the two were a match made in heaven. Just as the wedding ceremony was about to begin, Xianxia, who was sitting next to Xianxia, suddenly threw the wine pot on the table. With a bang, it hit the candlestick. I, Xianxia, object to this marriage. His voice was loud and clear, but the people who heard it were confused. Yunqi, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked in Xianxia's direction. What are you looking at, Yunqi? Don't you know what you're doing? Today, I'm going to challenge you. Xianxia immediately stood up, and 2 axes appeared in his hands. The disciples of Yunding Heavenly Palace, who were on guard, rushed forward. They surrounded Xianxia's table. All of you, back off. Xianxia, what the hell are you doing? Yunqi frowned when he saw that it was Xianxia who was causing trouble. Cut the crap. Come on. Xianxia knocked on the weapon in his hand. He looked at the person in front of him with disdain. You're really tired of living. Yunqi walked towards Xianxia. Just as Yunqi left Watermoon, Kuan Erishar moved. Kuan Erishar jumped up. The Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand slashed toward the reception table. Boom. Kuan Arashi's attack could be said to be very unexpected. Moreover, its power was unexpectedly strong. The guests present were not affected, but some of the staff of Yunding Heavenly Palace were sent flying. Yunqi did not expect that Xianxia was just luring the tiger away from the mountain. But now, it seemed that everything was very reasonable. Sure enough, he was in cahoots with Lan Kuan. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. But this guy actually wanted to be a scapegoat. He really thought too highly of himself. Kuan Erishar, I think you're courting death. Yunqi immediately tapped his foot. The aura of a 9th-grade primitive emperor was released directly, rushing rapidly towards Kuan Erishar. But in the midst of it, a figure directly blocked it. The one who stepped forward was none other than Xianxia. Let me have a try. You're the strongest of the 6 sections. Do you really think you're the strongest? Xianxia directly spat out the withered grass in his mouth. Boom. 7th-grade primitive emperor, Yunding Heavenly Palace was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. One should know that Xianxia was quite low-key before, and did not have any famous battle records. His performance in the sect was only average. But now, he was actually a 7th-grade primitive emperor. Idiot. Yunqi simply could not be bothered with Xianxia. His aura skyrocketed again, breaking through the limit and rushing to the sovereign realm, 2nd-grade sovereign. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he was directly sent flying by Yunqi's palm. Bang! At this moment, Kuan Erishar could not be bothered with Xianxia. Holding the Thousand Slaughter sword, he landed in front of Shueiyue. He lifted Shueiyue's head. Shueiyue, follow me. Kuan Erishar was determined to bring Shueiyue out. When Shueiyue saw Kuan Erishar, there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She had seen this person before, during the sect competition. And this guy seemed to have some problem, as he kept talking nonsense to her. However, she felt that the person in front of her was very familiar, but Shueiyue could not recall who it was. Although he had offended Shueiyue in the past, they were still fellow disciples. But today, Kuan Arashi's actions were really too much. He actually ruined her wedding. How dare you? Immediately, Shueiyue also let out a low cry. The yuan power circulating in her palm was even denser than Yunqi's. A palm shot towards Kuan Erishar. Kuan Erishar placed the Thousand Slaughter sword in front of him. His feet did not move an inch. However, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Palace Master Yunxian, who was sitting on the stage, could not tolerate such a thing happening again. What Tom, Dick, and Harry actually dared to disturb his son's big day? Humph. He snorted coldly. Immediately, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. Seeing that, Kuan Erishar also crushed the spirit formation bead in his hand. Boom, a surge of spirit power enveloped Lan Kuan and Shueiyue within it. Shueiyue looked at the surrounding spirit power and immediately wanted to escape. However, she saw Kuan Erishur plunge the thousand slaughter sword into the ground and pounce on Shuiyu, hugging her. It's me. Kuan Arashi's voice rang in Shuiyu's ears. At such a close distance, Shuiyu felt that the depths of her soul had been hit hard. Her heart trembled and her body stiffened on the spot. In the end, the spirit formation was completed and completely enveloped the two of them. Even Yun Qian could not break through. However, Yun Qian could also see that this was just a very temporary spirit formation. In less than half a minute, it would directly dissipate. You overestimate yourself. Where can you escape to? Yun Qian sneered. Bang, Xianfei was naturally put on the ground. More than 10 weapons restrained Xianfei. They were all disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall. At this moment, Xianfei was also covered in injuries. The battle just now let Xianfei know how powerful it was, but it was also a battle to his heart's content. When he saw that Kuan Erishur had completed the spirit formation, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth and he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Even if he died now, he had completed his task. It seems that Shuiyu doesn't know big brother Kuan Erishur? Dou Ling was not familiar with Shuiyu, but she was quite familiar with Kuan Erishur. At this moment, she saw that Shuiyu attacked Kuan Erishur. She was also quite surprised. Moreover, looking at Shuiyu's appearance, she seemed to be a little abnormal. Someone must have done something to make her become like this. You'll know when you see. Dosu and the other guests present did not interfere in this matter. This was an internal matter of Aji's sect. It would be solved by itself. There was no need for outsiders to interfere. However, if today's matter was not handled properly, there would be so many people who would laugh at them. Yunqi did not kill Xianfei right away. At his own wedding, he would try his best to avoid bloodshed. Moreover, Xianfei had deliberately made such a scene. If he could kill Xianfei, then everything would be over. Yunqi wanted to torture Xianfei. Yunqi wanted to let the world see his methods, inside the spirit formation. Shuiyu also allowed Kuan Erishur to hug her. She really wanted to push Lan Kuan away, but she couldn't muster the strength to do so. Kuan Erishur originally wanted to use all kinds of methods to awaken Shuiyu's memory. At least, he wanted to make Shuiyu not so unfamiliar. However, at this moment, after Kuan Erishur hugged Shuiyu, he understood. This was the best way. There was no need for other actions. After waiting for 3 whole years, this day had finally come. Although it was just a short 30 seconds. For these 30 seconds, Kuan Erishur had used up too much energy, sacrificed too much, and experienced too many hardships along the way. However, when Kuan Erishur saw Shuiyu's unfamiliar eyes, he was completely defeated. Until this moment, Kuan Erishur knew that he was worthy. Shuiyu seemed to have reacted. She involuntarily raised her hands, wanting to hug Kuan Erishur. However, at this moment, the surrounding spirit formation disappeared. Immediately, Shuiyu's eyes regained their original sharpness. She flipped her palms. Her shoulders shook. Lan Kuan, who was in front of him, was sent flying. Boom, Kuan Erishur fell to the ground. However, Shuiyu was merciful. She only used her strength to shake Kuan Erishur off. At this moment, Shuiyu seemed to be at a loss. She was also in a dilemma. However, that loss and confusion quickly disappeared. She returned to indifference. Are you alright? Yunxing came to Shuiyu's side. Seeing that Shuiyu was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking about it, with Kuan Arashi's strength, being able to survive was already pretty good. He even wanted to forcibly take Shuiyu away. Too miserable. In the crowd, Su Wangshan also shook his head. Evidently, he could predict what would happen to Kuan Erishur. In the end, young people were too impulsive. In the end, it led to a disaster. However, it didn't matter. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. He was only here to watch. As he spoke, he also picked up a piece of watermelon on the table. Qingyue also felt extremely helpless as she listened. Master, should we go out and help? What help? These 2 brats are dead. Su Wangshan shook his head. This time, the Mountain Sea Pavilion was also invited. However, it was obvious that the current strength of the Mountain Sea Pavilion was not as important as before. Otherwise, why would they be arranged in such an inconspicuous position? Kuan Erishur, you have provoked me time and time again. I have endured it. Today is my big day. I will give you a way out. Destroy your own cultivation and get out of the sect. Yunxing came in front of Kuan Erishur. He said proudly. He looked at Kuan Erishur as if he was looking at a stray dog on the street. Hee, if you dare to touch me, you will be dead. Today, I don't mind dying here. When my boss comes back, he will definitely avenge me. All of you from the cloud-top heavenly palace will not be able to escape death. Old thing, you better undo the demonic technique that you used on Shui Yu quickly. Then, I can plead for you and ask my boss to spare your lives. Kuan Erishur said with a wild laugh. After what happened just now, Kuan Erishur was certain that Shui Yu must have been controlled by the other party's power. At the very least, they used some method to conceal her memory. Ignorant fool. Why don't you call your boss over? Where is your boss? Where is he? Even if he comes, there will only be one more corpse. If you go against the cloud-top heavenly palace, you will only end up dead. Yunxing suddenly raised the thousand slaughter sword in his hand. He directly stabbed towards Kuan Arashi's dantian. However, just as the sword was about to pierce through Kuan Arashi's dantian, it suddenly stopped. As if it had been frozen. Yun Qian's eyes flashed. I am his boss. A faint voice sounded. The people blocking in front of Li Zongjiu also moved aside one after another. Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't wait any longer. Now it seemed that things were clear. These people actually ganged up to bully his brother. They were treating his brother as a fool to bully. Fortunately, he was here today. If he wasn't, wouldn't they kill his brother? Du Su and the others saw Li Zongjiu and Dou Ling stand up. Their hearts skipped a beat. Sure enough, they made a move. It seemed that this Kuan Erishur was a very important person to Senior Evil Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to watch a show. He came here specifically. However, Du Su didn't do anything. After all, he didn't need to be here for this kind of occasion. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't need Du Su's help. As for Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, they wouldn't help them either. Although Du Su didn't know much about Li Zongjiu, he knew that those who stood against Li Zongjiu wouldn't have a good ending. With Li Zongjiu's means, how could he let these people have a good time? Even if the Dragon Clan of Dragon Island came, they would die. These idiots thought that the Azure Stone Dragon outside belonged to the Du family, but in fact, it belonged to Li Zongjiu. If they were told, they would probably kneel down before Li Zongjiu. It seemed that it was destined from the beginning. The wedding in front of them wouldn't succeed. It wouldn't go well. Kuan Erishur was shocked. Because this voice was very familiar, Kuan Erishur immediately looked over. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. The corners of his eyes gradually became moist. Boss, Yunqi's body was directly controlled by a powerful force. In such a situation, he couldn't even use any power. Damn it. Yunqi maintained this posture. His body stiffened on the spot. Turiner hurriedly helped Kuan Erishur up from the ground. The law enforcement team of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace did not stop the two of them. Instead, they surrounded the two of them. It was easy to walk out, but it was difficult to walk back. It was a good opportunity to see how many people were still unafraid of death. Hey, you guys have guts. You're Kuan Arashi's big brother? Xianxia was also picked up by Dou Ling. But now, Xianxia didn't look handsome at all. He was wounded all over. But when he saw that Dou Ling was a beauty, he forced himself to calm down. It's him? Sume saw Li Zongjiu and Turiner. He hurriedly went to his master, Yun Zhonghe, and said, Master, these two are from the Du clan. Sume was a little confused. Although Li Zongjiu interfered in this matter, the Du clan didn't seem to have such intentions. Otherwise, if the Du clan wanted to do this, they wouldn't have come in the name of attending the wedding. In addition, the Du clan had such strength, why did they have to keep a low profile? They could have just come directly. When Yin Zhonghe heard the news, he hurriedly reported it to Yun Qian. Yun Qian was obviously very surprised. If it was before. So what if Li Zongjiu was related to the Du clan? Since he dared to cause such a big trouble in the territory of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace, he must have eliminated the Du clan as well. But now, the Du clan came directly with a dragon. In that case, this level would be completely different. Yun Qian looked at Du Su, obviously wanting to verify this matter. For the sake of the Du clan, he would let this matter go as long as he brought them back. No need to look around. You're his father, right? Come here. This matter has nothing to do with the Du clan. No one here has the right to interfere in this matter. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He directly waved at Yun Qian. His words included everyone present. He was directly saying that no one present had the right to interfere. Many people felt as though they were about to explode from anger when they heard this. What did this brat mean? How dare he say that we don't have the right? All of them were eager to try, as if they wanted to show off their skills in front of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. But they still held back. Those who thought that they had the strength treated Li Zongjiu's words as a joke. Those who knew that they were not strong enough still sat there obediently, waiting to be beaten up by the people of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. This person looks familiar? When Su Wangshan saw Li Zongjiu, he was also shocked. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Li Zongjiu's clothes and appearance did not change much. The most important thing was his arrogant attitude. It had changed a little. He became more arrogant. It's Senior Evil Lord. When Qingyue saw Li Zongjiu, her eyes instantly widened. It's really him. After seeing him, they also exclaimed. The rest of the people did not know Li Zongjiu. Therefore, they all looked like they were watching a show. Even if they had heard of Evil Lord's name, they did not take it seriously. In this day and age, who did not have a scary nickname? There were too many like Revered One or Saint One. Therefore, a nickname did not mean anything. Whether one had the real strength or not, they would know by showing it. There was no need to be humble. Now was the time to show his strength. It's that brat. Interesting. When Yuan Tianhu saw him, he took a big bite of the drumstick in his hand. Compared to a wedding, it was more exciting to watch people make a scene. Since Li Zongjiu also said that this matter had nothing to do with the Du family, it would be easy to solve. Even if Yun Qian killed Li Zongjiu now, the Du family would not be able to say anything in the future. Very good. You are just a few juniors. How dare you? Come to my Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace to make trouble. Haha. Tell me, who ordered you? I am very curious. Who has the guts to go against my Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace? Yun Qian smiled confidently. Obviously, in his eyes, the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace was an existence that dominated the untainted land. There was nothing to be afraid of. Yun Qian came to Yun Qi's side and wanted to remove the shackles on Yun Qi. However, when he pressed his palm on Yun Qi's body, he realized that the shackles on Yun Qi did not exist. It was not that they did not exist, but that he could not find them. Even if he found them, he could not move them at all. What a strong shackle! Immediately, Yun Qian looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Didn't I say that we are all here? How many people do you have in your Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace today? Just call them out. Since we are all going to die, let's die together. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. He removed the shackles on Yun Qi. Two streams of energy entered the bodies of Kuan Erasher and Xiang Fei, helping them recover from their injuries. Brat, take the sword back. With the infusion of Li Zongjiu's energy, the two's injuries immediately improved. Kuan Erasher saw Li Zongjiu appear here. He was so excited that he burst into tears. It was not that he thought that Li Zongjiu would come to save him, but that he would die without regrets if he could see his brother before he died. But if he didn't have to die, that would be even better. You're a good little brother. Li Zongjiu praised Xiang Fei. Xiang Fei felt that his injuries had healed and was amazed. He had never seen such a miraculous method. You're his boss? You're quite amazing. However, we're all going to die here today. Xiang Fei's face was also bitter. So what if his injuries were healed? Now that there were so many people here, they could kill them in minutes. Now, they could only hold on for a little longer. Don't worry, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. However, when he looked at Yunqi, he found that Yunqi had no intention of listening to Li Zongjiu at all. Instead, he took the sword in his hand as his own. After all, this sword was quite extraordinary. The Thousand Slaughter Sword. Yunqi and Yunqian both clearly felt the power of the Thousand Slaughter Sword. Although the latter had caused a ruckus at the wedding. However, it directly sent a big gift. It made the two's eyes shine. It was very good to be able to get such a valuable sword. Kid over there, I asked you to bring the sword here. Didn't you hear me? Li Zongjiu repeated, but Yunqi did not seem to care at all. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu with a cold gaze. Father, since these people don't know what's good for them, let's just kill them. Yunqi said. The sword in his hand could not wait to start a massacre. However, Yunqi's face changed in the next second. Yunqian also saw the change in Yunqi's expression and immediately asked. My hand? Yunqi said with difficulty. In the next moment, Yunqi's arm that was holding the myriad slaughter sword suddenly flew out with a piercing sound. Bang, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The severed arm and the sword fell in front of Li Zongjiu. The myriad slaughter sword was stabbed into the ground. When the crowd saw this scene, an uproar immediately broke out. Yunqi's arm was directly broken by someone. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was inconceivable. Su Wangshan and Blue Moon were also watching this scene with a very excited expression. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I knew it. The next scene would definitely be exciting. Su Wangshan said while covering his old face. The surrounding guests were all influential people. Naturally, they had seen such a scene before. It was just a broken arm and a broken leg. There was nothing to make a fuss about. However, what surprised them was that it happened in front of Yunqian. Just like that, he quietly cut off Yunqi's arm. When Yin Zhonghe and the other elders saw this scene, they quickly rushed to Yunqi's side. How dare you hurt someone? You're courting death. Yin Zhonghe and the other elders also attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. A total of 3 elders attacked. The remaining 10 elders flew out from the side and trapped Li Zongjiu and the others to prevent them from escaping. However, these people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Li Zongjiu casually swung the myriad slaughter sword in his hand. A ray of sword energy directly sent the 3 figures in front of him flying. Bang, 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 the bodies of the 3 elders directly exploded in the sky like flowers. Crash, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and their organs fell to the ground. This time, everyone was completely shocked. The guests who had arrived also scattered in all directions in a flurry. It was too brutal. Just the corpses on the ground alone were enough to make them tremble. Oh my god, he killed the 3 elders of Yunding Heavenly Palace with a single strike? Ah my god, this can't be an illusion, right? What's going on? Everyone couldn't figure out what was going on. The elders of Yunding Heavenly Palace were killed with a single strike. The corpses couldn't even be found. How could it be fake? Master. Sume immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed. His master, the 3rd elder of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, was killed by Li Zongjiu just like that. Who was this young man? How dare you? When Yin Qian saw this, he only thought that Li Zongjiu was able to control the terrifying power of the divine sword. Li Zongjiu had killed the 3 elders of Yunding Heavenly Palace in front of everyone. It was already a dead end for him. Yun Qian was the palace master of Yunding Heavenly Palace. Now that his son's arm was cut off and the 3 elders were killed, Li Zongjiu had to give an explanation. Today, no one in Eldritch Land can protect you. Yun Qian was really angry. He opened his hands and a Vajra ring appeared in his palm. There were ancient inscriptions on the Vajra ring. As Yin Qian used the Vajra ring in his hand, it was an eye-opener for the surrounding guests. Look carefully. This is the top celestial device of Yunding Heavenly Palace, the Vajra Demon Ring. Yuan Tianhu's eyes lit up when he saw that. He was fortunate enough to experience the power of the Vajra Demon subduing Hoop many years ago. Now that so much time had passed, Yun Qian's cultivation had already reached the peak of perfection. As a matter of fact, He rarely used such a powerful artifact anymore, so it would be extremely difficult to see him again. But now, he finally saw it. Therefore, Yuan Tianhu hurriedly said to his two silly disciples. His two disciples immediately stood straight and stared at the situation in front of them. After all, this was a rare opportunity. TSK, the sword in this young man's hand is indeed very powerful. But I think he's doomed. He's just relying on his weapon. You too must remember that your cultivation is the most important thing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuan Tianhu also taught his disciples. Although these two disciples were relatively slow in some aspects, they also had a very strong awareness in cultivation. The most important thing was that they were obedient. Yuan Tianhu liked this kind of disciple. Don't just drink. Eat. Du Tianhe said to the Du family disciple behind him. He didn't care about the tense situation in front of him. Yunding Heavenly Palace was going to be unlucky today. And it was a bloody unlucky one. Therefore, while there was still food on the table, they had to eat as much as they could. When the Vajra demon ring appeared, it immediately carried a terrifying energy and was thrown toward Li Zongjiu. Yun Qian and Li Zongjiu were facing off. However, the scene that Yun Qian imagined did not happen. Instead, Li Zongjiu casually swung his sword and there was a loud bang. Instantly, the Vajra demon ring, the top celestial device of Yunding Heavenly Palace that had been passed down for thousands of years, was cut in half. It was cut in half from the middle. Clang, it sounded like a piece of scrap metal that weighed about 5 kilograms falling to the ground. Huh? As a veteran disciple of the cloud-top heavenly palace, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised when he saw the Vajra demon subduing hoop appear. At the very least, dying to this legendary treasure of the sect was a glorious thing. However, in the blink of an eye, the legendary treasure of the sect. It was actually cut into two halves. Yun Qian still maintained his shooting posture, and the hand seals in his hands were still in the same state. However, the current situation was not something that he could react to. See? This is how you should use this sword. Now, use this sword to stab that brat to death. Li Zongjiu returned the Thousand Slaughter sword to Kuan Erishur. In fact, Kuan Erishur had once displayed the power of the Thousand Slaughter sword. However, he was not as relaxed as Li Zongjiu. Moreover, he was able to display such great power. It was as if with this sword in hand, there was nothing in the world that could not be broken. With the Thousand Slaughter sword in hand, Kuan Arashi's gaze quickly locked onto Yun Qi. However, at this moment, he saw Shueiyue standing in front of Yun Qi, protecting him. For a moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Zongjiu used his mental power to check. He found that Shueiyue seemed to have been cursed by someone. She was now in a state where she lost her memory. Shueiyue, stand aside. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and pushed Shueiyue's figure away. Even with Shueiyue's cultivation at the Supreme Being realm, she could not resist and was easily pushed away. Kuan Erishur also rushed toward Yun Qi without hesitation. What are you all standing there for? Kill him. Kill them all. Yun Qi hurriedly yelled. This was Yunding Heavenly Palace. This was his territory. What did the people in front of him want to do? Could it be that they wanted to defy the heavens? They swarmed forward and killed Li Zongjiu and the others. Kuan Erishur immediately took a step back and stood in front of Li Zongjiu. The myriad slaughter sword in his hand also released a monstrous killing intent. That's a demonic sword. Yun Qian hurriedly said when he saw the situation and then looked around. My friends, let's kill the demon in front of us together. Yun Qian wanted to mobilize the surrounding people to fight Li Zongjiu. Killing Kuan Erishur was not a big deal. The most important thing was to get rid of Li Zongjiu. Hehe, we're here today to attend the wedding banquet. Since there's no wedding banquet to attend, we'll take our leave first. Some people saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated. This shameless person wanted to drag all of them down with him. Who knew who was behind Li Zongjiu? What's more, you don't have to worry about who's backing him right now. You can't handle him alone. Letting the others attack together, it was clear that they were just cannon fodder. The disciples of the cloud-top heavenly palace also surrounded Kuan Erishur and Xianxia. However, the two of them were not weak. In addition, the other party's elders did not dare to act rashly. They only sent some disciples. As expected, Li Zongjiu did not act. He just watched Kuan Erishur fight with the other party. Obviously, Li Zongjiu also had the same mentality. The other party did not have any experts, so he did not need to act. It would save him too much trouble. Therefore, Li Zongjiu just stood in place. Looking at Kuan Erishur and Xiang Fei's actions, Li Zongjiu would naturally kill someone with a higher cultivation than the two of them. However, the current situation did not require Li Zongjiu to act. However, the number of disciples of the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace was increasing. Yunqi also hurriedly called for help from the side. Although one of his arms had been chopped off, Yunqi's strength was still there. He had already reached rank 2 utmost exalted, which was even more powerful than the elders of some small sections. Go and help. This is a good opportunity, Su Wangshan said to Blue Moon. Blue Moon nodded. At this moment, Kuan Erishur was surrounded by 10 experts of the same level. Their weapons weren't weak, but Kuan Erishur was able to stabilize the situation by relying on the myriad slaughter sword. Suddenly, one of them forced Xiang Fei back with a single move. Then, he quickly charged towards Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur had also sensed the other party. However, he did not have the opportunity to defend himself. The 10 people in front of him were attacking with all their might. Right at this moment, Qingyu leaped out. The sword Qi in his hand continued to point, and the person who had launched the sneak attack had no choice but to retreat. The person who launched the sneak attack was Yun Qian's eldest disciple, Lu Zhennan. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of sword Qi disintegrated Lu Zhennan's attack. As he retreated, the other party's sword Qi followed closely behind like a storm. Boom! Qingyu landed on the ground. The sword Qi in her hand swayed like a bamboo forest. Her posture was also very valiant. Wow, why is there another beauty? Xiang Fei's eyes widened when he saw Qingyu. Although there were indeed many beauties in Yending Heavenly Palace, Xiang Fei could only be their enemy now. He would not be fated to be with them in the future. On the contrary, the beauty in front of them suddenly jumped out, which surprised both Xiang Fei and Kuan Erishur. Li Zongjiu saw Qingyu. Then, Su Wangshan's figure swept towards Li Zongjiu. Hehe, Senior Evil Lord, do you still remember me? Su Wangshan did not know if Li Zongjiu still remembered him. However, the 2 9th-grade sovereign primordial beasts who had been guarding the mountain gate for him had not escaped until now. They had been obediently staying in the Mountain Sea Pavilion. After all, the Mountain Sea Pavilion treated them very well. They were served with all their heart and soul. Moreover, the Mountain Sea Pavilion often bathed them and gave them massages. Their days were very comfortable. Seeing Su Wangshan coming, Li Zongjiu had some memories of him. It's you. For Su Wangshan to jump out at this time meant that he was declaring that the Mountain Sea Pavilion was on the side of the evil dominator. As for the other things, there was no need to mention it. Yending Heavenly Palace was actually not that great. That was what Su Wangshan was trying to express. I did not expect Lord Evil Lord to be better than my 2 primordial beasts. Li Zongjiu frowned. What primordial beasts? Soon after, he recalled that the great elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace had sent someone to kill him in order to get rid of him. At that time, he saw that the person's strength was not bad, at the level of a 9th-grade sovereign. Later on, 2 more helpers came. That thing was killed by him directly. However, the 2 helpers who came were directly subdued by Li Zongjiu. Oh, I remember now. I will give the 2 primordial beasts to you, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu did not care about these things now. 9th-grade sovereign primordial beasts could not survive one move in front of Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was really angry and wanted to fight, even a venerable would not be enough. Many of his moves were capable of destroying the heavens and the earth when they were unleashed. Mountain Sea Pavilion also has a share. Yun Qian saw that Su Wangshan had also made a move. Immediately, his face became extremely gloomy. Could it be that someone had specially made a move at this time to deal with Yending Heavenly Palace? At this moment, Yun Qian did not want to continue to delay. He had to cut the Gordian knot to better solve this problem. Therefore, Yun Qian also crushed a talisman in his hand. Shuiyu also suddenly raised her head. A very strong aura appeared in Yunding Heavenly Palace. Master. This aura had just been born, but it was already very strong. It was so strong that everyone present felt that it was difficult to breathe. Even the primordial energy in everyone's body involuntarily started to circulate at this moment. It was because of this aura that they gave up resisting because of this aura. Boom. A strong light exploded in the sky. Then, the figure of an old man in a golden robe gradually appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air. His aura was like an unshakable mountain. Venerable. As expected, Yunding Heavenly Palace has given birth to a venerable. This is great news. Yuan Tianhu did not run away just now. Instead, he stayed and continued to observe the situation. As for how to make a move, that would be another matter. After all, this person was brought by the Du clan. Who knows when the Du clan would betray him, and he would be in trouble. When they saw the golden figure, they were shocked. Yuan Tianhu was also secretly shocked. The Cloud-top Heavenly Palace actually gave birth to a venerable realm expert. Since that was the case, it didn't matter even if they accidentally lost a few elders just now. As long as there was a venerable, the sect would be able to survive for thousands of years and never decline. The Cloud-top Heavenly Palace was already extremely powerful. Now that a venerable had appeared, it was simply a blessing for the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace. However, the people from the Du clan did not even look at the venerable who had appeared. It did not cause the slightest ripple. It was as if the venerable was just another existence that had come to die. What exactly are these people from the Du clan up to? Could it be that a venerable has also appeared in the Du clan? Yuan Tianhu was shocked and muttered softly. Yuan Tianhu himself was a little puzzled by the appearance of such a situation. What exactly was going on? Master, doesn't the Du clan have a dragon? Instead, one of Yuan Tianhu's disciples reminded him. The appearance of the greenstone dragon just now had already proven the strength of the Du clan. Therefore, it was very normal for them to not put a venerable in their eyes. Such a simple logic, Yuan Tianhu naturally knew, but he did not immediately think of it. Immediately, Yuan Tianhu slapped each of their heads. Master, I don't know. Do I need you to remind me? The other disciple was quite aggrieved as he held his head because he did not say anything just now. After all, he did not know why he was also beaten up. However, after thinking about it for a while, this disciple also swallowed the question in his heart. If he asked this question, other than getting hit on the head, there wouldn't be any other change. Could it be that he wanted Yuan Tianhu to give him another slap on the head? The less he spoke, the less he would be beaten. Master. Shui Yu raised her head and looked at the sky. Then, the golden figure opened his eyes. There seemed to be a terrifying fluctuation in his eyes that was constantly spreading to the front. Rumble. This aura burst out, causing a terrifying storm to appear in the sky above the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Everyone in the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace, including Sect Master Yunqian, said respectfully to the golden figure in the sky. The golden figure also woke up and looked at the people below. His gaze quickly locked onto Kuan Erishur. There was no need for any additional explanation. It was already so obvious, so there was no need to ask. For the Supreme Elder of the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace, there was no need to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. He only needed to find out who was causing trouble here. Die. The Supreme Elder roared at the people below from over 100 meters away. Immediately, a loud bang was heard. The wrath of a venerable one shook the world. This kind of momentum was not something that could be resisted so easily. Everyone present felt their ears vibrate. In an instant, he felt as if he had sunk into a boundless chaos. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire, and it was difficult for him to escape. As for those who were specifically targeted by this sound wave, their fates might be even more miserable. Originally, Kuan Erishur and Xiang Fei both thought that they were done for. But when he looked down, he realized that he was completely unharmed. Looks like you're the one behind this, old man. Li Zongjiu directly kicked away the Thousand Slaughter sword in Kuan Erishur's hand. Then, the Thousand Slaughter sword whistled, turned into a sword light, and swept directly toward the Supreme Elder above. Boom, the sword swept out violently. The Supreme Elder looked at the sword and smiled disdainfully. These days, it was really funny. He didn't know where this random cat or dog came from, but he dared to provoke the king of the forest. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and the others felt like they were mice living at the bottom of the food chain, wanting to challenge the world's biggest and strongest cat king. However, in the next second, the arrogant Grand Elder couldn't laugh anymore. Originally, the Supreme Elder wanted to make a move and block the sword with one finger, making Li Zongjiu and the others despair. At the same time, it would show the huge gap in strength between them. However, Li Zongjiu's sword easily pierced through the Supreme Elder's body at an unimaginably terrifying speed. The outstretched arm was cleanly cut off. Then, an extremely thin line of blood appeared on the Supreme Elder's neck. Immediately, the Supreme Elder's head fell from the sky. Then, the body fell from the sky. Everyone could clearly see that the person who fell from the sky was none other than the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace's new Venerable Realm Expert. The Supreme Elder of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. The dazzling golden light also disappeared at this moment. It had disappeared completely. Yun Qian's expression was already indescribable. He had never seen such a situation before. What was going on? Why did the rhythm of today's events seem to be a little off? Every expert of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace that came died. Most importantly, when he saw that the Supreme Elder had also fallen, he was shocked. Immediately, his expression changed. A power hidden in Shuiyue's body seemed to be rapidly dissipating at this moment. Then, a trace of clarity appeared in Shuiyue's eyes. Suddenly, Shuiyue covered her head and quickly retreated. Her expression was one of extreme pain. Kuan Erishur saw the change in Shuiyue. At this moment, Yun Qian's expression also changed. Before Shuiyue completely woke up, he took a step forward and instantly came in front of Shuiyue. He pointed a finger at Shuiyue's neck. With a slight force, it could easily penetrate Shuiyue's neck. All of you, stop. Kuan Erishur, do you want her to live or die? Yun Qian seemed to know what was going to happen. So, he did not hesitate to take action. He had to subdue Li Zongjiu and the others. When they saw Yun Qian take action, all the guests present were very clear. Obviously, there was nothing to criticize about the shady business of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Wasn't it just a small matter? Everyone knew in their hearts. But now, Yun Qian was exposed. After being exposed, he chose to kidnap the disciple of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Moreover, she was his future daughter-in-law. This was even more despicable. Old Qian, I never expected you to be such a person. When Yuan Tianhu saw this scene, he could not help but say immediately. Yun Qian ignored Yuan Tianhu's sarcasm. At the same time, he did not care about the cold eyes of the guests present at the scene. Brother Kuan. Shuiyue, who had woken up, also called out Kuan Arashi's name excitedly. However, the way they addressed each other was a little mushy. Xianxia shook off the goosebumps on the ground. But when Kuan Erishur heard this, he immediately became ecstatic. You're finally normal. Just as Kuan Erishur was about to rush over, Qian Yin also tightened his grip. Immediately, Shuiyue groaned softly. Because Yun Qian's strength had already penetrated Shuiyue's neck. If he exerted more strength, he would be able to sever Shuiyue's neck. Stop right there, kid. Yun Qian snorted coldly. Kuan Erishur immediately stopped. He didn't dare to move forward. Old man Yun Qian, your reputation has been ruined today. Let Shuiyue go and I won't kill you. Kuan Erishur said in a deep voice. Now was the moment where Shuiyue's life was at stake. Of course, he couldn't be careless. Hence, Kuan Erishur had also calmed down. At the very least, he had to ensure Shuiyue's safety. However, Yun Qian didn't care about that. Ruin my reputation? Haha. In the wilderness, as long as you have strength, there is no such thing as ruin. If you want this woman to live, then kill your friend. 2. You can only choose one. Yun Qian laughed loudly and threw out a similar problem of the century. Shuiyue naturally saw Li Zongjiu here. If Lan Kuan was to kill Li Zongjiu in order to save her, Shuiyue would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Furthermore, Shuiyue had already recovered her memories earlier on, and she knew that she was in the Cloud Ding Tian Palace. In the Cloud Palace, the coldness she had towards Kuan Erishur in the past gushed out. Brother Kuan, don't listen to him. Take revenge for me and kill these people. When Kuan Erishur heard Shuiyue's words, he immediately realized what Shuiyue wanted to do. She didn't want Kuan Erishur to be restrained. Hence, she was very decisive. However, just as Shuiyue was about to self-destruct, but Yun Qian directly sealed the Aqua Moon with a surge of essence energy. Shuiyue had also lost her ability to self-destruct. She could only open her eyes and look at everything in front of her. She couldn't even speak. Yunqi felt that it was a pity that such a thing happened. But now, the most important thing was to get rid of this annoying thing in front of them. If it weren't for Kuan Erishur, they wouldn't be in such a situation. Kuan Erishur, do you want to save her? Put down your sword and kowtow 3 times to everyone who died in Cloud Top Heavenly Palace today. Then, I will beg my father to let this woman go. Yunqi said coldly. Yunqi did not care about Shuiyue's beauty at all. The world was so big, what kind of beauty could not be found? As for feelings, Shuiyue was just a cultivation furnace. There was no need to talk about love. Once the wedding was over, he would be able to absorb Shuiyue's energy for his own use. But today, this matter was disrupted by Kuan Erishur. He should have gotten rid of this guy back then. Yunqi didn't expect that it would cause such a big problem. He didn't expect this at all, and he was very unhappy. 2 idiots. Li Zongjiu took a step forward. He patted Kuan Arashi's shoulder. Since the other party had already exposed himself, there was no need for Kuan Erishur to deal with the rest. After all, he was Kuan Arashi's boss. No matter what, he couldn't let Kuan Erishur kowtow to these people. People of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, listen up. I can spare those who voluntarily left the sect, but after 10 breaths, everyone of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace will die. That's what I said. Li Zongjiu said calmly. He tried his best to make his tone sound as if what he said was true. But no one believed Li Zongjiu's arrogant words. They even thought that Li Zongjiu was a retard. This kid is too arrogant. Although I don't know what means he used to kill a venerable, Cloud Top Heavenly Palace has thousands of years of history. How can it be destroyed so easily? Ignorant kid, you won't amount to anything. The surrounding experts of Untainted Land even thought that Li Zongjiu's words were a little funny because he was too naive. But there were a few people present who didn't take it as a joke. They listened very seriously and looked at the people of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace with pity. They were the people of the Du family and Su Wangshan. Among the crowd, there was one person who took Li Zongjiu's words seriously. I didn't expect the sect to be so shameless. Sumei will lead the sect today. From now on, the matters of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace have nothing to do with me. Sumei walked out in front of everyone's eyes. After all, Yun Qian's behavior today was indeed embarrassing for many disciples. But leaving the sect was such a serious matter that many disciples weren't prepared for it. Sumei's choice made everyone very surprised. Senior sister Sumei, you've made a very wise choice. Xianxia laughed when he saw this. Sumei's choice was tantamount to slapping the entire Cloud Top Heavenly Palace in the face. For the shameless higher-ups of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, someone like her had to stand up and tell them how shameless their behavior was. Obviously, they wanted to seize other people's talents and use other people's physiques to strengthen their own cultivation. Such things didn't happen in Untainted Land. But like Yun Qian and Yun Qi, the father and son, who had done bad things, they had to make up excuses. Now, they were exposed. Naturally, they were despised by everyone. They even despised them. Very well, you can live. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. Yunqi looked at Sumei. Yunqi was also very interested in this woman. However, this woman was too smart and her innate talent wasn't weak. She was very strong. Therefore, if Yunqi wanted to conquer Sumei, he had to use certain means. But today, Sumei had directly left the sect. It was as if joining Cloud Top Heavenly Palace was an extremely shameful act. Sumei, today you have the guts to betray the sect. In the future, you will be cursed and abandoned by thousands of people in Untainted Land. I, Yunqi, will not let you go. I think you know the consequences of betraying the sect. Yunqi looked at Sume and said fiercely. You'd better take care of yourself. Sume wasn't worried at all. Instead, she looked at Yunqi coldly. She sneered. 10 breaths have passed. Li Zongjie was counting the time. Although Sume's departure attracted a lot of attention, Li Zongjie was also looking at the time. Yun Qian suddenly became nervous. Because he saw Li Zongjie move. Subconsciously, he wanted to block the water moon in front of him. But his movement was obviously much slower. His speed instantly decreased. It wasn't that he was too slow, but Li Zongjie was too fast. Qi, a stream of blood spurted out from his arm. Yun Qian suddenly saw that his arm was separated from his body. Li Zongjie had unknowingly cut off Yun Qian's arm with a stream of yuan power. Then, he appeared behind Yun Qian. Just when Yun Qian was nervous, Yun Qian pointed at his finger. She pointed her finger at Yun Qian's head. Immediately, Yun Qian's body stopped. The yuan power that was restraining Shueyue also disappeared without a trace. Oh no! Yun Qian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yun Qian's premonition was very accurate. But in an instant, Li Zongjie's finger exploded his head. Bang! Yun Qian's head was like a watermelon that fell from a high place on the ground. It exploded instantly. Blood and skulls splattered and covered the ground. However, Li Zongjie used his yuan power to keep the loot out. Instant kill with one move, if it was said that he had used some unknown method to get rid of the Great Elder. But now, he had killed Yun Qian with his own hands in front of all of them. Moreover, he had killed Yun Qian at close range. Sect Master. Sect Master is dead. Some of the people from Yunding Heavenly Palace were stunned. Li Zongjie immediately raised his hand. Pitch-black thunderclouds immediately gathered in the sky. It was like a quilt that could cover the sky and the earth. All the great desolate world experts present felt their hearts palpitate. Is this the heavenly thunder? How can it be triggered by someone? Many people felt the fear of being dominated by the heavenly lightning. Immediately, they wanted to retreat. But the thunderclouds were right above their heads. Even if they hid underground, it would be difficult to hide. What? Yunqi looked up at the sky. Li Zongjie snapped his fingers. Immediately, the thunderclouds in the sky released thousands of lightning bolts. Boom! Boom! Innumerable lightning bolts fell. Above the cloud-top heavenly palace, defensive arrays immediately gushed out. These arrays were specially designed to resist the thunderclouds. After all, the Yunding Heavenly Palace was so high that thunderclouds often appeared. But the thunderclouds summoned by Li Zongjie were not so simple. Rumble! The defense of the Yunding Heavenly Palace collapsed in an instant. Then, the overbearing power of the thunderbolts fell toward the people on the mountain. The thunderbolts seemed to have eyes. They accurately found the disciples of the Yunding Heavenly Palace. One thunderbolt fell on the head of each disciple of the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Boom, boom, some people were standing very close to the thunderbolts, but they were killed when the thunderbolts fell. Those who were not from the Yunding Heavenly Palace were not hurt at all even though they were very close to the thunderbolts. In less than 3 breaths, all the people in the Yunding Heavenly Palace were killed. Only 2 people survived. One was Yunqi. The other was Sume, who had left the sect in time. Lightning annihilation. Furthermore, in front of so many top experts of the primitive land, he easily annihilated the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. Anyone who heard of this scene would find it hard to believe. But now, they saw it with their own eyes. What else could they not believe? Hiss, oh my god, it was annihilated just like that? It didn't feel bloody at all, because the moment the lightning struck, the powerful force had already crushed people directly. There was no mercy at all. Regardless of gender, old or young. They were all annihilated. Sume felt a wave of cold air rising from the soles of her feet and condensing above her head. It was too terrifying. It was the first time she felt so close to life and death, and it was an irreversible situation. Between life and death, you could not control anything. If Li Zongjie wanted you dead, he only needed to count you in and you would be dead. Therefore, Sume was able to survive not because of her strength or talent, but because she stood up at the right time. That was why Sume was able to survive. All the experts of the primitive land were stunned. It was not until this moment that they realized that the ordinary-looking young man in front of them was actually a terrifying godlike existence. They had always thought that this young man had only mastered some strange skills, but now it seemed that he did not even bother to make a move and just wanted to have some fun. Xianxia, who had lost an arm. He looked around in a daze. The people in the cloud-top heavenly palace were all lying on the ground with smoke rising from them. They were all killed. Xianxia was the only one left, and he had even lost an arm. He had no relatives. As far as the eye could see, there were only enemies left. At this moment, Xianxia felt like he was about to collapse. Xianxia immediately knelt down in front of Li Zhongjiu. My lord, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Xianxia knelt down neatly. You're kneeling to the wrong person. Kuan Erasher, I've specially left this brat for you. Li Zhongjiu said, then stepped aside. Kuan Erasher walked up and squatted in front of Xianxia. Uncle Kuan Erasher, I know I was wrong. I will kowtow to you, I will kowtow to you. Xianxia immediately kowtowed to Kuan Erasher. When the crowd saw Xianxia, they couldn't believe that he would cower so quickly. However, they had no choice but to cower. The other party could easily annihilate his sect. How could he still be so unyielding? Right now, Xianxia could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Only then would he have a chance at survival. If Kuan Erasher was in a good mood, he would still have a chance to live. At this moment, Shueiyue also walked in front of Kuan Erasher. How about this? We won't bully you or make things difficult for you. Kuan Erasher said. Xianfei, you too. Kuan Erasher, Shueiyue, and Xianfei stood together. The three of us will each stab you once. If you can survive, we'll let you go. If we torture you, it'll be a waste of time. Whether or not you can survive will depend on your own abilities. Kuan Erasher said. Xianxia's face changed. Just as he was about to reply, he saw that Kuan Erasher had already stabbed towards him. The sword easily pierced through Xianxia's body. The sword avoided the vital part of his heart. However, it made Xianxia feel a piercing pain that made it hard for him to breathe. Arg! Just as Xianxia had yet to recover from the pain, Xianfei also used his own sword. He stabbed it in. Another sword pierced through Xianxia's body. Xianxia stared at the person in front of him with his eyes wide open. It was as though his eyeballs were about to pop out. In the next second, Shueiyue also used an ice sword and pierced through Xianxia's head in an instant. She only said that she would stab him 3 times, but she didn't say that she wouldn't stab his head. Shueiyue's sword pierced through Xianxia's head and he seemed to have turned into a unicorn. He died on the spot. Xianxia also died tragically on the spot. When Xianxia fell, it meant that the people of Yunding Heavenly Palace were all dead. It was a foregone conclusion that they would be wiped out. However, although the people of Yunding Heavenly Palace were all dead, there were still many treasures in Yunding Heavenly Palace. Hence, many people's eyes lit up. They were already thinking about it. When should they make a move and snatch the treasures? After all, there were so many treasures. They couldn't let them go to waste. Some people were already ready to make a move. However, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. He dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Since everyone is here today, there's no need to leave. Li Zhongjiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu wanted to dominate the untainted land? What happened just now had nothing to do with them. Hence, these people could watch the scene unfold in front of them as if they were watching a show. Instead, they felt a sense of schadenfreude towards the end of Yunding Heavenly Palace. After all, with one less strong competitor, they might be able to gain more benefits in the untainted land in the future. However, Li Zhongjiu directly asked everyone to stay. No one knew what he wanted to do. However, everyone was very nervous. This was true. Yuan Tianhu and the other experts quickly exchanged glances with each other. Since the other party could wipe out Yunding Heavenly Palace in an instant, he could at least kill more than half of the people present. I say, Brother Do Su, what do you mean by this? Yuan Tianhu immediately got closer to Do Su. Although the two of them weren't very familiar with each other, it was not too late to become familiar with each other. How would I know? How could I guess what evil lord would do? Do Su's face was also emotionless. The main thing was that Do Su really didn't know. The atmosphere seemed to have fallen to the freezing point. Everyone was waiting for someone to take the lead and ask Li Zongjie what he meant. Even Lan Kuan and Shueyue had confused looks on their faces. Today is the big day of my brother's wedding. I won't send out an invitation. Li Zongjie looked around and said in a clear voice. When everyone heard this, their originally tense hearts also relaxed at this moment, completely relaxing. Phew, almost everyone present breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If Li Zongjie really wanted to take action, it would be quite terrifying. From Li Zongjie's attack to the destruction of Yunding Heavenly Palace, no one clearly saw the level of Li Zongjie's strength. At least, it was far beyond the Supreme Being realm. The only explanation was that Li Zongjie's current realm. Could it be that he was the legendary Supreme Saint Realm expert? Supreme Saint Realm expert. Some of the top experts already had some guesses in their hearts. They looked at each other. Apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. It had to be something like this. Congratulations, congratulations. Our immeasurable longevity mountain congratulates the two of you on your marriage. It's just a small gift, please accept it. Someone immediately began to congratulate him. How could the situation not be clear? It was Kuan Erishur and Shueyu who were together. Fortunately, when they came just now, they didn't have time to give out their congratulatory gifts. Otherwise, they would have to take out another gift. With someone taking the lead, the others instantly became sensible. How could the situation not be clear? They quickly handed over their congratulatory gifts. At the same time, they also hurriedly congratulated them. It just so happened that there were ready-made gifts. For a moment, there were too many people, and Kuan Erishur was a little overwhelmed. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on. Why was he suddenly getting married? There were so many things ready-made. Even the wedding hall was perfectly decorated. Let me do it, let me do it. Everyone, come over here. Those who want to give a gift, please leave your name. I'm sorry, I'm not very clear about your situation. Immediately, Xianfei also consciously played the role of a butler. He went directly to the long table and began to register the gifts. You should be able to handle the wedding banquet, right? Li Zongjie came in front of Sume and asked indifferently. Sume originally wanted to leave Yunding Heavenly Palace. After all, now that she had left the sect, with Sume's talent and strength, there would be many sects competing to invite her. Therefore, Sume was very clear about it. But Sume also wanted to take this opportunity to go out and gain experience. Li Zongjie's sudden question made Sume nervous. After all, Li Zongjie in front of her was the person who destroyed Yunding Heavenly Palace. Yes, I can. Sume nodded. Previously, she was only a little interested in Li Zongjie and felt that the Li Zongjie in front of her should not be such a simple person. But now, it seemed that he was not simple, he was simply too terrifying. I'll leave the other matters of the wedding banquet to you. I guarantee that it will go on as usual. After it's done, you will be the new palace master of Yunding Heavenly Palace. Li Zongjie said indifferently. He was directly giving the entire Yunding Heavenly Palace to her. As the disciple of the third elder, Sume usually knew a lot of things about the sect. She was also very clear about how much wealth there was in Yunding Heavenly Palace. There were countless treasures in it. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. But whether Li Zongjie could be so generous, she did not know. Okay. Sume felt that Li Zongjie did not seem to be joking. So she agreed. Previously, Li Zongjie only killed the disciples of Yunding Heavenly Palace, but many of the servants and the like were still alive. None of them were harmed. So the wedding went on as usual, but the groom was changed. This kind of thing was really rare. To be able to see it happen with one's own eyes was indeed a legend. Kuan Erishur himself felt like he was in a dream. Even now, he was very nervous. I'm a little nervous now. When he went to battle and caused a ruckus at a wedding, he didn't see Kuan Erishur like this. But now that he was about to get married, he was so nervous that even his hands began to tremble. What are you nervous about? Just as he was worrying about not having a good dress. 1,000 Hands elder from the Rainbow sect took the initiative to appear in front of Li Zongjiu. Moreover, she had also made a custom-made dress for Lan Kuan. Soon after, she produced a bright red ceremonial robe. On the robe, there were dragons and phoenixes embroidered on it. It was incomparably beautiful. When Kuan Erishur put on this dress, he felt like he was in a dream. I'm getting married? Then Kuan Erishur pinched his face in disbelief. Do Ling was at the side checking Kuan Arashi's decorations. Not bad, not bad. Your craftsmanship is really good. The beautiful elder of the Rainbow sect waved her hand and put away the glowing scissors she brought. She looked at Do Ling's eyes, clearly wanting to touch her scissors. This was an ancestral treasure. Naturally, she couldn't let Do Ling take it as a toy. Do Ling was so angry that she pouted. Li Zongjiu chose a new one at the auspicious time. None of the guests present dared to leave. Li Zongjiu wasn't the only one present. There were also people from the Du family. They all helped to take care of it. There weren't many people from the Mountain Sea Pavilion, but Su Wangshan did it himself. Some people who wanted to curry favor with Li Zongjiu also took care of it. Of course, there were also people who didn't want to do these things. They were quite cold. Among them were the brother sects of the Cloud Top Palace. It was said that the relationship between the two sects was very good. They were like brothers and their ancestors had a certain relationship. Violet Heavensword sect. However, the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace had been destroyed, and the Purple Heavensword sect didn't even dare to say a word. This was the suppression of strength. Even if you have an opinion, what can you do? You'll be gone in a matter of minutes. The Purple Heavensword sect itself was a top existence in the Untainted Land. But this time, seeing his brother's sect being destroyed, he had to give a big gift to Kuan Erishur. There were two reasons why the people from the Purple Heavensword sect didn't leave. Firstly, they were really afraid of Li Zongjiu's terrifying strength. Secondly, they were drooling over the items in the Cloud Top Sky Palace. After all, as a brother sect, there were many things that they knew clearly. Some of the secret treasures of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, even if you went to look for them, you might not be able to find them. Therefore, the Purple Heavensword sect decided to stay until the end. At this moment, the Cloud Top Palace was like a huge treasure trove that no one was guarding. It was an open way, and anyone could take it away. However, Li Zongjiu, this tyrant, was guarding this place. Either he was waiting for this tyrant to leave, or he was waiting for him to let down his guard. The wedding banquet began. Gongs and drums filled the sky. Li Zongjiu also became the witness of the marriage between the two. He witnessed such a matchless marriage between the two of them. In the Holy Martial Continent, this wedding was definitely one of the best. Who would be able to invite so many legendary experts of the Great Desolate Era to this wedding? There was even a dragon outside watching the door. Who would be able to pull off such an extravagant wedding? Although the parents of both sides were not present, it didn't matter. They could go back and do another wedding. After all, they were all over the world. First, they had to take advantage of the time and the place. Congratulations to the two of you for tying the knot, Li Zongjiu said to the two of them. He also prepared a generous gift for the two of them. Previously, he had gathered a lot of treasures in the Holy Martial Realm and put them all in this storage ring. He handed it over to the two of them. The reason why the two of them could succeed today was all because of Li Zongjiu. Therefore, they were very grateful to Li Zongjiu. Then, the wedding banquet began. However, Li Zongjiu was even more generous. He gave a bottle of elixir to everyone who came. There was at least 1 9th grade elixir and 3 8th grade elixir in the bottle. Du Tianhe and Du Su, who were in charge of filling the bottles, were about to have a heart attack. Looking at such a generous gift in front of them, they even had the impulse to take these elixirs and run away. But when they thought about how they could get as many elixirs as they wanted in the future if they held on to Li Zongjiu's thigh, in the end, their rationality prevailed over their impulse. Originally, these people who came to attend the wedding felt like they had suffered a loss in silence in the end. However, due to Li Zongjiu's strength, they did not dare to say anything. But now, they were beaming with joy. They were even glad that they did not leave just now. If they had left, these things would not have been fated with them. They could not have been so thick-skinned to come. In terms of value, the gifts they had given before were not comparable to the elixirs given by Li Zongjiu. They did not suffer a loss at all. Instead, they made a lot of money. Then, more people came to propose a toast. When Kuan Erishur brought Shueiyue to propose a toast, they were also much more enthusiastic. The people of the Purple Heaven Sword sect, who had been sullen and uncooperative, were the most attentive. They were even close to calling Kuan Erishur brother. In the untainted land, there was no such thing as age. There was only the strength of cultivation, and seniority was based on cultivation. Seniority was based on strength. The sect master of the Purple Heaven Sword sect also directly called Kuan Erishur brother. It seemed that the two were old friends who had known each other for many years. This change in attitude was so fast that it was hard to believe that it was something that a human could do. They really did do these things. All the words brother and brother disappeared at this moment. It was so simple and direct. Li Zongjiu did not mind. How Kuan Erishur dealt with his interpersonal relationships was Kuan Arashi's business. Li Zongjiu did not care about it. At the main table, Kuan Erishur was drinking and chatting with Do Tianhe and the others. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's eyes were full of emotions. He did not expect that the trajectory of this life would be so wonderful. In the 3,000 years of his previous life, he did feel that he had lived in vain. At this moment, he really felt that he was alive. He originally wanted to find Qi Yanran, but he thought that he needed to hold another banquet when he returned. At that time, he would let Qi Yanran come. The next step is to marry little Ling Er. I will find a good family for you. Li Zongjiu drank a few glasses of wine and began to chat freely. I don't want to. After hearing this, Turner shook her head like a rattle drum, shaking it crazily. Haha, it's time to marry. Do Tianhe also said jokingly. Although Sumei was a former disciple of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, she was invited by Li Zongjiu. Let's change the name of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Let's call it the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. You will be the sect master. Li Zongjiu looked at Sumei and said. Sumei was stunned. If you have any problems, you can go to Su Wanshan and family head Do. In my name, I will protect you for 100 years. Li Zongjiu said. Using his name as the evil lord to protect your sect for 100 years, what kind of honor is that? At present, there were not many forces that could be protected by Li Zongjiu. Even the Do family did not have such honor. However, because of Do Ling Er, they would help the Do family if they were in trouble. After all, Do Ling Er was Li Zongjiu's companion. Naturally, they would not forget their friendship. Thank you, Senior Evil Lord. Sumei did not expect that such a good thing would fall on her. Although she was not ready, she was confident that she could do it well. All the people in the untainted land had ambitions. After seeing the vast world, they would spare no effort to climb up. Only when they reached the peak could they be considered to be alive and in control of their own lives. Otherwise, they would be easily taken away by others. Li Zongjiu was a person who stood at the peak. Therefore, it was quite easy to get all of this. One day, when they could surpass Li Zongjiu, they would be truly free. But in fact, Li Zongjiu was not interested in controlling them at all. Just when the wedding banquet was over. In the sky thousands of miles away, a layer of terrifying black cloud storm suddenly blew. It seemed that there was an extremely terrifying ancient fierce beast born in the sky. In an extremely arrogant manner, it rushed towards the direction of Yanding Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Qing Shilong, who had been resting at the door, suddenly raised his head. He raised his head abruptly. His huge dragon eyes were filled with shock. Hiss! Black light shone on the world. Qing Shilong also raised his head in horror. Roar! Qing Shilong Dragon Clan, I didn't expect you to betray the dignity of the Dragon Clan and be willing to be a slave. From now on, the Qing Shilong Dragon Clan will be expelled from Dragon Island. A loud voice resounded through the world. It was so loud that even the people around them felt like they were being deafened. Even the wine cups on the table exploded under this roar. The cup in Li Zongjiu's hand was also shattered by the other party's voice. Immediately, his face changed. Billowing black flame chi came from afar. The distance of thousands of miles was covered in an instant. Those who were dining in the cloud-top palace were all top experts in the untainted land. They could clearly feel the power of the sudden appearance of the chi. Their expressions changed slightly. Dragon Island? The legendary Dragon Island? The Du family's people also changed their expressions. Although they knew the dragon tribe would make a comeback, they didn't expect it to come so soon. It had only been a few days since the Dragon Island was settled, and another expert came. Moreover, the person who kicked Xianxia out of the Dragon Island was obviously not a simple person. Xianxia could only roar at the sky to express his unwillingness. He was the victim. Why did this have to happen? He felt extremely wronged. However, these obsidian dragons were cold and heartless. On the Dragon Island, the obsidian dragon tribe was a very powerful tribe with many experts. A small branch like Xianxia was basically oppressed. This time, the person who came was a guardian of the obsidian dragon tribe. The obsidian dragon tribe also had the ability to kick someone out of the Dragon Island after saying such words. Everyone was also discussing. Furthermore, in front of this aura, there was also a feeling of fear and trepidation. Boom! It was Hei Qi, one of the 7 guardians of the obsidian dragon tribe. Dressed in black, Hei Qi stood in the air and looked down at the wedding banquet below. Banquet? Today's banquet will be the last farewell banquet for you lowly humans. Hei Qi sneered and stared at the people below. Although there were some people with good cultivation, it was impossible for them to compete with him, a guardian of the obsidian dragon tribe. Everyone was confused. Why did this happen again? Couldn't they just let them have a good meal here? Why did they have to go through so many twists and turns? Is he really a legendary expert of the dragon tribe? He seems to be more terrifying than the venerable realm. The absolute saint realm. This was the reason why the obsidian dragon tribe was so proud. For some unknown reason, the strength of the dragon clan had increased tremendously in this life. Now, a mere 7th protector had appeared, and he was already an absolute saint. It was terrifying. Yuan Tianhu glanced at the nearby flying divine tiger, who was already foaming at the mouth. It was obvious that under the pressure of the latter, it was having difficulty breathing and was about to faint. Yuan Tianhu had never seen the flying god tiger in such a state before. It was probably going to lose all its face today. However, the terrifying existence before them was the one that gave Yuan Tianhu and the others a sense of crisis. If he didn't do it well, he might die today. Why is this meal so terrible? Hei Qi saw that the people below did not dare to make a sound. Therefore, he also smiled disdainfully. Who is it that is controlling the bluestone dragon of my Dragon Island? Although the bluestone dragon race has been expelled from the Dragon Island by me, the might of the dragon race still remains. I won't allow anyone to taint it. Take the initiative to come out and I can consider letting the others go. Hei Qi said to herself. Li Zhongzhou calmly picked up the towel on the table and wiped his mouth. Go to the kitchen and ask if dragon meat can be cooked. Li Zhongzhou said to Sumei. Sumei was stunned. She was already frightened by the sudden appearance of the so-called 7th protector of the dragon clan. She didn't even dare to move. Only when she heard Li Zhongzhou's words did she react. At the same time, the pressure on her body was relieved. I'll go and ask. Although Sumei said that she was going to ask, she didn't dare to stand up. Everyone had heard what Li Zhongzhou said just now, including Hei Qi in the sky. After all, no one had dared to speak until now. Only Li Zhongzhou had spoken, which naturally attracted Hei Qi's attention. Boss, you can even handle this? Kuan Erishur looked at Li Zhongzhou in shock. Although the dragon clan didn't come for them, the trouble in front of them must be for Li Zhongzhou. As long as it was Li Zhongzhou's enemy, it would naturally be Kuan Erishur's enemy. How could he let Li Zhongzhou face it alone? Kuan Erishur naturally stood firmly on Li Zhongzhou's side. Don't worry, no one can mess up this wedding today. Li Zhongzhou smiled. Suddenly, he waved his hand toward the sky. Then, he pulled down fiercely. Hei Qi was about to attack Li Zhongzhou. With his strength of the first-grade absolute saint realm, it would be easy for him to kill everyone in the Cloudtop Palace. However, in an instant, Hei Qi was controlled by an invisible force. Then, his whole body was pulled to the ground. Bang, his body landed on the ground, and the earth shook. This fall even smashed Heiqi's body out. After all, Heiqi clearly felt a strong pressure when he landed. In order to capture the danger, he released his own power and released his true body to defend against the danger. Boom, the ground exploded. It seemed that there was a cliff at the edge of the palace, and it fell directly from the sky. A small part of the mountain peak was shaken off. Roar, Heiqi roared. The person in front of him had controlled him. Heiqi immediately turned his body, and at the same time, he opened his mouth and released a destructive dragon breath. Like a lotus flower, he released it in all directions. Seeing this, Li Zongjie waved his hand again. A force directly imprisoned the power of the dragon's breath that the latter spewed out in this space. Heiqi was also imprisoned and couldn't escape the space in front of him. At the same time, the black destructive dragon breath burned his body. Boy, how dare you touch me? My obsidian dragon clan will not let you go. Heiqi's voice was heard. Everyone was watching the scene with their own eyes. A live dragon was being roasted alive. Heiqi was also imprisoned by Li Zongjie's power. Obviously, he had no way to break free from Li Zongjie's power. Therefore, he could only use his obsidian dragon clan's name to deter Li Zongjie. However, this kind of deterrence was useless in front of Li Zongjie. You're quite stubborn. Looks like I have to roast you more. Li Zongjie also injected his yuan energy into Heiqi. Immediately, Heiqi's body was burned by the flames, and he looked like he was being roasted red. The crowd could only watch and admire the scene of the black dragon being braised in red sauce. Xianxia transformed into an old man in green robes. He stood in the distance and watched Li Zongjie roast the 7 guardians of the obsidian dragon clan. Heiqi was burned to death. Even Xianxia felt a lingering fear in his heart. He couldn't believe his eyes. But it made sense. Li Zongjie had no respect for the dragon clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one left in Xianxia's bloodline. Moreover, he ended up in this state. Even the dragon ball was taken away by Li Zongjie. Originally, Xianxia had thought that Li Zongjie was afraid of the dragon race's revenge, so he didn't dare to kill them all. Or maybe he wanted to know the dragon race's secrets, so he had kept him by his side. But now, it seemed that Li Zongjie just wanted a dragon to pull the flying boat. He didn't have any other intentions. He wasn't afraid of the dragon clan at all. He even killed the 7 guardians of the obsidian dragon clan without hesitation. He didn't hesitate at all. He roasted them on the spot. The dignity and heritage of the dragon clan were nothing in front of Li Zongjie. He didn't take them seriously at all. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the black dragon, which was more than 1,000 meters long, was burned to death. Its whole body was red. When Li Zongjie withdrew from the restriction, he immediately smelled a fragrance that assailed his nostrils. Many people had eaten their fill. But when they smelled the fragrance, their stomachs couldn't help growling. At the same time, they were swallowing their saliva. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had clearly sensed the terrifying aura coming from the obsidian dragon clan, they would have thought that it was just a stunt that Li Zongjie had arranged for them to see. Sumei's eyes widened. Go and ask the chef to cut the meat and put it on a plate. Since we've met today, I'll give everyone an extra meal. Eat a dragon? Everyone looked at each other. What kind of miraculous things had happened on this day? First, everyone in the cloud-top heavenly palace had been killed. Then, the wedding had gone on as planned. Moreover, everyone had received a 9th grade elixir. If there were more people from a sect, it would be a huge gain. But now, a legendary dragon had appeared out of nowhere, a dragon from Dragon Island. And now, this mighty and fierce dragon was braised by Li Zongjie with fire. Now, everyone present could enjoy a meal of freshly braised dragon meat. Li Zongjie waved his hand and took out the dragon pearl of the obsidian dragon clan's 7th guardian. Thousands of years of cultivation power had been integrated into the dragon pearl. Even without adding any herbs, the dragon pearl could become a divine-grade elixir. Take this as a gift from the dragon clan. Li Zongjie gave the priceless dragon pearl to Kuan Erishur and Shueyue. Kuan Erishur naturally accepted it without hesitation. How can I accept this? Shueyue, take it. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. A loud voice came from the side. Oh my god, this is excellent dragon meat. Who braised it like this? A chef holding a big ladle looked up at the sky and broke down. Everyone present felt like they were in a dream. Everyone was given a large piece of braised dragon meat. Although the dragon meat looked a little burnt, the aroma still filled their nostrils. Even if they accidentally died after eating this meal today, they could still boast about their bragging rights. In the future, they would have a lot of bragging rights. After all, this was dragon meat. Who could do such a thing and directly eat dragon meat? Perhaps even the dragons themselves had never done such a thing. Only the legendary Heavenly Demon clan had the ability to eat dragon meat. Although dragon meat was difficult to digest, it could replenish a large amount of yuan power after eating it. Most importantly, it could strengthen one's vitality and prolong one's life. It would also be of great help to the transformation of one's body. This was something that could not be brought by other things. Only dragon meat could bring about such huge benefits. After eating this meal, one could at least live for more than 10 years. Li Zongjiu packed a portion of it. After all, he had cooked it himself. He would bring some for his parents to taste later. This trip could be said to be completely worth it. Everyone understood one after another. With strength, one could really do whatever one wanted. Even the legendary dragon was caught and eaten directly. It was very shocking. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was time to enter the bridal chamber. However, Li Zongjiu could not participate in this kind of thing. Later, Li Zongjiu announced the establishment of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. The palace master was Sumei. Many forces also understood that the foundation of the Heavenly Cloud Palace had directly fallen into Sumei's hands. This kind of supreme benefit really made people quite envious. What kind of luck did Sumei have? She could actually get Li Zongjiu's appreciation. Because she stood on the right side this time, she would be able to reach the sky in one step and rise step by step. Everyone was envious of Sumei's experience. In fact, Li Zongjiu was completely uninterested in the resources of the untainted land. Not only were there few resources in the untainted land, but it was also very dangerous. It was better to just stay in the sacred martial realm. Naturally, someone would send a large amount of resources to Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu didn't even care about these resources now. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. From then on, the name of the evil lord was officially known in the untainted land. Everyone knew the name of the evil lord and had heard of the evil lord's military exploits. They were waiting for him to show his strength. Naturally, it was quite terrifying. The next day, Li Zongjiu was also preparing to bid farewell. If Kuan Erishur and the others were interested, they could stay and continue building the Heavenly Cloud Tower. However, since Sumei was already the sect leader, there would be no change. Kuan Erishur and Shui Yu also wanted to travel around the continent. After all, they were finally reunited after such a long time. Of course, they wanted to go out and have a good time in order to relieve the longing in their hearts. Their longing had nothing to do with Li Zongjiu. Shui Yu's strength was already above Kuan Erishur's. Given their strength, as long as they didn't go to some very dangerous places in the untainted land, it was obvious that they would lose their lives. It was enough for them to roam freely. If they didn't dare to go just because of the danger, it would be too boring. There was no such thing as an absolutely safe place. The real safety was still in one's own hands. Xianxia stayed and managed the Heavenly Cloud Tower with his senior sister Sumei. Sumei happened to need a helper, so a large amount of resources was almost given to the two of them. This showed Li Zongjiu's generosity. Since Xianxia was willing to stand up and support Lan Kuan in such a dangerous situation, this loyalty was something that Li Zongjiu could see. At the very least, Li Zongjiu felt that Xianxia was extremely loyal. Therefore, he would definitely treat Xianxia well in the future. Given Li Zongjiu's current strength and status, he could send someone to heaven with just a word. Of course, if someone provoked Li Zongjiu, he could also send that person to hell with just a word. The Du clan also needed to find time to deal with the Tan clan. This time, the Du clan seemed to have reached a strategic cooperation with the Divine Tiger sect. At least if they wanted to take action against the Tan clan, they would be able to find a few allies. Even the Purple Heaven Sword sect had the intention of getting close to the Du clan. Anyone could see that Li Zhongjiu and the Du clan had a deep relationship. As long as they had a good relationship with the Du clan, they would definitely be of great use in the future. If they could make friends with the fiercest person in the untainted land, it would be useless. No matter where they went in the future, it would be much more convenient. This time, Su Wangshan of the Mountain Sea Pavilion also directly obtained 2 9th-grade Supreme Being spiritual beasts as Mountain Guardian Divine Beasts. To Su Wangshan, was there anything more exciting than this? Previously, these 2 powerful spiritual beasts belonged to Li Zhongjiu, but now, the control of these 2 spiritual beasts was directly handed over to Su Wangshan. Although Su Wangshan would not do anything too overboard, at least he truly owned these 2 spiritual beasts, causing the strength of the Mountain Sea Pavilion to soar. Qing Shilong was working hard at pulling the flying boat in front. They had returned to the Xingyan dynasty. The Sacred Flame Royal City was still bustling. Of course, the current Qianquan Sacred City was also bustling. Although Li Zhongjiu was not in the Xingyan dynasty during this period and rarely showed himself, Li Zhongjiu's prestige was still there, and the many forces under him were also developing. Li Yun had become the underground queen of the Sacred Flame Royal City. Moreover, Li Yun's management style was different from King of Fire's. The King of Fire was just casually playing around, but Li Yun was working hard to manage the huge territory. At the same time, she protected the poor from being bullied. She even changed her name to Ghost King Sect. Li Yun was officially called Godmother by the people around her. When Li Zhongjiu entered the Xingyan dynasty's territory, he let Qing Shilong turn back into a human form, not a dragon. Being low-key was what Li Zhongjiu pursued. After returning, Li Zhongjiu went straight to Luoxia City. The other places were also ordinary for Li Zhongjiu. The most important thing was to return to his parents' side and check on their health. From afar, Luoxia City appeared in front of his eyes. This feeling of familiarity and closeness also made Li Zhongjiu feel happy. The familiarity and closeness of returning to his own home was indescribable. Since the last time he was in Luoxia City, at least 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, Li Zhongjiu was familiar with everything in Luoxia City. The Skyblaze Lion didn't sense Li Zhongjiu's aura. After all, after Li Zhongjiu restrained his aura, ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him. As for Qing Shilong, he had also restrained his aura. Otherwise, if he walked on the street, the surrounding people would be directly crushed to death by his aura. The 2 of them walked on the street of Luoxia City. It wasn't eye-catching. Compared to before, Luoxia City didn't change much. There were only some new buildings. After all, some of the buildings had existed for a long time and were dangerous buildings. Therefore, it was normal to renovate them. The population of Luoxia City had also become much larger than before. Many people wanted to settle down in Luoxia City, a place with good feng shui. It could be said that they were racking their brains. Li Mansion. There wasn't a need for special guards. Therefore, the entrance was empty. After all, everyone knew what existed in the Li Mansion. It wasn't a place where one could casually barge in, unless one didn't want to live. Then, one could give it a try. The entrance was also quite low-key. There was no other movement. He pushed the door and entered. The Li Mansion was quiet. After all, most of the young disciples of the Li family were sent to Sacred Flame Royal City. Many ambitious young people also went to other places to make a living. Moreover, in just 4 years, there weren't many new young people. Young master? My God, are you the young master? As soon as Li Zhongjiu entered, he saw Li Muyuan with some elders. They seemed to be in a hurry as if they were going to do something important. However, when they saw Li Zhongjiu, they were also surprised. Young master, you're back. That's great. After confirming that it was Li Zhongjiu, Li Muyuan's face was even more surprised. He quickly came to Li Zhongjiu's side. Where are you going? Li Zhongjiu saw that they were in a hurry as if something had happened. Moreover, it seemed that his father wasn't in the Li family. Where could his father go? The Li family was now a big family. Was there anything that needed his father to personally take care of? There are some big things. Young master, you just came back. There are many things that you don't know. Now, the family head and the great elder have gone to Tianyin dynasty for the Three Dynasties Conference. The Three Dynasties Conference? What's that? Li Zhongzhou couldn't help but ask. Young master, do you know Dragon Island? Just half a year ago, a messenger who claimed to be from Dragon Island sent a letter to the royal families of the Three Dynasties. He wanted to give them half a year's time to hand over their authority and submit to Dragon Island's rule. The deadline was 3 days ago. In the end, no one cared about Dragon Island. They thought that some bold force was pretending to be Dragon Island. However, 3 days ago, a giant dragon descended from the sky and brought with it a torrential flood. It instantly engulfed a city in Tianyin dynasty and killed hundreds of thousands of people. The city was flooded. Thus, everyone also realized this. The seriousness of this matter made the Three Dynasties immediately decide to sit down and have a good talk. Because a giant dragon really appeared. This was no joke. Now, the Three Dynasties were gathered. In order to ensure that those who attended the meeting would not attack each other and get along with each other peacefully, harmony breeds wealth. Therefore, they directly invited Li Tianqing over. Because Li Zhongzhou was famous, and his strength was also quite terrifying. He was also the imperial tutor of the Xingyan dynasty. However, those who knew him also knew that the current emperor of the Xingyan dynasty was also Li Zhongzhou's disciple. Originally, they wanted to invite Li Zhongzhou to oversee the meeting. However, even Li Zhongzhou did not know where Li Zhongzhou was. Therefore, they could only boldly invite Li Tianqing over. With Li Tianqing here, they could naturally ensure that the rest of the people wouldn't secretly make a move and cause trouble. Although the Three Dynasties were more harmonious recently, the Heique dynasty was gradually developing now. There would always be some problems, and it was very normal for there to be some small conflicts. There was no guarantee that there would be some problems. After all, this was a meeting between the Three Dynasties. Once the negotiations were carried out, there would be many important members present. If they could not ensure safety, the meeting would be difficult to succeed. Is that so? Li Zhongzhou frowned when he heard this. The dragon clan on Dragon Island was really too arrogant. They actually dared to flood the city and slaughter the people. They did not put everyone in their eyes. Moreover, the dragon clan was really too arrogant. They thought that by issuing such a notice, they could make the Three Dynasties give up their territory. Wasn't this daydreaming? The human race had a civilization that lasted for tens of thousands of years. They would not be easily driven away by other races. In the Nine Lineages Heavenly Book, there was actually no existence of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps the Dragon Clan itself was just a small branch. On the other hand, the human race had been around for countless years. Ever since the birth of the human race, they had never disappeared. On the other hand, the other races had also gone extinct, and those that were born later were not necessarily of the original pure bloodline. Then where are you going? We just received news that the Dragon Clan has appeared in North Sea City. The people at the seaside also saw it, so we were preparing to send the news to the meeting place of the Three Dynasties. However, we didn't have a specific location, so we were anxious and saw that young master had returned. Li Muyuan said. However, you don't have to worry about the family head's dangerous situation. Just the day before yesterday, Miss Qi Yanran came and personally escorted the family head there. Li Muyuan was also worried that Li Zhongzhou would be angry at them for not being able to protect Li Tianqing. Therefore, he quickly said that because of Qi Yanran's presence. That was why they didn't force the issue. I understand. Li Zhongzhou nodded and said. North Sea City, if Qi Yanran was with his father, Li Zhongzhou was absolutely assured. With Qi Yanran's strength, she could easily deal with these people. There was no need to worry about his father's situation at all. On the contrary, since there were traces of the Dragon Clan in North Sea City, Li Zhongzhou naturally had to go there. Otherwise, if these idiotic Dragon Clan directly flooded the Golden Mountain again, wouldn't they suffer heavy losses in an instant? Although Li Zhongzhou was not a good person, he had no reason to do so. But without any reason, they would never do such a crazy thing. However, these dragons were not good people. Li Zhongzhou must stop these guys. Come with me, all of you. Li Zhongzhou said. After all, this matter was urgent. Madam is in the house. Don't you want to see her? Li Muyuan said, referring to Li Zhongzhou's mother, Madame Shin. No need. Let's talk about it when we come back. You just come with me. The others stay here. If there's any situation, send a message to North Sea City. Li Zhongzhou said. Although Li Zhongzhou had just returned and had been away for a long time, his deterrence had not decreased. His words still had the right to speak. Yes, young master. Li Muyuan said respectfully. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou took Li Muyuan and soared into the sky. The old green stone dragon followed behind and directly summoned the Tianwu boat in the sky. Li Zhongzhou didn't need the azure stone dragon to pull the airship. In any case, it didn't have any effect. Once the novelty wore off, it wouldn't be interesting anymore. After gathering the 4 dragon kings, Li Zhongzhou would consider letting them pull his airship. Who is this? Li Muyuan also saw the green stone dragon. The latter's expression was arrogant, but in front of Li Zhongzhou, he did not dare to be arrogant. Most importantly, although he had transformed into a human, his nature was different from a normal person. At a glance, one could tell that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was not simple. The latter's identity was not simple. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend someone, so it was better to ask clearly. I caught him. He's also from the Dragon Clan. You can call him whatever you want. What's your name? Li Zhongzhou just remembered that he did not ask for the other party's name. Of course, it was not too late to ask now. My name is Qing. Okay, then I'll call you Old Qing. Li Zhongzhou directly said. What? Also from the Dragon Clan? Li Muyuan suddenly looked at the old man in front of him in shock. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Another member of the Dragon Clan popped out. Isn't the giant Dragon Clan a legendary existence? The one in front of him did not look like a giant dragon. He seemed to have seen the doubt in Li Muyuan's eyes. Go and transform. For him to see. When Old Qing heard this, his face suddenly changed. Who do you think I am? You actually want me to transform? I'm not a performer. However, in the end, Old Qing still chose to give in. With a shake of his body, he directly transformed into a giant green dragon. His huge tail was swaying, and the pair of wings on his back were also flapping. At this moment, a terrifying aura was also released. Li Muyuan saw the Dragon Clan in front of him at such a close distance. It was so real. Fortunately, he was in the sky. If he transformed on the ground and was seen by others, it would definitely cause a commotion. Oh my god, this is too shocking. Li Muyuan himself also thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable. But now, the 3 empires just happened to meet such a strong enemy. In the end, there was a dragon that had become Li Zhongzhou's pet. How could he look at this matter with a normal perspective? It was really unbelievable. At this moment, Li Muyuan was shocked. It was natural. Since you've already transformed, then pull us over while you're at it. Li Zhongzhou said. Old Qing's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of despair, as if he was saying that he had already known that this would be the result and end up like this. There was no other way. Thus, he could only pull the flying boat. Then, Qing Shilong directly took the Sky Marshal boat and flew away. Li Muyuan was shocked once again. The legendary giant dragon was actually used as a coolie. In this world, perhaps only the young patriarch could succeed. It was fine if he didn't come back, but when he came back, the situation was actually so terrifying. Perhaps this kind of achievement was nothing special in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. However, in the eyes of ordinary people like Li Muyuan, it was already shocking. It was already shocking to the heavens. It could even be said that it was a truly earth-shattering shock. His young master was really powerful. He was always one step ahead of others. The Sky Marshal boat's speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew above the sea of clouds. Qing Shilong's physique was still very good. He directly took Li Zhongzhou and flew into the sky. Which direction? Li Zhongzhou asked. This way. Li Muyuan held the compass and the map in his hands. After quickly identifying the direction, he quickly said. Turn around. Li Zhongzhou shouted. Qing Shilong turned his body, making a big circle in the sky. Apparently, even the dragon clan could be tamed. Although the other party thought that he was very noble, in front of Li Zongjiu, whether he was noble or not was another matter. Anyway, first, he had to learn to be obedient, no matter how arrogant he was in the past. Along the way, Li Muyuan was also admiring the back of Qing Shilong, who was struggling to pull the flying boat. Even when such a huge dragon was pulling the flying boat, it still looked so imposing. Qing Shilong pulled the flying boat, almost crossing the entire Xingyan dynasty. Finally, they arrived in front of the North Sea city. In front of them was a boundless sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the edge of the sea, there was a city, as if it was standing at the mouth of the wind and the waves. Half of the North Sea city could be said to be a city, while the other half was an island. Such a unique environment also made the North Sea city rich in marine products. However, recently, strange things kept happening. The fishing boats that went out to sea were often directly overturned by mysterious giant waves. Moreover, when they were returning with a full load, they were overturned by this mysterious giant wave. In the end, the boat also overturned. The seafood that was caught with great difficulty all returned to the sea. Moreover, the people on the boat also disappeared. No one survived. Just a day ago, finally, there was a survivor. Furthermore, he finally revealed what it was that had overturned the giant ships. It was the Dragon Clan. Due to the incident with the Dragon Clan, North Sea City was currently in a state of martial law. Even those with unknown identities would be strictly investigated. North Sea City was also part of the Xingyan dynasty's territory. With Li Muyuan's status, there was naturally no problem. Even the city lord of North Sea City had personally come to receive them. As for Elder Qing, he had also transformed back into an old man and silently followed behind Li Zongjiu and Li Muyuan. "Ah, my three lords, you're finally here." The city lord of North Sea City, Xianxia, hurriedly came over with a guard of honor. When his subordinates reported that the Li family had actually sent people over, Xianxia knew that there were old acquaintances. The current Li family had a very high status in the entire Jianghu. Although the young master of the Li family, Li Zongjiu, was the current great master of the nation, he had a fearsome title in the Jianghu, and that was the Evil Lord. Therefore, the Li family's status was also very high. Even when there were many injustices in the Jianghu, the Li family had to be invited to be the judge. For example, when the big shots of two sides had been fighting over territory and later realized that they had suffered heavy losses and wanted to stop, they didn't know how to bring it up. Therefore, they could only invite the Li family. Just the appearance fee in this aspect was already very high. The Li family's wealth was already at a level where it could reach the sky. However, the current Li family didn't just stop at accumulating wealth. They were also accumulating their own reputation and prestige. There was no other family in history that could achieve the fame and prestige that the Li family had today. They were fully deserving of being the number one family. Even the current meeting of the three dynasties needed Li Tianqing to be the matchmaker and preside over it. The people that Xianxia brought with him were the elites of North Sea City's management. They were all people of the imperial court, but now they needed to welcome an envoy from a Jianghu family. Li Zongjiu had already instructed Li Muyuan to handle all matters. Li Muyuan also understood that Li Zongjiu didn't want him to be exposed too much. After all, if the evil lord were to come, the streets might turn out in droves to offer flowers, causing all of North Sea City to fall into a frenzy. "City Lord Xue, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Let's move to the meeting area," said Li Muyuan. Initially, Xianxia wanted to hold a banquet to entertain Li Muyuan. However, he didn't expect Li Muyuan to be so concerned about the people. He was truly worthy of being from the number one family in the world, the Li family. All right, this way please." Xianxia noticed that Li Muyuan had asked Li Zongjiu for instructions before he left. Xianxia immediately understood that this young man must be an extremely important figure in the Li family. However, Xianxia didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be the legendary evil lord. He also didn't dare to think that something like this would attract the evil lord. After all, the evil lord was a figure who had reached the pinnacle of the continent. How could he appear for such a small matter? Naturally, it didn't make sense. However, even if he wasn't the evil lord, his identity was definitely not simple. He hurriedly brought Li Muyuan and the others to the city lord's mansion and gave them a concise account of what had happened in the past few days. When everyone learned that there were actually 7 fishing boats that had been overturned by the mysterious giant waves, all of them had been buried in the sea. Most importantly, these people had not really been buried in the sea, but had been devoured by something similar to a giant dragon. Therefore, this matter was quite serious. Xianxia immediately reported this news to his superiors. Instead, the Li family received the news first and rushed over. Since this mysterious giant wave specifically targeted the fishing boats, let's take a boat out and see what it's capable of. Li Xianxia said directly when everyone was in the midst of a heated discussion. Immediately, some people in the meeting were displeased. They glanced at Li Xianxia from the corner of their eyes and thought that Li Xianxia didn't know what was good for him. Couldn't he see that this group of important figures was discussing something important? Did he think that he was going out to sea to fish? This was something that could cost him his life. Who would dare to go out to sea? Elderly, we respect the Li family's reputation, but we can't joke around in any situation. Elderly, please discipline some of the younger disciples. The person who spoke was an official in charge of tax collection in the city. It could be said that half of the city's income was in his hands. Most of the financial resources were in his hands. Therefore, when he spoke, he was naturally much more forceful. Lord Su, everyone here has the right to express their opinions. It's better not to deny it so quickly. Xianxia hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Perhaps this little brother has some other way to find out if the demonic dragon is really causing trouble, Zhang Wuji said. Although Xianxia didn't know Li Xianxia's identity, he knew that Li Xianxia was definitely not a simple person. Since he came with Li Muyuan, he couldn't afford to offend someone from the Li family. When Li Muyuan heard this, he immediately gave Xianxia a look of pity. You old thing, of all people to offend, you just had to offend someone like Li Xianxia who doesn't seem powerful but is actually a transcendent god. Even the current emperor of the Xingyan dynasty has to kneel in front of Li Xianxia. However, Li Muyuan didn't expose Li Xianxia's identity. At the same time, it was also a good opportunity to see how much prestige the Li family had in the outside world. Now that the Li family was in charge of too many things, many people were already starting to be dissatisfied with the Li family. There were also some people who gradually began to look down on the Li family because of the Li family's reputation after such a long time. He even tried to provoke the Li family's prestige. There was no lack of such people who were ignorant and narrow-minded. They always thought that their strength was very good, so occasionally, they would be tempted to challenge the Li family's prestige. It was obvious that Lord Su was very interested in this matter. I'm not targeting the Li family, but if this matter really has something to do with the giant dragon race, I don't believe that the Li family alone can handle it. That Lord Su didn't seem to know the seriousness of this matter. He was still talking to himself, completely ignoring Xianxia's look. Oh? Then, Lord Su, what do you think? Li Muyuan wasn't in a hurry. He naturally had many ways to deal with this kid. However, since this kid dared to disrespect the Li family in front of Li Muyuan, there had to be someone backing him up. Therefore, Li Muyuan was rather interested in the person who was hiding behind the scenes. He wanted to see who exactly was behind all this. I've already contacted the people of the North Sea Divine Emperor Island. The Divine Emperor Island has already sent a navy over. They will definitely be able to capture this thing that looks like a demon dragon. North Sea Divine Emperor Island? When he heard this name, Li Muyuan's eyes lit up. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that the legendary North Sea Divine Emperor Island was backing him up. The North Sea Divine Emperor Island was actually controlled by a mysterious family. Moreover, this mysterious family had already left the stage of the continent 1,000 years ago and moved to the Divine Emperor Island with the entire family. At the same time, they had also cut off all contact with the outside world. It was said that the people of the Divine Emperor Island were born with the ability to control water. They could even control the weather on the sea. Some people even said that the people of the Divine Emperor Island were the descendants of the sea god. Li Xianxia had also heard about the legends of the Divine Emperor Island in his previous life. However, at that time, these people had been hiding and did not show up. Li Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who would go around looking for trouble. As long as you didn't provoke Li Zongjiu, he wouldn't take the initiative to look for trouble. Of course, the 4 supreme masters of the dragon tribe were an exception. At that time, the 4 supreme masters of the dragon tribe had something that Li Zongjiu wanted. Therefore, he could only offend them. This matter couldn't be entirely blamed on Li Zongjiu. Now, these people of the Divine Emperor Island seemed to want to reappear in the underworld. Li Muyuan looked at Li Zongjiu's expression. He immediately made a decision. Since Lord Su believes in the people of the Divine Emperor Island, how about inviting them to board the ship with us? Li Muyuan said. This method was exactly what Li Zongjiu wanted. They couldn't always bully people. It would be rude to kill them without them knowing. They should give them a chance to face the light. Even if they died, they should die knowing the reason. Obviously, Lord Su wouldn't be able to survive. Shui Changzhou heard Li Muyuan's words and heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't start a fight right here and then stab them to death and throw them into the North Sea. In fact, even if the Li family really did that, Lord Su wouldn't even have the chance to react before he was killed. Unless he turned into a ghost and tried again. I can't control the people of the Divine Emperor Island. I have to ask them if they are willing to let us board the ship. But they should be here soon. Lord Su immediately showed a flattering smile. It seemed that he was very proud to be able to make friends with the people of the Divine Emperor Island. Dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the governor's mansion. Then, he heard a sound that sounded like waves of water. Is this the governor's mansion? As the sound of waves swept over, the sound that followed was also like a tsunami. It rolled into the ears. Everyone present felt as if they were at the seaside. Apart from Li Zongjiu and Old Qing, the rest of the people were also shaken by the sound that sounded like a tsunami. They couldn't tell the direction and were completely confused. Then, 2 figures walked in from outside the house. Lord Su, who had woken up, quickly stood up to welcome them. Masters, please come in. It was an old man who was over 50 years old. He was wearing a green robe and beside him was a cold-looking lady in her 20s. She was wearing a blue dress. The material of the dress was very special. It was soft and smooth. When it swayed, it looked like ripples on the water. Everyone, these 2 are from the Divine Emperor Island. This is Master Gu Lang and this is Master Lu Su. Lord Su cleared his throat and introduced them to the crowd. Before the Li family, the Divine Emperor Island was already the #1 family in the mainland 1,000 years ago. Now that they had made a comeback, they felt like they were seniors looking at juniors in front of the Li family. Therefore, Master Gu Lang didn't care about Li Zongjiu and the others at all. In fact, he didn't even care about anyone at the scene. Masters, please take a seat. Shui Changzhou also hurriedly stood up to welcome him. It was really not easy being the city lord. Now that the 2 legendary clans had clashed together, if there was even the slightest hint of competition, the consequences would be very troublesome. Therefore, Shui Changzhou was very careful. There's no need for that. The reason why the Divine Emperor Island came out this time is to deal with this group of demonic dragons. Other things aren't important. Master Gu Lang said slowly. What an indifferent move. It was as if he was telling everyone that he was here to deal with this matter and not for fame. He just wanted to save the people and return peace to Beihai City. However, the people of the Li family were different. Whenever there was something that could earn them a reputation, they would sharpen their heads and drill into it. They couldn't wait to come over and earn back their reputation. Therefore, in comparison, the Li family seemed to be acting like a villain. A cold light flashed across Li Muyuan's eyes. It's not too late to talk about it after we've dealt with it. Don't be in a hurry to say that it's for the sake of the people. Li Muyuan immediately opened his mouth and mocked. If these people from the Divine Emperor Island really just wanted to solve the problem in the Northern Sea City, they could just go there directly. Why did they have to come here and show their faces? It was a bit unnecessary. Li Muyuan was mocking the other party for not having the ability to solve this problem. It was not so easy to win back his reputation without batting an eyelid. Courting death? A cold glint flashed across the azure blue eyes of Lu Su, the woman beside Master Gu Lang. Even his entire body was surrounded by an icy aura. Ice immediately appeared beneath his feet. Several icicles instantly condensed in front of him, and he was about to kill Li Muyuan. Nobody would have thought that the situation would become so dangerous in the blink of an eye. Nobody would have thought that the situation would become so dangerous. Just because they didn't agree with each other, they would directly kill people. However, the people they wanted to kill were from the Li family. The people of the Divine Emperor Island were too bold. Stop. Master Gu Lang said. At the same time, the icicles that flew out turned into a puddle of water. Li Muyuan remained calm as he landed on the ground. Firstly, Li Muyuan had good self-control. If he embarrassed the Li family in such a situation, it would be a big deal. Secondly, Li Zhongjiu was right beside him. How could the young master watch something happen to him? Therefore, this was the reason why Li Muyuan was so calm. A hint of displeasure flashed across Lu Su's eyes. She looked at Li Muyuan as if to say that he was lucky to have escaped this time. If there was a next time, it wouldn't be so smooth. Since you want to see what I'm capable of, Lord Su, please arrange a ship to go out to sea. Gu Lang wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he said slowly to Lord Su. Don't worry, Master. I'll arrange it right away. Shui Changzhou also came to Li Muyuan and apologized profusely. After all, this was something that he didn't expect. How could something like this happen at such a critical juncture? Hence, Shui Changzhou felt rather apologetic. It's fine. Li Muyuan naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. The other party was actually so rude. If Li Zhongjiu wasn't here, Li Muyuan would have mobilized his forces to test the strength of this Divine Emperor Island. At the very least, he had to find out who this Divine Emperor Island was. What was there to be so arrogant about? The Li family had the final say in the Xianxia dynasty now. The resources that they could mobilize were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Young master? Li Muyuan came to Li Zhongjiu and said softly. Well done. Let's go and have a look. Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied with Li Muyuan's performance. There were many talents in the Li family. Now, Li Muyuan didn't embarrass the Li family. If Li Muyuan dared to embarrass the Li family, Li Zhongjiu would be the first to deal with Li Muyuan. Some of the things that were really ingrained in one's bones required a certain amount of training to be natural. Everyone came to the port. Now, the port was full of ships, and all the ships had put away their sails. Now, no one dared to go out to sea. When Shui Changzhou and the others came to the port, it also brought a lot of confidence and encouragement to the fishermen at the port. This was because the officials finally took this matter seriously and were willing to stand up for the common people. This was a real good city lord. Everyone was cheering and shouting the name of city lord Shui Changzhou. At this moment, some people were mobilizing the military ships. After all, these civilian ships couldn't be used for sailing. A ship that looked like an iron bucket sailed into the port. The warship had its own port, but in order to appease the common people, Shui Changzhou specially mobilized the warship to this port. Everyone directly boarded the ship at the port. There were also Marines waiting solemnly on the ship. After Li Zhongjiu boarded the ship, he noticed a figure leaning against the railing at the edge of the port. The corner of his mouth was filled with a mocking smile. Although she was in the crowd, she was quite eye-catching. The mature charm she exuded made Li Zhongjiu instantly lock onto her. Interesting. Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry to go back and test out the woman's true situation. Instead, he remained on the ship, heading out into the open sea. However, when old Qing, who was next to Li Zhongjiu, saw the woman leaning on the railing of the shore, his eyes suddenly widened. What? How could it be her? Immediately, old Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I don't care, I want to get off the ship, I want to get off the ship. Old Qing seemed to be frightened. It seemed that this woman had a very mysterious origin, otherwise, old Qing wouldn't be so frightened. However, old Qing's panic was also seen by the people of Divine Emperor Island. Immediately, Lord Su also sneered. If you want to get off the ship, hurry up and jump down now. You have to swim back. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. A trace of disdain flashed in Liu Su's eyes. What's this so-called number one family of the continent? How could they have the nerve to call themselves the number one family of the continent with such a cowardly attitude? The reputation of their divine emperor island back then was not like this. They had just boarded the ship, and they were already so scared that they wet their pants. It was really quite embarrassing. At this point, Liusu felt like she was watching a big show. It just so happened that the journey would be more boring, so she wanted to see how these people would embarrass themselves. Haha, don't worry, if you kneel down and beg me, I can consider saving your life out of kindness. I won't let you die like this. Liusu said lightly. Even in such a situation, she seemed to be emphasizing that she came here to save people, not to promote her family's reputation, so that when her family came back in the future, they could directly come back with a good reputation. You little girl, what do you know? After old Qing heard this, he also directly scolded Liusu. It was really a disaster. She didn't even know it, yet she was still here as if nothing had happened. It simply made old Qing want to cry but have no tears. Immediately, Liusu's face became extremely gloomy, and her whole expression changed in an instant. What does this guy mean? However, old Qing obviously didn't intend to continue to pay attention to Liusu. Instead, he quickly came in front of Li Zongjiu and grabbed Li Zongjiu. I beg you, big brother, please give me back my Dragon Ball and let me go. If I don't go now, I will really die. Old Qing directly knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu without any scruples. He was very afraid of death. After living quietly on Dragon Island for so long, he had already enjoyed this kind of comfortable life. Suddenly, he was involved in such a bloody dispute. Originally, he thought that it would be very easy for these dragons on Dragon Island to dominate the continent, but who knew that when they really did it, they would know how difficult it was. Qing Shilong directly encountered Li Zongjiu, and in the end, he ended up like this, which made people sigh endlessly. But now, this matter was not simple, even that person had come. Now, if they directly fled or went back to apologize, then they could at least have a way to live. But if they didn't leave at that time, their end would be miserable. Oh? That woman is so powerful? Li Zongjiu obviously didn't expect that the woman on the shore could scare him to this extent with just a glance. That's the Lord of the Draconic Penitentiary. You can't afford to offend her. You're all dead. You're really dead. Draconic Penitentiary, that's the Lord from the Draconic Penitentiary. Old Qing was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Such a thing happened so suddenly, and it was quite serious for old Qing. Li Zongjiu didn't know how terrifying the dragon clan who had experienced the Draconic Penitentiary was. But old Qing was quite clear that once you were targeted by them, not only would you die, but you would also die very miserably. Draconic Penitentiary? It's quite interesting. Li Zongjiu was stunned when he heard that. It was getting more and more interesting. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu killed his way to Dragon Island, but he only killed the 4 supreme masters of the Dragon Clan. He didn't slaughter the entire Dragon Island. But in the final battle, he heard about the Draconic Penitentiary. It was said that the Draconic Penitentiary came to kill him, and he also received a warning from the Draconic Penitentiary. But later, he refined the soul-melting pill and was inexplicably reborn. So, he didn't fight with this legendary supreme and terrifying organization even among the Dragon Clan. But it was said that the Draconic Penitentiary of Dragon Island belonged to the highest level of the Dragon Island. Even the 4 supreme masters of the Dragon Clan couldn't control the Draconic Penitentiary. Li Zongjiu didn't know what kind of existence it was, and what kind of nature it belonged to on Dragon Island. But he knew that the strength of the person just now was not weak, at least in the 5th grade Absolute Saint realm. Li Zongjiu didn't know what kind of means it had. Only after the real fight, Li Zongjiu would know. Interesting. Forget it, I don't want this Dragon Ball. As soon as Qing Shilong's voice fell, he directly jumped into the sea. Plop. They disappeared without a trace. Li Zongjiu didn't think that Qing Shilong's character would be so unyielding. He jumped when he said he would. Li Muyuan didn't know what Li Zongjiu and Old Green were doing, but Li Muyuan knew that Old Green was a dragon. Perhaps he was scared, so he decided to run away. Thinking of this, Li Muyuan couldn't help but be a little worried. If the person who came was really very powerful, the young master might have the ability to protect himself and not let himself get hurt, but he wouldn't have the strength to protect him. Therefore, Li Muyuan was quite conflicted. It's fine. He's probably just scared out of his wits. Li Zhongjiu said. Humph, I thought this Li clan was really invincible. They didn't even see the enemy, and they actually fled. Should I give you an oak bucket so you can carry it back? Liu Su suddenly laughed. I think this Li clan is just SOSO. Liu Su was simply tired of living. He actually dared to provoke the Li clan's prestige in front of Li Zhongjiu again and again. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't be polite. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Liu Su. Ah? Seeing Li Zhongjiu suddenly approaching, Liu Su was instinctively frightened. In the next second, Li Zhongjiu directly threw a slap over. Slap, it was a crisp slap. It directly made Liu Su's body spin continuously in the air for more than 10 rounds. Bang, when Liu Su fell to the ground, half of his face was at least swollen, as if he was stung by countless wasps. Moreover, blood gushed out of his mouth. One of his teeth was actually knocked out by Li Zhongjiu. A mere 6th grade primitive emperor doesn't need to put on airs in front of me. Originally, Li Zhongjiu could directly kill Liu Su with a slap. However, Li Zhongjiu was merciful. After so many years of fighting and killing, Li Zhongjiu was tired of Li Zhongjiu. Occasionally, he would spare these people's lives to make them feel deeper fear. Brat, you don't want to live anymore. You actually dared to attack a master of Divine Emperor Island. Seeing this, Lord Su immediately became furious. He pointed at Li Zhongjiu's nose and was about to scold him. In the next second, Li Zhongjiu sent a flying kick. Bang, Lord Su's huge body directly rose from the deck of the warship and instantly flew into the sky. This kick at least sent Lord Su flying to a height of at least 500 to 600 meters in the sky. Even Lord Su's figure could no longer be seen. He disappeared just like that. Xianxia and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect this young man from the Li family to be so ruthless. Lord Su flew such a long distance, there was basically no way for him to survive. In the vast sea, it wasn't easy to find him. Just the moment he fell into the sea was enough to shatter his internal organs. How dare you? Today, Gu Lang, your mother. Li Zhongjiu gave him another backhand slap and sent him flying. Boom. This was Master Gu Lang from Divine Emperor Island. The left side of his face was directly swollen. At the same time, his body was also sent flying. He tumbled a few times in the air and finally landed on the ground with a bang. He opened his mouth and spat out teeth mixed with blood. Killing one with a slap, 2 slaps were enough to settle the 2 masters of the Divine Emperor Island. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, Xianxia and the others looked at the scene in front of them in shock. At first, they wanted to see the peak competition between the people from Divine Emperor Island and the people from the Li family. However, they didn't expect Li Zhongjiu's slaps to be so easy to defeat as if they had eyes. Just like that, he killed them with a slap. It was really terrifying. Everyone looked at the invincible Li Zhongjiu standing on the deck against the wind and waves. With such an unparalleled aura, no one dared to step forward to interrupt him. No one even dared to speak to him. In the past, this father and son pair were always mocking and ridiculing the Li family. Now, they knew how powerful they were. After seeing Li Zhongjiu make a move, Li Muyuan was still as confident and decisive as ever. Straightforward and efficient. He was indeed his young master. He was indeed powerful. Therefore, it was better to speak less nonsense in normal times. Instead, use your own strength to show off and let others know how powerful you are. 2 slaps were all it would take to shut these mouthy people up. Although Li Muyuan didn't show any complacency on his face, he was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't know what to say, but he felt really good. When Gu Lang was slapped to the ground, he already realized how powerful Li Zhongjiu was. Because even with his strength as a 3rd-grade sovereign, he couldn't block Li Zhongjiu's attack. Even if he wanted to use his elemental energy to remove the burning pain on his face, he was still unable to do so. Therefore, this half of his face was swollen. In a sorry state, he hurriedly crawled to the side and sat up with Lu Su. He didn't dare to look at Li Zhongjiu again. They didn't expect the people from the Li family to be so unreasonable. They didn't say anything and you directly hit them. You even beat them to such a state. There was no respect for the law at all. Could it be that the reputation of the number one family was built by fighting like this? It really made them very unhappy. But they didn't dare to say anything. Li Zongjiu never took the people from the Divine Emperor Island seriously. Previously, he was just a little lazy and couldn't be bothered to make a move. Now that these people had obviously delivered themselves to his hands, of course, he had to let them have a good taste of it. Suddenly, a black cloud appeared in the sky above the big ship. The dark cloud was like a whirlpool, descending rapidly, as if it was going to fall on the warship. At this moment, thick lightning could be seen emerging from the dark cloud. At the same time, strong winds were blowing on the surface of the sea. In the distance, there was a wave of more than 100 meters, which was rapidly approaching. Rumble. The wave was like an army of thousands of men and horses, rushing over directly. When they saw the mountain-like waves coming, the people on the ship started to shout. But an experienced general also ordered everyone to quickly grab the ropes around them. Otherwise, the first wave would instantly wash them into the boundless sea. In the blink of an eye, they would be dozens of miles away. In that case, it would basically be a death sentence. It was not an easy task to find them. Even if they wanted to find the corpse, it would be very difficult. Demonic dragon. It's the demonic dragon. Immediately, someone saw that there was an extremely huge figure rolling up and down in the huge wave. Suddenly, the demonic dragon's figure violently swung its tail. Then, like a collapsing mountain, the huge wave came crashing down on their ship. Under this terrifying aura, everyone felt suffocated. Even if they wanted to dodge, they felt that there was nowhere to hide. He could only watch helplessly as this terrifying wave came crashing down on him. Come out. With a flip of his hand, Li Zongjiu unleashed a terrifying palm strike forward. Boom. Li Zongjiu's palm directly shattered the huge wave. At the same time, the demonic dragon hidden in the huge wave was forced to reveal its true form by Li Zongjiu's palm. At this moment, it was the first time that everyone saw the legendary demonic dragon so clearly and at such a close distance. Boom. When Master Gu Lang saw that it was actually a demonic dragon and not some other origin beast, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Gu Lang couldn't believe it himself. Dragon race. 1,000 years ago, when the Divine Emperor Island dominated the world, the dragon race did not appear. Moreover, the Divine Emperor Island's clan discovered that there were many resources in the vast sea. Therefore, they brought their clan to this place. To expand their territory, they brought their entire clan here. This was a decision made by the clan's leaders. However, even when they were at their peak, they had never seen the dragon race. However, there were records in the clan's ancient books. The legendary dragon clan really did exist. Moreover, the ancient books also said that once you discover the dragon race, you must avoid them as much as possible. If you can't avoid them, you must keep a low profile in front of them. Otherwise, they will take your life in an instant. The dragon race's strength was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Sea dragon race. When Li Zongjiu saw the giant dragon, he also discovered that it belonged to the sea dragon race. It liked to live in the sea. No wonder it was able to stir up trouble. It was the king of the sea. Roar. This giant dragon was forced to reveal its true form by Li Zongjiu, and it immediately roared angrily. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds of water pillars surged up. One of the water pillars directly hit Li Zongjiu's ship and rushed into the sky. Everyone exclaimed. However, Li Zongjiu also raised his hand and summoned the Tianwu ship. The Tianwu ship was extremely huge. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's ship landed on the Tianwu ship. The Tianwu ship immediately started to hover in the sky. Boom. When the Tianwu ship appeared, it immediately shocked everyone. It was extremely difficult to make such a huge ship fly in the sky. Now that the Tianwu ship was hovering in the sky, it prevented the ship from falling from the sky. Roar. The sea dragon was extremely displeased. This was because its move just now was not able to directly throw Li Zongjiu and the others into the sea. When all of them fell into the sea, it would be its world. But even if you don't fall, you won't be able to escape from him. It's the sea god dragon. It's the legendary sea god dragon. Grandmaster Gu Lang hurriedly stood up. His heart trembled violently when he saw the scene below. He had never seen the sea god dragon before. However, there were records of it in the ancient records of his tribe. Now that he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he was truly astonished. The sea god dragon had the power to control the entire ocean. No one was a match for the sea god dragon. Boom! The sea god dragon leaped out of the sea and crashed into the Sky Marshal Arkansas. Even the Sky Marshal boat couldn't withstand the sea god dragon's attack. It shook violently for a while. However, the ship itself was not destroyed. Is it just you? Li Zongjiu sneered. In the next moment, he leaped off the Sky Marshal ship with the matchless sword in his hand. Boom! The matchless sword chi fell from the top and landed on the sea. In an instant, a crack that was almost 100 meters deep was formed in the sea. Boom! A terrifying power exploded instantly. The so-called sea god dragon was also hit by the matchless sword. More than half of its skin and flesh were sliced off. The sea god dragon immediately howled in pain. It was obvious that the sword had broken through its defense, and at the same time, it had inflicted a serious injury on it. Go! The matchless sword chopped off the sea god dragon's head. Boom! The sea god dragon's corpse fell onto the sea. The legendary sea god dragon that was almost invincible, the overlord of the sea, was easily killed by Li Zongjiu. The matchless sword flew back and landed in his hand. The realms of both sides weren't on the same level. Therefore, there was no need for them to get entangled. Li Zongjiu also wanted to see if there were any other sea dragons present. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see any other sea god dragons. Hence, he decided to attack and kill it. The Sky Marshal ship fell into the sea with a loud boom. Since it was made into the shape of a boat, it meant that it could sail even in the sea. It could be used in both water and air. When the Sky Marshal ship landed on the sea, everyone could clearly see the sea god dragon's corpse on the sea. Master Gu Lang, who was screaming that he was done for, opened his mouth wide in shock. His mouth was so wide that it could fit 10 eggs. The legendary sea god dragon had been killed so easily. It felt as if Li Zongjiu had casually killed a small snake. How did he manage to kill the sea god dragon so easily? Was there a mistake? Could it be that this sea god dragon was a very weak one? Gu Lang thought to himself. However, he did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would not be able to speak if he was slapped again. At the same time, in front of Li Zongjiu's powerful strength, he did not dare to act rashly. This is the Supreme Dragon Tribe? Xianxia and the rest were extremely shocked. At this moment, the sea god dragon's corpse floated up. Seeing this scene, they were extremely shocked. What supreme? They are just meta beasts. They are just slightly stronger compared to ordinary meta beasts. Li Muyuan seemed to have seen through the essence of it. At least to Li Zongjiu, the dragon tribe was just a slightly stronger meta beast. In addition, its body shape was a little different and it could fly. That was why everyone was afraid of the dragon tribe and thought that the dragon tribe was a legendary existence. In reality, they were just SOSO. After hearing Li Muyuan's words, everyone finally understood that the Li family was already at such a high level. Just by talking, he was able to belittle the dragon tribe to such an extent. However, who exactly was this young man in front of them? Just as Xianxia and the rest were puzzled. Hundreds of ships suddenly appeared in the sea in front of them. Moreover, these ships formed a semicircle and rushed towards the Sky Marshal ship. The sudden appearance of so many warships meant that these warships were equipped with extremely powerful weapons. Therefore, they must be careful. After all, the number of the enemy was just too much. Li Zongjiu also looked over and saw a few familiar faces. The size of a large ship was actually similar to the Sky Marshal ship. It slowly approached. There were many experts standing at the bow of the ship. There were also many archers standing on the mast. The Sea Empress of the Four Seas greets Lord Evil Lord. The fleet that came was the fleet of the Four Seas. You are from the Sea God Palace. Xianxia naturally knew about the existence of the Four Seas and the top ruler of the Four Seas, the Sea God Palace. It was rumored that the Sea God Palace was an extremely powerful existence. As a result, the Xingyan dynasty could only establish diplomatic relations with the Sea God Palace. They were not allowed to send troops to the Four Seas. Otherwise, the Four Seas would have become the land of the Xingyan dynasty. The Four Seas naturally noticed this incident. After all, it happened at sea. However, they did not expect the people from the Four Seas to arrive so quickly. Wait, what did you say? Evil Lord? When Xianxia heard what the Sea Empress said, he was immediately shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was beside him. Evil Lord. In the eyes of the people of Jianghu, he was the evil lord. However, in the eyes of these officials, he was the national protector. Greetings, Imperial Tutor. Greetings, Imperial Tutor. Xianxia and the rest quickly knelt down in front of Li Zhongjiu. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be the legendary Imperial Tutor. They had long heard that the Imperial Tutor was extremely powerful. His origin energy was so powerful that he could even compete with the three dynasties. This made the three dynasties extremely fearful of the Imperial Tutor. However, they did not expect this legendary figure to be standing in front of them. Since the Sea Empress said so directly. How could it be fake? With the Sea Empress status, she was equivalent to a king of the Xingyan dynasty. Therefore, what the Sea Empress said must be true. The people from the Divine Emperor Island who were slapped twice also gasped. The person they looked down on just now was the legendary Evil Lord. No wonder he was so powerful and could easily defeat the Sea Empress. It wasn't unreasonable for him to kill the Sea God Dragon so easily. Get up. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. In fact, Li Zhongjiu was not interested in the title of Imperial Tutor. On the contrary, the people from the Sea God Palace came so quickly. Is this thing yours? Li Zhongjiu pointed at the corpse of the Sea God Dragon below. Could it be the Sea God Dragon that was reared by the Sea God Palace? However, the Sea Empress shook her head. No, this Sea Dragon killed hundreds of people in the Four Seas. I tracked it here. I did not expect this Sea Dragon to be the one who offended the Evil Lord. Sea Empress. The Sea Empress said. Is there such a dragon in the sea? Li Zhongjiu asked. In fact, this Sea Dragon did not have much to do with the Dragon Island. In other words, it did not come from the Dragon Island. However, the people of the Dragon Island probably wanted to control it, so they summoned it. It was originally hiding in the deep sea, but now it was exposed. It had been stirring up trouble for several days. It thought that no one could deal with it. Who knew that it was easily dealt with by Li Zhongjiu? It had to pretend to be interested in Li Zhongjiu. Now, there was no chance. If I'm not wrong, there are two more in the deep sea. The Sea Empress' expression was not relaxed. Just as the Sea Empress finished speaking, all the seawater within 1,000 miles boiled directly. The seawater suddenly boiled. Moreover, there seemed to be a terrifying and enormous shadow under the surface of the sea. After the sudden emergence, the surrounding seawater seemed to have suddenly risen. Xianxia of the Sea God Palace also came with the Sea Empress. Since the experience, Xianxia had matured a lot. After understanding Li Zhongjiu's terrifying strength, she became more honest and didn't dare to act rashly in front of Li Zhongjiu. If it was before, this girl might have dared to yell at Li Zhongjiu. When the seawater suddenly rose, Li Zhongjiu knew that it must be the work of the other two Sea God Dragons. Rumble, as the sea level rose, it seemed that all the ships were also on top of the huge waves. Li Zhongjiu's Sky Marshal ship and the other ships were huge and had a very stable chassis. Therefore, they were barely able to maintain their balance in such a situation. However, the other warships that came from the Four Seas weren't so lucky. They were directly overturned by the huge waves. A simple wave of the sea came and smashed the ship into smithereens. Even though they had lived on this sea for generations, it was still the first time they had encountered such a situation. It was the first time they had seen such ferocious waves. Boom, two huge sea dragons rushed out from the roaring seawater. The waves brought about by his body were also like huge waves, forming an extremely terrifying waterfall that fell down. Rumble. The latter seemed to be wailing because the ones that were killed were their children. Originally, these sea dragons were hidden in the deep sea. Now, it had only just appeared, but because of this situation, it was going to be killed just because it ate a few people. They really didn't put the Sea Dragon clan in their eyes. In fact, there weren't many people left in the Sea Dragon clan. It would be difficult for them to form another inheritance. However, Li Zongjiu had killed their inheritor. He really wanted to end their bloodline. The angry sea dragon immediately shook its tail. A terrifying giant wave was set off on the spot, rolling along with this giant wave. Suddenly, a tornado was formed on the sea level. The tornado sucked all the seawater into the sky. Some ships were also sucked in and then thrown thousands of meters into the sky. They immediately fell from the sky and were naturally smashed to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the warships in the four seas were directly damaged. When the Sea Empress saw this scene, her eyes were obviously quite shocked. She immediately made her move. She stretched out her hand and a golden trident appeared in her hand. This thing should be the treasure that the Sea Empress went to the Xingwu continent to find. The Sea Empress immediately stabbed the trident in her hand towards the deck. Energy that was visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a wave of energy calmed the violent waves. The Sea Empress. Even the tornadoes in the distance that wanted to approach were forced to stop under the release of this energy. You are indeed quite capable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to fight with the Sea Dragon. Li Zongjiu saw this and smiled slightly. Although the Sea Empress' strength was nothing in front of Li Zongjiu, she was definitely considered powerful in the eyes of these people. It was not easy to calm the endless power of the waves. Who killed my child? One of the sea dragons suddenly transformed into a human figure. She stepped on the head of another sea dragon and stared at the two warships in front of her. She transformed into a middle-aged woman, but her face was full of hatred and was covered with scales. She looked extremely terrifying. Shuo Changzhou and the others looked at Li Zongjiu. After all, on this ship, only Li Zongjiu had the ability to deal with the other party. However, Li Zongjiu had not made a move yet. Now that the other party has already come to find trouble with you, can you still tolerate it? With a wave of his hand, the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. I killed him. Li Zongjiu faced the boundless waves around him. His opponent's enormous and intimidating body was also exerting a powerful pressure on the people below. The waves came in waves, as if someone was constantly splashing water on the ship. Xianxia was also drenched in the wind and waves. However, Xianxia still stood firmly at the bow of the ship with a sword in her hand. She stared at the sea dragon in front of her. She looked at Li Zongjiu, who was opposite her, with a sword in his hand. Facing this tall and mighty giant beast, he didn't cower in the slightest. Instead, he even released his aura. The surrounding waves and tides were dispersed to the side. Whoosh! The sea dragon immediately rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The waves were thousands of feet high. Immediately, the waves came crashing down with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Li Zongjiu also casually swung his sword and easily split the falling seawater apart. Boom! The Sky Marshal ship was hit by the other party's body. He had even released his own defensive barrier. It covered the bottom of the ship. It blocked the other party's attack. Li Zongjiu jumped down from the Sky Marshal ship. He was quite interested in these two sea divine dragons. Since that was the case, he would like to see what these two sea dragons were capable of. Then, Li Zongjiu was like a fast boat breaking through the waves, quickly rushing towards the distance. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the two sea divine dragons chased after Li Zongjiu. These people could be killed at any time. However, Li Zongjiu, the thief, wanted to escape. Of course, it was impossible. Seeing Li Zongjiu lure the two sea divine dragons away, the Empress was also worried. The Sea Empress was also worried. She immediately put away the trident in her hand. Xiaoyu, you guys stay here and guard. Don't move around. Empress. Be careful. Zhang Xiaoyu said with concern. Although she wanted to help Li Zongjiu, she knew that she was not strong enough. Not to mention helping, she might not even be able to keep up with him. The Empress waved her hand. Immediately, a meta beast that looked like a flying fish appeared under the Empress's feet. It quickly flew forward with the Empress. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure rushed out. The sea dragon behind him also attacked quickly. Immediately, hundreds of water pillars gushed out, instantly blocking Li Zongzhou's path and blocking his way. Li Zongzhou deliberately slowed down to play with these sea dragons. Don't even think about running away after killing my son. Immediately, the giant sea dragon appeared. At the same time, it slapped its tail. Immediately, there were thousands of water arrows in the sea, rushing towards Li Zongzhou. Li Zongzhou raised his hand and a surge of meta force appeared. Immediately, the water arrows seemed to hit an invisible shield. They were directly shattered. It was easily resolved. I'm curious. What kind of special ability does your sea dragon clan have? Li Zongzhou said indifferently. He stood with his hands behind his back and stepped on the unparalleled sword. Then I'll let you see the ability of our sea dragon clan. Immediately, the two sea dragons quickly transformed into their original forms. Then, they directly circled each other. They trapped Li Zongzhou in it. Li Zongzhou immediately let the two sea dragons circle around him. In the center of the vortex, Li Zongzhou was not nervous at all. He still stood in the same place, watching the two sea dragons circle around him. The Empress, who was chasing from a distance, saw this scene and her face suddenly changed. This is the Sea Dragon Clan's secret technique, Sea Abyss. The Empress' face became extremely ugly when she saw Li Zongzhou in it. She had only heard of this technique, but she had never seen it before. Legend has it that as long as one was sucked in by this technique, they would be instantly brought into the abyss of the deep sea. Moreover, they would be trapped in the abyss forever, never to see the light of day again. Li Zongzhou also clearly felt the suction force. However, this little suction force was simply a drizzle for Li Zongzhou. However, Li Zongzhou was also very playful. Since this technique was so powerful, he would let Li Zongzhou experience it. Immediately, Li Zongzhou no longer resisted and even took the initiative to drill into the center of the suction force. Boom! Li Zongzhou entered the abyss of the seabed alone. There was endless darkness around him, almost swallowing Li Zongzhou. At the same time, there was a strong pressure coming from his body. Unfortunately, Li Zongzhou had already achieved the chaotic body. The two sea dragons directly came out of the darkness and bit at Li Zongzhou. Li Zongzhou directly punched out. Even in the depths of the sea, Li Zongzhou's movements did not slow down at all. In the battle in the deep sea, Li Zongzhou easily swung the two sea dragons back and forth. The sea dragons were beaten into a state of chaos. They were on the verge of collapse. The two sea dragons could not understand why they were so easily defeated by Li Zongzhou even though they had already dragged Li Zongzhou into the deep sea. One of the sea dragons also moved its body frantically. However, it did not attack Li Zongzhou. Instead, it suddenly crashed into the bottom of the sea. Boom! At the bottom of the sea, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared. When Li Zongzhou saw the hole, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, a sharp sound directly erupted from the hole, as if something was rapidly rushing up. Troublesome. Suddenly, the flames on Li Zongzhou's unparalleled sword rotated. Boom! He easily killed the two sea dragons with a single slash. Fresh blood instantly dyed the seawater red. However, Li Zongzhou's attention was on the strange deep pit created by the sea dragon. Immediately, the deep pit seemed to have sensed the sea dragon's blood. There was an inexplicable force that attracted the sea dragon's blood. Swoosh! Something seemed to have flown out of it. When Li Zongzhou saw it clearly, he was surprised to find that it was a strange monster. Boom! The monster's speed was extremely fast, and its whole body was on the surface. Its mouth and teeth alone occupied half of its body. In an instant, it approached Li Zongzhou and bit Li Zongzhou's body. However, Li Zongzhou's defense was strong. Although the monster's speed was fast and the explosive power of its teeth was very strong, when it bit down, it did not cause any damage to Li Zongzhou. With a flip of his hand, Li Zongzhou grabbed the little thing and pinched it in his hand. He easily strangled the latter to death, causing its teeth to bite each other and bite him. In the end, it bit itself to death. This is the Abyss Clan's ghost-faced fish. Just when Li Zongzhou was wondering about the origin of the fish in his hand, a voice suddenly sounded beside Li Zongzhou. When he looked over, he found that it was none other than the person who watched him go out to sea at the port of North Sea City. It's you. Previously, Qin Shilong also said that this woman was a lord from the Draconic Penitentiary. Li Zongjiu was not clear about what kind of existence the Draconic Penitentiary was, but the latter was indeed quite capable to be able to approach him silently. This surprised Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu's current Yuan-Qi cultivation had not reached the latter's level. However, it was not difficult for him to defeat the latter by relying on his own will incarnation. However, it seemed that this woman did not come for him, but for the Abyss clan. Abyss clan? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he suddenly recalled that the Abyssal tribe was one of the 9 great tribes. However, the 9 lineages heavenly book did not have a detailed record of the Abyss clan. There were only a few words about them and they were quite mysterious. No one knew where they lived or what their habits were. At this moment, he didn't even think about it. The thing in front of him was the legendary Abyss race. That's strange. Why are all these things appearing at this time? Li Zongjiu was also shocked. The fallen race appeared in the sacred martial realm and caused a lot of destruction. However, Li Zongjiu beat the fallen race into a half-cripple. Then, it was destroyed by the ferocious and powerful ape clan. It was likely that the fallen race had been removed from the list. It seemed that other than the human race, the other races also erupted at this time, fighting, competing, and devouring each other. Even the dragon race was a little restless, as if they wanted to lead the Origin Beast clan in a rebellion. In fact, the human race and the Origin Beast clan got along quite well on the sacred martial continent. They were able to ensure peace between each other and there were no large-scale killings. It could only be said that the strength of both sides seemed to be at a balance point. It was this balance point that allowed the two races to coexist. Now, another Abyss clan had appeared at the bottom of the sacred artifact continent's deep sea. It was really troublesome. The Abyss clan had not erupted on a large scale yet. Instead, they were appearing bit by bit. The woman from the Draconic Penitentiary also released a stream of Yuan-Qi to temporarily seal the Abyss hole. As for the Abyss fish that escaped just now, there were not many of them. Although the Abyss race was ferocious, the few small fishes just now couldn't stir up much of a storm here. My name is Long Ji. I can explain to you what has happened recently. We may need evil lords' help in the future. Long Ji looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Although Long Ji was also from the dragon race, she was obviously much more polite. Moreover, she was more aware of her identity and status, so she would not put on airs in front of Li Zongjiu. As for those who put on airs, Li Zongjiu would of course not be nice to them. I am not interested in the affairs of the dragon race. If anyone dares to provoke me, they can't blame me. Li Zongjiu said. Then, his body suddenly dashed towards the surface of the deep sea. Bang! It took Li Zongjiu almost a minute to rush out of the sea. He estimated that the depth just now was at least 100,000 meters. There were indeed many secrets on this sacred martial continent. After rushing out of the sea, Li Zongjiu immediately saw the Sea Empress. The Sea Empress was obviously looking for Li Zongjiu. After all, it would be difficult for him to survive after being hit by the Sea Dragon race's unique skill. However, the Sea Empress believed that Li Zongjiu would be able to block it. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to survive. Therefore, she looked around and waited for Li Zongjiu to appear. Sir Evil Lord. Why are you here? Li Zongjiu glanced at the Sea Empress. The latter's cultivation had improved, but it was still impossible for her to deal with the 2 sea dragons. I just saw the Sea Dragon race's unique skill, it's just some insignificant skill. I've already dealt with it. Li Zongjiu said. When the Sea Empress saw Li Zongjiu appear, it explained a lot of things. There was no doubt that the 2 sea dragons had been killed by Li Zongjiu. It was too terrifying. The 2 sea dragons were extremely powerful. Even the Sea Empress didn't have confidence in dealing with them. Moreover, if the 2 sea dragons joined forces, the Sea Empress might not even be able to survive. However, there was no other way. She was the leader of the 4 seas. She was the leader of everyone. If she didn't take action, then no one would. However, she didn't expect that the 2 sea dragons would be easily dealt with by Li Zongjiu. After you go back, it's best for you to take the people of the 4 seas and leave the sea. Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, the two were flying side by side towards the direction of the Sky Marshal ship. What? The people of the four seas rely on the sea for a living. How is it possible for them to return to the mainland? They have long been deeply rooted. It won't be easy to migrate. After the Sea Empress heard this, she was very surprised. Moreover, how was this possible? However, when she looked at Li Zhongzhou's expression, it seemed to be a little serious. There was also a trace of surprise in the Sea Empress's eyes. But, what happened at the bottom of the sea? The Sea Empress asked cautiously. After all, Li Zhongzhou's identity was different. He was the evil lord, the top expert of the entire Xinggu continent. Even in the untainted land, Li Zhongzhou's name as the evil lord had long been known. The Abyssal clan will be here soon, Li Zhongzhou said. The Abyssal clan, just these 3 words were enough to make the Sea Empress tremble. The Sea Empress wasn't clear about the origin of the Abyssal clan. However, there were very clear records in the ancient records of the clan. The Abyssal clan was almost equivalent to the demons of the sea. If the powerful Abyssal clan appeared, it wouldn't take half a year for the entire sea to become a dead sea. There wouldn't be any aura of living creatures. All the creatures in the sea would be eaten clean. It was recorded in the ancient records of the Sea God Palace that there was once a disaster of the Abyssal clan. However, they were lucky at that time. The Abyssal clan only had time to eat the 2 rivers. When they wanted to rush into the sea, they were all hunted down. The Sea God's Palace was also built at that time to prevent the Abyssal tribe from making a comeback. The 2 rivers that had been eaten clean in the past were now dried up, and no more creatures were born in them. This kind of damage and destruction was irreversible. Therefore, they were a very dangerous creature. The Abyssal clan is coming. Is this true? We must stop them. The Sea Empress's expression suddenly changed. This matter has little to do with me. Li Zhongzhou frowned. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. No matter how it developed, it would have its own trajectory of development. Although Li Zhongzhou was strong enough to defy the heavens and change his fate, changing the world was impossible. But that was impossible. Although the Abyssal clan was powerful, they couldn't stay ashore for a long time. Therefore, they just needed to stay away from the water. How can it have nothing to do with me? As long as there is water, the Abyssal clan can be everywhere. Although the forces of the islands in the 4 seas will bear the brunt, the next will be all the creatures on the continent. The Sea Empress said excitedly. She tried to persuade Li Zhongzhou to help. After all, this matter was indeed too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Li Zhongzhou didn't continue to communicate with the Sea Empress about this matter. The Sky Marshal ship and the Sea God Palace were already in sight. On the surface of the sea, the 2 ships still appeared extremely small. Many people who fell into the water were also rescued. Li Zhongzhou returned to the Sky Marshal ship. The Sea Empress asked Li Zhongzhou for the last time, but she didn't get a response. She reluctantly returned to her Sea God Palace. Let's go. The Sea Empress' mood was a little low. It seemed like she was bullied. Xianxia suddenly became angry. However, the Sea Empress pulled her back. Let's go. When Li Zhongzhou returned to the Sky Marshal ship, he found that the people on the ship were a little strange. Their expressions were as if they were being coerced. He immediately raised his head and saw a person lying on the mast. She was trimming her nails and seemed to be very satisfied. It's this woman again. Li Zhongzhou naturally saw the other party. His face immediately turned gloomy. It's you again. Li Zhongzhou saw the other party, but he didn't welcome her. The corner of Long Ji's mouth slightly raised. She waved her hand and a figure was fished out from the sea. She threw it on the ship. I'm here to make friends with you. Consider this a greeting gift. The one who was thrown on the deck was Qing Shilong, who was about to escape. Obviously, Qing Shilong had long been targeted by Long Ji. Therefore, she directly caught him and threw him on the deck. Qing Shilong himself was quite aggrieved. I won't dare to do it again. Lord, I won't dare to do it again. Qing Shilong was scared out of his wits. He was a dignified supreme being expert, but he encountered such terrifying monsters one after another. Li Zhongzhou came. Now, even the Lord of the Draconic Penitentiary personally came to deal with him. Xianxia could only wait to be slaughtered. Moreover, without the dragon pearl, Xianxia's cultivation would quickly decline. At that time, he would become a crippled dragon. Anyway, it was already like this. There was nothing to run away from. I don't care about this thing. Li Zongjiu lifted his leg and kicked Xianxia back into the sea. Splash. Xianxia swore that he had never been so humiliated in his life. He was a dignified dragon, but he was kicked around like a rubber ball. Longji saw that Li Zongjiu was so difficult to deal with. She immediately frowned her willowy eyebrows. You really don't know what's good for you. Longji was a little angry. In her eyes, Dragon Island did have a part of the responsibility for the whole thing. However, Dragon Island will settle their own matters. They don't need outsiders to interfere. However, Li Zongjiu came out of nowhere and helped Dragon Island prevent some things from happening. Furthermore, his cultivation didn't seem weak either. In that case, it wouldn't be a big problem to cooperate with each other once or twice. However, she did not realize that the Li Zongjiu in front of her was actually such a difficult bone to chew. This made Longji very angry. Even though he hadn't interacted with any humans for a long time, and let's not talk about revering the dragon clan, he should at least have some ordinary mutual respect. The fact that you didn't do that made Longji very unhappy. Even some of the old monsters on the Dragon Island had to be respectful when they saw him, but this human boy was very arrogant. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Longji jumped down from the railing. She landed lightly in front of Li Zongjiu and faced Li Zongjiu directly. In that case, let's have a fight. If you can win against me, I won't pester you. If you lose, you will have to cooperate with Dragon Island. Fight. Longji said. Then, she stared into Li Zongjiu's eyes as if she was trying to see if Li Zongjiu dared to accept the challenge. As for Li Zongjiu, he wasn't someone who could be provoked so easily. Besides, Li Zongjiu wouldn't do anything that would waste his energy. There's no benefit in winning against you. If I ignore you now, won't I get the same result? Not interested. Li Zongjiu wouldn't do such a strenuous and thankless task. Then, Li Zongjiu clapped his hands and threw the warship that Xianxia and the others were on back into the sea. All of you, get on the ship. The matter of the sea dragons has been settled. There's no need to stay here anymore. Li Zongjiu said. When Xianxia and the others heard Li Zongjiu's words, their eyes lit up. This meant that the two great sea dragons had been settled. That was too awesome. He could slay a dragon with just a wave of his hand. Only the evil lord, Li Zongjiu. None of you are allowed to leave. Young man, I've given you face time and time again. Don't ruin my patience. Longji's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, there seemed to be a faint murderous aura on the surface of the sea. Under this murderous aura, Xianxia and the others felt as if the blood in their bodies was about to solidify. They looked at Longji, then at Li Zongjiu. It was as if they were waiting to see who should listen to. You're really courting death. To Li Zongjiu, the repeated unreasonable pestering was already very unpleasant. If this continued, he would really fly into a rage. But just as Li Zongjiu was about to make his move, Longji seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes suddenly looked towards the horizon. Oh no, young man. I'll compete with you next time. Longji muttered to herself. Then, her figure disappeared from the spot. But her last sentence resounded through the sky. Li Zongjiu had never met such an arrogant person. It was mainly because Longji ran fast. She was also hiding her strength. Even Li Zongjiu couldn't see the other party's movements clearly. It seemed that there was always someone better than you out there. Xianxia and the others kept rubbing their eyes to make sure that she had really disappeared. With a whoosh, she disappeared just like that. It was too scary. She actually dared to challenge Evil Lord's position. Could it be that that woman didn't know who was standing in front of her? How dare she be so arrogant? She was lucky to have run fast. Otherwise, Evil Lord would have twisted her head off in a fit of rage. Li Zongjiu didn't chase after her. The reason why she left so quickly was probably because something had happened on Dragon Island. Because Li Zongjiu had also sensed the aura of a great battle in the distance. It seemed that Dragon Island couldn't even fend for itself. In fact, it was just something like that. To Li Zongjiu, it was all the same. It was nothing more than an evil dragon trying to disrupt the order of the mainland. On the other hand, Long Ji represented the righteous side. If she wanted to subdue the evil dragons, it would be a simple matter. Return. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Shuchengzhou also got someone to bring back a part of the sea dragon's corpse. This was something that could contribute greatly. When they returned, they would definitely be rewarded. Even though Li Zongjiu was the one who took action this time, it was also Shuchengzhou who pulled the strings. The two people on the Divine Emperor Island became even more obedient at this moment. They didn't even dare to utter a single word along the way. After all, their teeth were knocked out, and they couldn't speak properly. They only wanted to return to Divine Emperor Island as soon as possible. They really didn't dare to embarrass themselves out here. With Li Zongjiu's strength, Divine Emperor Island was nothing compared to them. The Divine Emperor Island was far inferior to Li Zongjiu. Even if all of them worked together, they would not be a match for Li Zongjiu. Even if there were, they would only be courting death. If the island master of Divine Emperor Island is interested, my Li family will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Li Muyuan said to Master Gu Lang and Shuchengzhou calmly. Gu Lang and Shuchengzhou shuddered upon hearing this. Gu Lang's strength was already among the top 10 in Divine Emperor Island, but he couldn't even withstand a slap from Li Zongjiu. Now, there was nothing more to say. Li Muyuan's intention was quite clear. We wouldn't dare. In the future, the Divine Emperor Island will definitely pay you a visit. Even a force as strong as Divine Emperor Island had directly bowed down. They didn't even need to use any other means to make the Divine Emperor Island yield. Shua. Changzhou and the others were trembling with fear. This was the true strength of the Li family. In fact, the Li family had also produced a lot of experts recently. After all, Li Zongjiu had accumulated a lot of resources. As long as he worked hard, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to achieve a certain level of success. However, if he didn't live up to expectations, he couldn't blame others. Li Zongjiu didn't continue to stay in North Sea City. At the same time, he left Li Muyuan in North Sea City to continue dealing with the follow-up matters. He also asked Li Muyuan to keep an eye on the surrounding sea regions to see what was going on. Even if he told Li Muyuan about the Abyssal tribe now, it wouldn't be of any help. Although Li Muyuan was very capable, there was still a certain gap in terms of strength. It wasn't something that could be solved with just words and courage. He still needed to deal with these matters himself. In addition, Li Zongjiu also wanted to make a trip to the meeting place of the three dynasties as soon as possible. Something had happened to Dragon Island, which meant that Dragon Island was now at a disadvantage in some aspects. It was inevitable that some other situations would occur. Boom! The Tianwu ship also flew towards the sky. However, Li Zongjiu didn't fly far before he saw a huge green dragon flapping its wings and rapidly approaching Li Zongjiu's Tianwu ship. Oh? Li Zongjiu glanced at the green dragon and didn't say anything. The green dragon was very tactful. It put on the rope again and pulled the Tianwu ship forward. Boom! The Tianwu ship's speed increased by a lot. Soon, it passed by the sky above Luoxia City. His mother was still in the city. Li Zongjiu used his mental strength to check, but it didn't seem to be the time for a reunion. Immediately, Li Zongjiu continued to fly forward. Relying on his connection with the desolate heaven essence, Li Zongjiu quickly locked onto Qi Yanran's position. She was in an ancient town. This ancient town belonged to the Tianyuan dynasty. It was hidden deep in the mountains, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Only a few generations lived in the ancient town. The scenery was beautiful and it was a good place to retire. This place was called Tianshui Town. It was under the jurisdiction of Tianshui sect. However, it was obvious that this town had been abandoned for a long time. As one of the top 10 sects in Tianyuan dynasty, Tianshui sect also participated in the meeting this time. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also accompanying Li Tianqing outside Tianshui town. At the same time, she was telling Li Tianqing about Li Zongjiu's actions over the years. However, Li Tianqing was not interested in these things. As long as Li Zongjiu did not do anything outrageous outside, it did not matter. After all, Li Zongjiu was not a child anymore. It doesn't matter what that brat does. What's important is the matter between the two of you. When we get back, I'll ask those gossipy women to pick a good date for you too. We'll talk about it after we get this done. Li Tianqing urged. Qi Yanran naturally knew that Li Tianqing was talking about the marriage between the two of them. She immediately became shy. In fact, for experts of their realm, these worldly affairs did not have the slightest shackle. However, it was obvious that their parents were quite anxious about this matter. Qi Yanran was about to say these things. Li Zongjiu could make the decision. However, a twisted dark cloud suddenly appeared above Tianshui town. Along with the emergence of these dark clouds, a terrifying aura directly descended from the sky. Boom! It enveloped the entire Tianshui town. Immediately, the people in Tianshui town were shocked. Uncle, be careful. Qi Yanran protected Li Tianqing behind her. Then, Emperor Xingyan quickly appeared under the protection of the Vermilion Bird Army's commander, Su Mo, and met up with Li Tianqing and the others. What's going on? Emperor Xingyan's cultivation was not weak. This time, he did not bring the military master with him. Instead, he let the military master stay in the palace. After all, with Li Tianqing here, there were probably not many people who dared to act recklessly. As for the Heique dynasty's side, the Heique dynasty's emperor was also protected by the experts of Marquis Wan Yong. Wan Yonggong also personally set off this time, and Wan Yulan was also in the ranks. Wan Yulan's strength was not weak. After the strange movement in the sky, everyone had already felt that something was wrong. Therefore, they quickly became alert. Boom! Outside of the ancient town, there seemed to be a huge beast charging forward. As it moved, the earth and mountains immediately shook. Everyone looked up and saw what seemed like a small mountain was moving in the distance. It's the dragon tribe. When Qi Yanran saw his mountain-like body, she immediately realized that he was from the dragon clan. Qi Yanran's helped Li Tianqing, 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 Li Tianqing. She must not let these dragons hurt Li Tianqing, or else Li Zongjiu would never forgive her. The dragon tribe really took action. When Emperor Xingyan saw this scene, there was a trace of disbelief and anger in his eyes. The location of this meeting is extremely hidden. Someone must have tipped them off. Emperor Xingyan's eyes flashed with light. If something were to happen, only they would know what was going on. Apart from their own people, they would not trust anyone else. Cover the Great Emperor's retreat. Vermilion Bird battleship, take off. Once something happened, there was no need to rush to understand what happened. They just needed to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be accompanied by more dangerous things. Once they were completely surrounded by the opponent's plan, it was equivalent to trouble coming to their door. It would be very dangerous. Therefore, Su Mo gave the order directly. His subordinates immediately summoned the Vermilion Bird battleship. The construction of the Vermilion Bird battleship was greatly contributed by the White Deer Mansion, and the Jing family of Cerulean Wave Giant City also contributed a lot. Let's leave this place first, Li Tianqing said. It was better not to participate in an unclear battle. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. However, before Emperor Xingyan could board the Vermilion Bird battleship, 3 fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. The Vermilion Bird battleship was directly blown to pieces. Boom! The Vermilion Bird battleship was shattered. A huge flame suddenly exploded. Qi Yanran waved her hand and easily gathered some of the residual power of the explosion in front of her. Su Mo had already led the Vermilion Bird army to defend against the attack. However, these attacks were blocked by Qi Yanran alone. Oh my god! Some people in the Vermilion Bird army looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. Even Su Mo's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After all, Su Mo had never seen Qi Yanran in action. This time, Su Mo did not approve of Qi Yanran's participation. However, he heard that Qi Yanran was Li Zongjiu's woman. Su Mo could not say anything. If necessary, he would have to spare some time to protect Qi Yanran. Therefore, Su Mo was more worried about Qi Yanran's situation. However, when Qi Yanran attacked just now, Suemo completely understood in his heart. Qi Yanran became Li Zongzhou's woman because of this strength. It was really not a joke. This is too scary. Suemo secretly said in his heart. Boom. The Earth Dragon clan in front had also rushed in. Some of the buildings at the entrance of the town were directly trampled by the Earth Dragon. Boom. It rushed in directly. Then, the more than 300 meters tall Earth Dragon suddenly raised its claws and slashed at Qi Yanran and the others below. Qi Yanran waved her hand and threw out a white light, which instantly penetrated the body of the Earth Dragon in front of her. The Earth Dragon directly looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It's dead. Sumo's eyes lit up. The Earth Dragon clan, which was originally regarded as a big trouble, was unexpectedly killed so easily. Everyone, follow me. The third elder of the Skywater sect, Gong Yu, appeared. At the same time, most of the experts of the Skywater sect directly fought with the Earth Dragon clan that appeared in the sky. However, it was obvious that these experts of the Skywater sect could not resist the attack for too long. Let's go. Qi Yanran ordered. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. At least 10 fire-breathing dragons appeared in the sky. It was so powerful that there was no place for them to hide. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 earth dragons on the ground, directly rushing into the Skywater town. The entire Skywater town was directly razed to the ground. The third elder of the Skywater sect, Gong Yu, also led many disciples to protect the people who came to the meeting. Among them were the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Heichu Emperor. Emperor Xingyan naturally did not have to worry about Qi Yanran on his side. Gong Yu also saw Qi Yanran's attack, directly killing the Earth Dragon that was at the Supreme Being realm. She was extremely surprised. As a top expert of the Skywater sect who had walked out of the Three Flowers gathering, Gong Yu's strength was needless to say. However, even she could not kill these Earth Dragons in a second. Many of the experts also quickly retreated under the cover of this. 10 miles away, there was a mountain range dragon trapping array that was set up in advance. Its purpose was to prevent the dragon clan from attacking. However, the dragon trapping array obviously could not withstand the attack of so many dragon clan members. However, it could at least hold on for a while. Therefore, many parties also released their own distress signals one after another. Since they came to the meeting, they naturally had a lot of preparation. All the signal flares rose into the sky, and the reinforcements arrived immediately. Everyone, don't panic. Our Heavenly Flame Dynasty's 100,000 Divine Eagles have already gathered and are now on their way. At this moment, at the edge of the mountain range, a large black mass of divine controlling eagles could be seen approaching. The Divine Eagle army had all tamed level 4 origin beasts. They were a type of eagle-type meta-beast. When the Heavenly Flame Emperor saw his troops coming, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, in the next moment, these aerial troops that had come to provide support were easily burned to a crisp in a flash of fire. The 100,000 aerial troops were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. Moreover, these flying eagles did not have a chance to escape. Heavenly Flame Emperor's face suddenly turned gloomy. The aerial troops that he was bragging about were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Not even the last trace was left behind. Everything was burned to ashes. Looking at the situation before him, even if the reinforcements arrived, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Safety was of no use at all. Right in front of the mountain range dragon trapping array, 2 fire-breathing dragons were circling in the sky. After finding the right opportunity, they opened their mouths and spewed out flames. Immediately, waves of heat rolled over. Everyone also saw that the defensive barrier that appeared above their heads had flames surging and dancing around it. Not good. If this goes on, it won't be long before the array is broken. Elder Gongyu of the Heavenly Water sect hurriedly said. In the battle just now, the third elder of the Heavenly Water sect had displayed his powerful combat strength. He had blocked the 2 Earth Dragons' interception and rushed out of the battle. Yanran, can you deal with these 2? Li Tianqing could not help but ask. If Qi Yanran could deal with these 2 fire dragons, she could at least deter the other party. Just as the 2 fire dragons were roaring and spitting fire in the sky, Another 3 earth dragons rushed over and were about to crash into the array formation. Qi Yanran saw this and immediately took action. The desolate heaven essence turned into a long rope. With a whoosh, it tied up the 3 earth dragons on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, with a gentle wave of her hand, the 3 earth dragons were thrown into the sky like 3 stones. They collided with the 2 fire dragons. This caused the 2 fire dragons to sway around each other. Moreover, the flames in their mouths were directly spat at each other. It was as if they were performing acrobatics in the sky. Boom! The 3 earth dragons fell from the sky and were directly crippled. As for the 2 fire dragons, they were also spitting fire at each other. They were also burned very badly. More than 10 fire dragons attacked at the same time. Qi Yanran leaped and flew into the air. She formed a seal with her hand and immediately released a terrifying wave of power. The 5-colored divine light shone brightly. Boom! All the dragons that were touched by the formation suffered different degrees of injuries. They were all injured by Qi Yanran and fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 dragons had fallen in front of the formation. Everyone was also stunned. Looking at Qi Yanran's action, it was simply shocking. That was a member of the colossal dragon clan, yet he was defeated so easily. It was truly terrifying. Just how powerful was this person to be able to do this? When they took a closer look, they realized that this woman was the girl who had been by Li Tianqing's side. It was said that she was Li Zongjiu's woman. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. Even a woman by the evil lord's side had such powerful means, not to mention the others. If the evil lord himself came, these dragons would not be able to survive. Gong Yu's eyes widened. Her eyes were full of shock. She had also exchanged blows with these dragons earlier, so she was well aware of the strength of the dragon clan. Even with her cultivation as a second-grade sovereign, her all-out attack was still unable to injure the earth dragon. She couldn't even break the latter's defense. She was a disciple of the 3-flower gathering of the Heavenly Water sect, so her combat strength was stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. She was better at fighting. These earth dragons were at least at the 5th-grade sovereign realm. However, in front of Qi Yanran, these earth dragons were like frogs. They were easily flattened and turned into the current state before them. They were no match for Qi Yanran at all. Even if Qi Yanran wanted to take their lives, it would be a piece of cake. However, Qi Yanran didn't kill them. Because Qi Yanran clearly felt it. There were also top experts hidden in the other party's operation this time. The absolute Saint Realm. Qi Yanran didn't expose her full strength. If she directly attacked and showed her strength, she might be forcibly held back by the other side. At that time, it would be difficult to protect Li Tianqing and he would definitely be in danger. The most important thing now was not to kill the enemies, but to protect Li Tianqing. That was the most important thing. As for these enemies, after Li Zongjiu came, none of them could escape. Qi Yanran glanced at the mountain in the distance. At the top of the mountain, there were 2 figures who were also watching the situation here. Then, Qi Yanran also withdrew from the fight. Whoosh! When everyone saw Qi Yanran retreat to Li Tianqing's side, their eyes lit up. It was the Li family again. How terrifying. Such a person was sufficient to lead the Saint Flame Empire to conquer the other empires. The appearance of such a situation naturally caused the rest of the people to become nervous. However, Qi Yanran didn't want to take down this small dynasty at all. After all, in the sacred martial realm, Li Zongjiu had already established a huge dynasty with just a few words. These people probably didn't know how strong Li Zongjiu was. Thanks to Miss Qi's help. Yes, fortunately, there are many experts in the Li family. Otherwise, we would all be trapped here. Can Miss Qi take us out? Heavenly Flame Emperor also said quickly. If they stayed here, they would definitely be trapped to death by the other side. If they couldn't use Qi Yanran's strength to break out of the encirclement now. If Qi Yanran ran away with Li Tianqing later, they wouldn't have any hope left. These people did not even have the last bit of hope. They could only sit there obediently and wait for death, so naturally, they hoped that Qi Yanran could lead them out of this place. Li Tianqing also looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, he was asking for Qi Yanran's opinion. No, there are 2 experts outside. I don't know their strength. Qi Yanran shook her head. She refused. If Qi Yanran was alone, she could take a little risk and have a fierce battle with the other side. Although she might not be able to win, if she wanted to leave, Qi Yanran was confident that she could leave easily. But now, she still needed to protect Li Tianqing and the others. Ah? If we don't leave now, the situation will be worse when the experts of the Dragon Clan arrive. Sigh, I guess our support troops have been wiped out by the Dragon Clan. Judging from the tactics just now, these Dragon Clan were obviously not wild beasts who fought randomly. Instead, they knew real combat skills. Tianshui Town was probably their last stop. In fact, other places had already been conquered by them, so they concentrated their strength. Then if we continue to wait here, won't we die for sure? Miss Ji, your cultivation is strong. Why don't you take us out of here in batches? Heavenly Flame Emperor said. His position as the Great Emperor had been passed down from generation to generation. It was already too late for his subordinates to stop the Heavenly Flame Great Emperor. They could only shake their heads. This method was simply proposed by an idiot. Did this Heavenly Flame Emperor in front of him have a brain? Why don't we listen to Family Headley's opinion? Now that the leaders of the 3 dynasties are gathered here, if all of them fall here, the world will be in chaos. Wan Yonggong of the Haiku dynasty said. Heichu Emperor was still young, so he needed Wan Yonggong to deal with these matters. On the other hand, Wan Yulan looked at Qi Yanran curiously. What kind of person was Qi Yanran? How could she have such great ability? How did she cultivate? If Qi Yanran is so strong, then what about Li Zongjiu? Yes, Li Gong, please tell us. I wonder if Li Gong has a solution. Everyone looked at Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing didn't have any solution. The only way was to fight, but he couldn't defeat them now. But Li Tianqing was confident. He had confidence in Li Zongjiu. Don't panic, my son will be here soon. Li Tianqing cupped his fist and said to everyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Li Zongjiu was coming. Is this true? Evil Lord will come? Great, we're saved. Evil Lord, Gong Yu's eyes looked towards the horizon. This was a man that seemed to only exist in legends. On a distant mountain peak, 2 figures were standing side by side. It can't be said that they were standing side by side. This was because one of them was very short. At most, he could only reach the shoulder of the person next to him. Therefore, it can be said that they were standing side by side. Although the smaller ones liked to be shorter, their bodies were relatively strong. At this moment, they crossed their arms in front of their chests and stared down with wide eyes. My Earth Dragon Clan's warriors were thrown around like sandbags. This short man obviously couldn't believe his eyes. He was also extremely surprised that the 3 Earth Dragons were easily thrown into the sky by Qi Yanran and then turned into minced meat when they fell down. You Earth Dragons are living sandbags. What's so strange about it? A red-bearded old man beside him said. It wasn't just his beard that was red. Even his eyes, hair, nose hair, hands, and feet hair were all red. Moreover, the red-bearded old man's words were quite impolite. He didn't give the short man any face. Therefore, when the short man heard this, his face couldn't help but be angry. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and kill this little girl. Then kill these people. Otherwise, when Lord Long blames us, I think your beard will be burned off. The short man said. Taking a closer look, although this short man was not tall, his feet were as wide as a box, even bigger than his face. It can be seen that his legs were very powerful. The short man was an expert of the Earth Dragon Clan. As for the red-bearded old man, he was obviously an expert of the Fire Dragon Clan. As for the identity of the Lord Long that the two were talking about, it was unknown. I heard that an expert has appeared in the human race. I don't know if the Sea Dragon Clan's plan succeeded or not. In any case, the 2 sea dragons have already died. The Fire Dragon Elder said. In the face of such a grand revival plan, the 2 of them obviously became more serious. After all, these things were not a joke. The realm avoiding pearl won't last for long. I can already feel that someone is probing the realm avoiding pearl. The shorty from the Earth Dragon Clan said. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. At this moment, energy was constantly seeping out of the crystal bead, which was quite shocking. The Realm Avoidance Pearl was a treasure of the Dragon Clan. It could temporarily hide a part of the world, making it convenient for killing people. After the deed was done, the Dragon Clan could escape without a trace. Therefore, even if these people left the dragon trapping array, they had no place to go. Under this world, they had already been sealed. If they wanted to leave, they would have to destroy the Realm Avoidance Pearl. Or leave this world. After the two of them finished speaking, they no longer hesitated. Both of them set off. The elder of the Earth Dragon Clan directly lifted his big foot, and then fiercely kicked the formation. Boom! One could clearly sense that the Earth Dragon Clan's elder stomp was about to destroy the array formation. The surrounding mountains were also constantly shaking. The people who were recuperating and waiting for rescue also woke up one after another. They originally thought that this place was temporarily safe. In addition, so many dragons were injured by Xianxia and temporarily retreated. As long as they didn't go out, the other party wouldn't dare to kill them directly. After all, there were experts guarding. But now that the other party directly attacked, it meant that they were confident in defeating them. Even Xianxia directly opened her eyes. Because at this moment, Xianxia also knew that the other party's expert had finally made a move. Just now, Xianxia also tried to use her spiritual power to contact Xianxia. With Xianxia's spiritual power, it wasn't a problem for her to cover half of the Saint Martial continent. After all, she was also an existence of the absolute Saint Realm. However, Xianxia found that the surrounding world had long been sealed by a powerful force. It was like a magic treasure like the Bell of Chaos, which made it impossible for people to break out. If they wanted to go out, they could only find a way to refine this magic treasure. Then, they could control it. Therefore, Xianxia also knew that Xianxia might have to spend more time to find this place, but she didn't tell others about this. Otherwise, she didn't know how these people would react. TSK, you weak humans, don't worry. The surrounding world has been sealed by our Dragon Island's divine weapon, the Realm Avoiding Bead. The people inside can't go out, and the people outside can't come in. No matter how you struggle, you will only die. The Fire Dragon Tribe Elder said coldly. His voice penetrated the mountain range and the earth, so everyone could hear it clearly. At the same time, the Fire Dragon Tribe Elder waved his hand and injected a stream of energy into the bodies of all the dragons of the Fire Dragon Tribe, healing their injuries. I'll kick again, and this bullshit formation won't be able to withstand it. Now, I'll give you a chance. Voluntarily walk out of this formation and submit to the Dragon Tribe. Be my subordinates, and you can live. Although the combination of these two people was quite strange, and the Dragon Tribe seemed to be quite sinister and cunning, they actually knew how to use psychological warfare. This made Li Tianqing a little surprised. I didn't expect the Dragon Tribe to be so cunning. However, the words of the two elders of the Dragon Clan also fell into the ears of the others. What? The place we are in is sealed? We can't get out? Then, aren't we dead meat? How can this be? I still have a bright future. What does it mean to be sealed? The crowd was noisy, and everyone looked at Xianxia again. Miss Qi, is your husband coming or not? If he comes after we die, what's the use of him? That's right. This evil lord is useless at the critical moment. What's the use of him? Miss Qi, why don't you fight with them, kill them all, and then take us out? Why don't we surrender? At least we can keep our lives. In the future, we still have a chance to make a comeback. There were different opinions, and everyone was talking at once. Obviously, these people had also fallen into madness, and even began to speak incoherently. Shut up, all of you. Xianxia directly struck out with her palm. The first to be hit was the Tianyan dynasty's monarch. This idiot had been chattering here all day, and no one knew what he was talking about. During the meeting, no one knew what he was talking about. He only knew how to stare at women. Therefore, under Xianxia's slap, the Tianyan dynasty's monarch instantly exploded into pieces, and his bones and flesh flew everywhere. She was merciless. Everyone had underestimated Xianxia based on her appearance. After all, Xianxia's appearance also looked soft and weak, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. They didn't expect that Qi Yanran was a terrifying figure who had directly killed millions of fallen clan members. These people still dared to talk in front of Qi Yanran. This made Qi Yanran angry. She killed him as soon as she made a move, and her eyes seemed to be telling the others that if anyone else made a fuss, they would all die together. Immediately, everyone stopped talking. They just stared at Qi Yanran in front of them, and at the place where their monarch died. They wanted to blame Qi Yanran, but no words came out of their mouths. They didn't dare to make a sound. They just stared at Qi Yanran with anger in their eyes. The Li family had gone too far. They just relied on their strength to murder their monarch in public. When they went back, they must bring these people to justice. But they just thought about it. Even if they wanted to unite with others to rebel, no one would care about them at all. However, within the Tianyin dynasty, these sect elders had the final say. The dynasty's jurisdiction was actually very weak, and it only played a representative role. It could be understood that it was specially used to take the blame. That was why it could survive until now. After waiting for everyone to calm down, Qi Yanran also got up and walked out of the array. In fact, it didn't have any effect on the array. The other party was right. One more kick, and it would be directly broken. Seeing the valiant human girl appear, the two elders of the dragon clan also became dignified. Because they all knew that the human girl in front of them was not simple. Immediately, the two of them descended and stood 50 meters away from Qi Yanran. "Are you here to surrender, or are you here to seek death?" The fire dragon tribe elder asked. Qi Yanran sized up the two of them. It was only a matter of time before they appeared. Moreover, Qi Yanran also wanted to find a way to break through the realm avoidance pearl in the upcoming battle. Otherwise, everyone would be in danger. The desolate heaven essence in her hand gently shook, and a faint light power was integrated into it. Although the desolate heaven essence still looked soft and fluttering, it now contained an extremely sharp light. Just a gentle touch was enough to break their defenses. The way they were preparing for war was already a response. If that's the case, then die. The fire dragon tribe elder waved his hands and formed a fireball in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he instantly rushed towards Qi Yanran. The desolate heaven essence was thrown out. However, the other party's fireball turned around and dodged Qi Yanran's attack. With a boom, it smashed into where Qi Yanran was. Boom! The resulting explosive energy could be described as destructive. Just the aftermath of the heatwave was enough to melt the formation that Li Tianqing and the others were in. When the surrounding flames dissipated, a deep pit nearly 100 feet deep appeared below. It was bottomless. It penetrated extremely deeply. In fact, there was even a raging fire burning in the deep pit. The fire dragon tribe elder naturally knew that it was impossible for the other party to be hit by him so easily. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of him. Whoosh, this white light was the desolate heaven essence. It directly covered his eyes, and at the same time, sealed all his senses. It was as if he was instantly subdued by the other party. The desolate heaven essence completely entangled the other party, making it impossible for the other party to dodge. Just as Qi Yanran was about to kill the person in front of her with a blow. But suddenly, a terrifying force came from behind him. The Earth Dragon tribe elder had already lifted his large foot and was about to step on Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran could only use a palm to meet the other party's attack. Boom! Qi Yanran and the Earth Dragon tribe elder retreated at the same time. Third grade absolute saint. The moment they touched, Qi Yanran knew that the other's cultivation was at the third level of the ultimate saint realm. The other party had yet to reveal his true form. When he revealed his true form, due to his unique bloodline, his strength would still be able to keep up. At the very least, he would be able to fight against a fourth-stage absolute saint. Your defense is quite strong. Let's see how many kicks you can take. The elder of the Earth Dragon clan felt like he had finally found a worthy opponent. He immediately stood up. He continued to attack Qi Yanran. Not only was the Earth Dragon clan's elder's attack powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Bang bang bang. Qi Yanran was able to block the continuous attacks. It looked like they were evenly matched. However, this elder of the Earth Dragon clan felt that Xianxia had not yet used her full strength. At that moment, the Fire Dragon Elder, who was trapped by the desolate heaven essence, finally spat out a flame at himself, allowing him to be reborn. Boom! Xianxia extended her hand and beckoned, summoning the desolate heaven essence back. Along with the flames of a Fire Dragon race elder, it directly burned over. Whoosh! The roaring flames were like an army of thousands of men and horses. Divine Vermilion Palm. Xianxia circulated her yuan qi and slammed her palm down. It was like a peacock's feather floating down. With a boom, the two forces collided. The sky seemed to be torn apart by this force. Xianxia looked up at the sky and felt like it was about to be torn apart. Immediately, a plan came to her mind. Green Bird Dao Platform. A green light appeared behind Xianxia, turning into a pair of wings that spread out and rushed into the sky. Boom, her speed was extremely fast, as if she had transformed into a beam of light. Oh no, she wants to break the seal of the Realm Avoidance Pearl. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon clan elder immediately shouted. At the same time, Xianxia's speed was too fast, so the Fire Dragon clan elder immediately transformed. After that, he transformed into a giant dragon with wings that were at least 1,000 feet wide. As his body expanded, his speed was raised to the peak. And with a flap of his wings, a ring of fire formed behind him, bringing him into the sky at an even faster speed. Fire Dragon Whirlwind. The Fire Dragon clan elder mustered all his strength and released a big move. Immediately, the power of the flaming whirlwind swept directly into the sky. At this moment, Xianxia's figure also shook at this moment. Her speed increased again and she actually disappeared. As a result, the Fire Dragon clan elder's move missed and directly blasted into the sky. But there seemed to be a transparent barrier in the sky. In the midst of the tumbling, there was a trace of a red feeling. But at least, there was already a signal. Oh no, this be *TCH. She actually tricked me. Seeing this scene, the first elder of the Fire Dragon tribe immediately understood that Xianxia was using his own power to create a disturbance. When a flame shot up into the sky, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. Li Zongjiu, who was flying in the sky, also immediately noticed this. So she used this kind of magic treasure. Li Zongjiu immediately focused his attention on this world. Chaos Bell. Because no matter how he searched with his mental power, there was no way to find any flaws. So Li Zongjiu also decided to make a move directly. With the power of the Chaos Bell, it was enough to force the other party out. Like a cannonball, the Chaos Bell quickly rushed forward, rampaging in the air. Suddenly, the Chaos Bell felt that it had hit something. Its movement was blocked. After Li Zongjiu saw it, his figure flashed and came in front of the Chaos Bell. At this moment, in the realm of the Realm Avoidance Pearl, the two elders of the Dragon tribe and Xianxia had also seen the Bell of Chaos. However, the Chaos Bell seemed to be stuck on it. What, the thing that they were worried about finally happened. But neither of them expected that the other party would come so quickly. They had just exposed their aura and had already made a move. Big brother, you're too fast. When Xianxia saw the Chaos Bell, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's not too late for you to leave now. If you don't leave, it'll be too late for regrets. The two elders naturally didn't take Xianxia's words to heart. After all, they often used this kind of psychological tactic. It was nothing special. It was just to scare people. How powerful could it be? In the next moment, the Chaos Bell broke the barrier created by the Realm Avoidance Pearl. Li Zongjiu stepped on the Chaos Bell and appeared in the sky. When Lei Tianqing on the ground saw Li Zongjiu, he also pointed directly at the sky. Look, my son is here. The two elders of the Dragon tribe also looked directly at the figure in the sky. Immediately, their eyes were extremely gloomy. They looked at each other and could not help but directly clench the weapons in their hands. Facing Li Zongjiu's gaze, there seemed to be a kind of coldness that came from the bones. Li Zongjiu stepped on the Bell of Chaos and stared at the people below. The first person he saw was Xianxia, who was in good condition at the moment. After the green bird platform appeared, it was enough to ensure that Xianxia was in an invincible position. The two elders of the dragon tribe on the other side had also revealed their true forms. Their strength could be said to have reached the peak of their own strength. When Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu coming, she knew that this matter was about to be resolved. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because she had to protect so many people, Qi Yanran was a little nervous. After all, if she were to devote herself to the battle, it would definitely cause Qi Yanran to miss a lot of opportunities. There were also many dragons entrenched in the surroundings. Although the experts of the Sky Water sect could temporarily resist, in the case of a large number of dragons, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Li Tianqing and the others also saw the person in the sky. Immediately, there was a kind of light of hope in their eyes. Is that evil lord? What a powerful aura. What a strong aura. Many people had not seen Li Zongjiu before. They had only heard of Li Zongjiu's name. However, after hearing this name for a long time, although they were familiar with it, at most, they would only know that this person was powerful in their own consciousness. As for how powerful he was, they would not know. In fact, as time went on, they would forget more and more. He's stronger than before. The eyes of Elder Gongyu of the Sky Water sect were also shining. After all, the aura that Li Zongjiu displayed at this moment was many times stronger than when he was dealing with the Ten Swords sect. In front of Li Zongjiu, the Ten Swords sect was at most a pile of trash. It was impossible for them to resist Li Zongjiu's sharpness. He didn't even deserve to stand in front of Li Zongjiu. In just a few years, Li Zongjiu's growth had become so terrifying. Although Gongyu also had a breakthrough in her strength, it was impossible for her to be compared with Li Zongjiu. He was truly a terrifying fellow. A few years ago, Li Zongjiu had also treated Gongyu to a bowl of noodles. At that time, Gongyu only felt that it was a little strange. Later on, in the process of cultivation, she often thought of this bowl of noodles, and could truly find peace in her heart. It was also because of this bowl of noodles that Gongyu's later cultivation, although sometimes it was fast and sometimes it was slow, her progress was very fast, which was very surprising. He had never thought that such a good thing would happen. Although Li Zongjiu did not give her much guidance at that time. But this kind of behavior had really benefited her a lot, and it was quite shocking. So today, she could have such a powerful strength. When she saw Li Zongjiu again, he was already unfathomable. If they met 3 years ago, Gongyu would at least have the courage to talk to Li Zongjiu face to face. Now, it was impossible. Under Li Zongjiu's powerful and dazzling brilliance, she could only quietly hide her aura. Are you all right? Li Zongjiu came in front of Qi Yanran and asked. He even directly turned his back to the two elders of the dragon clan, and did not put the two elders in his eyes at all. Although the other party used the realm-avoiding pearl to directly cover the space in front of them, which made Li Zongjiu waste a little effort to find them, it showed that these people had the ability to do so. If he really faced the two elders of the dragon clan, it would be easy to kill them. It's all right. You deal with them, and I will protect Uncle. Qi Yanran said. Okay, go ahead. Immediately, Qi Yanran descended. She came to Li Tianqing's side. How is it? Can this kid handle it? Li Tianqing asked. If this kid can't handle it, it would be a disgrace to him. He would have to beat this kid up when he went back. Don't worry. Qi Yanran said. If Li Zongjiu can't handle it, then in the entire Xingwu continent, there was really no one who could. Unknowingly, Li Zongjiu had once again become an existence that stood at the pinnacle of this continent. There was no longer anyone who could go against Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to make a move against these powerful foreign races. This was one of the troubles of the experts. When facing these things, you have to take action. You are the strongest existence in the human clan. If anyone wants to attack the human clan, then first, they must kill Li Zongjiu. Is it just the two of you? Only then did Li Zongjiu turn to look at the two dragon clan elders. He asked calmly. He didn't look down on the two dragons in front of him because Li Zongjiu didn't put them in his eyes at all. You are the evil lord of the human clan? The fire dragon clan elder saw Li Zongjiu. Just now, the two of them also wanted to sneak attack, but they gave up after thinking about it. They couldn't see the real situation of Li Zongjiu. Now, the realm avoidance pearl was broken. The two of them might not have a chance of winning against Qi Yanran. Now that there was a stronger Li Zongjiu, it was even more nerve-wracking. However, the Earth Dragon Clan elder was smart. He had already released a signal and used his Dragon Clan's special soul transmission to pass the news of this place to Dragon Island. Now, the experts of their Dragon Clan were rushing over quickly. As long as the experts arrived in time, they would be able to kill Li Zongjiu in front of them and completely wipe out this group of elites of the human clan in front of them. After getting rid of these people, they could just sit back and wait for the human clan to kill each other. When the world was in chaos, the Dragon Clan only needed to choose a random faction to support and it would be easy to settle. Ruling such a continent was a very simple matter for them. In their plan, they could even surpass the human clan in less than half a year and become the true ruler of the human clan. Yes, I am the evil lord, Li Zongjiu said. Since you want to wait, then I will wait with you. Let's see how many people your Dragon Clan can send today. Li Zongjiu didn't kill the other party. He wasn't in a hurry to do so. The woman from the Dragon Penitentiary, Long Ji, had contacted him before. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. Obviously, there were differences within the Dragon Clan. One side wanted to invade the mainland, while the other side wanted to maintain the status quo of Dragon Island. They didn't have any intention of fighting for supremacy. Therefore, there was a competitive relationship between the two factions. Previously, when Long Ji left in a hurry, Li Zongjiu also realized that there might be a problem with the faction left behind by the Dragon Clan. As expected of the evil lord. You have guts. Why don't your excellency evil lord cooperate with our Dragon Clan and conquer the world? The elder of the Fire Dragon tribe actually transformed back into his human form. At the very least, he would be more amiable when communicating with Li Zongjiu like this. Bribing Li Zongjiu. For the Dragon Clan, this kind of thing was allowed. As long as they could achieve their ultimate goal, they could just kill Li Zongjiu after they succeeded in the future. The Dragon Clan was also very good at this kind of killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. For many years, the Dragon Clan had been cultivating. Usually, they didn't need to cultivate much to be able to directly possess powerful strength. Therefore, these Dragon Clan members also began to learn. He had also done some research on the military strategies of the human race. The ambition of the Dragon Clan was also constantly expanding. Therefore, now the Dragon Clan had become as cunning as the human clan. But just this little trick alone. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this was clearly a trick. Who would fall for it? You'd better think about where you'll be buried after you die, Li Zongjiu said. This sentence directly choked the two Dragon Clan elders to death. It was as if the conversation was on a completely different channel. How do you think people can communicate with each other? There was no way to communicate at all. The experts of the Dragon Clan also came very quickly. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The eyes of the two elders of the Dragon tribe were filled with surprise and joy. Thunder Dragon Clan leader. There were countless branches of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island, but there were only a few truly powerful branches. They were very powerful and had a large number of clans. The few Dragon Clan members who cultivated the mainstream attribute power were often very powerful branches. At this moment, the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon Clan arrived. Immediately, the two experts of the Dragon Clan were overjoyed. At least with the presence of the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon Clan, they would be safer. They did not expect that the dignified Dragon Clan would be so fearful and cowardly in front of Li Zongjiu. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were really aggrieved. Even though they had not really fought with Li Zongjiu, both of them could clearly feel the terrifying aura of Li Zongjiu's body. The dark thunderclouds in the sky were rolling over. It seemed to want to use the layers of thunder and lightning to shatter the sky. Such a terrifying aura also made Li Zongjiu look askance. Thick black thunderbolts alternated between the thunderclouds and covered the sky. It gave people a feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Tianqing and the others could not help but be surprised. The rest of the people also subconsciously moved closer to Qi Yanran. After all, Qi Yanran seemed to be at ease when she fought against the two Dragon Clan elders alone. The powerful strength she displayed was enough to make these people feel safe. If something really happened, even if the aftermath of the battle fell, at least there would be no problem behind Qi Yanran. Go. Qi Yanran was also worried that the aftermath of the battle would directly kill the people below. Therefore, the green bird platform in her hand instantly flew out and then turned into a 5-colored defensive shield, forming a semicircle and surrounding everyone in it. Then, it gradually faded away. My defensive shield is indestructible, so you don't have to worry, Qi Yanran said. After all, these people directly came over and were a little too close to her. Everyone also realized this. Since it was said that this thing was indestructible, they believed Qi Yanran for the time being, and their hearts relaxed slightly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the sky. Then, the light of lightning from all directions quickly gathered in this direction. Finally, it formed a figure in front of the 2 elders of the dragon tribe. Compared to the 2 elders of the dragon clan, the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch, who had just appeared, was in high spirits. It was quite dazzling, and the bluish-purple armor on its body seemed to be releasing a kind of surging lightning. It was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into this outfit. You 2 old things, you can't even deal with a human brat, and you want me to come here personally? The temper of the Lightning Dragon tribe's patriarch was clearly even more irritable. Moreover, he didn't give them any face at all. In the world of the dragon race, strength was revered. Whoever was stronger was the heavens, whoever was the boss, the 2 dragon elders didn't dare to refute. After the Thunder Dragon patriarch scolded, he looked at Li Zongjiu. It seems that you are the one who has been causing trouble all this time. I have been looking for you for a long time. I don't know how many times you can block my heaven and earth sky destroying thunder. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch didn't talk much nonsense. When he saw Li Zongjiu's disrespectful attitude, he raised his hand and there was power surging in his palm. Boom! As the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch raised his hand, the thunder clouds in the sky directly condensed power, and then a few angry thunderbolts fell from the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu stood in place and watched the thunderbolts fall. It just so happened that his body of evil god hadn't moved for a long time, and it felt a little rusty. Boom! He didn't have any intention to defend himself and let the heaven and earth sky destroying thunder fall on his body. Boom! As the heaven and earth sky destroying thunder entered his body, Li Zongjiu only felt a slight numbness. It was as if there were countless hands massaging him and loosening his bones. The lightning dispersed, he was unharmed. Even all the power of lightning was absorbed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, all the power of light was in Li Zongjiu's body. It gradually rose and fell. Li Zongjiu's body also easily refined it. Anything else? Li Zongjiu asked calmly. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch was furious. Are you looking down on me? Lowly human race, you don't know the vastness of the power between heaven and earth. Today, I will let you see a true god. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch roared. There was also a bright light in his body. This was the power of the Dragon Pearl. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch was very powerful. He directly refined his Dragon Pearl into a weapon. He was already in the state of one with the weapon. After refining it into a weapon, it would be even more powerful and terrifying. As the Thunder Dragon Pearl appeared, the clouds in the sky changed color again. Not only that. As the clouds changed, there was also a gust of wind blowing. As the gust of wind surged, even the surrounding mountains felt as if they were about to be blown away. Such a gust of wind almost blew the mountains apart. Although the people below were still in the defensive shield, it was still calm. However, when they saw the blurry scene outside, they knew that there was a drastic change happening outside. It seems that the person who just came is stronger. He is even more terrifying. I don't know if Evil Lord can take him down. Please don't. A Tianyan dynasty official couldn't help but say. After all, he was timid and didn't want to die. Now that he saw such a situation, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Immediately, everyone looked over. What is this person trying to do? How dare you curse my son? Li Tianqing was furious on the spot. He couldn't defeat the dragons outside, but he couldn't defeat a mere civil official from the imperial court. Immediately, Li Tianqing pushed the crowd aside and rushed up to give the other party a good beating. However, it was just a combination of punches and kicks. However, the people around them had some foresight. After seeing Li Tianqing hit him twice, they quickly stepped forward and pulled him away. "Duke, please calm down." Even Emperor Xingyan went up and pulled Li Tianqing down. Li Tianqing immediately took advantage of the situation. He couldn't really beat him to death. If he did, it would indeed be a bit of a bully. However, since he couldn't even speak, it was only right for him to beat him up twice. Li Tianqing's punches weren't light. In just a few hits, the other party's nose was bleeding. It was a small lesson. Although the Tianyan dynasty's monarch was killed, a new one would soon be promoted. With the support of the Sky Water sect, the Tianyan dynasty wouldn't decline. It wouldn't be easy for the other two dynasties to take down the Tianyan dynasty. After all, in the Tianyan dynasty, there were many sects and each of them had their own camps. At the same time, these sects had existed for a long time, even longer than some dynasties. It would take a lot of effort to defeat them. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch, who had summoned the Dragon Ball, once again released a big move. The dark clouds in the sky had already formed into a tornado. It directly descended and surrounded Li Zongjiu and Yi Shiwen at the same time. Even the two elders of the Dragon clan were pushed back by this aura. In the face of this aura, the two elders of the Dragon tribe were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Too strong, this momentum. It seems that the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Dragon Hall. He's almost on par with the 4 Patriarchs. Heavenly Dragon Hall. It was similar to the Hall of the Exalted. It had the ranking of the experts in the Dragon clan. Therefore, when they saw the Thunder Dragon Patriarch personally appear here, the two elders felt lucky. With their strength, they were still far away from the Hall of the Exalted. In the black vortex cloud, Li Zongjiu was being torn apart by the wind and bombarded by the lightning. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had also released the power of the Dragon Ball to the extreme. He was determined to kill this arrogant brat. However, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch was a little confused now. This was because Li Zongjiu's body was like an endless box that absorbed all the power of thunder and lightning released by him. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was also quite familiar with the cultivation technique he was using. How do you know the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe? The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was shocked after carefully analyzing it. He discovered that the cultivation technique Li Zongjiu was using was actually the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe. However, Li Zongjiu had modified the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe in his own way to make it more suitable for humans to cultivate. However, when this aura was released, it was still very familiar. It was impossible to miss this. Wasn't Li Zongjiu a human? How could he have the cultivation technique of the Dragon tribe? These were the secrets of the Dragon tribe. Even in the Dragon tribe, not everyone could cultivate them. Not everyone had that kind of qualification. What Li Zongjiu cultivated was obviously a secret that belonged to the Dragon clan and was not passed on. Such a high-level mental cultivation method had actually been obtained by the human tribe and created such a top expert. Could the Golden Dragon tribe be a traitor? However, Li Zongjiu didn't waste time talking to the Thunder Dragon Patriarch and answering his question. Instead, he continued to absorb this power to strengthen his body. After the power of the Dragon Ball appeared, Li Zongjiu felt a slight pain. At least, it could bring a certain effect to his body. Otherwise, some ordinary power wouldn't have the slightest effect on Li Zongjiu. The stronger one was, the more difficult it was to achieve the effect of tempering the body. You asked for it, Natal Dragon Lightning. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shot into the sky from within the black storm clouds. Just the appearance of this beam of light instantly illuminated the entire sky. A powerful force was seeping out and seemed to burn a black hole tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch directly burst out with his body. As soon as his body appeared, he opened his mouth and spat a bolt of lightning at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu felt the strength of this power. Originally, he wanted to dodge. However, this was a rare opportunity. He could use it to raise his cultivation base. Boom! Li Zongjiu faced this move head-on. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's body was directly electrocuted by the lightning. At the same time, his skin and flesh felt like it was about to evaporate in an instant. The surface of Li Zongjiu's skin was indeed evaporated by this power. But in the next moment, the power of chaos directly reshaped Li Zongjiu's body again. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength. However, it was still far from enough to kill Li Zongjiu. The black dragon ball of the Dragon Patriarch's hand. When the Thunder Dragon Patriarch saw that Li Zongjiu was still unscathed and had even summoned a pitch-black hammer, he was shocked. The latter's eyes obviously shrank a little when he saw it. His expression instantly turned into one of shock. This is, the 10,000 Dragon Hammer. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had a lot of experience. To be able to have today's strength and status, he was also quite capable. When he saw the Black Dragon Hammer appear, he already felt a strong sense of danger and oppression. This was the 10,000 Dragon Hammer that had once killed tens of thousands of dragons. How could it be in Li Zongjiu's hands? It had clearly disappeared and was buried in a corner of the continent. Now, it actually appeared again. Li Zongjiu had never figured out the origin of the hammer in his hand, but the latter was very useful, so Li Zongjiu also kept this Black Dragon Hammer. But now, it could be said that this was the first time he heard the name of this hammer. From what the Thunder Dragon Patriarch said, this hammer seemed to be called 10,000 Dragon Hammer. When he heard this name, he already knew that this hammer wasn't simple. Its origin wasn't simple. As for its origin, although Li Zongjiu was a little interested, he didn't have to figure it out. It was fine as long as it could be used. Li Zongjiu waved the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Boom! Just one hammer was enough to shake heaven and earth. Immediately, this powerful force directly blasted towards the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch immediately dodged the force of the Black Dragon Hammer. If he was hit directly by the Black Dragon Hammer, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Therefore, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch quickly dodged. However, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and directly appeared behind the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. He stepped on the back of the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. The Lightning Dragon Tribe's Patriarch was quite nervous when his foot landed. He crazily unleashed the power of lightning in his body. At the same time, his body spun rapidly as he wanted to throw Li Zongjiu behind him away. However, Li Zongjiu split open the defense of the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body with one hand. He firmly grasped the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. Then, the Black Dragon Hammer smashed down with all his might. Boom! The Black Dragon Hammer directly hit the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's back. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch roared in anger. He let out a very painful sound. I've tried your lightning. You should try mine too. Li Zongjiu raised the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand to the sky. Immediately, a purple heavenly lightning was summoned and struck down from the sky. It broke through layers of clouds and fell on the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body. The power of lightning and the power of the Black Dragon Hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand directly smashed the Black Dragon Patriarch to the ground. Roar! The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was still in extreme pain. Li Zongjiu did not stop his movements and continued to smash the Black Dragon Hammer. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's head was smashed into a bloody mess. Looks like you're not that good. Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to easily break the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's defense. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had never met such an invincible person who could easily take him down. Moreover, he could not resist Li Zongjiu's attack. Previously, Li Zongjiu had let him make the first move. However, none of them were able to harm Li Zongjiu at all. Then, he could not blame Li Zongjiu. After all, even if he went all out, he could only give Li Zongjiu the feeling of massaging his back. After a fierce beating. Then, Li Zongjiu directly broke the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body. He stretched out his hand and the Thunder Dragon Pearl was immediately sucked out by Li Zongjiu. Roar! The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had completely lost his strength to struggle. You. Who are you? The Thunder Dragon Patriarch used his last bit of strength to stare at Li Zongjiu. Originally, Li Zongjiu should have been shattered by his Dragon Pearl. After all, the strength of his Dragon Pearl was not something that a weak human could control with his hands. At this moment, Li Zongjiu easily broke his body and grabbed the Dragon Pearl in his hand. This really shocked the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. Me? Evil Lord. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he directly smashed the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's head with his hammer. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's vision turned black. He was smashed to death. Li Zongjiu looked at the wild wind that was still blowing in the surroundings. He gently raised his hand and pressed down, and the storm calmed down. At this moment, Elder Di Long and Elder Huo Long were also trying their best to stretch their necks and look inside. However, the wind was so strong that even they could not see clearly. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength was too strong. Even they would not be able to break through the chi that was formed. But now, the dust seemed to have settled. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was not a single intact stone. All of them were shattered by the momentum of the battle just now. As the wind and waves calmed down, even Qi Yanran and the others came over. However, Qi Yanran had already sensed it. Zongjiu killed that guy. Qi Yanran said faintly. He seemed to be narrating a very ordinary matter. However, the surrounding people's eyes lit up when they heard this. There was actually such a thing? Did he really kill the person? If this was the case, then it would be great. Not good, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch was killed. Elder Di Long saw a corpse on the ground. His eyes widened. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was dead. He was killed just like that. Not only the two elders of the dragon clan, but also the person in his dragon form standing behind them. ZZ. A bolt of lightning jumped in Li Zongjiu's hand. Then, Elder Di Long and the others looked over. That's the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's dragon pearl. The two elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They believed that even if the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe wasn't a match for the person before them, if he wanted to escape, there weren't many people in the world who could stop him. Even if they were both experts of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, it would be extremely difficult for them to stop the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe. At the very least, the two of them would need to work together. However, Li Zongjiu had killed the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe single-handedly just like that. This was the thing that shocked the both of them. Not good. Bring back all the news here. Let's retreat. Elder Huo Long said immediately. After saying that, he didn't care about his image and was the first to transform. Then, he flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. After transforming, his speed was relatively faster. Therefore, his escape speed was relatively fast. Boom. However, Elder Huo Long realized that after he flapped his wings, his tail seemed to be grabbed by someone. No matter how hard he tried to fly, he couldn't fly. When did I say that you guys can leave? The moment Li Zongjiu's voice landed, he pulled the fire dragon hard. Immediately, the other party was placed on the ground by Li Zongjiu. He smashed a huge hole in the ground. If not for the fact that the ground wasn't as hard as the other party's body, he reckoned that the fire dragon would have been crippled by the fall. Even so, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to make Elder Huo Long fall. For a moment, he couldn't get up. After flapping his wings a few times, he fell to the ground again as though he was drunk. The other fire dragons wanted to fly up into the sky again. Li Zongjiu summoned the Bell of Chaos. Dong. Using the power of chaos, the Bell of Chaos rang out. Immediately, an ancient and pure sound of the bell rang in the ears of these fire dragons. They fell from the sky one after another. As for the Earth Dragon tribe, they basically couldn't fly. However, their running speed wasn't slow either. However, Li Zongjiu rang the Bell of Chaos in his hands once more. At this moment, the Earth Dragons that were running wildly fell to the ground instantly. Scram. Rumble. Then, the Bell of Chaos began to harvest these giant dragons. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not kill all of them. Instead, he stored them all into the Bell of Chaos. There was a small world within the Chaos Bell. With Li Zongjiu's mastery of the Chaos Bell, he was able to unleash its power even more. By throwing these dragons into the Bell of Chaos, they would be able to form a large scale. Without Li Zongjiu's control, these dragons would not be able to come out. If he could subdue all of these dragons in the future, a huge dragon army could be commanded and controlled by him. Most of the time, it was convenient. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu was rather interested in the dragon race. Under the Bell of Chaos, all the dragons could not escape. Including the Earth Dragon clan's elder, there were a total of 15 earth dragons. There were a total of 12 fire dragons. They were all sucked into the Bell of Chaos. Although the surrounding mountains had been severely damaged, fortunately, there were not many people in such a place, so only some of the mountains were destroyed. It was not a big loss. Seeing the sky clear up again, Xianxia waved her hand and removed the green bird platform. The green bird platform in her hand was a very powerful magic treasure. There were still many functions that had not been fully developed. But just what it could do now was already very powerful. It was hard to imagine who had created such a powerful magic treasure. Li Zhongjiu landed directly in front of his father. "Father, I'm late." That's good, that's good. Where did you put those dragons?" Li Tianqing was very curious. There were dozens of giant dragons just now, but they disappeared just like that. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to have been blown away by the wind. They were all stored in the Bell of Chaos. "Here." Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand. A miniature version of the Bell of Chaos appeared in the palm of his hand for Li Tianqing to see. A small Bell of Chaos, such a small thing, had actually sucked in more than 30 giant dragons. It was a little too powerful. Everyone was amazed. "Master, you're back." Emperor Xingyan also came in front of Li Zhongjiu at this time and bowed. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had also accepted the latter as a disciple for convenience. Although Li Zhongjiu did not teach the current Emperor Xingyan much, the latter had the inheritance of the Saturn Palace, so his cultivation speed was not bad. At a young age, he had already entered the primitive emperor realm. It was estimated that he would be able to enter the supremacy realm before the age of 50. Compared to other people, it was already a very strong talent. With the help of some other medicinal herbs, heaven and earth treasures, it would definitely be able to shorten this time. It was really very powerful. "You did well." Li Zhongjiu praised Emperor Xingyan verbally. The current emperor of the Xingyan dynasty was above millions of people. Unexpectedly, in front of Li Zhongjiu, he was very careful, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was humble. It could be said that Li Zhongjiu's status had already reached the peak. However, it was obvious that Li Zhongjiu did not feel much about these things. As long as these people were sensible and did not provoke him, it was fine. "Sumo, you're here too." Li Zhongjiu saw Sumo. "I didn't expect you to be the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army now. You should have been a commander earlier." Sumo thought that Li Zhongjiu had long forgotten about her. After all, the two of them only had the energy to adventure in the Sky Blaze Mountain in the early days. Although later on, they met in the palace. But they also said goodbye in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they parted. Sumo did not expect Li Zhongjiu to still remember Sumo. This also surprised Sumo, they really do know each other. Emperor Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Back then, it was because he vaguely knew that there was a layer of relationship between them that he promoted Sumo and kept her by his side. It seemed that this was the right move. Emperor Xingyan originally wanted to directly bring Sumo into the harem. But now that he saw the relationship between Li Zhongjiu and Sumo, he gave up on this idea. If he married Sumo, not only would he not be able to use Sumo to make use of Li Zhongjiu, but he would also offend Sumo because of him. Li Zhongjiu would very likely kill him for Sumo's sake. For Li Zhongjiu, it was very easy for him to change the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. It was not like he had not done this before. "Yanran, come here. This is my good friend, Sumo. You haven't met before, right?" Li Zhongjiu introduced Yanran to Sumo's sister-in-law. "Is so beautiful." "You're so lucky," Sumo said. He had never had any romantic feelings for Li Zhongjiu. He was just happy for his good brother, Li Zhongjiu. "Master, what should we do next?" Emperor Xingyan also reminded him at this time. After all, there were so many people who were left here. There had to be something to do. Today's shocking scene was quite a rich experience for them. "You guys go and do your own things. Just do what you should do," Li Zhongjiu said. Li Zhongjiu was not interested in these people's affairs, nor was he interested in leading this group of idiots. In Li Zhongjiu's opinion, these people were just a group of idiots. They could be of some use, and that was to make the people rich. If they couldn't make the people rich, Li Zongjiu didn't mind getting rid of these useless idiots. Just as Li Zongjiu was talking, 3 powerful auras came from the sky again. The 3 gigantic wind-thunder divine eagles seemed to be riding on the power of wind and thunder. When they sensed the approaching power, everyone raised their heads and looked over. Furthermore, he looked nervous. Could it be that another expert had come from somewhere? The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace landed. Greetings, Palace Master, Evil Lord. The 3 elders bowed. These 3 are the elders of Sparrow Divine Palace. If you don't understand anything, you can ask them. Qi Yanran obviously wanted Sparrow Divine Palace to be involved in this. The Vermilion Bird Divine Palace was also responsible for this matter. The 3 elders had been flying all the way. When they sensed the fluctuations of the Dragon Clan's battle, they quickly rushed over. However, the battle ended very quickly. Although it was difficult for the 3 elders to face the strength of the elders of the Dragon Clan, it could even be said that they were useless. However, ordinary Dragon Clan members couldn't do much in front of them. After all, they were in the honorable realm. Yes, Palace Master. Since Qi Yanran had given the order, the 3 elders were naturally willing to help and get more information. When the others saw that the 3 elders had joined, they were very happy. After all, the aura of any one of the 3 elders was enough to crush everyone present. Gong Yu was the clearest about this. She could feel the unshakable power from the 3 elders. Not only the 3 elders, but even the wind-thunder divine eagles that they were riding just now also revealed a powerful aura. At this moment, the situation in the continent was like a small boat in a storm. Under the wind and rain, it could capsize at any time. Fortunately, there were experts like Li Zongjiu. There were situations where the situation was reversed. The Sparrow Divine Palace had officially announced that they had joined the human race. The Dragon Clan must be under great pressure. Now, Li Zongjiu directly used the Chaos Bell to subdue these dozens of dragons. As long as Li Zongjiu was willing, he could easily kill these dragons trapped in the Chaos Bell. However, these dragons were no longer a threat. For Li Zongjiu, it didn't matter if he killed them or not. When the time came, he would treat these dragons as coolies and sell them to make a good profit. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran walked together with Li Tianqing. They took a stroll and chatted. Li Tianqing didn't expect that there would be such peace in such a chaotic world. These dragons. Li Tianqing was naturally very worried about these dragons at this moment. After all, the dragons were too powerful. Except for a few people who could resist them, the rest couldn't deal with them at all. Li Zongjiu and the others might be able to protect themselves. But what about the rest? They were bound to be destroyed by the dragons. That would truly be a calamity for all living beings. These arrogant dragons won't attack ordinary people, so there's no need to worry for the time being. I'll take some time to go to Dragon Island and see what's going on, Li Zongjiu said. Since Li Tianqing was so worried, he couldn't let the situation continue to worsen. He had to find a time to solve it. However, Li Zongjiu could also tell that the ambitions of these dragons were not small. Moreover, there were some unexpected situations happening within their own bodies. Li Zongjiu reckoned that there was a big problem within their own bodies. That's good, but can you handle it? Although Li Tianqing knew that Li Zongjiu was powerful, he obviously couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu had such a great ability. That was the Dragon Island. Even if Li Tianqing knew something about it, it was all from mythological novels. Dragon Island was like a legendary existence. No one could prove whether it was true or not. After all, Li Tianqing was still far from that level. What's so difficult about that? If you like it, I can find someone to turn Luoxia City into something like Dragon Island. Li Zongjiu recalled that he was supposed to bring back the architect from the sacred martial realm. However, the teleportation array had just been set up, so he did not summon that person yet. He would definitely bring that person over when he returned. Are you serious? Brat, you only know how to boast. Where did you learn your ability to boast from? Li Tianqing's eyes widened when he heard that. Could it even cause the entire city to fly up into the sky? If it was that strong, they would definitely have to take a good look at it. Of course, I'm telling the truth. What's there to boast about? Li Zongjiu said with a helpless look on his face. It seemed to be a very easy operation for him, but in Li Tianqing's view, it seemed to be a very difficult thing to do. In this way, it seemed that Li Tianqing was not good at boasting. Stop talking nonsense. You'd better hurry up and do your business. Go to the Qi family and settle the matter between you two quickly. I'll start sending out the invitations. Li Tianqing urged as well. However, when he turned around, he found that Li Zongjiu had taken Qi Yanran away. Both of them had disappeared to an unknown place. Hee, this brat is really good at running away. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had disappeared directly, Li Tianqing did not notice it even with his cultivation. After turning around twice, he found that Li Zongjiu had really disappeared without a trace. Li Tianqing really had no way to beat this brat up. Although Li Zongjiu had never been married before, when he saw Kuan Erasure, he also felt that it was a very troublesome thing. It seemed that there were still a lot of messy things to do. Li Zongjiu did not like these complicated things. He liked to do things simply. So, he took Qi Yanran to the front of heaven and earth. It's too troublesome to get married. Let's bow to heaven and earth here. Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran to a high mountain. The mountain here was so high that one could pick the stars. Qi Yanran did not know where this was, but when she heard Li Zongjiu's words, she could not help but blush. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they were also forced to separate for a long time. During such a long time, the feelings between the two of them had not diminished at all. Even if Qi Yanran was just an ordinary person without Yuan Qi cultivation today, Li Zongjiu would never abandon her in the slightest. For Qi Yanran, even if Li Zongjiu was not the top master in the continent, she would still follow Li Zongjiu. As long as I'm with you, I can bow to heaven and earth anywhere. Wherever they saw, it was heaven and earth. In this case, it was the same wherever they chose. What was really important was their hearts. Today, you and I will be married here. The sun and moon are witnesses. Heaven and earth can be witnesses. Li Zongjiu looked into Qi Yanran's eyes and said solemnly. The arrival of this moment was so sudden, just like when Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were together. Even Li Zongjiu did not expect that he would be so direct and directly choose to do it today. But since he had decided, he would not regret it. The sun and moon can be witnesses. Heaven and earth are united. Qi Yanran also looked into Li Zongjiu's eyes and answered seriously. The two of them held hands tightly together. At this moment, there was no need to say anything else. Although there was no other form or ceremony, for the two of them, they had already surpassed the secular world and had reached the realm of doing whatever they wanted. But today, the two of them also made their own promises to each other. Heaven and earth could also bear witness to the feelings between the two of them. This matter was considered to be a success. No matter how romantic the wedding was, it was not as good as the two of them being together. If Li Zongjiu was willing, it would not be difficult even if he gathered the monarchs of the 3 dynasties and all the sects in the primitive land. But to the two of them, it was not very meaningful. It was something that could be easily done. In fact, it was not a big deal at all. The most important thing was that their hearts could be connected. The two of them hugged each other. Sitting between heaven and earth. Looking at the sea of clouds below, the wind and clouds were surging. I'll start to refine a few divine-level elixirs tomorrow and send them to your father. Li Zongjiu said. The etiquette of father-in-law was still necessary. See if there's anything else you need. Just take care of it. Li Zongjiu said. Well, okay. Qi Yanran nodded and said. Just when the two of them were leaning against each other and looking at the scenery. Two people's voices could be heard from below. Although Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were not interested in eavesdropping on other people's conversations, they had no choice but to do so. Their voices all drilled into the two of them's ears. Send the news back to Dragon Island and tell Lord Evil Dragon that the decapitation plan has failed. It was disrupted by someone called Li Zongjiu. In order to complete the unification plan, we must send experts to deal with this person called Li Zongjiu. In addition, this person's nickname is Evil Lord. You must remember it clearly. One of them said. The other person was not a human, but a member of the Dragon clan. I'll go back and report this. Tell the people of Ten Swords sect to keep an eye on where these people are hiding. don't hide and can't find them. If Lord Evil Dragon's plan is ruined, not only will you die, but the entire Ten Swords sect will also cease to exist. A mini sparrow dragon that was the size of a crow. It was standing on a high place and looking down at the white-robed figure below. Although we failed this time, you can't blame us. The previous agreement is still in effect. Where are our things? The white-robed figure was also extremely tough. The mini sparrow dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light. One of the top 10 ancient swords, the 7 Stars Moon Slashing Sword, is yours. You must remember that the Dragon Clan has countless treasures. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that your 10 Swords sect will become the #1 sect on the continent. The mini sparrow dragon's words caused the white-robed figure's eyes to flicker with lightning. Once upon a time, the 10 Swords sect had been one of the top sects in the world. No one dared to bully them. Even if they heard the name of the 10 Swords sect from afar, they would avoid them. However, everything had changed since the last incident. A few years ago, because of the appearance of a brat called the Evil Dominator, he had instigated the experts of the Skywater sect and the Saint Flame Empire to come together to suppress the 10 Swords sect. The final result was obvious. The 10 Swords sect had also suffered a heavy blow. Until now, they were somewhat dispirited and could not lift their spirits. However, the 10 Swords sect was no longer what it used to be. On the surface, the 10 Swords sect seemed to have declined, but they had been trading with the Dragon tribe. The 10 Swords sect had gradually concealed their strength and accumulated a lot of strength in secret. Now, he was the sect master of the 10 Swords sect, Qinghui. He had obtained another ancient godly sword, the 7 Stars Moon Slashing. His strength had increased tremendously. In fact, the 10 Swords sect was the one behind the Dragon tribe's massacre last time. The Dragon tribe didn't bother to do such a thing. The 10 Swords sect had been the one behind the scenes, and the Dragon race's only move was this plot to bury all the human race's top management figures. Who would have thought that their meticulously planned plan to kill the leader would still be foiled by Li Zhongjiu and the others? If Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had come back a month later, they might have succeeded. It was all fate. I'll go back and report to the evil dragon god and see what orders he has. Immediately, the mini sparrow dragon's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Although it was only the size of a palm, this mini sparrow dragon's strength was actually quite strong. It had also mastered an extremely powerful skill, teleportation. It could teleport hundreds of miles in an instant. Even absolute saints couldn't travel 100 miles in an instant, and they didn't need to do anything to speed up. Catch it. Li Zhongjiu said. Qi Yanran nodded. Then, with a tap of her foot, her figure instantly disappeared. What a coincidence. Among the abilities mastered by Qi Yanran, one of them was comparable to teleportation. The Divine Sparrow clan was known for their speed and was extremely good at it. At this moment, Qi Yanran had also turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, she swept forward. Although the mini sparrow dragon was very fast, it was actually very weak in combat, so it was only used to send messages. It didn't fly far before it was caught by Qi Yanran easily. Boom! Qi Yanran opened her palm and found that what she had caught was only a clone of the sparrow dragon. You want to capture this dragon, Lord? You are still too inexperienced. The mini sparrow turned around and laughed at Qi Yanran. His body, however, had already appeared dozens of meters away. At this moment, when he saw Qi Yanran stop, he immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Not only was his speed fast, but his turn in the air was also very powerful. However, he didn't fly far before he crashed into a wall of air with a bang. Then, Qi Yanran waved her hand and a powerful force gathered into a light beam, suppressing the mini sparrow dragon. Then, the mini sparrow dragon seemed to be trapped by thousands of ropes, unable to break free. Despicable human, what have you done to this dragon? The mini sparrow dragon struggled but couldn't break free. Qi Yanran threw the mini sparrow dragon into the green bird platform. It was directly sealed inside. Then, Qi Yanran jumped and was about to return to where she came from, but she immediately found that the situation around her was not right. This place was already thousands of miles away. However, she found that there were some changes in the movement around her. When she looked up, the desolate heaven essence appeared in her hand. Come out. with a light shout. Then, several black figures appeared. They surrounded Qi Yanran in the middle. You are not from the Dragon Clan? Qi Yanran glanced at the people in front of her. They were not from the Dragon Clan. There was a faint murderous look in their eyes. It seemed that another group of mysterious forces had appeared in the Xingwu continent. Furthermore, in the dark, there was a mysterious power that was manipulating all of this. Huh? Then, Qi Yanran was extremely shocked to find that there was no way for her to gather her Yuan Qi. You are from the Devouring Yuan clan. Qi Yanran's eyes instantly burst out with light. At this moment, on the previous mountain peak, Qinghui was also trying out the 7-star moon slashing sword that he had just obtained. It is indeed worthy of being ranked 7th among the top 10 ancient swords. With this sword, I will definitely be able to kill that little thief Li Zongjiu. Qinghui waved the sword in his hand casually. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy burst out. Buzz. Buzz, feeling the shock of such power, Qinghui's confidence was greatly boosted. He even looked up at the sky, looking forward to the scene of defeating Li Zongjiu in the future. However, the light in the sky seemed to be a little dazzling. At this moment, when Qinghui saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He could vaguely see a figure in the sky. Someone is here? This was the forbidden area of the 10 Swords sect. It was impossible for anyone to come to such a place. Their ancestors had set up a restriction here, so that only the 10 Swords sect could come here. Could it be an illusion? When Qinghui took a closer look, he realized that there was indeed a figure in front of him. There was indeed a person here. Immediately, Qinghui was shocked in his heart. Who is it? Immediately, Qinghui slashed the sword in his hand toward the sky without hesitation. No matter who it was, he had to beat him down first. Boom, Qinghui slashed with his sword. The sword qi blasted forward like the waves of the sea. However, Li Zongjiu just flicked his finger and easily broke the sword qi released by the other party. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, the 7-star moon slashing sword in Qinghui's hand was sucked over. Li Zongjiu played with the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand. The material of this sword is not bad. I will take it. Li Zongjiu said. What? Give me back my sword? Do you know who I am? How dare you act so presumptuously above me? How dare you call yourself I am? Qinghui was unable to restrain his anger. This person was too arrogant. And you, who exactly are you? Li Zongjiu smiled in a noncommittal manner. Didn't you just say that you want to defeat me? Then I will lend you my sword. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he threw the sword in his hand back to Qinghui. Qinghui grabbed the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand and looked at the descending Li Zongjiu. At first, when he looked at the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand, he was somewhat in disbelief. How could this treasure sword be found again after being lost? He felt strange and shocked in his heart. Then, he carefully analyzed Li Zongjiu's words in his heart. Immediately, he was even more shocked. You are evil lord. Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Qinghui's eyes were shining with light. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. This name was a nightmare for Qinghui. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu, their 10 Swords sect would have become the top sect in the Tianyan dynasty. However, after Li Zongjiu's interference, the 10 Swords sect had fallen from being a top first-rate sect to a second-rate sect. If they wanted to return to their peak state, who knew how long it would take for them to do so? However, due to a coincidence, Qinghui was able to connect with the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Qinghui himself was quite surprised. Recently, because he had helped the Dragon Clan, his strength had increased to its current level. With his current strength, Qinghui's strength had increased a lot. Moreover, the 10 Sword sect's experts had also been gradually cultivated. As long as these experts were cultivated, it was only a matter of time before he regained his reputation and status. In fact, due to the continuous improvement of his strength recently, it had inflated the strength in his heart. He also wanted to spar with Li Zongjiu. However, he didn't expect that his dream would come true so quickly. While his words were still warm, Li Zongjiu had already appeared in front of him. Come on. Li Zongjiu beckoned to the person in front of him. After seeing Li Zongjiu, the sect master of the Ten Swords sect, Qinghui, was extremely nervous. However, when he looked at the seven-star moon-slashing sword in his hand, he regained his courage. He didn't believe that anyone could be truly invincible. If that was the case, why didn't he establish a force to unify the entire continent? There must be a weakness. Are you really evil, Lord Li Zongjiu? I don't want to kill a nameless ghost with my sword. Qinghui was quite stubborn. Hearing Qinghui's words, Li Zongjiu immediately took a step forward. He pointed a finger at Qinghui's body. Immediately, Qinghui's body stiffened on the spot. At the same time, Li Zongjiu directly snatched the information from Qinghui's mind. However, he discovered that they were basically useless things. This idiot, what is he thinking about? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but stare blankly. This idiot's head was filled with thoughts of becoming number one in the world. He really didn't know how this idiot became the sect master. It was because he was too stupid. Turn yourself in at the Tianshui sect. Li Zongjiu did not want to deal with this guy. It would be too wasteful to kill them directly. Who knows, they might be able to make use of them in the future. After making good use of these people, they might be able to achieve better results. Li Zongjiu directly influenced Qinghui's will and made him take the initiative to complete the task. As for the seven stars moon-slashing sword, it was kept by Li Zongjiu. After all, this sword was not bad. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not like to collect treasures. With his pair of iron fists, he was invincible in the world. If he continued to be invincible, there would be no meaning in it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not do anything like treasure hunting. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not plunder Dragon Island. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would definitely plunder all the treasures on Dragon Island. It was also because of this that Li Zongjiu did not have too many treasure hunting experiences to share in this life. With his talent, it was enough to kill and go against the flow. There was no need to create too much trouble. The situation in this life was different. In this life, he needed to strengthen the whole family, so Li Zongjiu also needed to plunder a lot of treasures. After Li Zongjiu used a strand of his will to control Qinghui to turn himself in, suddenly, he sensed that there was some movement in the distance. He immediately looked over. Yanran. Boom, at the next moment, Li Zongjiu's figure burst forth and dashed forward. Clearly, it was Qi Yanran who called out to Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu also felt an extremely unusual power in this world. This power made Li Zongjiu's heart palpitate. It was not that Li Zongjiu was really afraid. It was the existence of the surrounding Yuan Qi that told Li Zongjiu that he should be afraid of these things. When Li Zongjiu rushed into the space, he realized that the surrounding situation was a little strange. Desolate Heaven Essence. Immediately, Li Zongjiu saw the Desolate Heaven Essence floating in the air. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Desolate Heaven Essence. Under the protection of the Desolate Heaven Essence, the Green Bird Dao platform appeared. At this moment, the Green Bird Dao platform was in a dispirited state. However, there was a light that wrapped around the Green Bird Dao platform. Yanran? After Li Zongjiu's will connected with the Green Bird Dao platform's will, he realized that Qi Yanran was seriously injured. The Green Bird Dao platform was healing Qi Yanran's injuries. As for the Green Bird Dao platform, even Li Zongjiu could not open it. However, it was clear that Qi Yanran's life was not in danger. She was just unconscious. Qi Yanran probably did not know that she was inside the Green Bird Dao platform. Thankfully, the Green Bird Dao platform protected Qi Yanran in time. With the Desolate Heaven Essence by her side, the Desolate Heaven Essence was refined by Li Zongjiu. Hence, even though Qi Yanran was seriously injured, the Desolate Heaven Essence's power did not change. It happened to protect the Green Bird Dao platform. However, the Desolate Heaven Essence had already used up its last bit of strength. When it passed the Green Bird Dao platform to Li Zongjiu, it had lost its luster. Thankfully, Li Zongjiu had arrived early. Although Qi Yanran's life was not in danger, she had been injured. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Li Zongjiu placed the Green Bird Dao platform into his spiritual hell. Even the Desolate Heaven Essence was placed inside. The look in his eyes gradually changed. It's been a long time. I haven't wanted to kill someone so much in a long time. Get out here! Li Zongjiu roared towards the sky. Waves of blood immediately churned in a radius of 10,000 miles. A terrifying bloody aura soared into the sky, directly enveloping the sky and turning it into a bloody night. Immediately, 5 figures were forced out by Li Zongjiu's powerful aura. A terrifying will was born, forming a blood-colored skeleton in the sky. The skeleton's eyes were filled with madness and fear. This person's aura is so strong. Devour his yuan power and open the sky eye. Following that, the 5 of them immediately got into formation. Immediately, they took off their hats, revealing the third eye on their foreheads. The third eye, the devouring Yuan clan. A strange wave of energy surged towards Li Zongjiu. It seemed to be sealing Li Zongjiu's yuan power. As for Li Zongjiu's yuan power, it was indeed rapidly diminishing. No matter how strong he is, he will only become a corpse in front of the devouring Yuan clan. One of them said with a sneer. But in the next second, Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of him. His eyes met the other party's 3 eyes. Oh? Is that so? Obviously, the 3 eyes were also stunned for a moment. This was because he couldn't imagine how Li Zongjiu could be so fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck. He tightened his grip. The man's eyes widened immediately. He had difficulty breathing. But his eyes were getting bigger and bigger. His eyeballs were completely bloodshot. After that, Li Zongjiu directly used 2 fingers to gouge out the latter's eyeballs. Li Zongjiu's movements weren't fast, and his strength was so strong that the man couldn't resist. Without any hesitation, he dug out the man's eyeballs. The eyeballs were still bloodshot, and all the strange things were connected to them. Coincidentally, the man from the devouring Yuan clan opened his mouth, and Li Zongjiu shoved his eyeballs into the man's mouth. Gulp, he swallowed the man's eyeballs in one bite. At the same time, Li Zongjiu dug out the man's third eye. When the third eye was dug out, the man from the devouring Yuan clan died instantly. He died just like that. How boring. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but stare blankly. It seemed that directly digging out the third eye was too easy for them. If they died like this, how could Li Zongjiu torture them? Seeing Li Zongjiu kill one of them so easily, the remaining 4 people were shocked. What's going on? Our devouring Yuan clan doesn't work on him? Impossible. As long as it's origin energy, we can capture it. He must be using some elixir. That's why he can resist. Use weapons. One of them said directly. It was impossible to say that Li Zongjiu's origin energy wasn't affected at all. The devouring Yuan clan wasn't called devouring Yuan clan for nothing. It was able to easily remove their elemental energy. However, Li Zongjiu's strength didn't seem to have weakened at all. Instead, he was still bursting with powerful combat strength, just like the woman from before. Immediately, the remaining 4 people also took out their weapons. The weapons in their hands were known as light energy weapons. The glowing longsword and the glowing broadsword were all glowing in his hands. Because these people had special abilities, they could directly devour elemental energy. But at the same time, they couldn't cultivate elemental energy themselves, but they could cultivate martial arts. After mastering powerful martial arts, it would be easier to kill the enemy. The only thing they were afraid of was some cultivators who were extremely powerful just by relying on the strength of their physical bodies. However, such people were few and far between. Moreover, the threat it posed was rather limited. As long as he could kill them, there would be no problem. The effulgence weapon in his hand was enough to destroy the physical body of any origin emperor. They brandished their effulgence weapons and slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, stood motionless. Li Zongjiu was struck by his opponent's strength. There was no threat to him at all. Even Li Zongjiu's physical defense couldn't be broken. One had to know that Li Zongjiu's body had been tempered by the power of chaos. In addition to the ancient golden body art of the Dragon Clan. That was how the body of evil was created today. Li Zongjiu himself also had a mysterious bloodline power in his body. Now that it was completely released, it also made Li Zongjiu's strength extremely powerful. That's it? Li Zongjiu slapped the 4 people in front of him and sent them flying. Immediately, the four people felt a buzzing sound. One of them received a bigger slap. He actually flung one of his eyeballs out of his head. Bang! Immediately, his eyeball flew out, and he was in great pain. The rest of them also seized the opportunity and kept hitting Li Zongjia with their effulgence weapons. However, Li Zongjia was unharmed. Bang! Li Zongjia directly grabbed the two people's heads and slammed them together. Immediately, the two people's heads were smashed into pieces at the same time. The pain was so clear that they could feel it. Li Zongjia directly tore apart the limbs of these people, flesh and blood splattered in the sky. At the same time, it was the most direct attack that seriously injured the people from the Devouring Yuan clan. Although Li Zongjia already knew that these people were from the Devouring Yuan clan, he didn't care. He didn't care which clan they were from. As long as they offended Li Zongjia, they would die. No, sometimes, there was another outcome. That was a fate worse than death. What? He's even more terrifying than us. Looking at their companions' organs being blown away one by one, Li Zongjia's fist was even more powerful than their most powerful effulgence weapons. They couldn't withstand Li Zongjia's attack at all. Seeing this, the remaining person was no match for Li Zongjia at all. He immediately abandoned his companion in a hurry and rushed into the distance. Boom! Although they couldn't cultivate origin energy, the Devouring Yuan clan possessed Devouring Yuan force. In fact, it was a special origin energy attribute. Although it wasn't very strong, it wasn't too difficult for them to fly. With such a heaven-defying ability, he could easily kill anyone else in an instant. It could be said that they were the fated enemies of all origin energy cultivators. However, they didn't expect to meet Li Zongjia, a freak who cultivated his physical body. Trying to run? Li Zongjia waved his hand and threw the three people from the Devouring Yuan clan who were still alive into the Bell of Chaos. Now that Li Zongjia was also affected, the origin energy in his body was also extremely empty. Although he couldn't summon the power of hell, the Bell of Chaos controlled the chaotic energy, so it could be easily mobilized. It was a good opportunity to throw the Devouring Yuan clan and the Dragon clan together and see what kind of sparks they could create. Li Zongjia's speed wasn't something that the three-eyed creature from the Devouring Yuan clan could contend with just by relying on his physical strength alone. However, Li Zongjia didn't chase after them directly. Instead, he followed them from afar. The latter entered the mountains and very wisely hid in a dark ravine. Li Zongjia's eyes were cold. He let one of them go. He wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Even so, it was difficult to eliminate the hatred in Li Zongjia's heart. Fortunately, Qi Yanran's life was saved by the presence of the Blue Bird platform. Otherwise, Li Zongjia would once again fall into endless pain and darkness if Qi Yanran's body was injured beyond repair. At that time, Li Zongjia would be in deep regret. Since the Devouring Yuan clan dared to attack Qi Yanran, they couldn't blame Li Zongjia for it. The only one who escaped was from the Devouring Yuan clan. He circled around a small mountain and looked back at the sky. Li Zongjia didn't come as he expected. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. How can there be such a terrifying person? It seems that only the Guangwu guards can get rid of him. The so-called Guangwu guards. In fact, they were selected from the Devouring Yuan clan and subdued some powerful Devouring Yuan beasts in the Devouring Yuan realm. They were the guards who combined the two to fight. However, all of the Guangwu guards were fighting on Dragon Island. Therefore, they had to wait for the Guangwu guards to come back first. However, they had received quite a shock just now. Their eyeballs had been directly blasted out. For the people of the Devouring Yuan clan, this was a very painful and heart-wrenching thing. Just thinking about it was enough to make them feel extreme pain. The third eye on the forehead was equivalent to the heart of the Devouring Yuan clan. Even if the body was smashed, as long as the eye was still there, they wouldn't die. At least, there was hope to save them. Based on their appearance alone, the Devouring Yuan race looked almost the same as the human race even if their third eye was covered. In fact, they didn't look any different from the human race. Therefore, it was easy for the Devouring Yuan clan to hide among the human clan. Although they looked very similar to each other, they were very different in many aspects. The Devouring Yuan clan was a big clan and was one of the 9 clans like the human clan. Now, the fallen race had been completely destroyed. Therefore, there were only 8 clans left. Finally, the Devouring Yuan clan came to a valley after making a big detour. Obviously, this was the lair of the Devouring Yuan clan. The living habits of the Devouring Yuan clan were very different from that of the human clan. The Devouring Yuan clan liked to use the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. They would dig a hole in the cave and bury half of their bodies in it. At the same time, they could absorb the energy of the earth. They could absorb the energy of the earth to strengthen the cultivation of their third eye. The cultivation of the third eye was what the Devouring Yuan clan wanted to do all their lives. Only after the cultivation of the third eye could they produce heaven light. Only then could they become a real Guangwu guard. Obviously, the 5 people were not at that level. The heavenly light that the third eye could release was, in fact, a terrifying attack. It was extremely powerful. I'm back. Something bad has happened. Hurry up and inform the elders. There's a terrifying existence in the human clan. His physical quality is extremely strong. The first thing he did when he returned was to sound the alarm. Everyone, come over. Let's gather our strength and send this message out. Under the call of the Devouring Yuan clan member. More than 500 Devouring Yuan clan members in the Devouring Yuan clan's lair gathered together. Then, they listened carefully to the people who had just escaped and described how terrifying Li Zhongzhou's strength was. When they heard the last part of the story, their faces were filled with shock. They looked at each other, their 3 eyes darting back and forth. Is there really such a powerful person? More than 500 people were chatting and discussing. There seemed to be a strange fluctuation in their voices. It was not obvious when there were only 1 or 2 of them. However, when there were many of them, there was a sound wave that was similar to that of bats vibrating in the air. When Li Zhongzhou saw that most of the people had gathered, he decided to show himself. Boy, you did well. Li Zhongzhou came to the side of the Devouring Yuan clan member who had just escaped. He first patted him on the shoulder, and then, under his shocked gaze, he chopped his head off with the 7 stars moon-slashing sword. However, he did not blind his eyes. Instead, he placed his head on a stone platform. It could be seen that his eyes were still blinking non-stop. Just stay here and watch how I kill them all. Li Zhongzhou laughed, but the evil and horror contained in this smile was something that Li Zhongzhou had never seen in his life. He had never been afraid before. Even dealing with Qi Yanran this time was very easy for them. Qi Yanran was already the strongest person in the Holy Martial Continent besides Li Zhongzhou. He wouldn't necessarily lose even if he challenged the Lightning Dragon Patriarch one-on-one. However, he was still defeated by the Devouring Yuan clan. This showed how powerful these people were. However, no matter how powerful he was, his fate was obvious when he met Li Zhongzhou. Before the members of the Devouring Yuan clan could react, Li Zhongzhou raised his weapon and jumped into the crowd. In ancient times, the 7-star moon-slashing sword was the personal weapon of a saint. It was said that if the weapon could be used to its peak, it could easily summon the power of the 7 stars. It was enough to have the power to destroy the world. Li Zhongzhou was holding the 7-star moon-slashing sword. The members of the Devouring Yuan clan in front of him were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Zhongzhou easily cut off their limbs. Although it was impossible to use Yuan Qi in this place, Li Zhongzhou's body of the evil god was quite strong. It was easy to kill the people in front of him. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't just want to kill them. He wanted to bring them endless pain. Therefore, after cutting off their limbs, Li Zhongzhou didn't directly end their lives. The effulgence weapon in the hands of the Devouring Yuan clan. It couldn't cause any injury to Zhao Kaishan at all. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou could be said to have killed his way out. More than 500 people. They were cut down by Li Zhongzhou. Some of them wanted to escape, but Li Zhongzhou directly destroyed the rock cave in an instant. Boom! The rocks on the rock cave fell down and blocked all the exits. No one could get out. This might be an extremely gloomy day for the Devouring Yuan clan. It was filled with blood-red darkness. In fact, the Devouring Yuan clan also lived in the Saint Martial Continent. However, they were very few in number. They were the descendants of the previous batch of people who went to war. Now, the Devouring Yuan clan needed to find their own continent. Recently, the Devouring Yuan clan had been planning something with the Dragon clan. They thought that they would be able to return to the Devouring Yuan realm soon. However, they didn't expect that a terrifying god of death like Li Zhongjiu would appear halfway. Now, the people in front of them all looked like they were in the depths of hell. Li Zhongjiu walked in a pile of flesh and blood. Some of them were unable to endure the pain during the process and were directly hacked to death. However, the majority of them were still alive. They still had a breath of life left in them. Furthermore, their third eyes were still able to see everything clearly. Oh, there are 2 intact ones? Li Zhongjiu found 2 intact members of the Devouring Yuan clan in a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 of them seemed to have gone into hiding long ago. Now that Li Zhongjiu had found them, they immediately hugged each other like birds startled by the twang of a bough. They roared in pain. No, don't kill us. We'll do whatever you want. We don't want to be cut off. The 2 young members of the Devouring Yuan clan, a man and a woman, hugged each other tightly. They hugged each other tightly, not daring to look at Li Zhongjiu again. Okay, I'm in a good mood today. Li Zhongjiu grinned, which made people's hearts palpitate inexplicably. However, it was an extremely rare opportunity for them to live. Therefore, they stared at Li Zhongjiu with their eyes wide open. They seemed to be asking what they could do for him to let them go. Whoever cuts off the other's hand, I'll let him go. Li Zhongjiu stuck the 7 stars moon slashing sword in his hand into the ground. At the same time, he took a step back to give the 2 of them enough space. Killing each other, under normal circumstances, this kind of thing would never happen. However, it had happened here. After experiencing Li Zhongjiu's crazy and bloody killing scene, they felt that it was too late. Their psychological defenses had been completely broken through. Therefore, under such circumstances, they could do anything. The 2 of them were obviously shocked. They didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to make such a request. They wanted to strangle Li Zhongjiu to death. Sir. We know we were wrong. Please let us go. Sir, we know we were wrong. As the young man spoke, he knelt down and approached the 7 stars moon slashing sword. Then, when the woman wasn't paying attention, he pulled out the sword and slashed it behind him. The young woman from the Devouring Yuan clan was directly cut in half. Naturally, his third eye was also split open. Li Zhongjiu didn't expect this kid to be so decisive and ruthless. You're good. I won't kill you. Li Zhongjiu didn't kill him. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't leave. At this moment, the head that Li Zhongjiu had chopped off at the beginning had completely stopped breathing. In the nameless valley, the painful wails of the people from the Devouring Yuan clan could be heard. It was like a hell of the Devouring Yuan clan, constantly summoning the remaining members of the Devouring Yuan clan. Li Zhongjiu took the soul of the last surviving member of the Devouring Yuan clan. Li Zhongjiu found the specific situation of this group of people from the Devouring Yuan clan in his memory. It turned out that this was only a small group of people. They had basically lost the original ability of the Devouring Yuan clan. Originally, the people from the Devouring Yuan clan could basically open their sky eyes in the Devouring Yuan realm. They had the power of the sky eyes. However, this group of people hadn't returned to the Devouring Yuan realm for many generations. Therefore, they had lost this ability. Now, some of the people from the Devouring Yuan clan who had opened their sky eyes had gone to Dragon Island and formed an alliance with a guy called Evil Dragon God. Now, they were helping Evil Dragon God to take over Dragon Island. To put it simply, the Evil Dragon God had rebelled. Li Zhongjiu didn't know what kind of agreement they had reached. However, Li Zhongjiu wasn't going to let the Devouring Yuan clan continue to be arrogant. Although Li Zhongjiu didn't have any enmity with the Devouring Yuan clan, they had injured Qi Yanran. The enmity had been officially formed. Annihilate the Devouring Yuan clan. After that, Li Zhongjiu soared into the sky and charged towards the Dragon Island. An enormous amount of mental energy spread out in the sky. It was like a surging wave that swept across the sky. Soon, in the southwest corner of the sky, Li Zhongjiu locked onto a secret area. Found it. The Dragon Island was always moving and floating all year round. As for exactly where it would appear in the next moment, it was also an uncertain situation. However, with Li Zongjiu's cultivation in the absolute saint realm, it wasn't too difficult for him to find the direction. When Li Zongjiu charged towards Dragon Island, Qinghui, the sect master of Ten Swords sect, had already arrived at Stellar City. Tiangang City was also a city within the Skywater sect. Now that there were 3 top experts from Sparrow Divine Palace guarding the city, they would be able to fend off the dragon tribe's invasion. Therefore, these people became bolder. After all, they didn't have a good place to go. Therefore, they were arranged to stay in front of Stellar City. The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace were very arrogant. After all, they were above the imperial family and didn't take them seriously at all. However, after knowing that Li Tianqing was Li Zongjiu's father, they became very polite to him. He immediately became polite to Li Tianqing. He even asked about his well-being as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Compared to the people in front of them, the 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace clearly knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was. He wasn't as simple as they thought. If it was said that Li Zongjiu already possessed heaven-defying strength, it would not be strange at all. Therefore, while the 3 elders were rude to others, they were extremely respectful to Li Tianqing. Furthermore, the palatial lords of his family were all his daughters-in-law. How high was Li Tianqing's status? Li Tianqing himself felt flattered. Although he didn't know exactly how powerful his son was, Li Tianqing at least had an idea of the strength of the 3 elders in front of him. They were the top experts of the continent, experts who came out of the untainted land. How could such strength be underestimated? Of course, Li Tianqing wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. If the other party gave him some face, he could just accept it. He couldn't just take it. Otherwise, no one could predict what would happen if he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Li Tianqing had the right to intervene in dealing with the aftermath, he wouldn't actually do such things. After all, he didn't come into contact with many things. Moreover, a casual decision of these people would determine the lives of tens of millions of people. Li Tianqing only played a role in this. He didn't participate in the discussion process. Just as everyone was discussing in Tiangang City, suddenly, an uninvited guest came. The people of Tianshui sect were quite clear about the identity of this person. It was the sect master of Ten Swords sect, Qinghui. Wasn't the person in front of them the sect master of Ten Swords sect? During the crusade against Ten Swords sect, this guy hid very well. He directly hid most of the elites of Ten Swords sect. Later, they were finally found by the people of Tianshui sect and the Xianxia dynasty. After being beaten up, Qinghui's attitude of apologizing was very sincere, and he almost knelt down directly. When everyone saw Qinghui's sincere attitude, they thought that Qinghui already knew that he was wrong and couldn't continue to kill him. They didn't expect Qinghui to come again at this moment. Moreover, when he appeared here, everyone could clearly feel how powerful Qinghui's strength was. In just a few years, Qinghui had broken through to the realm of 7th grade sovereign. It was very shocking. "Qinghui, what are you doing here?" When Gongyu saw Qinghui, she immediately frowned and said. The current Ten Swords sect was in the Tianyan dynasty and couldn't even be considered as a second-rate sect. However, Qinghui's own strength had improved greatly, which made people vigilant. Unexpectedly, when Qinghui saw Gongyu and the others, he directly knelt down with a plop. "I was the one who colluded with the Dragon Clan and leaked the location of your meeting to the Dragon Clan. I was also the one who ordered the massacre of the city. I was also the one who wrote that threatening letter. All of this was orchestrated by the Dragon Clan. I was just an executor. The evil dominator ordered me to surrender myself. Whatever you want to know, you can ask me directly." Qinghui knelt on the ground, as if he was memorizing a script, and told the whole story. Evil Lord's order. If what Qinghui had done was really as he had said, then he was simply an unpardonable and heinous sinner of the human race. It was no wonder that Qinghui's strength improved so quickly. It was because of the treasures exchanged from the dragon tribe, which directly allowed Qinghui's strength to improve rapidly. "Qinghui, how dare you?" When Gongyu heard this, she was furious. She immediately caught Qinghui in front of the crowd and thoroughly interrogated him. Qinghui immediately told the story of how he got involved with the dragon tribe. In the end, all of this was known to everyone. In fact, the dragon tribe didn't do anything at all. It was Qinghui from the Ten Swords sect who played tricks behind the scenes. Moreover, the Ten Swords sect had accumulated many treasures from the dragon tribe. They ordered Qinghui to hand over all of them. In addition to the 7 stars moon-slashing sword, which was taken away by Li Zongjiu, Qinghui also obtained 3 treasures. One of them was the fire flag. It was extremely powerful. With the power of the fire flag, it directly slaughtered the people of a city. When these matters were discussed, the expressions on everyone's faces had already changed. They did not expect that a mere Qinghui would actually be able to do such a heartless thing. He had even nearly wiped out the leaders of the 3 dynasties. If Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran hadn't arrived in time, Qinghui would have succeeded. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Qinghui's plan was so close to being a success. At that time, Qinghui's 10 Swords sect would become the top sect of the continent, and they would be wiped out completely. The rest of the history would be made up by Qinghui. What a vicious heart. I didn't expect you to be so daring. Gong Yu said coldly. Everyone, how should we punish this person? Gong Yu looked at the rest of the people. Qinghui was definitely going to die. After doing such a thing, how could they let him continue living? So what if he was in the Supreme Being realm? Thus, everyone began to spread the word that they would use different methods to execute Qinghui. After all, what Qinghui had done was intolerable and intolerable. What do you think? Haiduk Li? Emperor Xingyan looked at Li Tianqing. Although Li Tianqing wasn't involved in politics, it wasn't difficult for him to express his opinion on this kind of thing. Did they really want him to sit on the bench and watch for the whole day? Since this little thief betrayed the human race and gained the trust of the Dragon Clan, we might as well let this little thief mix in with the Dragon Clan and collect information for us. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Li Tianqing said. These words were a reminder to everyone. In fact, it wasn't that no one had thought of this way of dealing with things, but after saying it out loud, no one would necessarily listen to you. However, the weight of Li Tianqing's words was different. They must listen to Li Tianqing's opinion. With that said, everyone listened to him. In addition, this idea was indeed good. However, who could guarantee Qinghui's loyalty? Qinghui, I order you to go undercover in Dragon Island and collect information about the Dragon Clan. Are you willing to do so? Li Tianqing asked. Qinghui is under the control of the will of Evil Lord. He will listen to any orders. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. After all, Qinghui was a Supreme Being realm expert. Now, no one knew where Li Zongjiu was, but his influence was so far-reaching. It was really terrifying. East of Dragon Island. The land of Dragon Island stretched for millions of miles. It was floating in the sky. Every day, it would drift for hundreds of thousands of miles. After all, the sea area was vast and no one had ever reached the end of it. The deeper one went into the sea, the more one would be ravaged by the endless waves and the sea wind. Even if one had the golden body of the Dragon Clan, one would only end up being torn into dragon jerky if he got close. Hence, no one had ever tried to uncover the secrets in the deep sea. East of Dragon Island. A few giant dragons descended from the sky. One of them fell directly to the ground, drawing a long gully in the ground, dragging out a mark that was 1,000 meters long. The one that fell to the ground was a purple giant dragon. There were many wounds on its body. It was being chased by 3 golden giant dragons and 1 white giant dragon. There was a figure standing on each of the dragons' backs. Long Ji, why are you still resisting? Join Lord Evil Dragon God's team. With your cultivation, you will be at least a deputy commander. Your position is higher than mine. Why not? One of the golden giant dragons spoke in human language. It had become a habit for many years. Even in terms of language, they were considered to be the same. They wanted to persuade Long Ji to surrender. Long Ji did not waste her energy to maintain her giant dragon form. She immediately transformed back into her human form. The rest of the giant dragons also transformed when they saw this. Anyway, Long Ji had nowhere to run. If he could persuade Long Ji to surrender, then the evil dragon god would have another fierce general under his command. It would definitely be a great merit. Since when did the giant dragon clan get trampled under the feet of the devouring Yuan clan? Long Ji said flatly. She was referring to the giant dragon clan. She had just become the mount of the devouring Yuan clan. This was absolutely impossible for the noble giant dragon clan. Even if it happened, it would not happen so easily. Under the control of the devouring Yuan clan, even someone as strong as Long Ji could not use her Yuan power. Hence, she could only fight with her own body. However, she was up against 5 golden dragon warriors. Long Ji had already cultivated the ancient golden body of the Ba Gu a long time ago. Coupled with the mental control of the white dragon race, Long Ji could be said to be powerless against the combined forces of the 6 of them. She was defeated just like that. Even if they wanted to escape from the Dragon Island, they had already lost their chance. Long Ji had never thought that things would be so serious. He had never thought that the other party would have joined forces with the devouring Origin clan. This greatly reduced the resistance and combat strength of the dragons. In a situation where he was unable to use his Yuan power, his body had become rather dangerous. We're merely in a cooperative relationship. If the lords of the dragon tribe wish to step on my head, you can do so as well. Hey! A man from the devouring Yuan clan stepped forward and said nonchalantly, that's right. He had helped the golden dragon and the others out of their predicament. In that case, both sides were in an equal partnership. Even if they were allowed to ride for a while, they wouldn't have any complaints. You have a glib tongue. You must be one of the top figures in the devouring Yuan clan. Long Ji looked at the member of the devouring Yuan clan and said. The man from the devouring Yuan clan lowered his head and smiled. He took a step forward. I'm not considered a figure, but I do have a name. Miss Long Ji, you can call me Tunchi. Tunchi said. Tunchi? This name really makes me uncomfortable. Of course, it's not as pleasant as Miss Long Ji's name. Tunchi didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he praised Long Ji. Jin Shan, don't you want me to surrender? Sure, twist off this Tunchi's head and stomp it into a pulp. Then, I'll surrender and join your evil dragon god's camp. How about that? Long Ji said. When the other party heard that Long Ji had agreed, he was surprised. However, Bai Long reacted quickly. Long Ji, don't try to sow discord here. You and I have learned the 36 stratagems of the human tribe. You'd better surrender now. Otherwise, we'll have to fight again and hurt our friendship. Bai Long said. Bai Shi-san, how dare you say that you cultivate mental strength with your low IQ? After the devouring Yuan clan has killed all the people in the draconic penitentiary, they'll find a way to kill the golden dragon tribe and the white dragon tribe. Long Ji said coldly. It was just a casual remark. Of course, Long Ji didn't expect Jin Shan and the others to kill the devouring Yuan clan. Moreover, once they started fighting, it was still unknown whether they could win. Since Miss Long Ji is so stubborn, we have no choice but to offend her. Brothers from the dragon tribe, let's take her down first. Tunchi said coldly. With the devouring Yuan clan's strength, it was impossible for them to defeat Long Ji alone. Long Ji, we're sorry. Jin Shan and the other 4 experts from the Golden Dragon tribe took a step forward and threw a punch at Long Ji. Long Ji raised her hand to block it. The strength of the energy formed by the 5 of them was enough to shatter the surrounding space. Boom, Long Ji's figure was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, Long Ji was a mixed blood. Her body's defense was above that of an ordinary dragon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become an expert in the draconic penitentiary so easily. Damn it. Before they could get up, the 5 experts from the Golden Dragon tribe had rearranged their formation and were flying toward Long Ji. Boom, their escape routes had been completely sealed off. The devouring Yuan clan was also in hot pursuit. She continued to control the surrounding Yuan power with her own strength. We don't want to hurt you. You forced us to do this. Jin Shan let out a low roar. This roar was like a thunderclap exploding on the ground. Boom, Jin Shan threw out a punch. The powerful essence energy was like a landslide and the earth was split open. Long Ji's body was severely injured. Bang, Long Ji's body fell to the ground. A few of her bones were broken. Cough cough. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The experts from the devouring Yuan clan could not only control the enemy's Yuan power, but they could also give the people on their side the right to use their Yuan power. However, under the mental strength of the White Dragon tribe, he could also easily recover the energy he had expended. You have no chance of winning, Xianxia said flatly. Everyone gathered behind Xianxia. They had wanted to keep Longji here, but it seemed like it would be difficult to do so now. They were powerful and loyal to the dragon ancestor. Let me tell you the truth. The evil dragon god has found where the dragon ancestor is and obtained the dragon ancestor's power. Do you think the rest of you have a chance? Xianxia shook his head and sighed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Although the people from the devouring Yuan clan must be up to something, their schemes were weak in the face of absolute power. Therefore, after the evil dragon god unified the Dragon Island, the people of the devouring Yuan clan would definitely become ghosts under his claws. Of course, he couldn't tell them about this yet. If he did, it would ruin the cooperation between the two clans. It would be troublesome in the future. However, Xianxia and the others had obviously underestimated the people from the devouring Yuan clan. After all, the dragon tribe might not be that intelligent. Swoosh, just as Longji was about to die, she heard a whooshing sound. It sounded like something was coming from above. The sun on Dragon Island was glaring. However, when Longji raised her head slightly, she could vaguely see a figure with robes flapping under the sun. The sword in his hand looked familiar. Isn't that the 7-star moon slashing sword? The Sparrow Dragon tribe leader had no collection. It took me a while to find them, Xianxia said flatly. The Dragon Island was even wider than the Saint Martial continent. It wasn't easy for them to catch up and find the devouring Yuan clan's traces. Since he had sensed the fluctuation of Yuan power, he decided to take a look first. As expected, Xianxia soon found 6 people from the devouring Yuan clan. It's him? Longji was shocked when she heard Xianxia's voice. Xianxia landed in the middle of the two groups of people. He turned around and glanced at Longji. The latter was obviously severely injured. However, Xianxia did not say much as he stared at Tunchi and the rest. You people from the giant dragon tribe can get lost now. This has nothing to do with you, Xianxia said calmly. He was not afraid of the giant dragon tribe, but he did not want to get entangled with the people in front of him. He was not in the mood to deal with this and that. If they were obedient, he would let them go. However, if they were not obedient, Xianxia would have no choice but to deal with them. How arrogant! When Xianxia heard Xianxia's arrogance, he was immediately displeased. Xianxia didn't even put the giant dragon race in his eyes. How could he directly ask them to scram? How could they tolerate this? You're not from the giant dragon tribe but a human? However, Baisher-san from the white dragon tribe discovered the crux of the matter. Xianxia was actually a human. Where did he come from? How could a human come to their Dragon Island? The height of the Dragon Island alone was not something an ordinary human could withstand. Moreover, the Dragon Island did not have a specific location. How did Xianxia find his way here? Everyone was shocked. Since ancient times, there had never been a human who could reach the Dragon Island directly. However, judging by Xianxia's attitude, he seemed to have found this place specifically to cause trouble for the devouring Yuan tribe. Human brat, the Dragon Island is not a place you can come and go as you please. How dare you speak such arrogant words? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will lose all respect for the Dragon Island. Xianxia could not care less. No matter what Xianxia was here for, he must destroy him today. Only then could he protect the dignity of the giant dragon tribe. Tunchi looked at Xianxia. They did not know Xianxia. Why would he appear here? And after he appeared, was he here to cause trouble for the devouring origin clan? Did he have a grudge against them? Wait a minute. Who are you? Our devouring Yuan clan has never attacked the human tribe. Who are you? Tunchi immediately stared at Xianxia. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the third eye and landed on Xianxia. The light wasn't dazzling, but Xianxia could see countless devouring Yuan clan members wailing in agony. Countless suffering souls seemed to be following Xianxia. No, not with Xianxia. It was Li Zongjiu who had bound these souls to him. Torture was being carried out. He was suffering endless pain. Never to be reincarnated. In the end, such a situation occurred. With just a glance, Tun Chi felt as though he had walked through hell. Immediately, he was drenched in sweat. There was deep fear in his eyes as he stared at Li Zongjiu. You! How dare you kill the devouring Yuan clan members? Tun Chi stared at Li Zongjiu. The anger and fear in his eyes almost drove Tun Chi crazy. The other 4 members of the devouring Yuan clan also released their light martial weapons. Kill this man! The devouring Yuan clan members shouted in unison. Xianxia glanced at Baisher San from the White Dragon clan. After all, the White Dragon clan was smarter. Therefore, they would consider Baisher San's suggestion before making any decision. Baisher San immediately understood that Li Zongjiu was here to seek revenge. That was why he had killed so many people from the devouring Yuan clan. He probably wanted to kill the rest of the devouring Yuan clan members as well. That was why he had chased them all the way to Dragon Island. Baisher San nodded at Xianxia and the others. He meant that they could act now. Since they were all enemies, it was not a problem to kill one more. Moreover, they were still allies with the devouring Yuan clan. They could not give up just like that. Now that Dragon Island had yet to be conquered, they still needed the help of the devouring Yuan clan. Come on. Show me what you've got after chasing us all the way here. Xianxia also let out a roar. The other 4 Golden Dragon clan members also attacked. They dashed towards Li Zongjiu. Swoosh, the few of them moved together. They did not want to be careless. They wanted to finish off their opponents quickly. Come on. Li Zongjiu also wanted to compete with these dragons. It seemed that these existences had nothing much to say. Sooner or later, such conflicts would arise. Li Zongjiu might as well deal with them directly now. He had thought that in this life, Li Zongjiu would not have to look for the dragon souls of the 4 supreme beings of the dragon clan. More or less, he would not have to deal with Dragon Island. However, it seemed like a battle was unavoidable. Li Zongjiu then clashed with the other party. Boom, a man and a sword clashed with the other party. There were 5 of them on the other side. Li Zongjiu took a step back after the collision. As for the 5 dragon tribes, all of them took 3 steps back instantly. They retreated in unison. This kind of mighty and domineering power also shocked the 5 great Golden Dragon tribe members. The eyes of the White Dragon clan members lit up. They were obviously shocked. Long Ji saw this scene too. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Damn. That's too awesome. Long Ji's eyes were also filled with excitement. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to bring her such a big surprise. I knew that this guy was not simple. Long Ji seemed to see hope in her eyes. Although she did not know why Li Zongjiu would suddenly appear to help her, Long Ji knew that as long as Li Zongjiu was here, she would definitely have a chance to convince Li Zongjiu. At least now. She had a common enemy with Li Zongjiu. That was the devouring Yuan clan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could not let it go. Is this guy really from the human clan? Xianxia and the others looked at each other. Looking at Li Zongjiu in front of them, they recalled the collision just now. The other party was like a piece of pure iron that could not be shaken at all. They could only be forced to retreat. And she wasn't alone here. Instead, all 5 of them were easily forced to retreat. The few of them were quite shocked. Li Zongjiu casually swung his arm. That's all you have? Li Zongjiu could not help but frown. He thought that the Golden Dragon clan was more powerful than he had imagined. However, when they collided for the first time, he realized that the Golden Dragon clan in front of him did not seem to be able to exert any strength at all. They could not resist his power at all. That was why they mocked him. Damn it. Activate my Yuan power. I'm going to give this guy a good beating. Tun Chi nodded. Tun Chi wanted to get rid of Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. Li Zongjiu had killed so many people from the devouring Yuan clan. Firstly, it was a heinous crime. Secondly, the fact that he could do so showed that his strength was extremely terrifying. At least his physical quality was extremely strong. Otherwise, a cultivator who specialized in cultivating Yuan power would instantly be reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered when he met the devouring Yuan clan. Now that they saw Li Zongjiu forcing the 5 golden dragons to retreat, they could not help but be frightened. They might even be in danger. If the Golden Dragon clan could not deal with Li Zongjiu, they would be the ones who would be stabbed in the end. The people from the devouring Yuan clan were not stupid. Although they had been blinded by their anger, they still had their intellect. At this moment, they could clearly think of a way to deal with Li Zongjiu. Buzz. A ray of light energy landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's power was completely restored. Even the people from the devouring Yuan clan could not undo the effect of the devouring Yuan power at will. For example, Tun Chi had to concentrate his power to make Xianxia regain his Yuan power in this area. The rest of the people had to maintain the devouring Yuan power. Only in this way could the devouring Yuan power be created and ensure that Li Zongjiu and the rest could not use their Yuan power. Roar. Abundant Yuan power instantly flowed into Xianxia's body. Xianxia immediately roared angrily. His strength was also constantly breaking through. His aura was overwhelming. In the end, he stopped at the level of a 9th-grade sovereign. He had not reached the honorable realm. However, in Xianxia's opinion, the strength of a 9th-grade sovereign was more than enough to deal with Li Zongjiu. Now, take another punch from me. Xianxia's original strength, under the condition that he possessed elemental energy, was 10 times stronger than when he possessed elemental energy. He threw out a punch. In an instant, it was as if thousands of giant dragons and divine eagles were flapping their wings at the same time. Such terrifying power surged from the sky and the ground. Facing Xianxia's punch, Li Zongjiu gave him the same respect. He used 50% of his strength. Boom! Xianxia gave it his all. Under Li Zongjiu's punch, Xianxia's body was sent flying. Xianxia's speed was even faster than Xianxia's. Xianxia's body was sent flying. After crashing into a mountain 1,000 meters away, he was buried in the ruins and never got up. He was probably crippled. On Li Zongjiu's fist, a trace of chaotic energy gradually disappeared. Chaotic energy. You have mastered the chaotic energy. Tun Chi's eyes suddenly widened. Tun Chi was very sensitive when it came to discovering the attributes of power. In reality, the devouring Yuan clan did not only possess Yuan power. They also possessed some elemental energy which they could easily devour. However, they were unable to refine some of the higher elemental energies because their elemental energy was too strong. Moreover, they were viewed as a nemesis. Basically, one would only end up dead after encountering these people. Therefore, once they encountered someone who had mastered high-level powers, only the more powerful devouring Yuan clan could affect them. Xianxia did not expect to encounter one of them. Tun Chi could not believe it herself. When the rest of the Golden Dragon clan saw Xianxia giving it his all, they circulated their Yuan power. They clearly had enough strength to easily smash Li Zongjiu into pieces with one punch. However, in the next second, they were sent flying. Not only did he fail to injure Li Zongjiu, but he was also sent flying. This was simply a terrifying reversal of the situation. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Therefore, the 4 of them took a small step back. When they looked at Li Zongjiu again, they understood how terrifying the person in front of them was. What's wrong? Are you all scared? At this moment, Longji also stood up. She seemed to have swallowed a pill, and her injuries had healed quite a bit. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was here. Otherwise, Longji would not have dared to speak so arrogantly. Li Zongjiu did not care about Longji's provocation. As long as he killed the devouring Yuan clan and achieved his goal, it would be fine. This person has the chaotic energy. Our devouring Yuan realm is ineffective against him. Moreover, he is quite strong. We are no match for him. We have to retreat quickly. Tun Chi did not lose her rationality because of hatred. Mainly, even if she killed her way out, she might not be able to gain any benefits. She might not be able to defeat Li Zongjiu. Hence, it was best for them to escape as soon as possible. The chaotic force was not something they could contend against right now. If they were late, they would definitely be killed by Li Zongjiu. However, even if they wanted to escape, Li Zongjiu had never agreed. What a joke, I didn't say you can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu also charged out. Boom. There seemed to be a surge of energy under his feet. Li Zongjiu's speed exploded in an instant. The first thing he did was to reach Tun Chi, then he broke Tun Chi's throat. Bang, Tun Chi only had time to let out a wail. Then, Li Zongjiu killed her. She fell to the ground. The rest of the Golden Dragon clan also wanted to delay Li Zongjiu. As they attacked, they were all easily sent flying by Li Zongjiu. Jin Shan, who had been sent flying earlier, was still buried in the ruins and had never appeared. It could be seen how serious the injury from that punch was. One punch for one. They were all very weak. None of the Devouring Yuan clan members who wanted to escape could run away. Even with the effulgence weapon in their hands, they could not leave any injuries on Li Zongjiu's body. The 7-star moon slashing sword easily killed the people in front of him. Boom. The rest of the Devouring Yuan clan members were also slashed to pieces by Li Zongjiu. However, they were still alive because of their strong vitality. As long as their third eye was not damaged, they could continue to live. Bai Shisan was stunned when he saw Li Zongjiu's terrifying fighting strength. Then, he turned into a white dragon and flew into the distance. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Behind White 13, no idea when Long Ji's figure appeared. She was combing her hair with an exquisite wooden comb. She was a little embarrassed after being beaten up. Therefore, she had to maintain her delicate image and always carried a comb with her. When Bai Shisan heard the voice behind him, he was scared out of his wits. Without the Devouring Yuan clans devouring Yuan territory, naturally, Long Ji's strength had recovered to its peak. These guys had chased her until she was in such a sorry state. Naturally, Long Ji wanted to take revenge. Bai Shisan released his mental strength. It formed a powerful mental attack that rushed toward Long Ji. What are you doing? I haven't even tidied up my hair. Are you trying to rebel? Long Ji's tone was full of resentment. Then, she raised her palm. Bai Shisan's power was suppressed instantly. Roar. Bai Shisan knew that his attack would not have any effect on the latter. Immediately, he moved his body in a panic. At the same time, he fled into the distance. Obviously, a strong sense of danger was approaching rapidly. In the next second, Bai Shisan's body fell from the sky quickly. Boom. In front of Long Ji. Bai Shisan's power was no threat at all. Thank you for taking care of me before. Long Ji came in front of Bai Shisan. Her eyes were filled with a smile that frightened Bai Shisan. In the next second, she smashed Bai Shisan's head. Then, she took out the dragon pearl. At the same time, she extracted Bai Shisan's dragon soul. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend your sister, Long Ji. In Long Ji's palm, Bai Shisan's soul was suspended. She directly sent it into the dragon pearl. Soon, Bai Shisan's soul was sealed in the dragon pearl. With Bai Shisan's power, he could not break the power of the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl in her hand became a dragon soul pearl. The value of the dragon soul pearl was self-evident. Whether it was to the dragon clan or the human clan, it was equivalent to a supreme treasure. The main thing was to refine the dragon soul pearl directly and integrate the power within it into one's own body. It was also a very powerful object. For some people, they could directly exert the magical effect of the dragon soul pearl to the extreme. They could even completely release the power of the dragon soul pearl in an instant, forming a terrifying tide of power. They could completely release the power of the dragon soul pearl in one go. It could directly become a powerful weapon. There were many magical effects. However, the creation of the dragon soul pearl required a lot of effort. One dragon soul pearl required an entire giant dragon. It was naturally easy for Long Ji, who had recovered her strength, to kill Bai Shisan in an instant. It was no wonder that Jin Shan and the others wanted to recruit Long Ji. She was too powerful. Even if they wanted to mobilize the Devouring Yuan clan, they would need to send out 5 experts. Li Zongjiu had already killed everyone on the spot. He used a gunny sack to put the heads of Tun Chi and the others together. Since Li Zongjiu had said that he would kill them all, how could he go back on his words? He had to kill everyone from the devouring Yuan clan. When the time came, he would pile the heads in front of the experts from the devouring Yuan clan and let them feel despair. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of collecting heads. Long Ji's figure flew over. She saw Li Zongjiu's actions. However, Li Zongjiu ignored Long Ji because Li Zongjiu was not in the mood. Yes. When Long Ji saw Li Zongjiu's cold expression, she could not help but curl her lips. In the dragon tribe, this old lady was considered a flower. How could this brat look down on me? I can only say that you have no taste. Li Zongjiu caught the dragon soul pearl and looked at it. Finally, he looked at Long Ji with an astonished gaze because the dragon soul pearl in his hand was not simple. In order to inject the dragon soul into the dragon soul pearl, one would need to be extremely strong. The dragon soul pearl was extremely fragile and the dragon soul was extremely strong. It was like stuffing a piece of tofu into a rock. How could an ordinary person do it? However, after stuffing it in, the power of the dragon soul pearl would gradually increase. This was the true power of the dragon soul pearl. Using the dragon soul to nurture the dragon soul pearl. This was also one of the ways to upgrade the dragon soul pearl. However, under normal circumstances, no one would do this as it was too costly. Sure enough, the experts who came out of the draconic penitentiary were not ordinary. My draconic penitentiary secret technique. Long Ji saw Li Zongjiu's gaze and immediately understood. At the same time, she was surprised. Li Zongjiu seemed to know about the dragon soul pearl. What a terrifying and mysterious guy. Those who came out of the draconic penitentiary were extremely terrifying. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's attitude, he was probably one of the most ruthless people in the human clan. After cleaning up, Li Zongjiu was ready to kill everyone on the Dragon Island. However, he still needed a lot of time to find them. For Li Zongjiu, time was the last thing he lacked. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was about to leave, Long Ji quickly said, I will help you find the devouring Yuan clan. I know where they are. You killed the devouring Yuan clan. I will clean up the devouring Yuan clan. You can do whatever you want with them. I will give you all the dragon soul pearls that I have. Li Zongjiu stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Long Ji. Plus the Dragon King's treasury. The Dragon King's treasury. Almost every Dragon King would have their own treasure trove, which was specially used to collect treasures. Most of the dragon tribe had such a hobby. They would find a place to store their treasures. Usually, it would form a treasury. Li Zongjiu was not interested in these small treasures. However, there must be something powerful in the Dragon King's treasury. The dragon tribe had a history of tens of thousands of years. The Heavenly Demon tribe and the Heavenly Sparrow tribe, which used to be one of the top 3 demon tribes, had fallen to their current state. On the other hand, the dragon tribe had risen steadily. Now, they had even reached a point where they wanted to devour the entire continent. With such courage and confidence, he naturally had absolute strength. Deal. Long Ji only hesitated for half a second before she agreed. For Long Ji, there must be something powerful in the Dragon King's treasury. However, in the eyes of the entire dragon tribe, these precious items were just SOSO. Even if there was something extremely precious that couldn't be spread to the human tribe, Long Ji still agreed to it right away. After all, she needed a fierce fighter like Li Zongjiu. Chaotic body, where could she find such a helper? Long Ji knew the value of Li Zongjiu. She knew that there must be a powerful force in Li Zongjiu. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to reach such a level. It was terrifying. How did he master the power of chaos? Even Long Ji and the other members of the Draconic Penitentiary had not been able to find the existence of the power of chaos. Now that Li Zongjiu had popped out and possessed the power of chaos, it was naturally shocking. Let's go. Li Zongjiu said faintly. He held the 7-star moon slashing sword. He was ready to kill at any time. He wanted to kill all the devouring Yuan clan members. That was the most important thing. He couldn't wait any longer. All right. Long Ji nodded. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of white light. Although she was injured, Long Ji had many treasures in her hands. She ate a little and recovered to her peak state. His speed was also very fast. Li Zongjiu followed closely behind. he rode on his sword. Otherwise, it would feel weird flying in the air. At the same time, flying on a sword would save him some energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them flew above the Dragon Island. Li Zongjiu looked at the scenery of Dragon Island under his feet. Although the last time he came to Dragon Island was 3,000 years later, Dragon Island at that time was almost the same as now. It was still in a state of exuberant vitality. There weren't many changes. However, when Li Zongjiu and the others flew past a barrier, they found that they had arrived at a barren land full of red rocks. At the same time, they felt a scorching heat. The rocky mountains below had been directly burned red. If he fell, he would definitely be cooked. At the mouth of the volcano below, a terrifying flame rushed out with a boom. The flame exploded and splattered everywhere. However, Li Zongjiu wasn't afraid. To Li Zongjiu, such a commotion didn't pose a threat at all. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the world. This was originally the resting place of the flaming giant dragons, the nest of the flaming dragon tribe. However, the flaming dragon tribe has rebelled. Long Ji came to Li Zongjiu's side and said softly. Li Zongjiu saw a few dragon corpses lying in the magma. Usually, these flaming giant dragons bathed in the magma. Hence, the magma couldn't burn their bodies. Even if they were killed, they still stayed here. There were traces of battle everywhere. It seemed that Dragon Island wasn't peaceful either. In fact, the battle of the dragon tribe didn't spread to the territory of the human tribe. To the top experts of the dragon tribe, after unifying Dragon Island, it wouldn't be difficult to conquer the human tribe's mainland. After all, there weren't many experts in the human tribe. In fact, the human tribe was declining faster than the dragon tribe. After so many years, there hadn't been a single absolute saint expert. Such a human tribe could only be described as struggling at death's door. I'm not interested in your affairs. Li Zongjiu didn't intend to continue listening. Because Li Zongjiu wasn't here to solve the problem of the dragon tribe. He was here to reap the lives of these damned devouring Yuan clan. Up ahead is the first checkpoint, the Flaming Mountain. The dragon tribe was also divided into different ranks. Those who lived in the outermost layer were the dragon tribe that controlled the power of the elements. For example, the earth dragon and the fire giant dragon. The closest checkpoint was the flaming giant dragon's checkpoint, the Flaming Mountain. The evil dragon god was very talented in strategy. Not only did he want to defeat the dragon tribe, but he also wanted to eliminate all the dragon tribe that didn't agree with him. He wanted to change the dragon tribe's bloodline, a real reshuffle. Long Ji had already rushed past the fifth checkpoint and fled into the distance. She was almost out of Dragon Island. However, she was stopped before she could leave. If not for Li Zongjiu's help, it would have been very difficult for Long Ji to escape. In front of the Flaming Mountain, there were several huge figures entrenched on top of it. If one wanted to enter the core of Dragon Island, they had to pass through here. It was also the shortest path. Even if they went around to other places or checkpoints, there would still be people stopping them. Boom! Before the two of them even got close to the Flaming Mountain, a scorching aura swept over them. At the same time, a cloud of fire spread out from the top of the Flaming Mountain, crazily surging in all directions. Long Ji, since you've already left, why did you come back? Are you really not afraid of death? 5 gigantic flaming dragons emerged from the mountain of flames. The bodies of these dragons were clearly much larger than those of the dragon tribe. Previously, Li Zongjiu had encountered some young dragons. The dragon tribe's baby dragons, or those in their youth. They were not even more than 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old was a watershed for the dragon tribe. After cultivating for 1,000 years, they would have become a real old dragon. The 5 giant dragons in front of them were all 1,000-year-old dragons. These are the 5 great elders of the flaming giant dragon tribe. Long Ji said. At this moment, the 5 great elders of the dragon tribe realized that there was an unfamiliar figure beside Long Ji. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak. It was different from the wild and unrestrained aura of the dragon tribe. After seeing him, one of the elders exclaimed in surprise. Long Ji, you actually colluded with the human tribe? What can the declining human tribe give you? The supreme dragon tribe actually asked for help from the lowly human tribe. Long Ji, you're degrading yourself. Although the core power of Dragon Island was changing, everyone was at least part of the dragon tribe. It was just that their standpoints were different. However, Longji's behavior was already degrading herself. If word got out, the entire dragon tribe would be humiliated. Longji frowned as she listened to him. Longji also frowned slightly. To Longji, the human race and the dragon race were in a state of equality. A long time ago, the dragon tribe retreated to the dragon island because of the rise of the human tribe. However, the dragon tribe was in a state of seclusion. Moreover, they did not have any new knowledge to learn. It was as though they were in seclusion. They accepted some extremely stubborn and pedantic ideas. They wanted to stand at the top of the world, but they did not recognize all of this. They would always be aggressive. Li Zongjiu did not intend to tangle with the dragon tribe. After all, they were just some boring insects. However, this guy was too arrogant. He kept calling them inferior. It doesn't matter what tribe you belong to. You slaughtered your own kind without any scruples. Is this the so-called nobility you speak of? Longji said coldly. Although they saw many corpses of the fire dragon tribe on their way here, the truth was that they were unwilling to join the evil dragon god's camp. Hence, they were killed by these huge dragons. To Longji, facing these people made her very angry. However, these 5 old dragons were not weak. If Longji was in her usual state, it would not be a problem for her to fight against 5 of them. However, since the other party was guarding this place, there must be experts from the Devouring Yuan clan. Under the Devouring Yuan seal, it would not be easy to break through the defense of the 5 elders. Roar. If it weren't for you people from the Draconic Penitentiary being so stubborn, how could such a bloody case have occurred? You all are the main culprits. Enough of your nonsense. Since Jin Shan and the others are unable to take care of you, let us do it ourselves. Then, 3 of the 5 huge fire dragons rushed towards Longji. Boom! The 3 huge fire dragons immediately spewed out towering flames, covering Li Zongjiu and Longji. Longji raised her hand and a light screen appeared, blocking the flames outside the Yuanqi light screen. Then, her eyes suddenly became sharp. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a bright ring. In the dragon tribe, everyone had their own treasures. It was normal for them to have some special treasures. Heavenly Dragon Tooth. The weapon in his hand was the legendary Heavenly Dragon Tooth. However, it was made into a bracelet. As for the so-called Heavenly Dragon Tooth in his hand, its origin was also not simple. It was said that it came from a monster clan that was even higher than the giant dragon clan. It was also a dragon clan, but they were called Heavenly Dragons. These Heavenly Dragons possessed the ability to easily destroy the entire dragon island with just one breath. However, this legend was only a legend of the dragon clan. Naturally, the human race wouldn't know. In the legends, the Heavenly Dragon clan was incomparably powerful and was above the heavens and earth. It was equally mysterious, but no one had ever seen it. However, there were various things left behind by the Heavenly Dragon, such as this Heavenly Dragon Tooth. In its original form, it was 5 feet long. After some polishing, it became such a small piece in his hand. Moreover, it was said that this Sky Dragon's tooth was only a tooth left behind when the Sky Dragon changed its teeth when it was young. That was why it fell on Dragon Island. It was hard to say exactly where they came from. However, when Longji took out the Heavenly Dragon Tooth, the 3 fire elementals were enraged. The 3 great fire dragon elders were clearly wary. They continued to attack with their flames, forming a wave of flames that trapped Longji and the other great fire dragon elders. Li Zongjiu did not take any action because Li Zongjiu's target was the Devouring Yuan clan. As long as the Devouring Yuan clan did not appear, Li Zongjiu did not need to take any action. After observing the situation, Li Zongjiu stepped on the 7 stars moon-slashing sword and crossed his arms in front of him. The Devouring Yuan clan's aura was extremely weak and their ability to disguise themselves was also very strong. If they were to hide, it would not be easy to find them. Previously, Li Zongjiu happened to be blindsided because of Longji's battle. Now, Li Zongjiu knew that the Devouring Yuan clan must be on the Flaming Mountain. Since they were already there, he would wait for them to appear. Longji was not worried about Li Zongjiu's situation at all. Long Ji was able to control the entanglement of the 3,000-year-old giant dragons very well. The heavenly dragon tooth was impervious to fire and water. It easily broke through the endless flames of the other party. Moreover, it directly cut open a large bloody wound on the body of one of the giant dragons. Blood immediately splattered out. Old 5. The first to be injured was Old 5. Seeing this, the other two quickly tried to grab Long Ji. However, Long Ji's yuan power trembled. She easily avoided the two giant dragons' encirclement. Swoosh! Sea of fire hell calamity. The two giant flame dragons' bodies suddenly intertwined. Then, they formed a giant flame net. This flame net intertwined from top to bottom, forming a terrifying flame of the heavens and earth. Li Zongjiu saw the hidden killing intent in this move. In fact, it was considered a big move. Once one stepped on the flame, it was equivalent to falling into the giant flame net. Then, one's entire body would be entangled in the giant flame net. Moreover, it would attack from all directions at the same time, leaving one with no place to borrow strength. Boom! Long Ji, on the other hand, stepped into the air within the flaming chains. She swam above the waves of fire like a dragonfly, constantly gliding across the surface of the water, but never falling into the water. It's the heavenly dragon step. Now, devouring flow, do it. The injured Old 5 saw Long Ji's step. This move was the best counter to the fire dragon tribe's sea of fire hell. As expected, Long Ji used it. At the same time, a deep abyss crawled out from Old 5's ear. Human figures appeared on the other two dragons as well. At the same time, they formed hand seals. Devouring energy barrier. Suddenly, the devouring energy barrier appeared. It enveloped Li Zongjiu and Long Ji. Long Ji knew that her opponent would use this move at the most critical moment. She immediately threw out the heavenly dragon tooth in her hand. The heavenly dragon tooth turned into a light screen and protected Long Ji. However, the heavenly dragon tooth could not hold on for long. It could be sealed in the fiery hell at any time. Now, she could only hope that Li Zongjiu would help. She is already a turtle in a jar. She can't escape. How can she fight against us when she has lost her origin energy? If it were someone with a stronger cultivation base, they could even control the range of the devouring energy barrier more accurately. For example, right now, it enveloped the two people in the sea of fire. Long Ji and Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu was from the human tribe, they had no intention of letting Li Zongjiu go. They were prepared to kill Li Zongjiu as well. Perhaps Li Zongjiu's origin energy cultivation base was strong. Otherwise, Long Ji would not have invited him over in such a hurry and even had the guts to come back. However, it was a pity that there was only one outcome in the devouring energy barrier. That was to become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, in the sea of fire, the fifth elder of the Flaming Dragon clan, who was quietly waiting for the fruits of their labor, and Tun Lu, who was standing on his back, were full of confidence. After all, they were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. Their grasp of the situation was definitely the essence of the battle. Hundreds of years ago, these dragons would often go to the Xinggu continent to accumulate some combat experience. But later on, they weren't allowed to do so, because there would often be some melodramatic love between a human and a dragon. Later on, the Dragon Island was directly prohibited from doing so, otherwise, it would also contaminate their dragon bloodline. Various things could happen. At least in their eyes, the human tribe was a despicable race. Boom, a figure directly emerged from the flames. While everyone was still in a daze, the figure suddenly fell on the fifth elder of the Flaming Dragon clan. His eyes met with Tun Lu of the Devouring Energy clan. Tun Lu was shocked by Li Zongjiu's speed. After all, ordinary people would not be able to use yuan power under his Devouring Energy enchantment. How did Li Zongjiu do it? Li Zongjiu must be an expert in refining his body. Seems like you are an expert in refining your body. Tun Lu was not surprised. After thinking it through, he understood. However, so what if you have such a high cultivation level? The Devouring Yuan clan was not without any fighting power. Open your sky eye. The Devouring Yuan clan could not get close to others. They had to keep a safe distance. Hence, Tun Lu immediately opened his sky eye. A strong beam of light shot out from his third eye and went straight for Li Zhongzhou's glabella. Bang! It was impossible for anyone to escape from such a short distance. A beam of light shot out. However, Li Zhongzhou merely tilted his head and dodged it easily. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Tun Lu's neck. How did the devouring Yuan clan survive with such a weak fighting power? Li Zhongzhou could not help but mock him. At this moment, Tun Lu's life was in Li Zhongzhou's hands. You underestimate the devouring Yuan clan. Suddenly, Tun Lu's figure disappeared. It turned out to be a shadow. At the same time, Tun Lu's real body appeared 10 meters away. In an instant, he swallowed a dragon ball in his hand. At the same time, he used his devouring Yuan power to refine the energy of the dragon ball. Boom! Tun Lu released his aura. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon in human form. Tun Lu had swallowed the dragon ball of an 800-year-old fire dragon. He had used a secret technique to mobilize the power of the 800-year-old dragon tribe. Tun Lu had gained such terrifying power in a short period of time. Heavenly Fire Fist. Tun Lu threw a punch at Li Zhongzhou. The punch contained the power of an 800-year-old dragon tribe. It was enough to kill any human. This was why the devouring Yuan clan was so powerful. They could absorb the energy essence of others and use it for themselves for a short period of time. However, only the experts of the devouring Origin clan were capable of doing so. The experts of the devouring Yuan clan could be categorized into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. For example, the ones that Li Zhongzhou had killed in the Xinggu continent at the very beginning were all unranked and were not ranked. The Tunchi he had killed in the outer island region had barely reached the yellow rank. Now, he was facing the devouring flow. He had activated heavenly fire and had mastered the ability to plunder. Which meant Tun Lu had reached level. The Xian grade experts of the devouring Yuan clan had already mastered the basics and were able to absorb energy from the energy stones. In the blink of an eye, he could turn himself into a supreme being expert. Tun Lu's of course. Tun Lu, Tun. Bang. Tun Lu's himself. Tun. Huh? Tun Lu was taken aback. Logically speaking, Li Zhongzhou should not have been able to block Tun Lu's attack since he did not have any Yuan Qi. He should have been beaten to death by Tun Lu. However, it was a pity that Li Zhongzhou was completely unharmed. He had even received Tun Lu's attack with ease. Tun Lu could clearly feel a huge force coming from Li Zhongzhou's body. The moment Tun Lu's fist and palm came into contact, Li Zhongzhou's strength was enough to crush Tun Lu to death. That's all? Li Zhongzhou's eyes were filled with disdain. Tun Lu immediately channeled all the energy in his body to form an earth-shattering force. He wanted to crush Li Zhongzhou. However, Li Zhongzhou did not move an inch. Even when the two of them collided, he did not budge at all. Even though the two of them were very strong, Li Zhongzhou still managed to crush Tun Lu's fist with ease. At the same time, there was a cracking sound. Tun Lu's 5 fingers were crushed by Li Zhongzhou's strength. You're courting death. The other 2 devouring Yuan clan experts on the giant dragons saw how badly Tun Lu had been beaten up. It was a slap to their faces. They immediately leaped up and refined the power of the dragon balls at the same time. One of them contained 900 years of cultivation power, while the other contained 700 years of cultivation power. With 900 years of cultivation power, they were already close to the absolute saint realm. The two of them attacked Li Zhongzhou at the same time. In their opinion, Li Zhongzhou must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, how could he still maintain such a strong combat strength under the devouring Yuan enchantment? There must be something strange about it. They had to take down Li Zhongzhou first. Even if he had some kind of treasure, he could not hold on for too long. Boom. Boom, the two of them attacked at the same time. Waves of air rolled and formed a flaming tornado in front of Li Zhongzhou. The fire dragon tribe's 5th elder, who Li Zhongzhou had been stepping on, did not move. He was quietly waiting for Li Zhongzhou to be smashed into pieces. Boom. Li Zhongzhou took the opportunity to land a punch on Tun Lu's body. Instantly, Tun Lu's body exploded into countless pieces of minced meat, splattering everywhere. Only his head was left, falling on the dragon's back. After all, the two of them were suppressed by Li Zongjiu. Their power fell on Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was completely unharmed. A ray of golden light flowed around him. It's the dragon tribe's golden body? Did he cultivate the dragon tribe's cultivation method? Obviously, the two devouring Yuan clan members saw through the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. They immediately knew that Li Zongjiu must have cultivated the Golden Dragon tribe's cultivation method. Could there be a traitor in the Golden Dragon tribe, or could it be that the Dragon tribe wanted to make use of this person and was already preparing to eliminate them? The people of devouring Yuan clan were filled with thoughts. Soon, they thought of many things and became nervous. At the same time, they were considering whether they should continue fighting with Li Zongjiu. Why hadn't the Dragon tribe made a move yet? It was not that the Dragon tribe did not want to make a move. It was because they felt that Li Zongjiu was nothing they could not handle. However, reality proved that they really could not handle him. Trying to escape? Li Zongjiu used the power of his golden body to execute the Dragon Claw technique and grabbed the two devouring Origin clan's mysterious grade martialists. The two experts from the devouring Origin clan were startled. They hurriedly tried to break free and escape, because if Li Zongjiu could capture them, he could easily take their lives. However, Li Zongjiu did not give them the chance to escape. He killed two people with a punch. Boom! Li Zongjiu harvested 3 more heads. However, Li Zongjiu took their storage rings and checked them casually. He found that the 3 of them had at least 30 Dragon Balls. No wonder the devouring Yuan clan was so willing to cooperate with the evil dragon god. What kind of energy stone could be purer and more powerful than the Dragon Balls? Of course not. The Dragon Balls were good items for the devouring Yuan clan to accumulate power. Speaking of which, these people were really quite careless. They could not believe that they could cooperate with the devouring Yuan clan. It seemed like the evil dragon god was really evil. The 3 devouring Yuan clan members died. Long Ji immediately felt it. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder were continuously using their Yuan Qi. The 2 giant dragons were shocked. Their huge dragon eyes saw a terrifying cold light surging out from the monstrous flames. Heavenly Dragon Tooth! The 4th elder exclaimed when he saw the thing that appeared. However, the Heavenly Dragon Tooth pierced his eyes in the next moment. Qi, the penetrating power was extremely strong. Long Ji waved her hand and the Sky Dragon Tooth flew back from another direction. It was stained with dragon blood and some dragon tendons. Thousand Moon, destroy! Long Ji suddenly threw the Heavenly Dragon's Tooth into the sky. Immediately, the power burst out and rushed to the sky. Then, the Sky Dragon Tooth turned into thousands of pieces and fell like raindrops. Boom! The Sky Dragon Tooth pierced through the bodies of the 3 dragons. The 1st elder and 2nd elder, who were guarding the mountain of flames, hurriedly raised their heads when they saw the situation. Then, they spat out terrifying flames and scattered them into the sky. The flames turned into a rain of fire. Then, they fell. Immediately, there was a ferocious heat as if they had turned into thousands of ferocious beasts when they fell. Sky Dragon, destroy! Long Ji's palms flew and the Sky Dragon Tooth spun rapidly. With a boom, it rushed in front of her and destroyed the flame spiritual beasts in front of her. Li Zongjiu was hovering not far away, watching the battle between Long Ji and the 2 great elders. These 2 elders each had a cultivation of around 1,500 years. Their strength was not on the same level as the previous 3 great elders. Looks like it's not only Dragon Island but also other places. It was because when Li Zongjiu arrived in his previous life, it was already 3,000 years later. However, he had never heard that there were so many experts in the Dragon clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the 4 supreme experts of the Dragon clan so quickly. At that time, the supremes of the Dragon tribe were very valuable. It seemed that with Li Zongjiu's rebirth, these people's cultivation speed had also increased. It was really interesting. However, Li Zongjiu did not care. Anyway, in this life, he had a firm belief to protect his family and his loved ones. These damn people from the devouring Yuan clan, how dare they hurt Qi Yanran? As a result, Qi Yanran was now in a state of healing. Li Zongjiu naturally would not let it go. If Qi Yanran did not have the green bird platform at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom, Longji seemed to be handling the attacks of the two elders of the dragon tribe with ease. She relied on the heavenly dragon tooth in her hand to strike the other party's body from time to time. Even if the two great dragon clan elders' cultivations were profound, they could not withstand Longji's attack either. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon teeth was something that even the two dragons did not dare to underestimate. Suddenly, the fire dragon tribe grand elder spat out something. It was actually a net of golden threads. The net of light quickly swept over, trapping Longji within. Even if Longji had the heavenly dragon tooth in her hand, it was still difficult for her to directly cut open the other party's golden light net in this short period of time. Incarnation. As the golden net continued to shrink, Longji clearly felt the pressure from the surroundings. She immediately clapped her hands together and a ferocious ancient aura erupted from her body. Boom, immediately, Longji's aura spread out. He transformed into a purple dragon. As Longji released her main body, her strength increased explosively again. As he struggled, he actually tore apart the golden net. And the two great dragon clan elders were completely stunned. The thing that they were most worried about finally happened. As expected of an expert who walked out of the draconic penitentiary. Both of them sighed. What they were most worried about previously was that Longji was still hiding her strength. After all, she came from the draconic penitentiary. To be able to be sent to the draconic penitentiary to cultivate from a young age, the strength that she possessed was naturally not simple. Purple dragon? Xianxia was also surprised when he saw Longji's main body. Because in Xianxia's memory, he really had not seen this purple dragon before. As for what attribute it was exactly, he could not be sure. According to the classification of meta-beasts, Longji should be considered a mutated attribute. After transforming into her main body, Longji's strength also increased explosively instantly, almost reaching the cultivation level of 1,800 years. Once again, she easily suppressed the two great dragon clan elders. Immediately, the three dragons tangled in the sky. The sun and moon collapsed, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Boom, rumble. The two great elders of the fire dragon tribe were directly knocked to the ground. Longji's figure descended and stepped on the two great elders of the fire dragon tribe one by one. Roar, with a furious roar, the sound waves also rumbled, and the grass and trees were cut into pieces. Boom, Longji immediately prepared to completely trample the people in front of her to death. However, at this moment, the towering flame mountain that was more than 10,000 feet tall. At this moment, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. After that, a surge of turbulent air exploded from the mountain wall. Boom, the flames were like a heavenly pillar that shot into the sky. A giant dragon that was more than 10,000 feet tall appeared. A powerful and oppressive feeling instantly attacked. Xianxia's clothes were also blown crazily by the other party's aura. The fire dragon tribe patriarch, compared to the thunder dragon tribe patriarch, the fire dragon tribe patriarch in front of him seemed to be more powerful. Back then, the thunder dragon tribe patriarch that Xianxia fought should only have a cultivation level of 2,000 years. And the fire dragon tribe patriarch in front of him was at least 2,300 years old. A look of surprise flashed across Xianxia's eyes. If it was just the little dragons below who rebelled, it would be fine. After all, these little things stayed in such a place every day. Of course, they would be bored. They had a body of abilities but had nowhere to display them. It was fine if some of them were lazy, but there were still some very ambitious ones here. It was inevitable that they couldn't stay here. They wanted to go out and explore. They wanted to cause some trouble. But the fire dragon tribe patriarch in front of him already had a cultivation level of 2,300 years. He actually followed the little dragons below to cause trouble. It seemed that he was still very confident. This made him even more surprised. And Longji in front of him didn't seem to care about being surprised. The huge purple dragon head looked at the fire dragon tribe patriarch that rose up, and a little bit of light bloomed in its eyes. On the entire dragon island, the fire dragon tribe patriarch's strength could at least be ranked in the top 10. It was relatively strong, and the fire dragon tribe was also one of the 5 elemental dragon tribes. There were at least 300 of them in the fire dragon tribe. With such a strong force, why would they do such a boring thing to destroy the world and become the number one of the 10,000 tribes? So what? Of course, Li Zongjiu himself could think of these things clearly, but the others might not. Li Zongjiu's gaze landed on the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch. There was actually a figure standing on the back of the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch. The corner of Long Ji's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was really difficult to deal with. The two heavily injured dragons also quickly came in front of the huge dragon that had just appeared. Greetings, Patriarch. As the two elders of the Fire Dragon Tribe, the two of them could be said to have used all their moves today. But the two of them still couldn't take down Long Ji even after joining forces. This was enough to prove Long Ji's strength. If it took a little longer, they might be killed by Long Ji. Long Ji, if you leave now, I won't kill you. Fire Dragon Tribe leader looked at Long Ji. Long Ji was from the Dragon Tribe and she had a special identity. Her current strength had a lot to do with her bloodline power. Hence, the rest of the Dragon Tribe had been merciful to her. However, the two elders of Fire Dragon Tribe were no match for Long Ji. Hand over that human brat and you can leave. Fire Dragon Tribe leader said. His voice was loud and clear, like 100,000 bells ringing at the same time. When the sound waves came, it made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Long Ji could leave but Li Zongjiu couldn't because Li Zongjiu had killed the people from Devouring Yuan clan. The cooperation between Devouring Yuan clan and Evil Dragon God was very important. They couldn't give it up so easily. Hence, they had to keep Li Zongjiu alive as an explanation to Devouring Yuan clan. Grandpa Huiyan, are you really going to betray Dragon Ancestor? Long Ji had transformed into a human. If she wanted to fight with the Fire Dragon Tribe leader, she had no chance of winning. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Tribe leader had a group of top experts from Devouring Yuan clan. Facing such a peak combination, Long Ji had no chance at all. However, she wanted to persuade the Fire Dragon Tribe leader with reason and emotion. If she could save the Fire Dragon Tribe leader, she might have a chance to turn the situation around. However, the Fire Dragon Tribe leader didn't budge. You can stay at the side. Long Yan didn't want to kill Long Ji. Instead, he waved his hand casually. Under Long Ji's feet, a fireball was formed and enveloped Long Ji completely. It formed a cage of flames that trapped Long Ji. Long Ji wanted to break out of the fire cage. However, the two elders of the dragon clan opened their mouths at the same time and spat out flames to maintain the power of the flame cage. At the same time, the flames were also stacking up. Human tribe shouldn't interfere in this matter. You don't deserve to be involved. After trapping Long Ji, Huiyan was ready to get rid of Li Zongjiu. How dare a mere human interfere in the dragon tribe's matter? How could he spare the latter? In addition to the hatred between the Devouring Yuan clan and Li Zongjiu, they would not allow Li Zongjiu to leave. You want to kill me, old thing? Li Zongjiu shook his head. Disdain was written all over his face. Although I don't know what you are up to, I am here for the Devouring Yuan clan. If the dragon tribe wants to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu did not intend to exterminate the dragon tribe yet. After all, it was the Devouring Yuan clan that had offended him. The Devouring Yuan clan was doomed. However, if the dragons want to stop Li Zongjiu, then they can't blame Li Zongjiu. Whoever stood in the way would be killed. Arrogance and conceit will always be the weakness of you humans. Huiyan said. At the same time, he was no longer courteous to Li Zongjiu. He was already giving Li Zongjiu face by speaking so much to a weak person like Li Zongjiu. The huge dragon claw, which was covered in endless flames, fell towards Li Zongjiu in an instant. The moment it fell, it was as if a huge meteorite was falling. Huiyan was so confident that he did not even need the Devouring Yuan clan behind him to seal Li Zongjiu's Yuan power. Instead, he used his own strength to deal damage to Li Zongjiu. Long Ji, who was in the flaming cage, could clearly see the scene in front of her. Patriarch Long Yan's huge body was already shaking the heavens and earth when he moved his body. When he attacked again, it was as if the heavens and earth could not bear it. The space around Li Zongjiu gradually collapsed. Li Zongjiu, run away quickly. Patriarch Long Yan has 2,300 years of cultivation. He is not someone you can withstand. Long Ji immediately roared. She did not expect that there would be such an expert guarding this place. Originally, the experts in the Draconic Penitentiary would come to stop him, but now, there was no expert who could contend with the patriarch of the Fire Dragon tribe. As for Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu was very strong, in Long Ji's opinion, Li Zongjiu's uniqueness was that his physical strength was not controlled by the devouring Yuan clan. However, in terms of combat strength, even at his peak, he might not be much stronger than Long Ji. He would definitely die if he faced Patriarch Long Yan in front of her. However, Li Zongjiu acted as if he did not hear her. He was still standing in the same place. Do not change to counter all changes? In my previous life, I was able to destroy the 4 patriarchs of the dragon tribe. This time, I can do the same. You are not strong enough. Li Zongjiu's words confused Hui Yan. He did not even know what Li Zongjiu was talking about. Could it be that the pressure was so great that Li Zongjiu was driving him crazy? However, it did not matter. After all, it was a matter of the claw. Boom, the Dragon Island was vast and boundless. However, the entire land of the Fire Dragon tribe shook when Hui Yan's attack landed. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should have been smashed into powder. Everyone widened their eyes. The 2 elders of the dragon tribe were also curious about Li Zongjiu. After all, this guy had killed a few experts from the devouring Yuan clan in a flash. How could he be defeated so easily? As expected of the patriarch, he was very strong. However, Long Yan frowned. He felt that it was too easy. It was a little strange. That's it? A voice came from the sky. No one knew when. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared above Hui Yan. The attack just now did not hit him at all. While Long Yan was still in shock. Li Zongjiu also released the 7 Stars Moon Slashing Sword. However, this was one of the 10 great ancient swords. When it got close to Long Yan, it was bitten by Long Yan before it could attack. It was as if he was eating sugar-coated haws. He bit the 7 Stars Moon Slashing Sword easily. Bang! Let's see what other moves you have. Suddenly, Long Yan's body surged crazily. Although his body was huge, his speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had surrounded Li Zongjiu. Waves of fire rolled and continuously attacked Li Zongjiu's body. However, Li Zongjiu's body was protected by a golden light. Since he was so arrogant, Li Zongjiu did not mind ending the battle quickly. He stretched out his hand. He broke one of Hui Yan's dragon scales with one hand. Li Zongjiu's body began to spin along with Hui Yan's body. There was a whistling sound. Hui Yan swung his tail, trying to send Li Zongjiu flying. Break it! Li Zongjiu tore hard and directly ripped off dozens of dragon scales on Hui Yan's body. Slash! Dragon blood splattered all over the sky. Because of this, Long Yan roared towards the sky in pain. A large piece of flesh was dug out by Li Zongjiu. Such a severe injury must be unbearable. Roar! Li Zongjiu reached out and grabbed a piece of dragon flesh from Hui Yan's body. Hui Yan shook his body crazily, trying to throw Li Zongjiu away so that he could break free from Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu's grip was tight and he kept punching Hui Yan's wound with his penetrating fist, causing damage. Boom! Boom! Hui Yan's body fell from the sky. Hui Yan's body exploded with powerful Yuan energy. After sacrificing a piece of dragon scale, he sent Li Zongjiu flying. Bang! Li Zongjiu's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. However, this distance was nothing to Hui Yan. He quickly got up and slashed his claw at Li Zongjiu. Unparalleled sword. Li Zongjiu summoned the unparalleled sword. The moment Hui Yan's claw was about to land, he easily slashed it. Hui Yan's dragon claw fell to the ground. Bang! Dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. After the unparalleled sword in Li Zongjiu's hand was stained with the blood of the Fire Dragon tribe's patriarch, its power seemed to have increased tremendously. Hu Wushuang also cultivated fire attribute origin energy. Now that the blood of the Fire Dragon tribe's clan leader had poured into his body, Hu Wushuang's aura surged. Silent destruction. Hui Yan shouted when he felt that his claw had been cut off by Li Zongjiu. He knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple. Hence, he had to kill Li Zongjiu. Even if he had to borrow the strength of the Devouring Yuan clan. The Devouring Yuan clan's expert called Silent Destruction shook his body. He stood in the air and appeared in midair. Unlike the other experts from the Devouring Yuan clan, this Devouring Yuan clan's expert had cultivation. Ordinary members of the Devouring Yuan clan were naturally unable to cultivate because their bodies were filled with the talent of the Devouring Yuan clan. However, some of the stronger experts from the Devouring Yuan clan could use the sealing power and cultivate Yuan energy at the same time. With the combination of the two, the power was boundless. Earth-grade expert. Any Earth-grade expert in the Devouring Yuan clan who could cultivate could be considered a true Earth-grade expert. They had great power. Without hesitation, Nirvana appeared and cast the Devouring Energy enchantment, an Earth-level expert from the Devouring Energy clan. Boom! All of this accumulated on Li Zongjiu. The elemental energy on the unparalleled sword was instantly forced back and disappeared because the power of the unparalleled sword was not strong enough. Unparalleled sword was able to unleash sword's power. However, of unparalleled swords of the Devouring Yuan clan of unparalleled of the sword could sword woods, let's see how arrogant you can be. Huiyan laughed heartily. In his eyes, Li Zongjiu was like a toothless tiger. He was no threat at all. So what if Li Zongjiu was just relying on the powerful weapon in his hand? I'll definitely kill you. Li Zongjiu had lost all of his Yuan energy in the Devouring Yuan clan of the Devouring Yuan clan of the Devouring Yuan clan. His other claw swiped at Li Zongjiu. The power of flames lingered on the claw. Boom! However, Li Zongjiu still managed to dodge the claw. His body was still fast. However, Li Zongjiu did not fly too far away. A small black hammer appeared in his hand. When the hammer appeared, Yi Zichen was stunned. Long Yan immediately felt an incomparably clear pressure coming at him. What? While Long Yan was shocked, Li Zongjiu had already swung the hammer down. Boom! Half of the dragon's arm. It was instantly destroyed. Huiyan roared in pain again. The entire dragon's arm was completely destroyed. He hadn't felt such pain for thousands of years. He did not expect that both of his arms would be destroyed as soon as he felt it. Flying demon tracking arrow. Nirvana drew a longbow in his hand. Then, a black light rushed toward Li Zongjiu. It was extremely fast. The black light seemed to have pierced through the sky, and Li Zongjiu clearly felt that he had been locked onto by this arrow. However, Li Zongjiu did not dodge. Instead, he stared at the black light in front of him. As if it knew Li Zongjiu's thoughts, the black light soared left and right. It kept changing directions in the sky. Finally, it suddenly shot toward Li Zongjiu's back. However, Li Zongjiu quickly turned around. He reached out and caught the black light in his hand. The arrow stopped 2 fingers away from Li Zongjiu's heart. He actually caught it. When he saw Li Zongjiu's action, Nirvana's eyes were filled with shock. Li Zongjiu was able to do this without any elemental energy. This Li Zongjiu was indeed terrifying. Come down. Li Zongjiu smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand toward Huiyan's body. With a loud bang, the black dragon hammer hit Huiyan's throat, almost breaking his throat. Then, Huiyan fell to the ground. Nirvana had always been on Huiyan's back, looking down from above. Now that Huiyan had fallen, Nirvana's figure naturally fell to the ground. However, Nirvana continued to hold the longbow in his hand. He kept shooting black light at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu displayed his skill of catching arrows with his bare hands. No matter how many arrows were shot, he easily caught them. Then, he crushed them all and threw them on the ground. Let's see how many more you have. Li Zongjiu picked up a rock from the ground. This rock was mixed with the power of fire. It was a volcanic rock. Whoosh, it flew towards Nirvana. Just the speed of the rock was faster than the speed of the arrow. However, to Nirvana, it was nothing. He immediately drew his bow and shot the rock into pieces. Boom, the volcanic rock suddenly exploded with a burst of energy, directly forming a fog in front of him. Nirvana's vision was blocked. Nirvana had a bad premonition in his heart. As expected, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of him in the next second. He threw out a punch. Bang! Nirvana's elemental energy cultivation had already reached the Supreme Being realm. Even among the human race, he was already a top expert. Who knew that Li Zhongzhou's punch would clearly tell him that he was trash? Half of Nirvana's teeth were sent flying. Bang! Nirvana's body rolled out on the ground, drawing a distance of tens of meters on the ground. He was about to get up and shoot Li Zhongzhou to death. However, Li Zhongzhou suddenly descended from the sky and broke his arm with a stomp. Then, he kicked away the longbow in his hand. He stomped on his face. Is that all you've got? Li Zhongzhou looked at Nirvana with disdain. With your strength, you still have the nerve to call yourself Nirvana? From now on, you'll be called Sweet Potato. Then, Li Zhongzhou stomped Nirvana's head into the ground. A gust of wind came from behind Li Zhongzhou. He lowered his body and dodged it. A gust of wind swept past Li Zhongzhou's head. Long Yan seemed to have taken some medicine and regained his power. If Silence was killed by Li Zhongzhou, then Li Zhongzhou would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had to deal with Li Zhongzhou before Li Zhongzhou killed Silence. Although both of his palms were chopped off, Long Yan used his strong cultivation and the power of flames to condense the remaining parts. He barely recovered 80% of his strength. Therefore, he continued to attack Li Zhongzhou. Long Yan continued to use the divine dragon tail whip. He smashed the surrounding rocks into pieces. Li Zhongzhou also retreated and somersaulted a few times. Otherwise, Li Zhongzhou would suffer if he was hit by Long Yan's power. After all, Li Zhongzhou did not have the invincible Vajra body. After dodging more than 10 moves, Li Zhongzhou finally found a flaw. He instantly stepped out and grabbed Long Yan's tail. Long Yan turned around to look. What did Li Zhongzhou eat when he was growing up? How could he have such great strength? Immediately after, Fire Flame felt an irresistible force bearing down on him. Immediately, he was lifted into the air. After Li Zhongzhou grabbed Long Yan's tail, he spun a few times in the air and was thrown out. Bang! After he landed, he caused a terrifying vibration. He even crashed into a volcano and collapsed it. Immediately, the lava in the volcano erupted. Li Zhongzhou looked back and saw that Silence had summoned a flying effulgence weapon and was trying to escape. Li Zhongzhou exerted force on his feet and arrived in front of Silence in an instant. Then, he slapped Silence's back. The latter coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned around and wanted to open his third eye to attack Li Zhongzhou. However, Li Zhongzhou did not hesitate at all. He extended his finger and poked at the man's third eye. The original defensive barrier was also directly blasted apart. Nirvana's body froze on the spot. Li Zhongzhou had destroyed his eyes, which was equivalent to smashing his heart with a single punch. Although the third eye of the devouring Yuan clan was exposed, anyone who tried to attack the third eye of the devouring Yuan clan would definitely be attacked. He knew how to protect himself. However, Li Zhongzhou's speed was too fast. Before his eyes could react, he had already pierced through it and exploded. While the latter was still conscious, Li Zhongzhou dug out Nirvana's eyeballs. His body immediately felt relaxed. The suppression from the devouring Yuan domain also disappeared at this moment. Abundant elemental energy once again returned to Li Zhongzhou's body. When he turned back to look at Huiyan had already climbed up with all his might. He quickly flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Boom! Longji also broke out of the flame cage left behind by Huiyan. The heavenly dragon tooth appeared in her hand again. Longji could not wait any longer. When the two elders of the dragon tribe saw this, they knew that this vicious and merciless girl would definitely not let them off. Moreover, Longji's strength was above theirs. She also fled in 2 different directions. Longji also rushed towards the great elder of the fire dragon tribe without hesitation. After all, the great elder's strength was stronger. Naturally, the threat that he brought was greater. Longji could not let the great elder leave. Since these people were already preparing to rebel, there was nothing more to say. They would become enemies sooner or later. Seeing Longji chasing after him, the Grand Elder fled frantically. Unfortunately, Longji once again transformed into her true form of a purple dragon. Her speed suddenly increased. Boom! The purple dragon's claws descended from the sky and caught the red dragon in front of him. The two dragons were fighting in the sky, but the purple dragon was more likely to inflict serious damage on the red dragon below. Rip, in the sky, the fire dragon tribe's patriarch was torn into two halves. With a shrill cry, the fire dragon tribe's first elder was torn into two halves. His fate was extremely miserable. Although Longji was a woman, her methods were indeed frightening. She didn't dare to be careless at all. As for Li Zongjiu, he directly caught up to Huiyan. "Where are you running to?" Li Zongjiu sneered. "You think you're strong?" Li Zongjiu then took out the unparalleled sword and cut off the fire dragon tribe leader's wing. Immediately, the wing fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The other wing was also cut off by Li Zongjiu. Huiyan could no longer resist Li Zongjiu's sharpness. The dignified chief of the fire dragon tribe with 2,300 years of unparalleled cultivation was actually easily killed by Li Zongjiu today. How pitiful was that? However, Li Zongjiu did not care about your name at all. No matter what your name was. If you blocked his path, he would naturally kill you. He finished off the fire dragon tribe leader with a single sword. Then, he took out the latter's dragon ball. Huiyan's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood flowed out continuously, covering the ground. Huiyan's blood was even hotter than magma. Any magma that came close to him was directly devoured by his blood. "This dragon ball is good for you. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make Longji's dragon soul ball," Li Zongjiu said. Hu Wushuang appeared in front of him and took the dragon ball in Li Zongjiu's hand with both hands. The dragon ball was still hot. She directly took the dragon ball and began to absorb it very seriously. Although Huiyan's dragon soul was not sealed in it. But for her, the power of the dragon ball was enough. The unparalleled sword would definitely be upgraded to a higher level. It was worthy of being a weapon made by the ancient demon clan. It actually had such powerful strength and toughness. Or it could be said that the original unparalleled sword had certain limitations. But now, with Hu Wushuang's addition, the unparalleled sword had become even more powerful. There would be more improvements in the future. Hu Wushuang held the dragon ball and returned to the unparalleled sword. Then, she began to cultivate. Li Zongjiu looked back. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. The fire dragon tribe's second clan leader had already fled thousands of miles away. He also restrained his aura and turned into his human form. He did not dare to fly in the sky with his dragon body. Who knew if the two people would directly chase after him? It was hard to say what would happen. It was better to be careful first. But just as he was about to leave, a figure descended from the sky. It blocked his way. "I didn't want to kill you, but you just humiliated the human clan. I can't let you go." Li Zongjiu turned back with a smile on his face. The second elder of the fire dragon tribe had transformed into an old man. When he saw Li Zongjiu chasing after him, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. How could he break out in cold sweat in such a hot environment? It could be seen how terrified the second elder was of Li Zongjiu. "I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you," the second elder of the fire dragon tribe said in a deep voice. However, there was no sincerity in his eyes. It was as if he had been forced into a desperate situation. His face was full of unwillingness. At the same time, the second elder of the fire dragon tribe was extremely confident. He believed that Li Zongjiu would definitely treat him well and treat him well. One had to know that it was a great honor to have a giant dragon submit to you. This meant that you had gained the recognition of the dragon tribe. Naturally, it was something worth bragging about. Li Zongjiu might be considered strong among the humans, but it wasn't that easy to gain the recognition of a giant dragon. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had such an opportunity because the second elder of the fire dragon tribe didn't want to die just like that. He would come back to take revenge on Li Zongjiu in the future. As long as he was alive, there would definitely be a chance. Moreover, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to live for long on this dragon island. He was just pretending to surrender now. After making Li Zongjiu happy, he would naturally stop killing. "I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person in the dragon tribe." Li Zongjiu immediately glanced at the second elder. He directly exposed the second elder's fake face. The second elder's face was stiff and as black as iron. Li Zongjiu didn't immediately reply to the second elder's question. He directly raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the second elder. "Why do you still want to kill me?" the second elder exclaimed and was hit by Li Zongjiu's hammer. He spat out blood and flew out. What's so special about a giant dragon mount? Li Zongjiu had never cared about such things. Li Zongjiu only wanted to experience the bluestone dragon. Although it was a great deterrent to ordinary people, Li Zongjiu discovered that even if he didn't need the bluestone dragon to pull his carriage, he would still be able to use it. It was still full of deterrents. Wherever they went, as long as they heard the name Evil Lord, they would basically admit defeat. Some of them were further away, so sometimes they couldn't receive the message in time and still lived in their own world. If they didn't know how powerful Li Zongjiu was, then Li Zongjiu would take the time to teach them a lesson. That would be enough to let them know how powerful he was. Even now, he didn't need to personally teach them a lesson. Li Zongjiu already had a lot of followers. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't care. He would deal with those who needed to be dealt with. The second elder of the fire dragon tribe was directly killed by Li Zongjiu. Then, he dug out the dragon pearl from the fire dragon tribe's elder. In just a few minutes, Long Ji came again. At the same time, she threw a dragon soul pearl to Li Zongjiu. Obviously, this was the dragon soul pearl that belonged to the fire dragon tribe's great elder. "You're really fast." "Yes." Long Ji wasn't surprised that Li Zongjiu killed the second elder. Li Zongjiu's temper was also the weirdest that Long Ji understood during this period of time. She didn't know what kind of personality this guy had. Many things could be done at any time. It was hard to fathom. Of course, Long Ji didn't care what kind of person Li Zongjiu was. Now that both sides cooperated, it was considered smooth. "Your ancestral dragon's faction should have been mostly killed, right?" Li Zongjiu looked at Long Ji. They had just arrived and they had already encountered such a powerful enemy. The fire dragon tribe's patriarch already had a cultivation of 2,300 years. If they continued, the evil dragon god would probably be a 3,000-year giant dragon. A 3,000-year giant dragon was already extremely terrifying in terms of strength. Li Zongjiu estimated that if he wanted to deal with such a giant dragon, he would have to summon his will directly. However, Li Zongjiu didn't know if the other party had also condensed his will. Li Zongjiu naturally wasn't worried. Nothing could make Li Zongjiu afraid. However, this poor little girl Long Ji would die sooner or later if she continued to fight. With her cultivation, it was simply not enough. Long Ji seemed to have noticed the pity in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Immediately, a trace of pride appeared in her eyes. "I don't know what will become of Dragon Island in the end, but protecting the ancestral dragon's inheritance is the responsibility of the Draconic Penitentiary." Long Ji was very responsible. Hearing the latter's words, Li Zongjiu nodded his head. So this Long Ji was an idiot. She didn't even try to figure out the situation. She only knew how to charge around recklessly. She was very stubborn. If you, Long Ji, continue to act like this, who knows what will happen. For a mere belief that didn't exist, she was willing to sacrifice her life for a piece of broken land. Yet, she said it so firmly. Li Zongjiu really despised her. "This is Dragon Island's matter," Long Ji said stubbornly, as if she didn't want to be looked down upon by Li Zongjiu. Hence, she turned her head away, as if she wanted to say that they would settle the matter of Dragon Island themselves. Naturally, Li Zongjiu was clear that he would settle the matter of the Dragon Island himself. At the very most, he would be wiped out by then. Who was righteous and who was evil, this kind of thing wasn't certain. Only the living have the right to continue writing history. Even if the Dragon Island wants to defeat that evil dragon god, it won't be that easy. Since the evil dragon god had the ability to rebel, he must have made sufficient preparations to completely destroy them. As for Long Ji, she naturally understood this point. However, as a member of the Draconic Penitentiary, she could only continue on this path full of thorns. Only death could stop her. After Long Ji transformed into a human, she was an extremely beautiful and charming existence among the human race. Now that she was in danger, she had no choice but to charge forward. This kind of feeling made one's heart ache. However, Li Zongjiu didn't feel any heartache at all. What's there to feel heartache about? the path was chosen by oneself. However, this evil dragon god was indeed a threat. To Li Zongjiu, he would have to fight with this evil dragon god sooner or later. Why not bring this battle forward? You, bring me to find that evil dragon god. Li Zongjiu said. When Long Ji heard this, her delicate body trembled. This man was actually so interesting. He was simply the most hard-hearted and soft-hearted. On one hand, he looked down on her behavior. But now, he was willing to help her deal with the evil dragon god. It was truly touching. Just as the two were chatting. Suddenly, from the core of Dragon Island, a burst of energy exploded into the sky. Boom! This fluctuation was truly earth-shattering. The entire Dragon Island seemed to be trembling because of it. This caused Long Ji to be stunned. Not good, they're attacking the ancestral dragon land. The ancestral dragon, also known as the Dragon Ancestor. It was said that he was the founder of Dragon Island. It was also because of the Dragon Ancestor's power that some of the dragon tribe could survive. The reason why the evil dragon god was making such a big fuss and inciting so many dragon tribes to defect. First, it was to control the entire Dragon Island. Then, it would lead the entire Dragon Island to kill the other races and become the true king of all races. Now, the final battle had finally erupted? Let's go. Li Zongjiu said. Long Ji, on the other hand, shook her body and transformed into a giant purple dragon. Come up, I'll bring you there. It'll be faster. Long Ji said. Immediately, Li Zongjiu flew and landed on Long Ji's back. Boom! A gale swept up. Long Ji transformed into a ray of purple light and quickly rushed forward. Ancestral Dragon's Graveyard. It could be said to be shining brightly with waves of energy. Both sides could be said to have sent out all their experts. Among them, there was a black dragon leading. This dragon was the culprit behind all of this, the evil dragon god. The evil dragon god belonged to the black dragon bloodline. The black dragon. It was even said that the evil dragon god's bloodline had shown signs of atavism, so his bloodline could be considered as the true ancient black dragon bloodline. Under the evil dragon god's command, 7 of the top 10 dragons of the dragon clan had come, apart from the 4 elemental dragon clan leaders. The clan leaders of the Golden Dragon Clan, Blood Dragon Clan, and White Dragon Clan. All of them had submitted to the evil dragon god. On the side of the Draconic Penitentiary, most of them were mutated dragons. The members recruited by the Draconic Penitentiary were all mutated dragons with special abilities. Although they looked a little strange, their strength and potential were all extraordinary. It was not that simple. However, it was precisely because the Draconic Penitentiary's composition was a little special that in the eyes of these people, they were a different race from the Dragon Clan. To let these different races guard the graveyard of their dragon ancestor, it was naturally very unsuitable for them. In addition, the Draconic Penitentiary had brought too much fear and trauma to the other dragons for too long. That was why these people were in so much pain. They had waited until today to completely explode. They wanted to fight to the death with these Draconic Penitentiary. The evil dragon god's body was not big, less than 150 feet. However, his aura was the most powerful one present. There were a total of nearly 20 experts on the Draconic Penitentiary's side. It could be said that the true elites had come out and summoned all of their subordinates. However, it was clear that these people's strength was still not enough. Just these 7 experts of the Dragon Clan alone represented an entire branch of the Dragon Clan. Now that all of them had gathered, the remaining manpower of the Draconic Penitentiary was not enough. The 7 clan leaders of the Dragon Clan all had a cultivation of 2,500 years and above. Among them, the first was the clan leader of the Blood Dragon Clan. 2,900 years of cultivation. The second was the clan leader of the Golden Dragon Clan, 2,800 years of cultivation. The third was the clan leader of the White Dragon Clan, 2,600 years of cultivation. Cultivation did not represent age, but a way of evaluating the Dragon Clan's combat strength. At the very least, the 2,900 years of cultivation meant that he was close to reaching the peak of the absolute Saint Realm. The hidden power of the Dragon Clan was quite astonishing. Therefore, it was unclear whether the Sacred Martial Realm was more powerful or whether the Sacred Martial Continent was more powerful. Or perhaps the two continents were originally the same continent, but later formed the untainted land. Due to various circumstances, the two continents were directly separated. The power of the sacred martial realm had also been weakened before. There had been a period of decline. With such power, it was indeed very normal for the Dragon Island to not put the human race in their eyes. What was there to say? There were only a few supreme beings in the human tribe. Of course, there were a lot of supreme beings in the untainted land. However, there was not a single supreme saint in the untainted land. At present, there was also Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran to support them. It was still okay. However, the strength of the 20-odd people in the Draconic Penitentiary was truly formidable. They were actually able to withstand the attacks of the other party. 10 figures appeared in the sky. These 10 were the supreme beings of the Devouring Yuan clan that were still alive in the Xingwu continent. They were also the most powerful beings of the Devouring Yuan clan. The 10 of them did not make a move. They just watched from afar. After all, now was not the time to make a move. Watching the Dragon Clan killing each other in front of them was a very enjoyable thing to watch. These 10 supreme beings of the Devouring Yuan clan were all in the Earth realm. Moreover, their cultivation was also in the Absolute Saint realm. The Absolute Saint of the Devouring Yuan clan. This evil dragon god's combat strength is indeed formidable. The other clan leaders of the Dragon Clan are only 3,000 years of cultivation, but this evil dragon god's combat strength is close to 4,000 years. They were more than one level higher. That was why there was such a huge gap. If the people of the Draconic Penitentiary didn't cultivate in the ancestral Dragon Land all year round and receive a boost in strength here, they wouldn't be a match for these people in front of them. However, the evil dragon god was only a small figure, but it easily defeated the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary. Boom! The evil dragon god fought against 3 experts by himself. He held back the 3 overlords of the Draconic Penitentiary. These 3 overlords all had a cultivation of 3,000 years. If it was any other time, any one of them could easily wipe out the entire Dragon Clan. That was why the Draconic Penitentiary was so terrifying. It even became the top trial ground of the Dragon Island. However, the Draconic Penitentiary had never participated in any change of authority. It had always followed the teachings of its ancestors and guarded the ancestral dragon graveyard, never leaving. Of course, it didn't hesitate to capture the rebels of the Dragon Clan and punish them. However, the strength of the Draconic Penitentiary was too strong. The rest of the dragon tribes were naturally afraid of the existence of such a powerful force. If you say you won't take action, then you really won't take action. Who knows the specific situation? As long as you're still alive, you're already a threat. The 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary had used all their moves, but the evil dragon god was unscathed. In fact, the previous attack could be said to be a joint attack by the 3 of them in an attempt to defeat the evil dragon god, but the evil dragon god easily blocked it. The subsequent attacks had also caused quite a number of injuries to the 3 of them. Looking at the remaining experts of the Draconic Penitentiary, they were almost stalled by them. Immediately, the warden roared. Retreat to the ancestral land. If they didn't retreat now, there would be casualties. The rest of the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary flew out after hearing the order. They flew towards the ancestral dragon graveyard. They went into hiding again. At least the ancestral land's protective array was not something the evil dragon god could break through. Do you think you can escape? The evil dragon god glanced at the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary who were flying back. He wasn't worried. There were only 20 of them in total, so they weren't much of a threat. However, after taking down the 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary, these people could only wait to die. The evil dragon god didn't care about the rest, but the 3 wardens had no chance to escape. Just as they were about to retreat, the experts of the Devouring Yuan clan attacked. Earth-level Devouring Yuan barrier. A cold light trapped the 3 top experts of the Draconic Penitentiary. Wang. The Yuan Qi in their bodies was rapidly fading. If the Devouring Yuan clan was weaker, they might not be able to control their Yuan Qi so well. There wasn't even a bit of Yuan Qi left in their bodies. This showed how terrifying the Devouring Yuan clan was. They lost their Yuan Qi. Their speed and fighting strength dropped instantly. Warden! Warden! Roar! The experts of the Draconic Penitentiary, who had already hidden, roared crazily when they saw the warden being stopped. Don't come out. You are the last hope of the dragon clan. The warden roared. The warden was a golden dragon, but his claws were crimson, and there was a red line on his abdomen. A crimson gold dragon. Although he was inside the devouring Yuan barrier, the warden didn't give up resisting. Evil dragon, do you want to be the greatest sinner of the dragon clan? The 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary were trapped. But they weren't panicking. They already knew that this was going to happen, so they weren't too worried. They just didn't expect the glory of the dragon clan to fall in their hands. Thinking of this, they were overwhelmed with emotions. This shouldn't have happened at all. They didn't expect the most outstanding member of the Draconic Penitentiary to become the biggest villain. The evil dragon god was also a member of the Draconic Penitentiary, but he became so evil later on. It could be said that the 3 wardens had taught him everything they knew. But now, the evil dragon god had honed his claws and fangs and turned against them. He even turned the Dragon Island into its current state. He was really a good disciple. You are outdated. You don't have the final say in the dragon clan, but the Radiant. Only under my leadership can the dragon clan prosper. You have become an obstacle to the dragon clan's development. Do I have to say more? The evil dragon god said slowly. Then, he transformed. He transformed into his human form in front of the 3 wardens. Obviously, he had absolute confidence. There was no need for him to bare his fangs and brandish his claws. The 3 wardens in front of him were already at the end of their rope. They were really pitiful. The 7 clan leaders also transformed into their human forms, and the color of their clothes was similar to their true forms. They even looked down on other colors and thought that other colors were ugly. Only their skin color was the most perfect color in the world. The 3 wardens looked at each other and transformed back into their human forms. Being in human form wasn't a privilege of the human race. In fact, the Dragon Clan thought that this form could help them conserve energy and make it more convenient for them to do things. At least they could hear each other's words clearly when they were talking. The evil dragon god looked like a young man in his late 20s, but the evil in his eyes was monstrous. He was extremely powerful. If one kept staring at the evil dragon god's eyes, they would feel like they were lost in the darkness. You are so stubborn. Are the 7 of you going to follow this guy and destroy the world? The warden roared. But the 7 clan leaders were unmoved. They weren't interested in establishing a new order. They just had an excuse to destroy the Draconic Penitentiary. They were born from the same root. But you're too powerful, and you've become a threat to them. Naturally, they can't let you live any longer. I'm sure the Great Warden is aware of this. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. The fault of the Draconic Penitentiary was that it was too powerful. The 7 of them all had various reasons to destroy the dragon prison. Not all of them were instigated by me. They were all believers of the evil dragon bloodline. Grandmaster, do you know now? The evil dragon god shook her head. When the head warden heard the evil dragon god's words with his own ears, he looked at the expressions of the other clan leaders. They were all incomparably cold, and there was even a hint of joy in their eyes. It was as if his heart had been struck by lightning. For many years, the Draconic Penitentiary had never asked about other things on the Dragon Island. Only when the Dragon Clan discovered something that endangered the Dragon Island would the Draconic Penitentiary carry out its duties. He thought that such an action would make the other dragons believe in the Draconic Penitentiary. However, it seemed like the first thing they thought about after becoming stronger was how to get rid of the Draconic Penitentiary. He was truly cunning and sinister. The despicable and shameless ways of the dragon race must have been learned from the human race. This was something that the evil dragon god was able to display to the extreme. It's getting late. I'll send you on your way first. Later, your disciples, my junior brothers and sisters, will all come looking for you one by one. The evil dragon god said. He spread out his hands. A ray of light filled with dark energy condensed in the center of his palms. However, just as the evil dragon god was about to attack, suddenly, a wave of energy was released from afar. Boom, the dozen or so experts present also sensed the appearance of this energy. and they were all very familiar with it. My good junior sister, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. The evil dragon god put away the dark energy in his hands. It was Xianxia. In the draconic penitentiary, besides the evil dragon god who had the best talent, Xianxia was second. However, Xianxia's cultivation time was far less than the evil dragon god's, so this situation happened. Xianxia's strength was not as strong as the evil dragon god's. As for Xianxia, the evil dragon god had invited her many times, wanting to develop her into his right-hand man. However, Xianxia did not accept his invitation. She had even said many times that she would protect the ancestral dragon graveyard with her life. Moreover, the draconic penitentiary was still the center. At that time, the evil dragon god knew that Xianxia could not be persuaded. Even so, the evil dragon god did not care. Although he had shown mercy to Xianxia, if she did not accept it and insisted on coming to throw her life away, the evil dragon god would not be merciful in the slightest. He would definitely kill Xianxia. Those who wanted to achieve great things did not care about trifles. If the evil dragon god was so easily tied down by Xianxia, how could he achieve great things? It's little Xi. The three draconic penitentiary wardens also felt this aura. They could not help but raise their heads to look in the direction Xianxia came from. One must know that Xianxia's arrival was an act of suicide. Although they were moved by Xianxia's sincerity, under such circumstances, the three draconic penitentiary wardens still hoped that Xianxia could leave this place and go far away. When she had the strength to take revenge, she would come back and kill this traitor of the dragon clan. The purple dragon accelerated all the way. Xianxia also truly felt Xianxia's speed. If he were to go at full speed, Xianxia would at most be able to keep up with Xianxia, and he would not be able to maintain it for such a long time. In addition, there were some places on this dragon island that had extremely harsh environments. If one did not have a strong body, there was no way to get close. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause one to be directly struck by the terrifying astral winds. Therefore, Xianxia did not try to be brave. Instead, he directly landed on Xianxia's body to save energy. Boom! Xianxia broke through the air and arrived. Without hesitation, she charged into the earth-level energy-devouring barrier. When Xianxia rushed over, the energy in her body also blasted towards the person in front of her. It was a purple dragon's aura. It blasted towards the evil dragon god. However, this dragon breath energy was easily dissolved when it came close. Because it was made of yuan energy, it did not have any effect in the earth-level energy-devouring barrier. There were no miracles. In just a moment, it disappeared completely. It did not even touch the evil dragon god's hair. Huff! Evil dragon, do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Xianxia transformed into a human. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. The evil dragon god looked at Xianxia indifferently. Didn't you escape from the dragon island? Why did you come back to die? The evil dragon god didn't want to kill Xianxia. Even if they became enemies in the future, at least she could live. But now that he saw Xianxia's situation, she was simply courting death. For the sake of his grand plan, he had no choice but to be ruthless. If he didn't do anything and just endured, his subordinates wouldn't be convinced. Although the 7 dragon clan patriarchs were on his side now, after he dealt with the threat of the draconic penitentiary, they would immediately turn against him. The clan leaders of the 7 dragon clans would definitely turn around to deal with him. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. He had to be ruthless when doing things. Otherwise, the people in front of him would definitely not let go of any opportunity to eat him up easily. Therefore, after dealing with the people of the draconic penitentiary, he had to deal with the 7 dragon clans one by one. These old bones were all sinister and cunning. If he wasn't ruthless enough, how could he suppress these people? Little Xi, you shouldn't have come. Evil dragon, let your junior sister go. It's our fault. It has nothing to do with Xianxia and the others. The 3 prison wardens also stood out and pleaded for Xianxia, hoping that the evil dragon would spare her life. At least Xianxia was the hope of the draconic penitentiary. If she was killed, the draconic penitentiary would have no power to turn the situation around. Why bother? As long as you're loyal to me, I'll let the Draconic Penitentiary continue to exist. None of you will die. Great Master, are you going to let everyone in the Draconic Penitentiary die with you just because of this? You should know that once you die, none of the people in the Draconic Penitentiary will be able to escape. The evil dragon god said slowly. He had explained the situation very clearly. If they were still stubborn, the evil dragon god wouldn't have to be polite anymore. There was a limit to a dragon's patience. If the Draconic Penitentiary had submitted, he could borrow the power of the Draconic Penitentiary to fight against the 7 Dragon Clan patriarchs. Now that he had dealt with the Draconic Penitentiary, he still had to deal with the 7 Dragon Clan patriarchs. At least half of them must die. Otherwise, it would become a huge threat in the future. Of course, as long as the evil dragon god refined the power in the ancestral dragon graveyard, the 7 patriarchs wouldn't be in his eyes. Grandmaster, don't worry. Today, I am here to deal with senior brother evil dragon. Longji said indifferently. The evil dragon god smiled faintly and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, the evil dragon deity's eyes changed. His target was the Devouring Yuan clan's expert who had set up the formation in the sky. 2 of the 10 Devouring Origin clan's experts were beheaded. Bang bang. With the black dragon hammer in his hand, Li Zhongjiu approached the Devouring Yuan clan members with ease and exploded their heads. Then, he charged towards the Devouring Yuan clan members without hesitation. When the situation was under his control, he could talk more nonsense. However, if the situation was not under his control, he could talk about the situation on the spot first before speaking. Li Zhongjiu did not only know how to act cool. When they spoke less nonsense, they wouldn't even greet you. By the time the third person reacted, it was already too late. By the time he regained his senses, Li Zhongjiu's black dragon hammer had smashed into his face. Boom! Not only was there an explosion, but the boundless lightning power also spread rapidly in all directions. It directly strung the remaining 7 people up. Boom! The 7 people who were strung up immediately felt a terrifying power that began to destroy their bodies. Some of them even had their third eye explode because they weren't in the Yuan devouring zone. Although they were prepared, Li Zhongjiu's speed was too fast and they couldn't react in time. Boom! The evil dragon deity instantly moved. He charged towards Li Zhongjiu. These devouring Yuan clan members were his main forces. They would be very effective against other clans in the future. But now, they were being killed by Li Zhongjiu. Naturally, he couldn't just watch as Li Zhongjiu killed all of his subordinates. You're courting death. The evil dragon deity rushed over. His powerful aura directly attacked Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. Bell of Chaos. The Bell of Chaos appeared in the sky and quickly enlarged. It directly enveloped the evil dragon deity and the other 7 clan leaders. Boom! The evil dragon deity's power was instantly entangled by the chaotic power. Boom! They felt the terrifying power coming from all around them. The evil dragon deity also roared. The 7 dragon tribe leaders also felt as if a huge mountain was crushing down on them. The 8 of them immediately attacked at the same time to resist the power of the Bell of Chaos. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu easily took the lives of the remaining Devouring Yuan clan members. The lightning power on the black dragon hammer suddenly increased. It directly blew up the bodies of the Devouring Yuan clan members in front of him. The last person was bold. He directly blew up his arms. His body immediately flew backwards. Only then did he avoid dying under Li Zhongjiu's thunderous attack. Whoosh, the latter kept retreating. He even directly crushed a teleportation scroll. A force enveloped the latter, and his body was instantly teleported away. At this moment, 10 Earth-level experts of the Devouring Yuan clan. 9 died and 1 escaped. This was the real difference between them. It was a piece of cake for Li Zhongjiu to ambush the members of the Devouring Yuan clan and kill them with his Yuan force. The remaining member had already escaped. Obviously, it was impossible for him to gather enough experts to deal with Li Zhongjiu or the Dragon clan. Without the help of the evil dragon deity, it would be more difficult for them to open the dimensional door of the Devouring Yuan realm. But now that they were facing an unknown assassin, it was better to escape as soon as possible. As the last expert of the Devouring Yuan clan escaped, the pressure on the 3 wardens instantly disappeared. Then, the three of them widened their eyes and carefully looked at the figures in the sky. They were also shocked by the bell of chaos that blocked the 8 of them. It's the bell of chaos. Heavenly Sparrow Clan? The warden also knew about the origin of the bell of chaos. It was said that the Grand Elder of the Sky Sparrow clan had a similar bell of chaos. Long Ji saw that Li Zongjiu had really killed all the devouring Yuan clan members. It was almost an instant kill. She was simply stunned. She stared at Li Zongjiu with her eyes wide open. Little Ji, where did you find this helper? The warden couldn't help but ask. This was simply a god of war. The evil dragon deity suddenly threw out a punch. A dark evil aura exploded from his body and instantly blasted the cauldron away. The chaos bell also spun a few rounds in the sky. In the end, it was summoned back by Li Zongjiu and stepped on under his feet. He stood in the air and looked at the evil dragon deity and the others. You black man, you must be the evil dragon deity that they were talking about. Li Zongjiu stepped on the primordial bell. With the death of the devouring Yuan clan members, everyone's Yuan Qi was restored. Li Zongjiu's Yuan Qi was not affected at all. Powerful energy spread out. The 7 dragon race patriarchs were extremely shocked when they sensed the power of the primordial bell that Li Zongjiu had released. Just now, Li Zongjiu had relied on this primordial bell to pin down all of them. If the evil dragon god hadn't intervened, they would have been dead already. It was likely that the 7 of them would also be suppressed by the primordial bell. Once they were suppressed by the primordial bell, it would not be easy to get out. The primordial bell's primordial bell was enough to crush them. It would not be easy to resist it. The evil dragon god glanced at Li Zongjiu. Looking at the fate of the devouring Yuan clan members, although the evil dragon god was shocked, he did not show it. If he was dead, he was dead. He did not care. It would just be more troublesome. You're a human? However, the evil dragon god realized that Li Zongjiu was not a member of the dragon clan. He was a human. The evil dragon god was quite surprised that a mere human could possess such power. Although the human race was talented, they lacked patience. Who knew how many years it would take for them to cultivate to such a level? However, Li Zongjiu had actually appeared in front of him and killed the devouring Yuan race that he had recruited. This was a great provocation to the evil dragon deity. That's right. You can call me Evil Lord. I heard that you're causing trouble on Dragon Island. Swear to the heavens that you won't attack my human clan. Then, I'll leave. Li Zongjiu said. The reason why he did this was to save himself the trouble of fighting. After all, the evil dragon god was not weak. If they fought, it might take a few days. If the evil dragon god was willing to surrender, Li Zongjiu could let him go. But Li Zongjiu was sincere. In reality, from the evil dragon god's point of view, this was a deliberate insult to him, an attempt to kill his prestige. How could he, as an elite of the dragon clan, not know of such a despicable trick? How could he not know of such a despicable trick? At the same time, he had already figured out all these tricks. Thus, the evil dragon god smiled disdainfully. Childish. Do you think I won't be able to rule Dragon Island after killing these devouring Yuan clan members? The evil dragon god immediately sneered. Although the evil dragon god's skin was already quite dark, and he didn't feel much when Li Zongjiu called him a little black man, the evil dragon god didn't feel anything. He didn't realize that this sentence was mocking him. He thought that it was just an adjective. That's not it, just now I was afraid that these people would run away, that's why I killed them a bit faster. You guys are the strongest fighting force on the Dragon Island, right? 7 patriarchs? Why don't I know you guys? Li Zongjiu looked at the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe and the others. Originally, Li Zongjiu thought that he would meet old acquaintances from his previous life. This feeling of killing you again was indeed a little strange. However, Li Zongjiu was surprised to find that he didn't know any of the people in front of him. It was already 3,000 years later when he came to find him in his previous life. For the dragon tribe, 1,000 years was almost a cycle. However, it was clear that the dragon tribe this time was relatively strong. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for them to last another few thousand years. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the patriarchs of the dragon tribe were confused. What is this human brat talking about? Does he know them? Dream on. They are the high and mighty dragon tribe. How could they have seen a human like you before? What nonsense is he talking about? Human brat, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The patriarch of the golden dragon tribe roared in a low voice. He was wearing a set of golden clothes that looked like a dragon robe. He looked majestic without being angry. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that he was a muscular maniac. Although it was covered by the clothes, once it was exposed, after all, his explosive muscles were simply amazing and shocking. Li Zongjiu picked his ears when he heard this. You? His words were full of provocation. Immediately, the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe was furious. This brat dared to look down on him. You're just a human. Watch me beat you into a meat patty with one punch. Immediately, the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe's body swayed. His entire body was emitting golden light, but he didn't transform into his true form to bully Li Zongjiu. Instead, he threw a punch straight at Li Zongjiu. This punch seemed ordinary, but if one was touched, it would definitely feel as if 100,000 rhinoceroses were trampling over one's body at the same time. Li Zongjiu immediately activated the ancient golden body art, and his body also emitted a golden light. The light surged, and the two fists immediately collided. Bang, there was a loud explosion. Both of them used their own strength and didn't use any other abilities. Li Zongjiu's body swayed on the spot. However, the patriarch was directly blasted back. The patriarch of the golden dragon tribe was instantly sent flying. Under everyone's gaze, he flew hundreds of meters away and landed on the ground with a loud bang, his feet dragging long marks on the ground. The accumulated soil buried half of his body under his body. The patriarch of the golden dragon tribe clutched his arm. Cold sweat flowed down his head. After the collision of the two fists just now, the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe's arm had been completely broken. What surprised the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe the most was that the moves and power that Li Zongjiu used just now were so familiar. It was the ancient golden body art of the golden dragon tribe. How did you use the long-lost cultivation method of the golden dragon tribe? The patriarch of the golden dragon tribe roared. Lost cultivation method? Li Zongjiu was shocked when he heard what the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe said. How could this be lost cultivation method? Are you kidding me? Li Zongjiu didn't expect such a thing to happen. The three wardens of the dragon penitentiary were stunned. What exactly was the background of this young human who had killed his way out? He had single-handedly held back 8 experts. At the same time, he had also killed the experts of the Devouring Yuan clan. Now, he had even forced the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe to retreat with a single punch. Are you kidding me? It's one thing for you to send the others flying. The golden dragon tribe expert that you sent flying just now was the best at close combat among the dragon tribe. How could you send him flying just like that? Moreover, the 3 wardens were also extremely shocked by Li Zongjiu's moves. The ancient golden body art of the golden body art was not lost. However, only the first half of the ancient golden body art of the golden body art was left. The last part of the cultivation method after breaking through to the absolute saint realm was lost. It wasn't complete. Many of the dragon tribe's books were incomplete. Where did Li Zongjiu get the complete ancient golden body art of the golden body art? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe in one move. It could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength was strong and his origin was mysterious. Who is he, Xiaoji? The warden asked. Him? In the human race, it seems that everyone calls him Evil Lord. The dignified patriarch of the golden dragon tribe only has this little ability. Li Zongjiu didn't expect that the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe in front of him seemed to be much weaker than he had imagined. Even in terms of cultivation technique, there was already a strong suppression. Li Zongjiu was almost standing on the commanding heights, suppressing the patriarch. Therefore, the patriarch of the golden dragon tribe couldn't exert any effect in front of Li Zongjiu. Blood Soul Realm. The patriarch of the blood dragon tribe wasn't here to watch the show. Now that he found an opportunity, he quickly withdrew and approached Li Zongjiu. At the same time, the blood soul realm erupted. A terrifying force instantly enveloped Li Zongjiu. It was different from the devouring energy barrier. In the blood-soul realm, the strength of the patriarch of the blood dragon tribe would instantly increase by 50%. A full 50% increase in strength was already a very top-notch realm barrier. However, this realm barrier only had an effect on the blood dragon tribe. If anyone else entered, their strength would be directly suppressed by 50%. This was an absolute suppression of strength. However, before the patriarch of the blood dragon tribe attacked, he felt an extremely powerful force. It was devouring the power of his realm. What? Just as the patriarch of the blood dragon tribe was shocked, his blood-soul realm was actually completely suppressed by the power released by the other party. Blood-soul hell. The blood-soul hell merged with the hell prajna technique. The power formed far exceeded that of the blood-soul realm. It could even be said that it was much more complete than the blood-soul realm. Now that such power was displayed, it easily devoured the blood-soul realm of the blood dragon tribe's patriarch. Is that all you can do? Li Zongjiu frowned. He could feel that the other party's blood-soul realm didn't seem to be complete. It seemed that the power of the blood-soul realm after 3,000 years was the true complete power. Now, it wasn't complete power for them. Although their cultivation had increased, their combat strength hadn't increased much. The extra yuan energy couldn't keep up with their cultivation realm. This was very awkward. Therefore, Li Zongjiu easily injured the blood dragon clan's patriarch. The blood spirit world that he had painstakingly condensed was so easily broken and absorbed. It was also extremely cruel. It was equivalent to having one's cultivation instantly reduced by 50%. Bang! The leader of the blood dragon tribe also descended from the sky. He landed heavily on the ground. He fell not far away from the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch. The two top experts had both failed. The patriarchs of the Golden Dragon tribe and the Blood Dragon tribe. Both of their strengths were ranked in the top 3 among the 7 clan leaders. The only one who could contend against the two of them was the White Dragon clan leader. But now, both of them had been defeated. The others also looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. This was not a difficult victory after tens of thousands of rounds of battle. Instead, he had defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye. What they displayed were the cultivation methods that they were most proficient in. Just what in the world was up with this human? Could he be the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? How could he be so proficient in the unique skills of the dragon tribe? The third warden of the Draconic Penitentiary said in surprise. He did not believe that someone could be proficient in so many martial arts techniques. Who would have thought that there would be such a perverted person among the humans? How could the rest of the dragon tribe survive? Don't talk nonsense. The second warden scolded. Even if he was reincarnated, he was still a dragon. Li Zongjiu was clearly a human. How could he be the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? Reincarnation, my ass. The bull's head does not match the horse's mouth. Although they did not believe it, Li Zongjiu must have a great relationship with the seniors of the dragon tribe. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjiu have mastered all the complete martial arts of the dragon tribe? As long as he had one of these unique skills, he would be able to dominate the entire dragon island. Li Zongjiu had now shown 2 of them. The evil dragon god was also very interested in Li Zongjiu after seeing that he had defeated the 2 clan leaders. It seemed that Li Zongjiu's origin was not simple. There must be some secret in it. White Dragon clan leader, go and test him. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of Li Zongjiu to teach these clan leaders a lesson. Otherwise, these dragons would think that they were invincible. They would not take him seriously. It would save him a lot of trouble to deal with them one by one. The White Dragon clan leader did not hesitate. He did not believe in this evil. He was very confident in his own strength. After all, the unique skills of the White Dragon tribe were very difficult to comprehend. If it were not for his innate talent and intelligence, it would not be easy to learn them. An extremely obscure ripple gradually spread out. Immediately, a distortion of power could be clearly felt in the sky. Along with this distortion of power, it was a state of closure. Everyone around felt their bodies involuntarily floating up. It was as if their feet were about to leave the ground. It was as if they were floating in the air. White God Fu, spiritual binding. The unique skill of the White Dragon lineage, White God Fu. His powerful mental energy was able to bypass all restrictions and control you. Once such terrifying strength was unleashed, it would definitely be an earth-shattering existence. He wanted to bind Li Zongjiu. Naturally, it was very easy. Li Zongjiu was proficient in 2 types of secret techniques, which was already amazing. However, it was impossible for anyone to be able to compete with the White Dragon clan's patriarch in terms of mind power cultivation under such circumstances. After all, this was the only thing he could eat. The formless spiritual power turned into a terrifying spiritual storm chain, which headed straight for Li Zongjiu. To bind him. Boom. Li Zongjiu shook his head in the storm. He stood on the spot and did not move. The White Dragon clan leader was pleasantly surprised. After all, Li Zongjiu looked as if he was completely helpless. In front of this endless, invisible spiritual power, how could a mere Li Zongjiu resist? It must have let you feel what was called true irresistible power. Absolute suppression in terms of spiritual power. It was enough to kill Li Zongjiu. This was also the reason why the Golden Dragon clan leader and the Blood Dragon clan leader did not dare to pat their chests and say that they were number 1. Although the White Dragon clan leader's cultivation was a little weaker than theirs. However, this gap was almost negligible. The truly terrifying thing was this pervasive spiritual power. Die. Once bound by the spiritual power, Li Zongjiu could die instantly with just a thought. However, Li Zongjiu spread his hands. White Dragon clan. White God Fu. Is this all you have? Don't call it White God Fu. Just call it White Worm Binding. It's not a problem to catch a little worm. The terrifying thing was that under the control of the White Dragon clan leader's spiritual power, Li Zongjiu acted as if nothing had happened. The clan leader of the White Dragon clan thought that he was dreaming. Li Zongjiu had been completely enveloped. Why did Li Zongjiu look so indifferent? Could it be that he was not hallucinating? Then, he looked at Li Zongjiu. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's eyes shone with a bright light. Buzz, the body of the White Dragon clan leader instantly stiffened. It was as if he had been petrified. When the evil dragon god saw the change in the White Dragon clan leader, he immediately reached out and grabbed the White Dragon clan leader in front of him. At this moment, the White Dragon clan leader was still expressionless and motionless. Even his eyes were lifeless. Trash. With just a glance, the evil dragon god knew that the White Dragon clan leader was dead. A battle of mind power was often more thrilling than one could imagine. If one was not careful, one's mind power would disappear completely. One's mind power would be instantly wiped out by the opponent. So now, the White Dragon clan leader had been defeated in the battle just now. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had wiped out his mind power, which was equivalent to wiping out his soul power. So, the White Dragon clan leader. Now, he was already a dead man. His body would soon return to its original form. The evil dragon god threw the corpse of the White Dragon clan leader far away. After a while, it transformed into its original white dragon form. It appeared directly in front of him. Everyone saw the corpse of the White Dragon clan leader displayed here. Their expressions changed drastically. He had killed the clan leader of the White Dragon tribe so easily. What was Li Zongjiu's background? His strength was so terrifying. As for the death of the White Dragon clan leader, the Blood Dragon clan leader and the Golden Dragon clan leader were not surprised at all. Because in the battle just now, the two of them knew how big the gap between them and Li Zongjiu was. As long as Li Zongjiu wanted to, he could easily kill them with a thought. But for some reason, Li Zongjiu held back. He only defeated them. Too ferocious, too ferocious. Seeing how powerful Li Zongjiu was and how he was slaughtering his way through the evil dragon god camp, the evil dragon god camp's morale had been completely wiped out. The 3 wardens in the Draconic Penitentiary were also excited. The experts of the Draconic Penitentiary in the Ancestral Dragon formation wanted to come out, but they were stopped by the 3rd warden. The current situation was still unclear. He decided to wait and see. If he were to remove the Ancestral Dragon Grand Array rashly, he would be sending himself to his doorstep for nothing. Hence, it was better to be careful. After all, the evil dragon god hadn't even made a move yet. Although Li Zongjiu was powerful, he might not be this evil dragon god's match. However, the current situation had already taken a huge turn. At the very least, the evil dragon god's faction no longer had an overwhelming victory. With the appearance of Li Zongjiu, the other party's arrogance was completely suppressed. Longji did not expect this. Li Zongjiu was actually willing to help. After all, dealing with the evil dragon god was a matter of courting disaster. However, Li Zongjiu had killed so many experts of the devouring Yuan clan along the way. The evil dragon god probably wouldn't let Li Zongjiu go. There would be a battle between the two sides sooner or later. It wasn't too late for Li Zongjiu to make a move now. The 3 clan leaders had all been defeated. The remaining 4 clan leaders, although they had some strength, did not dare to blindly participate. After all, his strength was nothing compared to this place. Even the White Dragon clan leader was dead. Hence, it would be easier for Li Zongjiu to kill the 4 of them. They should take advantage of this good opportunity to escape. The remaining 4 clan leaders did not dare to make a move. They all hid behind the evil dragon god. The evil dragon god also knew that these trash were unreliable. No wonder it had been suppressed by the draconic penitentiary for so many years. Now, he had finally found the reason. The evil dragon god was not in a hurry to kill the people in front of him. They would definitely be useful in the future. The most important thing now was to deal with Li Zongjiu. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. When conquering the myriad worlds, he needed to have a lot of people in his hands. A person like Li Zongjiu would be a very useful assistant to him. Follow me to the myriad worlds. When I become the ruler of the myriad worlds, you will be the vanguard general. The evil dragon god also spoke of his grand wish. At the same time, he glanced at Longji and the others. Unfortunately, Longji and the others could not be persuaded. You, little black? Li Zongjiu looked at the evil dragon god in front of him and laughed disdainfully. Although Li Zongjiu didn't know what the concept of the myriad realms was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to survive in the myriad realms. Li Zongjiu had seen a true powerhouse. A person who stood at the peak and had the combat power of the peak. It was the powerhouse from the Ape clan. The Ape clan was also one of the 9 clans. It could be said that the 9 clans had truly established a complete history, enough to leave a mark in the heavenly Tao. That powerhouse from the Ape clan. He grabbed the beast god tower with his bare hands. He had exterminated the entire fallen race and even forced them into the sacred martial realm. It was enough to see how ferocious this powerhouse from the Ape clan was. He did not give them a chance to breathe and directly killed them. Li Zongjiu was confident in his own strength. But he also knew that the Ape clan was powerful. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat them. The other party could cripple him in minutes. If he met this powerhouse from the Ape clan now, Li Zongjiu would only need to lie on the ground. It would be easier to die like this. As for the little black dragon in front of him, its aura was far inferior to the powerhouse from the Ape clan. He did not know what children these days were thinking. With this little strength, the powerhouse from the Ape clan could kill you with a slap. You still have the nerve to say that you want to become the ruler of all realms. You might even be killed as soon as you step out of this door. The evil dragon god felt the provocation and disdain in Li Zongjiu's words. This was a great insult to him. A mere human dared to look down on him? A cold light flashed in the evil dragon god's eyes. Are you mocking me? The evil dragon god emitted a cold aura. Isn't it obvious? Li Zongjiu spread his hands, indicating that he was very obvious. He was mocking him. You asked for it, a group of ignorant people. The evil dragon god abruptly turned around, and a dark aura instantly erupted from his body. The power of darkness was like layers of cotton quilts, spreading out between the sky and the earth and surrounding Li Zongjiu. It's the Black Dragon clan's Hell Prajna technique. The wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary hurriedly cried out. The first master of the Draconic Penitentiary was actually a member of the Black Dragon clan. The main cultivation method he cultivated was the Hell Prajna technique. Only after learning it would one deeply understand how powerful it was. It wasn't something that could be resisted so easily. In front of those who were not proficient in the Hell Prajna technique, no one could escape from the terrifying power of hell. It would definitely be easy to kill them. Li Zongjiu was deep in hell and would definitely encounter great danger. Li Zongjiu was about to be swallowed by the power of hell. The three wardens made a prompt decision. Old Three, you stay here. We'll go help our friend Evil Lord. Although Li Zongjiu's nickname was Evil Lord, he was at least attacking the evil dragon god. He was their friend in the draconic penitentiary. They had to help Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu was helping them kill so many people in front of him. At least they could turn the situation around. All right. With a boom, the two of them rushed to Li Zongjiu's side. Li Zongjiu saw the two approaching and could not help but frown. What are you doing here? Li Zongjiu looked at the two of them. The draconic penitentiary is grateful that our friend Evil Lord is willing to help. At the same time, we can't watch our friend die. The power of hell is not something ordinary people can resist. The evil dragon has cultivated the Hell Prajna technique to the 5th level. Ordinary people can't resist it. The warden said. Then can you stop it? Li Zongjiu looked at the two of them and did not look like they could resist it. We can hold on for a while. Find a way out. The second warden of the draconic penitentiary said. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Li Zongjiu said. He looked up at the power of hell displayed by the evil dragon. The power of darkness? This is the dark hell. Such pure power of darkness. Li Zongjiu suddenly felt the origin pearl in his body. The black dragon's origin spirit, which should have been hidden, actually showed itself at this moment. It was very interested in the power of darkness that filled the sky. Where could he find such pure power of darkness if he left this place? Feel my dark boundless hell. Li Zongjiu immediately raised his hand and waved at the sky. Suddenly, the power of darkness of the evil dragon god rushed into Li Zongjiu's palm. This scene scared the evil dragon god to death. How is this possible? Why isn't this guy restrained by my power of darkness? Why is he still absorbing my power of darkness? Li Zongjiu's move not only frightened the evil dragon god, but also the two wardens. At the same time, a terrifying black dragon shadow appeared behind Li Zongjiu. The evil dragon god felt that not only did the power in his body not cause any harm to Li Zongjiu, but it also strengthened Li Zongjiu's own strength. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had absorbed it. At the same time, he could see the black dragon shadow behind Li Zongjiu. When he saw the black dragon shadow, the evil dragon god was stunned. He was a member of the Black Dragon clan. But the Black Dragon clan was already very rare. As a member of the same clan, the evil dragon god must know who was in the Black Dragon clan. But when he saw the Black Dragon's shadow, he realized that he didn't recognize the Black Dragon clan in front of him. But he still felt a sense of oppression from the Black Dragon's shadow. Such powerful power. My Black Dragon clan's original spirit was refined by you. The evil dragon god's eyes shone with a cold light. He didn't know when the Black Dragon clan had fallen for his trick. But to kill a Black Dragon clan's original spirit was equivalent to looking down on the dignity of the Black Dragon clan. It was infuriating. Especially to the rare Black Dragon clan. The two wardens of the draconic penitentiary who had caught up also saw the Black Dragon shadow behind Li Zongjiu. Naturally, they glared at him. The original spirit of the Dragon clan. Li Zongjiu had mastered the skills of the Black Dragon clan. He must have a deep connection with the Black Dragon clan. But they didn't expect Li Zongjiu to possess the original spirit of the Dragon clan. In that case, Li Zongjiu could be considered an enemy of the Black Dragon clan. After all, Dragon Island didn't allow outsiders to refine the Black Dragon clan's original spirit. Even if you had the ability, you couldn't refine the Black Dragon clan's original spirit. Otherwise, the Black Dragon clan on Dragon Island would definitely come looking for trouble. Unless you could deal with all the Black Dragon clan. Otherwise, the Black Dragon clan would definitely stop you from doing such a thing. But now, Li Zongjiu wanted to help Dragon Island defeat the evil dragon god in front of him. It's fine if he can defeat the evil dragon god. After all, he is the benefactor of our Black Dragon clan. The Grand Warden whispered. However, the second warden disagreed. He believed that Li Zongjiu's behavior had already made him an enemy of the Dragon clan. After all, their draconic penitentiary also had one of the duties, which was to protect the rights of the entire Dragon Island. If they knew that someone had secretly hunted and killed a dragon and refined it into origin spirit power, they would definitely be punished. The Draconic Penitentiary would be the first to act. They continued to send out experts to kill these people and take back the dragon souls of the dragon race. At the same time, I want to kill you. This was to erase the humiliation of the dragon clan. This matter cannot be settled peacefully. If you want to leave the dragon island, you must hand over your Yuan spirit. The second warden of the Draconic Penitentiary said in a deep voice. However, he was communicating with the other party at the moment and did not tell Li Zongjiu about it. If they were to fight now, and Li Zongjiu didn't help them deal with the evil dragon god, the Draconic Penitentiary would also be destroyed. Therefore, it was better to wait and see what Li Zongjiu would do. Outside of this dark hell, the others naturally didn't know what was going on. The Yuan spirit of the dark dragon summoned by Li Zongjiu easily devoured the evil dragon god's power of darkness. The power of the evil dragon god was completely ineffective against Li Zongjiu. It was easily blocked. The evil dragon god continued to attack, but it was unable to hurt Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu let out a low roar. Immediately, a terrifying power erupted from his body. Immediately, the dark dragon Yuan spirit behind him also surged. It fluttered and swallowed the dark domain in front of it. The source of the evil dragon god's power was basically completely absorbed by Li Zongjiu at this moment. What other moves do you have? Li Zongjiu finished absorbing the evil dragon god's power. Now, the evil dragon god only had the power to barely maintain the dark domain. The evil dragon god felt the power in its body weakening. It couldn't muster up any strength. But how could it let Li Zongjiu go so easily? It admitted defeat just like that. If I don't have some strength, how can I control the entire dragon clan? The evil dragon god roared in a low voice. Then, a strong light burst out from his hand. It could be seen that it was a shiny object. At the same time, a powerful pressure erupted from the small object in the evil dragon god's hand. Buzz, a terrifying power was released. The dark dragon god under Li Zongjiu also felt a sudden pressure. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was this thing? It actually had such an effect and could release such a powerful pressure. Moreover, it was obvious that these things belonged to the dragon tribe. I don't know what kind of fancy thing you've created, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Although the pressure was strong, Li Zongjiu wasn't afraid. The evil dragon god in front of him wasn't enough to scare Li Zongjiu. If it was really powerful, it wouldn't have been forced into such a state. Evil dragon eye. Dragon eye? This dragon eye naturally didn't belong to the evil dragon god. The reason why the evil dragon god had such great power and talent was because of this dragon eye. That's why it had such great power. What a powerful deterrent. This thing is definitely not simple. It's an item of the Heavenly Dragon clan. The two wardens were extremely shocked at this moment. They didn't expect the evil dragon god to have obtained something that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon clan. And it was an eye that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon clan. This is the Heavenly Dragon eye. The evil Heavenly Dragon clan can release unlimited dream force, the evil dragon god said slowly. Then, a surge of elemental energy was injected into the Heavenly Dragon eye. Suddenly, the surrounding power in the dark hell seemed to rapidly change. There seemed to be terrifying black seawater beneath their feet. Moreover, there were countless eyes under the seawater. Although the surroundings were dark, the existence of these eyes was like specks of starlight, emitting light. But if you were directly attracted to this world of endless starlight, you would completely fall into this place. The two wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary naturally couldn't resist the power of this illusion. Splash, it was as if they had really fallen into the sea. Li Zongjiu looked back. At this moment, the two people on the ground directly fell to the ground without any resistance. This dragon eye of yours is a pretty good treasure. Li Zongjiu's cultivation base wasn't weak to begin with, so he was able to sense such treasures very quickly. So he knew that if the evil dragon eye really activated this power, the effects would be obvious. The effect it would cause was obvious. It would definitely be quite terrifying. But this thing fell into the evil dragon god's hands. It was simply a great waste. And the evil dragon god actually used this thing to deal with him. It was simply too funny. Li Zongjiu had the body of the evil god. Previously, he felt that he had reached the peak in all aspects. So it was very difficult for him to continue improving. But now, an evil dragon god had appeared. Naturally, it became Li Zongjiu's nourishment. Evil soul eye, open. A strange fluctuation immediately appeared in Li Zongjiu's eyes. As this fluctuation appeared, the sea beneath Li Zongjiu's feet disappeared, forming an island that directly supported Li Zongjiu. A trace of shock appeared in the evil dragon god's eyes. Then, this shock turned into astonishment. His eyes were also filled with disbelief. The evil dragon god was just about to say something. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Then, the evil dragon god looked down and saw countless eyes rapidly climbing toward his body. Impossible. This was an illusion created by the evil dragon god, but now, it was directly attacking him. This caused the evil dragon god to be extremely shocked. No matter how hard he struggled, even with the evil dragon eye in his hand, he couldn't block this power. Even the evil dragon's eye in his hand instantly turned around and stared at him with wide eyes. When the evil dragon god looked over, he was also shocked. The eye in his hand fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. By the time the evil dragon god reacted, he immediately knew that he had been tricked. What happened just now must have been a kind of illusion, which was why the evil dragon god was intimidated in an instant. Then, he raised his head and saw that the evil dragon eye had fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands. Just who are you? The evil dragon god roared. Li Zongjiu played with the evil dragon eye in his hand. This evil dragon was a heavenly dragon. The ape clan that he had seen before had this kind of aura. So when Li Zongjiu saw the evil dragon eye in his hand, he had an extremely direct feeling. Was it in existence on the same level as the ape clan? Li Zongjiu held the evil dragon eye in his hand. Feeling the power coming from the evil dragon eye, he immediately knew that he had to go a long way in order to raise his strength to such a level. The gap between their realms was simply too great. This feeling was like a tiny ant meeting a giant dragon that could fly into the sky and dive into the ground. No wonder this brat is so confident that he can control the dragon clan. Li Zongjiu also understood something in his heart. After all, with such a precious treasure in his hand, the power he could unleash was naturally extraordinary. However, Li Zongjiu also felt that the evil dragon's eye had an extremely strong bewitching power, and even a powerful controlling power. If his own willpower wasn't enough, it would be very difficult for him to control the evil dragon's eye. Perhaps in the end, he might even be controlled by the evil dragon eye. Li Zongjiu guessed that the evil dragon god in front of him was in such a situation. Return the evil dragon eye to me. The evil dragon god roared, and the yuan energy on his body exploded out once again, blasting towards the person in front of him. Be a good boy and stay in this hell. Li Zongjiu moved his finger, and a power restrained the evil dragon god. Immediately, the evil dragon god felt the energy on his body being rapidly devoured. Just now, Li Zongjiu was also aided by the black dragon origin soul. He had condensed his own dark hell. The attribute of the hell of darkness was to devour. Darkness devoured darkness. Whoever had a deeper and stronger darkness energy would be able to devour the darkness energy. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu devoured the evil dragon god's darkness domain, it was equivalent to increasing his own cultivation in the darkness domain. Right now, the evil dragon god was at his wit's end in his own hell. Without any other source of power, they could only be easily trapped in Li Zongjiu's hell. No. All around the darkness in an instant. The evil dragon god felt the pressure coming from all around him. This kind of devouring was suffocating and shocking. Darkness quickly engulfed the evil dragon god. With a wave of his hand, Li Zongjiu dispersed the surrounding power. He landed on the ground. Everyone turned to look at him. They wanted to see who had won and who had lost. However, when everyone saw that Li Zongjiu had appeared and the evil dragon god was nowhere to be seen, the remaining 4 dragon clan patriarchs were all shocked. Where's the evil dragon god? Looking around, they couldn't find any trace of the evil dragon god. This immediately made them nervous. Long Ji's eyes lit up. It's done? Oh my god. Although Long Ji had confidence in Li Zongjiu, what kind of person was the evil dragon god? Even the 3 wardens of the draconic penitentiary couldn't defeat him. They could only temporarily hold him back. The evil dragon god had single-handedly turned the entire dragon clan into such a state. In fact, he didn't rely on much talent, but the power of the evil dragon eye. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to do this. It was truly shocking. He had even turned the entire dragon island against him. Even the draconic penitentiary couldn't do such a thing. Then, Longji saw the 2 wardens lying on the ground. They seemed to be severely injured due to exhaustion. However, Longji quickly helped the 2 wardens up and found that they weren't injured at all. They looked more like they were asleep. They were hypnotized. Li Zongjiu said. Hypnotized? It wasn't easy to hypnotize someone at the warden's level. Clearly, this wasn't Li Zongjiu's doing, but the evil dragon god. However, when she looked around, she couldn't see the evil dragon god. Where's the evil dragon god? Longji asked. At the same time, she injected yuan energy into the 2 wardens' bodies. It helped the 2 wardens recover as soon as possible. They were only slightly affected, so it wasn't a big deal. She just needed to wake them up. I took it. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He didn't explain too much. At the same time, he looked at the remaining 4 dragon clan leaders. The 4 of them were immediately shocked. Obviously, Li Zongjiu had killed them. Now, it was time to kill them. However, looking at Li Zongjiu, he didn't seem to be interested in taking action. Spread the word that I, evil Lord Li Zongjiu, will kill every member of the devouring Yuan clan on sight. Li Zongjiu said to the leaders of the 4 dragon clans. At the same time, it was a warning to Longji and the others. Tell them. Even if you're from the dragon clan, don't even think about cooperating with the devouring Yuan clan. If Li Zongjiu found out, he would really kill every member of the devouring Yuan clan on sight. Next, Li Zongjiu would form a team to exterminate the devouring Yuan clan. They would hunt down the members of the devouring Yuan clan all over the continent. He wanted to kill every single one of them. In this regard, Li Zongjiu had never been lenient. He had to kill every single one of them. The 4 dragon clan leaders heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Li Zongjiu didn't want to find trouble with them. In that case, they were naturally relieved. If they really fought, they would die without a doubt. However, even if Li Zongjiu didn't deal with them, the people in the draconic penitentiary would. It would be troublesome. The 4 dragon clan leaders looked at each other and then flew away at the same time. At least, it would be extremely dangerous if they continued to stay here. Perhaps, the people in the draconic penitentiary would want to kill them now. Hence, everyone immediately ran away in a frenzy. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dragons that the clan leaders had brought along with them were also darting off into the distance swiftly. Now that such a serious situation had occurred, it wasn't easy for them to rebel, but they were overthrown. It really made them want to cry, but no tears came out. Was there anything more unlucky than this? It simply made people feel extremely miserable. If you find any traces of the devouring Yuan clan, remember to inform me. Li Zongjiu said to Longji. Thank you, evil lord, for your help. Longji immediately cupped her hands and said to Li Zongjiu. Even the people in the draconic penitentiary behind her bowed to Li Zongjiu. It was quite a high level of etiquette, enough to prove their recognition and admiration for Li Zongjiu's contribution this time. However, Li Zongjiu didn't even look at them. He didn't care about the highest level of etiquette. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure flickered. Boom! He disappeared into the sky. Now that he had finally obtained the evil dragon eye, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to study such a treasure. After all, if Li Zongjiu wanted to break through, he had to start with the evil dragon eye. He didn't expect the evil dragon eye to give him such a big gift. After Li Zongjiu left, the 2 wardens also woke up with the help of Longji. Evil dragon deity, Li Zongjiu. None of you can leave. When the 2nd warden opened his eyes, the first thing he did was roar. Longji was stunned. What's wrong with the 2nd warden? Did he have a nightmare? 2nd master? What's the matter? Evil Lord has already subdued the evil dragon deity. Long Ji believed that the second prison warden had suffered too much damage in the illusion. Or maybe he saw some hallucinations during the hypnosis. That's why this happened. However, the Great Master and the Great Warden didn't answer. They just remained silent. Their eyes were filled with hesitation. After all, this matter was indeed confusing. Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu killed a giant dragon, refined it into an original spirit, and stole the dragon clan's unique skill. The draconic penitentiary must kill him, the second warden said in a cold voice. Naturally, the draconic penitentiary couldn't let Li Zhongjiu go. They must kill Li Zhongjiu. Get back the dragon clan's original spirit. No matter what the evil dragon deity did, it was the dragon clan's internal matter. Even if Li Zhongjiu didn't do anything, the dragon clan would still exist. It's just that the draconic penitentiary would disappear. However, Li Zhongjiu killed a giant dragon and forcibly refined it into an original spirit. With such a vicious method, it could even be said that this was already an irreconcilable enmity. The dragon clan's ancestral teachings would never allow such a thing to happen. The draconic penitentiary existed to ensure that the ancestral teachings could be carried out effectively. What? How is this possible? In Long Ji's heart, stormy waves were instantly set off. At the same time, her eyes widened. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Ji immediately looked at the Great Master, who was also the Great Warden, with a look of seeking confirmation. Seeing the Great Warden's silent face, Long Ji knew in her heart that it was most likely true. Otherwise, the Great Master would not reveal such an expression. How could this be? Long Ji had never thought that there would be such a situation. Previously, when she saw Li Zhongjiu's attack, she did not think that Li Zhongjiu's power had anything to do with the Dragon Clan. Although he used the Dragon Clan's unique skills, there were many ways to obtain the unique skills of the Dragon Clan. Cruelly killing the Dragon Clan and refining them into origin spirits was one of them. Therefore, when she learned that Li Zhongjiu had done such a thing, she was shocked. She felt that it was inconceivable. As early as the time of the ancestors, the reason why the Dragon Clan was brought to Dragon Island was that a long time ago, the human clan discovered that the Dragon Clan's origin spirits had given them extraordinary power. Therefore, they began to secretly hunt the Dragon Clan. However, most of the Dragon Clan were noble and naturally would not be willing to become the origin spirits of the human clan. After that, the human clan used all kinds of terrifying means to hunt down the Dragon Clan and even some young dragons. Although there were many experts in the Dragon Clan, they could not stop the poaching of the human clan. Moreover, they only killed some young dragons. Later, the Dragon Clan could not defeat them and could not hide from them. Then, they directly created Dragon Island. All the Dragon Clan directly gathered on Dragon Island. After that, the situation developed into such a situation. Moreover, such behavior of the human clan was listed as a forbidden area. The ancestral teachings were that if anyone did such a thing, they must gather the strength of the entire Dragon Island to kill them. Otherwise, the resentment of the Dragon Clan's undead would not be eliminated. And sooner or later, they would repeat the same mistake. To them, this was a very terrifying thing. There might be another battle between the human clan and the Dragon Clan. Therefore, this ancestral teaching had been left behind until now. It was necessary to clarify the matter. Great Master, Second Master, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. How could Li Zhongjiu's actions be wrong when he saved the Dragon Penitentiary from danger? Long Ji quickly said, wanting to defend Li Zhongjiu. At the very least, he had to explain this matter clearly. Otherwise, the Draconic Penitentiary would have gone all out to hunt down Li Zhongjiu. There's no way to verify that. The head warden and I both saw it with our own eyes. The second warden said in a deep voice. There had to be something wrong with the way things were going. Their expressions were extremely solemn, leaving no room for doubt or rejection. The evil dragon god had just left. In the blink of an eye, he had to deal with another evil lord. However, Second Master, evil Lord Li Zhongjiu's strength is not something that we can withstand. Long Ji said hurriedly. Even though this was a great disrespect to the dragon race, it was still better than watching the Dragon Penitentiary die. How dare you? When has our Dragon Clan ever been afraid? The second warden said in a deep voice. At this moment, the second warden's aura was even more shocking. His aura was even stronger than when he faced the evil dragon god. When facing Li Zongjiu, it was obvious that he would be even stronger. After all, Li Zongjiu was just a human. In the eyes of the dragon race, Li Zongjiu was just a slightly strong existence from a weak race. There was no need to be nervous about him. Longji wanted to say something. But she did not know what to say at this moment. If she had known this would happen, she would not have brought Li Zongjiu here. The pursuit of the dragon race would be endless. From now on, the entire dragon race would start to deal with Li Zongjiu. Longji saw an unprecedented determination in the second warden's eyes, as well as anger and hatred towards Li Zongjiu. After all, what Li Zongjiu did was unforgivable. If I see him again, I will not be merciful, even if he saved the dragon race. The second prison warden seemed to be saying that he would let Li Zongjiu off this time and deal with Li Zongjiu slowly in the future. The next time they meet, he would definitely not show any mercy. Longji wanted to say that he was being too impulsive. After all, Li Zongjiu was so strong. Whoosh, suddenly, there was a piercing sound. A figure instantly landed on the ground. Everyone looked over. The one who flew back was none other than Li Zongjiu. Seeing Li Zongjiu fly back, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did Li Zongjiu come back? Could it be that he had overheard their conversation and wanted to come back and kill them? He even said that he would kill Li Zongjiu the next time they met. At this moment, he actually subconsciously took a step back. The second warden did not expect Li Zongjiu to turn back halfway. However, after Li Zongjiu turned back, he did not pay attention to Longji and the others. Instead, he went to the White Dragon Tribe's clan leader. The White Dragon Tribe's clan leader was unlucky. He was killed by Li Zongjiu's mind power. The Blood Dragon Tribe's clan leader and the Golden Dragon Tribe's clan leader were injured. But at least they were still alive. Li Zongjiu came to the White Dragon Tribe's clan leader and punched his head. Boom! From the countless pieces of flesh, Li Zongjiu accurately found the latter's Dragon Ball. This thing was very useful. It could be used to refine a kind of origin weapon and placed in the Li family's courtyard. It could be used to create an extremely powerful mind power cultivation treasure. Li Zongjiu would not waste such a good material. After taking away the Dragon Ball of the White Dragon Tribe's clan leader, Li Zongjiu left directly. The dragon's corpse. He did not like it. No matter how powerful it was just a dragon. What was so great about it? If he refined the dragon's corpse into something, there might be problems. It might even cause diarrhea. Last time, he braised a black dragon. Li Zongjiu did not feel anything when he ate it. It was even harder to chew than ordinary meat. Therefore, he was not interested in the dragon's corpse. However, he could still have the Dragon Ball. He seemed to have felt the gaze of Longji and the others. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved the Dragon Ball in his hand. He was telling Longji that he had taken the Dragon Ball. As for the Dragon King's treasure house, if Longji did not deliver it to him personally, Li Zongjiu would have to make another trip to Dragon Island and have a good talk with these people about the conditions that they had agreed on previously. He believed that Longji knew what to do. It was not worth Li Zongjiu's time to search for the so-called Dragon King's treasure house on such a big island. To Li Zongjiu, it was not worth it. He could have spent so much time looking for things here. Whoosh, another ear-piercing sound was heard. Li Zongjiu left the Dragon Island again. The second warden, who was shouting so fiercely just now, did not make a move to deal with Li Zongjiu. Even the second warden had shrunk back to his original position. After Li Zongjiu left, the scene became a little awkward. Naturally, Longji would not expose the second warden's awkward situation. Instead, the head warden had to step up to maintain the scene. Let's clean up the mess first. The head warden was not in a hurry. He stepped up and took charge of the scene. The second warden was shocked by Li Zongjiu just now. If he had said anything just now, he might have been killed by Li Zongjiu. Indeed, he was quick to back down. The current situation on Dragon Island was very delicate. Although the Draconic Penitentiary had won this time, there would be a real revolution in the future. Many dragons would not be restrained by the Draconic Penitentiary after this. At this moment, the head warden of the Draconic Penitentiary's eyes turned cold. Let's put the matter of Li Zongjiu aside for now. We have to rebuild the reputation of the Draconic Penitentiary. Li Zongjiu did not know that the second warden wanted to touch him. They even wanted to keep him on this dragon island. However, even if Li Zongjiu knew about it, he would not care. It was fine for him to talk about it. Li Zongjiu was not a petty person. Do you think I can stop you from talking? However, if there were any signs of a fight, Li Zongjiu would take action in advance and nip all the danger in the bud. Li Zongjiu did not go back to Dawn City first. Instead, he went to Sacred Flame Royal City. Sacred Flame Royal City, White Deer Mansion. Li Zongjiu did not hide his identity. He landed outside the city. He had not returned for many years because he wanted to see the current situation of Sacred Flame Royal City. However, Li Zongjiu's identity was exposed after he entered the city for a short while. Taifai quickly gathered many core members. There were not many of them, but they moved quickly and came in front of Li Zongjiu. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord. Taifai, Yinghu, Nangong Wuji, Panshi, and the others were among them. When they heard that Li Zongjiu had returned to Sacred Flame Royal City, they immediately put down everything and came here. The passers-by saw the scene in front of them. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on their faces. How could these commoners not know the identity of Taifai and the others? They were the real underground emperors. Although Taifai was not the city lord now, he still had to make decisions. If the city lord could not make a decision, he would seek advice from Taifai. Taifai could mobilize all the city guards with just a word. It could be said that the entire Sacred Flame Royal City was in the hands of the White Deer Mansion. Anyone who wanted to develop in the city would have to greet the White Deer Mansion first. If they were able to greet the White Deer Mansion, it would be a truly smooth journey. Taifai's reputation was still very high. When they saw that Taifai had actually brought his men over and knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu, the surrounding commoners widened their eyes and did not even dare to breathe loudly. He didn't know the identity of this kind-looking young man in front of him, but judging from his aura, he wasn't an ordinary person. Rise, all of you. Li Zongjiu said and asked everyone to stand up. Young master. Taifai and the others stood up. They were clearly excited to see Li Zongjiu. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu's guidance, they wouldn't even know what they were now. How could they still be so influential in the Sacred Flame Royal City? How could they have such a high status? How could they be respected by everyone? Old man Nangong, how have you been? Li Zongjiu looked at Nangong Wuji and said. Now, the White Deer Mansion had become a place for Nangong Wuji to retire. Nangong Wuji was considered one of the faster ones to get into the car. Although he had a small motive at that time, he had worked for Li Zongjiu many times and even personally designed everything in the White Deer Mansion. Li Zongjiu was also very satisfied. Many things had changed. Many things related to Li Zongjiu were now quietly changing. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about this. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Imperial Martial Pavilion, and a series of academies were now famous all over the world. Many of the Li family's disciples were also studying in these great academies. Where's Xiaoxiao? Li Zongjiu did not really care about the lives of the others. However, Xiaoxiao was the head of the White Deer Mansion. Most of the things were handed over to Xiaoxiao. Steward Zhao is now running around outside. The academy named by the Li family has been built. He's visiting famous teachers and inviting them to enter. Nangong Wuji said. The few of them were also heading towards the White Deer residence. Li Zongjiu naturally remembered that the Li family built the Heavenly Sect Academy. Moreover, the dean of the Heavenly Sect Academy was Kuan Arashi's sister, Lan Yuyan. The situation in the Xingyan dynasty was very good. It could be said that the dynasty was really stable and prosperous. Even if there were some thieves, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. After all, no matter how good the social environment was, there would always be people who reaped without sowing. There would always be people who caused trouble. However, most of them were good, so many people needed to learn. When the conditions were good, the education naturally had to keep up. Heavenly Sect Academy, Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Songhai Academy, and many other academies were also very many. It was really a place where hundreds of flowers were blooming. Who's so arrogant? He even wants Xiaoxiao to go personally? Li Zongjiu was unhappy when he heard that. Letting you teach is giving you face. If you dare to put on airs in front of Li Zongjiu, he will destroy you in minutes. He had never seen anyone who wasn't afraid of death. Steward Zhao said that if we invite someone to teach, we should be sincere. That's the only way to show respect for the teacher. I'll give him an order. Tell him to report to me in 2 days. Otherwise, he doesn't need to come. Li Zongjiu said unceremoniously. In this world, there was no one who needed Li Zongjiu to invite. He was really giving these people too much face. Li Zongjiu didn't need to be so polite. If you give me face, I'll give you face. If I want to give you face, I'll give you face. But if you say that I don't want to give you face, you won't even have a hair. That person's status is extremely special. In the past, the Heavenly Star Medicine Matters Palace Master had personally invited that person but was rejected. It is said that that person's qualifications are even above the Heavenly Star Medicine Matters Palace Master. Nangong Wuji pondered for a moment. In fact, there were quite a number of top experts hidden within the Saint Flame Empire. Originally, it was time for them to reveal themselves and display their strength. However, Li Zongjiu had appeared out of nowhere and solved many problems for them. Therefore, these reclusive experts were forced to continue hiding. Because there was no need for them to show themselves. But they had been hiding for too long, and even began to forget how fast the outside world changed. Li Zongjiu didn't mind telling these people how fast it changed. Oh? Who is he? Li Zongjiu's interest was piqued. He didn't expect there to be such a person. This person's name is Zhong Xianshan. 200 years ago, he was already famous for his elixir skills. He is also a top array master. Now, he is basically in seclusion and doesn't care about the world. If we can invite this person, Heavenly Star Medicine Matter will become the undisputed #1 in the continent. Nangong Wuji said. I thought he was very powerful. Li Zongjiu smiled disdainfully. He had heard of this person in his previous life. But he had never met him. It was said that this person had offended the Dragon Clan, so he had been hiding in the array all day long like a coward. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't know the details. He didn't ask when he died, so he didn't know either. The few of them returned to White Deer residence as they chatted. The news of Li Zongjiu's return was extremely low-key. However, it caused a huge uproar in the entire White Deer residence. Under such circumstances, everyone expressed their desire to pay a visit to Li Zongjiu. After all, he was a true god. Therefore, they had to pay their respects to him. However, these people were stopped by Taifai at the door. What kind of people were they? How dare they come to visit Li Zongjiu? Was he someone that ordinary people could meet just because they wanted to? Soon, Li Yan received the news and rushed over. After all, she was the king of the underground world. Usually, Li Yan did not need to manage the Ghost King Palace too much. She only needed to cultivate in the Ghost King Palace. As the successor of the King of Fire, Li Yan was quite famous in the underworld. Moreover, she had a godlike younger brother, Li Zongjiu. Basically, no one dared to stir up trouble. Just by casually announcing his name, no one would dare to provoke him. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming back? Li Yan complained when she saw Li Zongjiu sitting above and seemed to be in the middle of a meeting. I just came back to settle some things. Since you're here, ask your men to gather information about the Devouring Yuan clan and report it immediately. Kill them if you can. Li Zongjiu said. He happened to be talking about the Devouring Yuan clan with these people just now. However, these people obviously had not heard of the Devouring Yuan clan. Being able to hear about the ancient demon race was already very good, at least they could come in contact with this realm. But after Li Zongjiu gave the order, he believed that these people would be able to act very quickly. At least, it wouldn't be difficult for them to figure out the doorway. These people would not be able to escape. Devouring Yuan clan? Didn't they go extinct long ago? Nangong Wuji seemed to have heard about it. However, according to what he heard, these people seemed to have gone extinct long ago and no longer existed. He did not expect to hear such news again. This was a very terrifying race. It had 3 eyes. Although it looked like a human, it was completely different from the human race. It was known as the three-eyed demon. Since Li Zongjiu mentioned it, it meant that there must be traces of some people. Alright, I'll go back now and let them handle it. Li Yan said. This kind of thing was handled very quickly, and it didn't need to waste much energy. The specific information of the devouring Yuan clan still needed to be investigated thoroughly. In addition, there may be traces of the abyssal race in the North Sea. You should gather information as soon as possible and make preparations. Li Zongjiu said. As for Li Zongjiu's sky martial arc, it wasn't appropriate for him to hand it over to them for the time being. After all, these people didn't know how to pilot it. When Xiaoxiao returned and handed over the sky martial arc, he would definitely be able to make the best use of it. Li Zongjiu was the only one who knew about all these major events in advance. After all, the realm was different. This was also the reason why one had to constantly improve one's level. Because only then could one see higher and further, and always be one step ahead of others. Instead of being kept in the dark forever, Li Zongjiu had a meal with everyone. After arranging some work, he routinely rewarded his subordinates. After all, these people stayed here not only to enjoy the privileges they had now, but also to think about how to obtain some heaven-defying benefits. This was the most important thing. At the same time, there was news from the Tianyan dynasty that there wouldn't be any more incidents in the future. Therefore, everyone returned to their own dynasties. Li Tianqing was safe and sound. After all, the great elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were here. There was nothing to worry about. The people of the Sparrow Divine Palace weren't that tactless. They escorted Li Tianqing back to the Luoxia city. At the same time, they were thinking of establishing the location of the Sparrow Divine Palace. However, without Qi Yanran's approval, they didn't dare to do so. After all, the real palace master was Qi Yanran. Whether Li Zongjiu came back or not, the order here would still be carried out. Even if he came back, there wouldn't be any impact. After all, Li Zongjiu wasn't interested in these things for the time being. Originally, he wanted to go to the Sky Sect Academy to take a look. After all, Li Zongjiu came to the Sky Sect Academy with high hopes. But before that, he had to check on Qi Yanran's situation first. After all, Qi Yanran was trapped in the Green Bird platform. They needed to find out the exact situation first. After Li Zongjiu checked the Green Bird platform, he found that his strength couldn't enter it. It was even difficult to affect it. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu shouldn't even be able to check on Qi Yanran's situation. This was also because Qi Yanran subconsciously trusted Li Zongjiu. Therefore, the Green Bird platform could sense it and allowed Li Zongjiu to investigate the situation inside. I didn't expect that even with my strength, I still couldn't shake the inside of the Green Bird platform. What exactly is this thing? Li Zongjiu was completely convinced. Gradually, Li Zongjiu also figured out the knack of it. It seemed that Dragon Island, the Green Bird platform, the blade of creation in the hands of the heavenly demon tribe, and even Li Zongjiu's 10,000 dragon hammer came from an existence similar to the Sky Dragon's tooth. It was just that he didn't know why it had appeared here. Upper world? This was a very new term. Then, Li Zongjiu took out the evil dragon eye. The energy contained in this thing wasn't simple. Li Zongjiu wanted to study it and see if he could extract the energy from it. At the very least, he wanted to study what kind of power system it was. At Li Zongjiu's level, his strength didn't rely on cultivation or absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He didn't know how much yuan qi he absorbed, but it didn't have much effect on Li Zongjiu. Therefore, it was more important for him to comprehend it. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, he would be able to find the direction to break through this power and know how to cultivate it. The evil dragon eye. Because of this thing, the evil dragon brat was able to withstand the pressure of all the dragon tribes on Dragon Island and carry out a real rebellion. To be able to do this, strength alone wasn't enough. However, Li Zongjiu didn't think this guy was very smart. The evil dragon eye. In his hand was a pitch-black bead. It was slightly heavy. It seemed to only weigh about 3 to 5 caddies, but in fact, the inner world of this bead contained a world of its own. When one was immersed in it, one would feel the weight inside. It wasn't that simple. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also feeling the power inside. The deeper one's strength was. The more weight one could feel, the greater the weight one could feel. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also immersed in this infinite comprehension. His mind was immersed in it. Just as Li Zongjiu was cultivating. At this moment, Xiaoxiao was running around for the Sky Sect Academy. He had already arrived at the foot of Green Bamboo Mountain. There was a bamboo forest with a radius of close to 10,000 mu in the vicinity. It was lush and verdant. When the wind blew, all the leaves intertwined together, as if playing a symphony. Xiaoxiao had been here for 2 days. However, Senior Zhong Xianshan didn't seem to want to meet Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao only brought one expert with him. It was Pavilion Master Yunqi of Zishuan Pavilion. Previously, she was only Palace Master Yunqi. Now, she was directly the Pavilion Master of Zishuan Pavilion. Palace Master Yunqi originally wanted to bring the top assassins of the Guzhong clan with her. If this person was unwilling, she would at least let them know how powerful she was. However, Xiaoxiao refused. After all, this time, they were going to invite him out of the mountain. It was already relative. If they disturbed him, they had to move him with sincerity. This bamboo forest is truly ever-changing. We've already gone up there 3 times. Every time, we've unknowingly been sent back. Yunqi's expression was a little ugly. This time, he came in person. Not only did he not invite him out, he didn't even see his face. He was directly rejected at the door. This made him very angry. You should at least say something if you want to go or not. You didn't say anything for half a day. You didn't even come out. How much did you look down on them? These people really don't know what's good for them. If young master comes, this person will definitely suffer. Yunqi said. Don't be so rude. The other party is a well-deserved grandmaster of alchemy. If you want to invite him out of the mountain, you naturally need to be sincere. Xiaoxiao said. Come, let's go again. Maybe this time, we'll succeed. The power within the evil dragon's eye seemed to have swallowed Li Zongjiu's entire being. It was as if he was swimming in a sea of power. Then, Li Zongjiu used his own will to transform into a hammer. He arrived at the evil dragon's eye. This is? Li Zongjiu felt as if he had arrived at the inner world of the evil dragon's eye. However, the inner world in front of him was an eye-opener for Li Zongjiu. Looking around, this place seemed to be a training ground. When Li Zongjiu arrived here, it was as if he was a newbie. Below his feet was a muddy swamp. At first, it was calm. However, all of a sudden, a terrifying force appeared beneath his feet. Within the muddy swamp, there seemed to be dozens of fat figures rushing towards Li Zongjiu. Hydra? When Li Zongjiu saw these things flying towards him, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately saw what the thing that had rushed out was. A mere hydra dares to be impudent in front of me. If Li Zongjiu remembered correctly, this hydra should be a creature belonging to the demon race. He had never seen such an existence among the meta beasts. Immediately, the hydra descended. Li Zongjiu directly clashed with it. Boom! When their powers collided, a terrifying shockwave was created. In the next second, Li Zongjiu was dragged into the swamp by the hydra. It was difficult for him to get up. Snore. After Li Zongjiu was dragged down, he immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. The hydra's 9 heads quickly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Under this illusion, Li Zongjiu's power seemed to have disappeared. He had completely turned into an ordinary person. As the hydra continued to attack, Li Zongjiu felt that his body was constantly being torn apart, but at the same time, it was constantly being repaired and then continued to be torn apart. The whole process was clean and tidy, but Li Zongjiu's mental strength could not last forever. After experiencing tens of thousands of moments of being torn apart, Li Zongjiu finally blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in his secret cultivation room, as if he had never left. F***ck, what the hell is this? It's so ferocious. Li Zongjiu was completely frightened. There was actually such a difficult trial. Even he couldn't withstand it. However, Li Zongjiu could also sense the existence of such a powerful force. Even if he was at his peak, he might not have a chance of winning against this colossus in front of him. After all, the other party's strength was not simple. This made Li Zhongjiu even more surprised. The level of the other party's power. It was not at the level that Li Zhongjiu was at now. The difference was many times greater. In front of the Hydra, Li Zhongjiu could not withstand it. That was why Li Zhongjiu was so shocked. Take a break, let's do it again. Although Li Zhongjiu had been caught unprepared by the power just now, this crazy hell trial had actually been beneficial to him. Li Zhongjiu could feel the level of the other party's power even more clearly. What was power? Words alone might not be enough to describe it. If you really wanted to feel it, you still needed the other party to directly attack. You would know how powerful it was after fighting once. The trial field in front of him was already enough to feel how powerful it was. Li Zhongjiu had never encountered such a situation. Again. Little did he know that Li Zhongjiu's strength was already extremely terrifying. Even if the evil dragon god entered the evil god's eye to resist, he would not be able to resist more than 10,000 times just by relying on his own willpower. Li Zhongjiu's willpower sank. He entered the evil dragon's eye again. Boom. In just a short moment, the Hydra appeared in the swamp below his feet again. The Hydra directly overturned the river and the sea, trampling over the waves. The scene could be said to have been turned upside down, surging violently. At first, Li Zhongjiu could only rely on his own intuition to catch the first 100 attacks and easily dodge them. Later on, the other party's movements became stronger and stronger. He was dragged into the mud and had no chance of escaping. The overwhelming power came crashing down, almost completely suppressing Li Zhongjiu. He opened his eyes and reappeared in the same place. 15,000 times. Li Zhongjiu memorized this number in his heart. This was easy to remember. Later on, there was no need to resist at all. All he had to do was calculate the numbers. So Li Zhongjiu also memorized his own situation. After 7 or 8 times in a row, Li Zhongjiu felt a little tired. He immediately got up and walked outside to get some fresh air. He sensed Xianxia, who was in the Green Bird Dao platform. Speaking of which, it was strange. After entering the world of the evil dragon's eye in training, it was very easy and was even more accepted by the Green Bird Dao platform. This was what Li Zhongjiu felt. Previously, the Green Bird Dao platform allowed Li Zhongjiu to explore because of Xianxia's face. But now, it allowed him to explore because of his strength. Otherwise, with his arrogant attitude, if he wanted to investigate anything, he would be sent flying in an instant. Looks like it will take at least 2 or 3 months to recover. The more Li Zhongjiu looked at it, the angrier he became. He casually called someone to call Tai-Fi. After all, Li Zhongjiu was not familiar with the others. So, calling Tai-Fi was the most direct and effective way. I asked you to find information about the Devouring Yuan clan. How is it going? Li Zhongjiu asked. Tai-Fei hurried over. At the same time, he seemed to have a lot on his mind and was very anxious. Young lord, we have some clues about the Devouring Yuan clan. Now, we know that the Devouring Yuan clan is most likely in the Yellow River area. Li Zhongjiu remembered that a lot of things had happened in Yellow River before. There was a genius in Yellow River. He wondered how he was doing now. Now, Li Zhongjiu was almost standing at the peak of the Xingyan dynasty. However, Li Zhongjiu was only one person. There were bound to be local experts in various big places. When there were experts outside, Li Zhongjiu would directly hide and avoid the world. If there was a great calamity in the world, or if there was a chance to take advantage of it, these people would immediately appear. Moreover, each one of them was more famous than the other. Normally, one might not be able to recall them, but after he jumped out and said this, it seemed like they had a lot of background. Looks like I have to go to Yellow River. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with killing intent. What happened in Yellow River had nothing to do with him. What he wanted to do was to find out where the Devouring Yuan clan was and kill them all. Only in this way could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. He wanted to teach these audacious people a lesson. This was how evil Lord Li Zhongjiu did things. Reason, benevolence, talk about it in hell. Li Zhongjiu did not have the time to waste on these things. Why do you look so anxious? Li Zongjiu looked at Taifai. Taifai told him the truth. He told him the whole story. Xiao Zhao and Yunqi went to find Zhong Xianshan. However, Zhong Xianshan did not like them. Later, they were trapped in the formation and sent out a distress signal. When Li Yun heard about this, she quickly rushed to Green Bamboo Mountain. However, Li Yun seemed to be trapped in Green Bamboo Mountain as well. Therefore, Taifai could not wait any longer. He had to settle this matter. If Li Zongjiu came out and found out that he could not handle such a small matter, it would be worse if he crippled him. How dare you? I've been feeling a little sullen recently. Let me loosen up my muscles. Li Zongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. Lead the way. Let old man Nangong come along. Li Zongjiu said. In the next moment, a huge airship appeared in the sky above the White Deer Mansion. When the airship appeared, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. Everyone in the city could see it clearly. Several figures flew onto the airship. When the guards in the city saw the airship appear, they were all shocked. However, when they saw that the airship had appeared from the White Deer Mansion, they sighed. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Found it. We've finally found it. In the sacred flame imperial city. In a romantic place, a strong old man's eyes lit up when he saw the airship appear. The heavenly martial airship, he had been searching for it for a long time. Immediately, the old man jumped out of the window and flew out, leaving the ground full of women chattering and swallowing. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The heavenly martial airship had just risen into the sky. Taifai and the others were feeling the power of the airship brought back by their young master. They were extremely excited. He was indeed their young master. Before everyone could stabilize their bodies, they suddenly saw a figure land on the deck. Who is it? Nangong Wuji's aura was greatly boosted. In just 2 years, he had reached the peak of the primitive emperor realm. However, the newcomer did not take Nangong Wuji's aura seriously. This caused Nangong Wuji to be greatly alarmed. The old man in front of him seemed to be very strong. Master, I'm back. Master. Qin Shilong was in front of the deck, shouting at Li Zongjiu. Ever since Qin Shilong was thrown into the sea by Li Zongjiu. When Qin Shilong saw Long Ji from the Dragon Penitentiary, he fled in panic. Originally, he wanted to run for his life. Although it was not a big deal to lose his Dragon Ball, he still wanted to escape. However, when Qin Shilong returned to the Dragon Island and inquired about the situation, he found out that Li Zongjiu had turned the Dragon Island upside down. After hearing this, how could Qin Shilong not know the seriousness of this matter? Who knew that Li Zongjiu had such a powerful strength? It was simply terrifying. It was said that he had even dealt with the evil dragon god. Originally, Qin Shilong obeyed the command of the evil dragon god. However, the evil dragon god was unexpectedly dealt with by Li Zongjiu. How could he not know Li Zongjiu's strength? Now that the Dragon Ball was in Li Zongjiu's hands, he came here with a thick face. What was the use of this face? It was better to use his own Dragon Ball. Previously, he was afraid that Long Ji from the Dragon Penitentiary would punish him. But now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu was the real king. Even if he pulled the carriage under Li Zongjiu, he would still have a bright future. Master? Nangong Wuji and Nangong Wuji were astonished when they heard the old man's call. The old man in front of them wasn't an ordinary person. The person who could become the old man's master must be a pinnacle existence. On this ship, the only person who met this requirement was Li Zongjiu. You're the young master's servant? Taifai said. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also came out from the cabin and glanced at Qin Shilong in front of him. Oh? Since you're back, you can pull the carriage. Li Zongjiu was wondering who had caused such a big commotion. Seeing that it was Qin Shilong who was getting weaker by the day, Li Zongjiu knew that this guy was scared. Li Zongjiu didn't care about the Bluestone Dragon. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, they can't pose a threat. At least for now, they are quite obedient. Since they can be tamed, Li Zongjiu didn't mind raising a few giant dragons. Yes, master. Qin Shilong was pleasantly surprised. The Dragon Ball was still on Li Zongjiu's body. Although Qin Shilong couldn't retrieve the Dragon Ball now, as long as he stayed next to the Dragon Ball, he would be able to maintain his strength. Otherwise, his strength would gradually decline. If the rate of decline was too fast, it would be difficult to recover in the future. Therefore, after Qin Shilong understood the situation clearly, he came to find Li Zongjiu without hesitation. However, on the way here, he went to have some fun and found that the human world was actually so fun. However, Qin Shilong couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, once he exposed his true form in front of the human race, without the Dragon Ball in hand, he would be hunted down by experts. Now that he had boarded Li Zongjiu's ship, there was naturally nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shilong shook his body and changed. Then, he put on the noose that he had made on the ship and immediately moved. Immediately, he flew forward. A giant dragon came to pull the Tianwu ship. The Tianwu ship was already very imposing. Now, they saw the giant dragon appear. Both of them were almost scared out of their wits. My God! This is the legendary giant dragon. Obviously, both of them couldn't believe it. Although Nangong Wuji knew about the existence of Dragon Island, he had never seen the giant dragon tribe with his own eyes. After all, the giant dragon tribe had disappeared for a long time. Recently, there was a disturbance about the dragon tribe. However, Nangong Wuji didn't need to deal with these matters for the time being. Therefore, when they saw the dragon tribe in front of them for the first time, in the eyes of the two of them, it was only then that people were truly shocked. Boom! Qin Shilong directly flew forward with the Tianwu ship. However, Taifai saw that the situation in front of him was not right. The direction is wrong. This direction. The oncoming wind was too strong. Therefore, Taifai didn't know whether the Qin Shilong in front of him could hear him or not. After all, this giant dragon's body was quite huge. Sure enough, the Qin Shilong seemed to be able to understand him. He quickly changed his direction and flew in the direction that Taifai pointed. Boom! Being dragged by a giant dragon. Damn it, who would dare to believe it? Both of them were obviously excited. At this moment, they seemed to have become the pinnacle figures who could ride the clouds and step on the sky. Qin Shilong also put in a lot of effort. Originally, it would take at least 10 hours. In just 4 hours, the green bamboo mountain could be seen with the naked eye. It was not far ahead. On the green bamboo mountain, countless emerald green bamboos were swaying in the wind. At this moment, looking from afar, this bamboo forest was swaying with the wind. It was extremely beautiful. However, in this sea of bamboos, there were 3 figures trapped in it. Li Yan used what she had learned in her life to find Xiao Zhao and Qin Shilong in time. However, in the blink of an eye, she was trapped in the sea of bamboos. Li Yan couldn't do anything about the opponent's formation. If she calmed down, there was a chance to break it. However, the opponent obviously didn't give Li Yan this opportunity. They continued to attack in the bamboo forest. Li Yan didn't have enough time to explore the surrounding situation. Instead, she was restricted everywhere. It's difficult. I can't calm down to break the formation. The opponent's sea of bamboos formation is at least a 9th level formation. Now, my formation cultivation is only at the 8th level. Li Yan's formation cultivation had already broken through to the 8th level. If she was compared to people of the same age, she would be considered an extremely heaven-defying existence. Who could achieve this level of strength at such a young age? Li Yan immediately tried her best to break the formation. The opponent could be said to have used all his means. If not for Li Yan's timely arrival, the two of them would have been killed by the person in front of them. Seeing this, Xiao Zhao once again shouted to the empty space in the sea of bamboos. If Senior Zhong doesn't want to be disturbed, we will leave. If we touch the people of White Deer Mansion, do you think you can withstand the power of Evil Lord? Xiao Zhao's voice was like an arrow filled with penetrating power, shooting forward. However, after Xiao Zhao warned the other party, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea of bamboos. This figure was formed by the condensation of the bamboo leaves. Zhong Xianshan, this person was the legendary Zhong Xianshan, the alchemy grandmaster from 300 years ago. The appearance of the figure formed by the bamboo leaves could not be seen clearly. After Zhong Xianshan appeared, he laughed disdainfully. Little girl, don't try to scare me with Evil Lord. Xianxia, became famous 300 years ago and went into seclusion. I don't know much about the outside world, but this old man is confident that on this jade bamboo mountain, even if that evil lord comes, it will be the same. He won't be able to return. Xianxia appeared to be rather confident. When he said those words, it was natural that his tone was firm and powerful. Everyone who heard it was rather surprised. This guy sure was confident. He must have not seen the strength of the evil lord before, which was why he dared to speak so boldly. Evil lord must be on his way here. Xianxia, let us go now and you can still live. Yunqi said. When Li Yan arrived, she had already told them about Li Zongjiu's return. As long as they held on, Li Zongjiu would definitely come to their rescue. Li Zongjiu's shielding of his own was really quite thorough. As long as it was Li Zongjiu's people, even if they were in the wrong, he would protect them till the end. As for the consequences, sorry, there was no such thing as consequences in the evil dominator's eyes. If he still wanted revenge, he could just continue killing. Once he killed them all, there would be no consequences. Haha, if he dares to come, I'll make sure he can't leave. Xianxia was full of confidence. He had spent 300 years perfecting the great formation he had set up at the foot of Emerald Bamboo Mountain. Link by link, it was now a rather perfect defensive system. It was impossible for anyone to break through it. Even if an expert of the same level as him came, it would take at least half a year to break through. However, as long as Xianxia was here, he would be able to fix the holes in the formation. Even if one found the weakness, one might not have the chance to break through it. Before he made a move, he would have already fixed the hole. One would not have the chance to break through the formation. Both of them looked at Li Yan. At this moment, Li Yan's expression was quite serious. This was because after her in-depth research, she realized that this great formation had already merged with this jade bamboo mountain. The might of such a powerful array formation. This was Li Yan's first time seeing it. All of a sudden, the entire sea of bamboos shook violently. Li Yan felt that her body was empty. All the pressure from before had disappeared in an instant. It seemed to be rushing towards something else. When she looked up again, she saw a huge green shadow descending from the sky. Boom! When the giant shadow landed, Yizichen's eyes lit up. The entire green bamboo mountain also erupted. Countless bamboos exploded on the spot. Boom! The huge dragon claw slammed into the jade bamboo mountain, leaving a deep and huge claw mark. Xianxia's figure formed by the bamboo leaves was instantly annihilated. It had disappeared. What? Li Yan felt that the pressure on her body had disappeared. It seemed to be because the great formation had been broken. What happened? Xiao Zhao asked. The formation seems to have been broken? Li Yan murmured. End of chapter 1458. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.